Vhumad God Chapter 314 to Chapter 394. The black ship was getting closer and closer, and everyone looked over. Lin Xian also raised his head. It was a large ship that was completely black. The hull of the ship was glowing, and there were complicated inscriptions carved on it. It was obvious that this ship was supported by a powerful array to be able to travel on the mysterious Xian River. Rumble, the huge black ship reached the shore, and dozens of martial artists walked down and left quickly. Behind these martial artists, a martial artist who looked like a captain walked out and said loudly, "There are only 40 seats this time, and everyone will have to pay 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry up if you want to board." 40 seats? Didn't we have 60 seats before? Why are there so few seats this time? That's right, even the price is twice as high. That's not how business is done. A group of people clamored, and they were very dissatisfied. Get lost if you don't want to board. Whoever dares to waste time, I'll throw him into the river to feed the fish. The captain shouted coldly. The group of people fell silent, but their eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, the thin and tall old man walked out and threw a bag of mid-grade spirit stones over. "We want 4 seats. Aren't they only 3 people? Why do they want 4 seats? Are there more people coming?" Just as everyone was puzzled, the 3 young ladies in red walked toward the black ship with the big red vermilion bird. The captain was also slightly stunned, but judging from the 3's clothes and aura, he guessed that they were also disciples of a big family. He explained, "To avoid increasing the load on the ship, please put the demonic beast in the demonic beast bag." "How dare you talk to us like that? Do you want to die?" The short and fat old man sneered. The captain frowned. "We are a ship of the alliance of the 2 countries. Do you want to cause trouble?" Then, he pointed at the armored guards on both sides, and his warning was very obvious. The nearby guards quickly walked over and took out their icy weapons, aiming at the young ladies in red and the others. "Kiki, someone actually dares to threaten us. They really don't want to live." The thin and tall old man took out an octagonal yellow token and sneered. "Medicine Emperor Courtyard." The captain's expression changed drastically, and the surrounding guards also frowned. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." The captain and the guard captain immediately put on a smiling face and bowed to apologize. "Please come in, there is no need for spirit stones." The captain smiled and returned the bag of spirit stones. "Don't cause any trouble." "Let's go," the girl in red said. TSK, consider yourself lucky. Hurry up and thank my family's young miss." The short and fat old man snorted coldly. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." The captain of the martial artist escorted the 3 people and the bird onto the ship. Then, he stood up straight and said with a ferocious expression, "What I said just now doesn't count. Now, only 30 people can come up." "What? Why are there 10 less people?" Everyone was dissatisfied. His eyes were filled with disdain. "To tell you the truth, the wind on the Xianxia River is strong today. It can't carry too many people. Hurry up and decide." I'll go. Suddenly, several warriors rushed forward. In the crowd, a few harmonious spirit realm warriors snorted. An enormous spiritual pressure enveloped everyone like a mountain pressing down on them. The scene suddenly quieted down. It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on a bonfire, extinguishing the fire in everyone's heart. After the 3 harmonious spirit realm warriors went up, the rest of the warriors became lively again. One after another, they rushed up the ship. 200 mid-grade spirit stones, not cheap at all. Lin Xian was speechless. Ordinary people couldn't afford to sit on such a big ship. Of course, it was still much cheaper than a private ship. Taking out 200 mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Xian walked up the ship. At this moment, more than half of the people had gone up the ship. The remaining people fought even more fiercely. "There are only 5 people left." The captain of the martial artist shouted. "Damn it, I'm a disciple of the Wang family in Guang City. Who dares to fight with me? Get lost, I'm a disciple of the Li family in Southern Ridge. Go play somewhere else. Get lost. I'll pay 500 mid-grade spirit stones." Jiang Tao Palm Art. The whole scene was chaotic. Some people even started fighting. Lin Xian's body swayed and was about to rush over. Who is this kid? Get down here. Someone tried to grab Lin Xian. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. That martial artist painfully retreated. It's broken, it's broken. The Li family disciple screamed. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I just want to get on the ship. Everything else has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian said indifferently. Nonsense, who doesn't want to get on the ship? Seeing that your strength is average and your clothes are ordinary, you must be an ordinary martial artist. I advise you not to participate. Someone said coldly. Kid, quickly kowtow and apologize. If you provoke me, the Li family won't let you off. Suddenly, a few people walked up with sinister smiles. Lin Xian's identity was special. He didn't want to attract attention. He ignored them and quickly walked toward the ship. How dare you ignore me? The Li family disciple was angry. Take him down and throw him into the river. 3 martial artists pounced forward, forming a fierce attack that grabbed at Lin Xian's vital points. The martial artists on the ship were watching the show. Even the guards on both sides ignored them. Sigh, offending the Li family. That kid is dead for sure. Yeah, 3 martial artists at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. They won't really throw him into the river, right? A group of martial artists discussed. They didn't think Lin Xian would win. It was no wonder. Lin Xian was alone and even concealed his cultivation. He looked ordinary and easy to bully. 3 gusts of wind sounded behind him. Lin Xian sighed and suddenly turned around. Inscriptions flickered in his eyes. He used the extreme purple illusion and enveloped the 3. Wang, 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 the 3 martial artists who were laughing sinisterly stiffened and quickly stopped their attacks. Their eyes were blurred as they stood there blankly. Lin Xian turned and walked onto the ship. What happened? Everyone was confused. Fight, you guys fight. The Li family disciple held his wrist and roared, I raised you guys for nothing. However, the 3 people still stood there blankly, their faces showing pain. Hiss, how strange. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid that the Li family disciple had kicked an iron plate this time. Seeing Lin Xian walk over, the group of martial artists couldn't help but make way for him. After a while, the last 4 people won and boarded the ship. With a tremor, the black ship raised its sails and quickly left the riverbank, leaving behind some martial artists who didn't board the ship sighing. The ship was quite spacious. Lin Xian found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. At this time, countless inscriptions lit up on the ship, forming a strong defense to protect the ship. From everyone's conversation, he knew that they would reach the heavenly mountain kingdom in about 5 days. He held his chin and pondered about the future. He couldn't return to the Xia kingdom in a short time. If he wanted to save the sword pool matter, he had to have powerful strength. At least, he couldn't be afraid of spirit-detecting realm martial artists. And the only thing that could quickly increase his strength was the Great Dragon Sword. When he obtained the 2nd Great Dragon mark, he also obtained some information about the Great Dragon Sword. According to what it said, the Great Dragon Sword seemed to be in the Tiannan region. However, it required sufficient true dragon qi to sense it. The Great Dragon Sword is an offensive sacred art. It's extremely masculine. If you were to rashly subdue it, you would be courting death. Lord Alcohol said. Then what should I do? Lin Xian asked. You need something soft and feminine to protect your body. Only then will you have a chance of subduing the Great Dragon Sword. Otherwise, even if you find it, you won't be able to obtain it. Soft and feminine? What's that? Heart of Yin Jade, the demon crystal of a Class 8 water attribute demon beast, White Dragon Ascension Pill, and Supreme Grade crystals. These are all possible, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. He had never heard of any of these things, but the demon crystal of a Class 8 demon beast gave him a fright. That was a demon beast equivalent to a body-opening realm warrior. From this, one could imagine how precious the other items were. In addition, the True Dragon Aura will not only allow you to sense the Great Dragon Sword's location, but it will also increase your intimacy with the Great Dragon Sword. It's something you can't lack. These two are the most basic. If you can't obtain them, don't even think about the great dragon sword. Alright, I'll wait until we reach the heavenly mountain kingdom before I inquire about the whereabouts of these items. Lin Xian took a deep breath. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. Wu Ji the snow-white monkey poked its head out and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around curiously. What a cute monkey. Many martial artists noticed it and praised it incessantly. Whoosh, the snow-white monkey transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. F***ck, don't run around. Lin Xian growled, afraid that the snow-white monkey would cause trouble. When he saw the snow-white monkey jumping onto the surrounding warriors, he immediately felt relieved. Are you selling this monkey? I'll pay 300 spirit stones. I'll pay 500. Junior sister would definitely like it. Many people asked Lin Xian about the price, but Lin Xian decisively rejected them. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, a scream suddenly came from the ship. The sound was extremely sharp, as though it could pierce through the void. It also carried a soul-stirring pressure. Accompanying the terrifying sound was a monstrous heatwave. Isn't that the Class 6 vermilion bird? Why is it screaming so miserably? I don't know. Could it be that some idiot angered it? Everyone was guessing in their hearts. Lin Xian also woke up from his meditation. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Whoosh, a white light flashed, and the little white monkey appeared in front of him. Its big eyes kept rolling, and finally, it patted its chest with its little paw, looking scared. Whoosh! The little guy heaved a sigh of relief. Wait, what is this? Lin Xian frowned. In the little white monkey's hands, there were actually 2 palm-sized feathers. They were as red as blood and were sparkling and translucent. Even from afar, he could feel the astonishing heat coming from it. Why does it look so familiar? Lin Xian was puzzled. Where did you get it? Wu Ji the snow-white little monkey began to gesture, and in the end, it even revealed an aggrieved expression. Lin Xian's face was filled with black lines. He finally understood that this feather actually belonged to the 6th-order monstrous beast vermilion bird. No wonder it was screaming so miserably just now. Hurry up and get in. Lin Xian picked up the little white monkey and was about to throw it into the monstrous beast pouch. Stop. A delicate shout, like a terrifying flaming sword, pierced through the void. The red-clothed girl in front of them was fighting with her hands on her waist. Her full chest rose and fell due to her anger, attracting a lot of attention. You dare to hurt my little red. The red-clothed girl gritted her teeth and said. Little red? What little red? Lin Xian played dumb, and at the same time, he quickly pressed the little white monkey down. Everyone quickly looked over, and many of them had a gloating expression on their faces. Ming! Ming, the vermilion bird flapped its wings and stared at the little white monkey fiercely. Wu Ji, the little white monkey jumped up, waving the red feather in its hand and making all kinds of faces. Damn monkey, what are you doing? Lin Xian glared at it. Even if you want to catch it, you can't grab the feather on its head. The little white monkey rolled its eyes at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction. It stuck the feather on its head, and then shook its head and started to explain. It meant that the opponent wanted to catch it, and it had no choice but to fight back. Ah! This is so infuriating. The red-clothed girl was going crazy. This man and monkey were too despicable. Brat, quickly get over here and kowtow, then hand over the monkey, or you will die. I will count to 3, if you don't come over here, I will throw you down now. The 2 old men beside the red-clothed girl showed a ruthless expression, and at the same time, they released the powerful aura of the harmonious spirit realm. This brat is really dead this time. This girl is not a trash like the Li family's disciples. Not to mention the others, just the 2 harmonious spirit realm experts are enough to kill him 1,000 times over. The group of warriors hid far away, afraid of getting involved with Lin Xian. Gentlemen, can't you talk nicely? It's not good to take someone's life so easily. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble. This is my fault, I didn't take care of it, I sincerely apologize. He showed a righteous expression. Then, he knocked on the little white monkey's head. That's it? I said kneel down and apologize. Also, hand over the monkey. The two old men's expression became even more gloomy. In their opinion, Lin Xian's actions just now were not considered an apology. If he wanted to apologize to them, he would have to kowtow a few hundred times. Gentlemen, don't you think this is a bit too much? Lin Xian's expression became gloomy. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Moreover, he saw a trace of greed in their eyes. Obviously, these people's target was the little white monkey. You, hand over the monkey, and I'll spare your life. The red-clothed girl said coldly. Sorry, I can't do that. Lin Xian shrugged. The little white monkey sat on his shoulder and nodded heavily, rubbing its furry head against his face. You dare to reject me? The red-clothed girl was angry. Do you know who I am? Not interested. Lin Xian curled his lips. The warriors around them were shocked. They thought that Lin Xian would obediently kowtow and admit his mistake. They didn't expect this result. Kid, where are you from? Tell us your name, lest we get into trouble. The short old man said suspiciously. Those who dared to talk to them like this either had a strong background or were fools who didn't want to live. The short old man could only make a move after he asked clearly. So you have people you're afraid of? Lin Xian smiled coldly. No need to ask, I have nothing to do with you. If that's the case, then you're courting death. The tall and skinny old man stepped out, his aura like a ferocious beast that wanted to tear people apart. Stop. Sirs, please stop. The captain of the ship ran over with a bitter face. You dare to ask me to stop, you're courting death. The tall and skinny old man grabbed him. No. This ship is very fragile, it can't withstand your attacks. If it's damaged, we'll all sink to the bottom of the river. Fine, I'll listen to you this time. The tall and skinny old man threw the captain down and looked coldly at Lin Xian. I'll let you live for a few more days. When we reach the shore, it'll be your death. The red-clothed girl looked deeply at the little white monkey, then snorted coldly and turned to leave. The captain of the ship stood up, cursed a few times, and quickly left. In the next few days, everyone stayed far away from Lin Xian, afraid that the red-clothed girl and the others would remember him. In their eyes, Lin Xian was already a dead man. During this period, a harmonious spirit realm old man came to persuade him. First, he told him how terrifying the Medicine Emperor courtyard was and that ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors would not dare to provoke them. Then, he asked Lin Xian to hand over the little white monkey and apologize. Maybe he could save his life. Lin Xian refused with a smile. He would not hand over the little white monkey. Plus, he was not afraid of the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Seeing Lin Xian's stubbornness, the old man shook his head and left. 5 days passed by quickly. Everyone could see the shore from the boat. Half an hour later, the big black boat reached the shore. Everyone quickly got off the boat. The short old man was the first to get off the boat. The girl in red and the tall old man stayed on the boat. They did this to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Lin Xian did not care at all. He calmly got off the boat. Those who got off the boat early did not leave. They waited on the shore. They wanted to see Lin Xian's tragic end. After Lin Xian got off the boat, the girl in red and the short old man also quickly got off the boat. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the little white monkey, kneel down and kowtow 100 times. Then, we'll let you go. Lin Xian looked at them expressionlessly. Get lost while I'm still in a good mood. What? Did I hear wrong? He just asked a harmonious spirit realm warrior to get lost? Crazy, he must be crazy. The short old man was stunned. It had been many years since anyone dared to talk to him like this. But today, an unknown young man dared to scold him like this. Kid, you've angered me. I won't let you go even if you kowtow 1,000 times. Young lady, let me take him down. That monkey is yours. The short old man quickly said. Then hurry up. Don't waste my time. The girl in red smiled. A monkey that can make little red afraid must be a rare demonic beast. It might even have the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. Sure enough, the girl in red's target was the little white monkey. The short old man walked out with an evil grin. His body emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure. He wanted to force Lin Xian to kneel down. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face. He wasn't affected in the slightest. On the other hand, many of the surrounding martial artists couldn't withstand this pressure and fell to their knees. Ignoring my pressure? The short old man was slightly taken aback. He focused his gaze and realized that he could not tell Lin Xian's cultivation level at all. Trying to act all mysterious. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have 1 or 2 artifacts. In his opinion, since Lin Xian did not display a strong cultivation base, his strength must not be that great. To be able to resist his aura, he must have some kind of treasure. Everything is futile in front of a harmonious spirit expert. The short old man stretched out his chubby little hand and pointed. A fist-sized energy ball formed at the tip of his finger. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the surrounding air to distort. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a blue beam of light shot out quickly. Ka, the air trembled as if it could not withstand the pressure, and the sky was about to collapse. In a flash, the blue beam of light arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die. The short old man could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian's head exploding. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He pointed his finger like a sword and a dazzling sword energy gushed out. The power of wind and thunder vibrated like a divine sword being unsheathed, incomparably sharp. Swoosh, the sword light flashed and the blue beam of light was cut in half. What? Everyone was stunned. Even the girl in red's body was slightly stiff. Impossible. What kind of sword energy is that? How could it cut my attack? The short old man was furious. Little brat, go to hell. The short old man bounced his body and rolled out like a meatball. The earth trembled and the air swayed as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. His feet swayed and his body moved at high speed. Like a black lightning, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Even the attack of a harmonious spirit expert like the short old man couldn't touch him. Only now did the crowd realize that they had misjudged him. The master of this snow-white monkey was obviously a young man with terrifying strength. Fatty, can you do it? If you can't, don't embarrass yourself here. The tall old man shouted angrily. Skinny bamboo pole, what are you talking about? If you can do it, then do it. The short old man retorted. I order the 2 of you to capture him. The girl in red ground her silver teeth. Don't worry, Mississippi, the tall old man stomped his foot and the ground bulged. Dozens of yellow stone pillars shot out and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed increased and he kept flashing in the air. Except for a few harmonious spirit experts, the others couldn't see Lin Xian's trace. Little brat, what's the point of dodging? If you have the guts, then fight fair and square. The tall old man tried to catch him. All right. Lin Xian lowered his body and punched out with his fist covered with silver lightning marks. Thunder Tyrant Fist, Bright Demon Palm, the tall old man raised his palm and hit the silver fist. Rumble, the terrifying energy exploded and spread in all directions. The profounding river behind them was blasted into hundreds of meters high waves. When the energy dissipated, the tall old man took 5 to 6 steps back. Every step he took cracked the ground. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood still with a smile on his face. Hiss, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. This seemingly weak young man was actually able to suppress a harmonious spirit expert. The short old man and the tall old man looked at each other. They could see the seriousness and shock in each other's eyes. Let's work together. Both of them had the same idea. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, the law enforcement team of the Darkwind sect is here. The crowd dispersed and didn't dare to watch any longer. Lin Xian was also afraid of being recognized. His body turned into a ray of black light and ran away. The girl in red looked at Lin Xian's disappearing figure and stomped her foot angrily. The tall and short old men secretly heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, the 2 of them felt a sense of fear when facing Lin Xian. They couldn't believe this feeling, but it really existed. It was their body's instinct. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left the riverbank, heading in the direction of the Pilking Valley. Along the way, he sat on Little Gold and wholeheartedly learned alchemy from Lord Alcohol. 10 days later, Lin Xian arrived at the vicinity of the Pilking Valley. Looking at the stone tablet that marked the Pilking Valley, Lin Xian sighed. Half a year had passed and he was back here again. Half a year ago, he escaped under the cover of Old Man de Quebec. He didn't know what happened after that. Did Old Man DK resist the siege of everyone? After calming himself down, Lin Xian put away Little Gold and walked forward. Buzz, a light flashed and formed a light screen, blocking him outside. Lin Xian frowned. Did something happen in the Pilking Valley? Senior DK, he shouted loudly. Ripples appeared on the light screen, blocking the sound waves. This is the valley's defensive array. It looks like the valley has been sealed off, said Lord Alcohol slowly. Sealed off? Lin Xian was stunned. He had come all the way here and never expected such a situation. I hope Senior DK is fine. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Don't worry. Looking at the valley's surroundings, it doesn't look like a huge battle happened, said Lord Alcohol. Go to the surrounding cities to understand the situation. Perhaps you can find some clues. That's all I can do. Lin Xian's body flashed as he left the Pilking Valley. Crimson Lunar City, the closest city to the Pilking Valley. The Heavenly Mountain Country was indeed a big country. Even a random city here was bigger than the main city of Xia. The city walls were red in color, and were tens of meters higher than the Sword Lake Manor Sword Forge City. Gazing from afar, the city looked majestic and magnificent. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Xian walked in. The architecture of the city was different from that of Xia. The buildings were larger and grander. Not only that, the passers-by were all at the Spirit Sea realm. Even the stall owners were at the Body Refinement realm. This was something unimaginable in Xia. After ordering 2 delicious buns, Lin Xian ate as he walked. The snow-white monkey also jumped out when it smelled the delicious aroma. Lin Xian bought a stick of candied hass for it, and the little monkey happily ate it. Usually, tea houses and restaurants were popular places for cultivators to stay. News would often spread from there. Lin Xian walked into a very lively restaurant and blended into the crowd to gather information. Most of the cultivators were chatting about all sorts of things, and most of them were about the Pill King tournament. Medicine Emperor Courtyard, Pill Emperor Hall? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He was very familiar with these 2 names. Previously on the black ship, the red-robed girl was from the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. Hence, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. As for the relationship between the Pill Emperor Hall and the Pill King Valley, Lin Xian was very curious. This big brother, when I first came to Heavenly Mountain Country, I passed by a valley called Pill King Valley. May I know what relationship it has with the Pill Emperor Hall? One look and I can tell you're new here. These burly men were all very forthright. They pulled Lin Xian aside and explained. The Pill King Valley's Valley Lord is the Pill Emperor Hall's first Hall Lord. However, the first Hall Lord's temper isn't very good. He usually stays in the Pill Emperor Valley and doesn't come out. You shouldn't go in either. I heard that those who go in can't come out. Now, even if you want to go in, you can't. I heard that the Pill King Valley is closed, and no one knows when it will open again. I guess it must be because of the Pill King tournament. Pill King tournament? Lin Xian was curious. What kind of tournament was that? This is a grand occasion for the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Every 10 years, the Pill King competition is held to select the strongest alchemist. This is a supreme honor. The group of burly men looked very excited, as if they were the ones who got the title of Pill King. Little brother, you don't know, but just imagining this kind of scene makes me excited. I saw it once 10 years ago, and it was amazing. When will the Pill King tournament begin? Lin Xian asked. Very soon, about 2 months. During this time, you must stay here. When Lin Xian received the news, he contemplated in his heart. If DK was truly the Pill Emperor Hall's first Hall Lord, there was no way he would miss out on such an important event. In other words, Pill King Valley would open in at most 2 months. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt relieved. After all, DK had helped him once. If he couldn't cure DK's leg, he would definitely regret it. This would be very detrimental to his cultivation. Just as Lin Xian was distracted, the surrounding burly men talked about the Pill King tournament to the auction. After listening for a while, Lin Xian learned that there would be an auction 3 days later. Just in time to replenish my supplies. There's not much spirit wine left. Buy some spirit herbs and try your luck to see if you can find any treasures. Lord Alcohol said. All right. Lin Xian agreed. He left the restaurant and walked towards the spirit herbs shop. He was now very rich. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors couldn't compare to him. After buying some spirit herbs, Lin Xian handed them to Lord Alcohol for him to refine spirit wine. Of course, Lin Xian would also refine a portion of it. He had never neglected his inscription practice, alchemy, and other matters. Now, his level was not much worse than the 3 ordinary inscription masters. After leaving the spirit herbs shop, he walked towards the weapon shop. During the clan meeting, his autumn scar sword was broken. Now that his strength had increased, he wanted a higher grade sword. Moreover, he wanted to repair his black cloak and turn it into a true spirit rank artifact. However, this matter not only required precious materials, but also a blacksmith master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to repair his cloak. After visiting a few shops, Lin Xian didn't find anything. He could only place his hopes on the auction. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Crimson Lunar City, the news of the auction had already spread. It was said that this time, not only the warriors of Crimson Lunar City, but also the warriors of the nearby cities would come. In front of the auction, there was a hubbub of voices. It was very lively. Lin Xian walked in with a trace of hope. 2 days ago, he came to the auction once. He took out some of the profound rank weapons and martial arts that he didn't use to auction. Because there were many of them, he was given the status of a VIP. With the VIP token, he was given a small private room with the number 25. It could be said that he had escaped from the poor masses. However, compared to those large private rooms and luxurious ones, his room was still pathetically small. However, the private room had its own unique benefits. It could prevent others from looking in, and it was much safer. Sitting in a comfortable chair, Lin Xian waited for the auction to begin. The fan-shaped auction stage was dozens of meters wide. On top of it, there was a 1-meter-tall crystal table for placing items. Everyone, without further ado, the first item is a low-level spirit rank martial art, Wind and Cloud 18 Kicks. A beautiful lady said with a delicate voice. In her hand, there was a jade strip. This Wind and Cloud 18 Kicks was obtained from an ancient ruin. Its power is 3 times stronger than a normal mid-level spirit rank martial art. Moreover, martial arts are different from other martial arts. If one person buys it, it will benefit the whole family. I hope everyone will consider it carefully. The purple-robed beauty paused for a moment and then said, the auction will begin now. The starting price is 3,000 mid-level spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 mid-level spirit stones. Hearing the purple-robed beauty's voice, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He still remembered that the last time he participated in the auction, the items that were auctioned were only worth tens of thousands of low-level spirit stones. But now, in just 1 year, he was participating in an auction that required mid-level spirit stones. One should know that mid-level spirit stones were far more valuable than low-level spirit stones. Lin Xian had a few million low-level spirit stones, but he could only exchange them for 50,000 mid-level spirit stones. In addition to the 30,000 mid-level spirit stones he already had, he only had 80,000 mid-level spirit stones. The items that he auctioned were only worth 30,000 mid-level spirit stones. This amount of wealth might seem small, but it was far more than some harmonious spirit realm warriors. After the purple-robed beauty finished speaking, the entire auction house became lively. After all, Earth-level spirit rank martial arts were not cabbages. Moreover, it was something that was obtained from an ancient ruin. The price quickly soared to 5,000 mid-level spirit stones. 6,000 mid-level spirit stones. A voice came from the room next to Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He seemed to have heard this voice before. In the next moment, he remembered a person. 6,000 spirit stones. As soon as this voice came out, it immediately caused a commotion in the hall. Who is this, to suddenly raise the bid by 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? One had to know that before this, the price was increasing by the hundreds. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones, this price scared many people in the hall. They were all ordinary martial artists and did not have many spirit stones. Although the martial artists in the other rooms had plenty of spirit stones, they might not be interested in a low-level spirit-grade martial art. Just like this, the whole hall was silent for a moment. Lin Xian perceived that the voice came from the room next to him, and he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Soon, he remembered a person. Mu Rong, that disciple of the Mu clan who besieged Lin Xian and had one of his arms cut off. With one arm missing, his strength was definitely weakened, so Mu Rong went all out to buy a leg martial art. And this Wind and Cloud 18 kicks was the best choice. Shaking his head, Lin Xian did not participate in the bidding, but this matter reminded him that he had to change his voice when bidding, otherwise he would be recognized. The purple-robed beauty asked 3 times, and in the end, no one made a counterbid, so the winner was decided to be the owner of room 26. 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones had already exceeded the purple-robed beauty's expectations, so she had a big smile on her face. In the following auction, the purple-robed beauty put in even more effort, praising each artifact to the heavens. During this time, she also sold 3 items that Lin Xian had consigned for a total of 17,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The next item is a bit special, and for people who have a use for it, it might be a treasure. But for people who have no use for it, it might be worthless. The purple-robed beauty slightly raised the corner of her mouth, paused for a moment, and looked around with her beautiful eyes. What is so magical? Yes, great beauty goo, don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it. The martial artists in the hall were impatient. Even Lin Xian was a bit curious. Seeing that the martial artists below were impatient, the purple-robed beauty smiled and said, "The next item is a low-level spirit-grade artifact, a Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove from the ruins." After saying that, the purple-robed beauty took out a half-meter-tall red pill furnace from her storage ring and placed it on the crystal platform. A spirit-grade artifact. Everyone exclaimed. Even the cultivators in the private rooms were surprised. One could imagine just how precious a spirit-grade treasure was. However, the majority of martial artists only exclaimed in surprise, but did not have the intention of buying. After all, although the pill furnace was good, they had no use for it. The purple-robed beauty said in a clear voice, "In 2 months, the Pill King tournament will begin. If an alchemy grandmaster can obtain a spirit-grade artifact as a support, then they will definitely be able to shine in the tournament." The crowd exclaimed. This Guyu auction house really knew how to do business, auctioning such a top-quality furnace on the eve of the Pill King competition. The alchemists would go crazy. Sure enough, in some of the large private rooms on the 3rd floor, many alchemists' eyes were shining, as if they had seen a beautiful woman coming out of the bath. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. He stroked his chin and asked, "Alchemy requires a furnace?" In fact, he couldn't be blamed for his ignorance. The spirit wine he refined was also a type of liquid pill, but he had never used a pill furnace. The pill furnace has a combination of inscriptions that can be easily used. It is much faster than a single inscription, so many alchemists choose to use a pill furnace. To put it bluntly, it is a type of support tool. Lord Alcohol explained. A true alchemy grandmaster can use the heaven and earth as a furnace to refine pills. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It was just like him using a movement technique. Although his dragon rebel steps was extremely fast, with the black cloak support, his speed could still be increased by 30%, making him even faster. The purple-robed beauty stood on the auction stage and slowly said, "The Scarlet Dawn spiritual furnace starts at 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 5,000 higher. 210,000. 220,000. 250,000. At the beginning, the entire hall was filled with endless bids. Those voices carried a trace of trembling. The bidders were all alchemists. Such a pill furnace was a priceless treasure in their eyes. Furthermore, the Alchemy King tournament was approaching. If they could use a spirit-ranked artifact as support, it would definitely double the strength of an alchemist. Lin Xian was secretly speechless when he heard the bids that filled the sky. As expected of a spirit-ranked artifact, it instantly rose to 250,000, and the price is still rising. This phenomenon directly stimulated his desire to repair the black cloak. According to Lord Alcohol, his black cloak was only a half-finished product. It was a half-spirit-ranked artifact. Once it was repaired, it would very likely become a true spirit-ranked artifact. If that was the case, Lin Xian would have struck it rich. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about the black cloak, the situation outside changed again. 310,000. A cold voice came from the third floor. It directly increased the price by 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The warriors in the hall were somewhat dumbfounded. Which patron was so bold to increase the price by so many spirit stones at once? Many people looked in the direction of the voice and realized that it came from Private Room 10. Private Room 10, isn't that Miss Xianxia? Is the Medicine Emperor Hall going to make a move? Someone exclaimed. Many alchemists sighed and gave up when they heard that the Medicine Emperor Hall was going to make a move. They definitely couldn't compete with the Medicine Emperor Hall, and they didn't want to offend them either. The Medicine Emperor Hall was a super alchemy force in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It had close relations with many 3-star sections. Lin Xian was also familiar with the voice of the owner of Private Room 10. After a slight recollection, the figure of a red-clothed girl appeared in his mind. This girl was the one who wanted to snatch the snow-white monkey on the black ship. It seems like the Medicine Emperor Hall's reputation is really big. It actually scared off so many competitors. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. 330,000. 350,000. However, not every alchemist was scared off. Many of them didn't give face to the Medicine Emperor Hall and continued to increase the price. 410,000. Private Room 10 raised the price by 60,000 again without a trace of hesitation. The entire hall was silent again. Many people secretly swallowed their saliva. That was 60,000 spirit stones. It was equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary harmonious spirit realm expert. But it was shouted out like drinking water. It seems like Miss Xianxia is determined to get it. Many people secretly guessed. It was no wonder that the Medicine Emperor Hall would give up such a good deal. Things like pill furnaces could be bought and shared with others for many years. 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones was enough to stop many alchemists. They weren't as rich as the Medicine Emperor Hall. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, a lazy voice was suddenly heard from Private Room 13. 420,000. 420,000. This voice contained a hint of mockery, as though it was spoken casually. The crowd was in an uproar, their gazes all turned to Room 13 as they tried to guess who it was that dared to challenge the Medicine Emperor Hall. Very quickly, the crowd understood that the person in Room 13 was none other than young Master Wu from the Pill Emperor Hall. Pill Emperor Hall. As expected, only he can contend against the Medicine Emperor Hall. The crowd was enlightened. In the Skyhill Empire, there was only one power that could contend against the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only that, the relationship between the Pill Emperor Hall and Pill Emperor Hall wasn't harmonious. Hence, it was very normal for the Pill Emperor Hall to lower the price. In Room 10, Song Qianqian's countenance sank as she coldly snorted, 450,000. Wu Xiaoyu reclined on his rattan chair as a sharp light flashed in his eyes, 460,000, 500,000. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth. She had to obtain this cauldron no matter what. 510,000. Wu Xiaoyu only increased the price by 10,000 each time, but the expression on his face showed that this spirit-grade cauldron was equally important to the Pill Emperor Hall. The two of them continued to raise the price, and very quickly, the price reached 700,000. 1 million. All of a sudden, a majestic voice rang out from Room 3. The hearts of the crowd pounded madly, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even the purple-robed beauty on the auction stage had an expression of shock on her face. This price had already exceeded the value of a low-grade spirit-grade treasure. However, she recovered very quickly. In Room 10, Song Qianqian's face lit up with joy when she heard the voice, "Father, when did you come?" Beside her, the two old men laughed. With Master's help, this cauldron is ours. In room 13, Wu Xiaoyu straightened his back as a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Damn it, it's the Medicine Emperor Hall again. How much money do we have left? A gray-robed old man behind him asked in a low voice, Young Master, this has already exceeded our budget. Bastard. Wu Xiaoyu smashed the teacup on the table as he stood up in anger. Outside, the purple-robed beauty confirmed the ownership of the spirit-grade cauldron 3 times. This cauldron had also become the most expensive item in the auction. Lin Xian also shook his head unceasingly. It seemed that alchemists were richer than he had imagined. You want spirit stones? It's easy. Lord Alcohol curled his lips and said, I'll casually write a pill formula or take out a set of inscriptions to completely destroy this crappy cauldron. Crappy pill furnace? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Perhaps only Lord Alcohol would dare say such a thing. Hee, I'm not that poor. Lin Xian laughed. Besides, your item is too frightening. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'll be targeted by many. It's good that you know. Lord Alcohol snorted. The auction continued, and Lin Xian's items were all sold for a total of more than 33,000 spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, it was only about 30,000 spirit stones. His current wealth was 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, he still had a few high-grade profound class artifacts that he had yet to sell. The next item has a mysterious origin. The employer called it the cleansing veil. Its specific function is unknown. After our appraisal, we can preliminarily determine that it is a kind of refining material. Unknown function? Preliminarily? The martial artists in the hall whispered, clearly puzzled. The Guyu auction house is fair and rigorous. All the items they sell are appraised. Why is this item unknown? Someone asked. The purple-robed beauty was slightly embarrassed, but she still calmly explained, it's not that we don't want to explain, but that our Guyu auction house's elders are unable to appraise it. However, this item's material is special. It can't be broken by blades or burned by fire. Moreover, according to the employer, if someone can take out a 4th-grade pill, she's willing to exchange it unconditionally. 4th-grade pill? Unconditionally? The martial artists in the hall were in an uproar. Many of them sneered, she's crazy. She wants a 4th-grade pill for exchange? That's right. She wants to exchange something she doesn't even know for a 4th-grade pill. They couldn't be blamed for being angry. The value of a 4th-grade pill was far beyond their imagination. The value of a 4th-grade pill was even higher than a low-grade spirit class artifact. Alright, let's begin the auction. The purple-robed beauty took out a translucent veil and placed it on the crystal platform. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be at least 1,000. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one made a bid. Xiaoxuanzi, this is good stuff. Lord Alcohol was rarely excited. Good stuff? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If Lord Alcohol said it was good stuff, then it couldn't be wrong. Don't you want to repair your cloak? Just buy this material. I guarantee that it will become a spirit class artifact. Really? It's that magical? Lin Xian was delighted, but he didn't dare to show too much excitement. Many of the martial artists here were old foxes. If he paid too much attention to it, it might attract the attention of others. 11,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian made a bid. Eh? Someone actually bought it. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was worth more than a low-grade spirit class martial skill. No one made a bid. The purple-robed beauty's eyes flickered as if she wanted to say something. At this moment, a bid came from private room 10. 12,000 spirit stones. Miss Xianxia made a bid? Could it be something good? Many people's eyes flickered as they made a bid. 15,000, 16,000. Lin Xian frowned. He paid close attention to the situation and didn't speak casually. 20,000, Wu Xiaoyu said casually from private room 13. Young master, can you tell how extraordinary this item is? The gray-robed elder asked. No, but I won't let the Medicine Emperor Court get what they want so easily. The price kept rising, and soon it reached 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This price came from private room 13, and it was the highest price so far. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones shocked many martial artists. Even Xianxia didn't continue to bid. She just thought that the translucent veil looked good and wanted to buy it to make clothes. However, she couldn't accept the price. Although she was arrogant, she wasn't a fool. 50,000 spirit stones. Anyone else? The purple-robed beauty asked with a smile. She was already satisfied with the price. Wu Xiaoyu's expression eased a little. He was in a good mood after Song Qianqian stopped bidding. At least in his opinion, he won this round. As for what he bought, he didn't care. However, just as he was about to enjoy the feeling of victory, a voice came from below. 60,000 spirit stones. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect someone to bid at the last moment. This was a slap to Wu Xiaoyu's face. Private room 25. Who is this person? He's not giving face to young Master Wu? I don't know, but I know he's going to be in trouble. Someone gloated. Indeed, Wu Xiaoyu was very angry. He sat up straight and looked down with a sinister look in his eyes. Other than the Medicine Emperor court, no one dared to offend him. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face, and a slap to the Pill Emperor Hall's face. Wu Xiaoyu couldn't stand it. Young master, it's room 25. The gray-robed old man behind him said. You dare to compete with me? You're courting death. Wu Xiaoyu sneered. 80,000 spirit stones. 80,000? The crowd exclaimed. Raising the price by 20,000 in one go, he really didn't treat mid-grade spirit stones as money. Hearing the envious voices of the crowd, Wu Xiaoyu's mood improved. Lin Xian frowned. He could tell that the person who bid didn't want the material at all, but wanted to save face. However, this material was extremely important to him, so he wouldn't give face to anyone. 100,000. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The crowd fell silent for a moment. No one thought that this unknown material would be auctioned for 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10. Young master, there's another auction in Qingyang City in 5 days. We can't waste spirit stones recklessly. The gray-robed old man reminded. Wu Xiaoyu's face immediately darkened. His body trembled slightly as he stared at room 25 on the opposite second floor. The auction hall was circular and had a total of 3 floors. Lin Xian was on the east side of the second floor, while Wu Xiaoyu was on the west side of the third floor. The two were facing each other. However, the room's security measures were very good. Not only couldn't they see inside, but they couldn't use their soul force either. Number 25, I'll remember you. Wu Xiaoyu's tone was gloomy. After the auction, I'll let you know what regret is. Seeing that Wu Xiaoyu didn't bid again, the crowd was slightly stunned. They felt that it didn't match his title of Little Overlord. 100,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to number 25 for winning the cleansing flow gauze. The purple-robed beauty smiled. Lin Xian was relieved when he heard that, but he was still a little dissatisfied. I actually spent so many spirit stones. Damn it. Alcohol Lord was so angry that he laughed. Kid, you should be content. This thing is definitely worth more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. You've definitely gotten a great deal by buying it for 100,000. Hee, Lin Xian laughed dryly and rubbed his chin. Maybe I didn't even need to spend a single spirit stone. Didn't he want a level 4 medicinal pill? He probably needs it urgently. Maybe I should meet this employer. Lin Xian did not participate in the following auctions. However, there was a high-grade profound rank sword behind it that was incomparably sharp. Lin Xian didn't have many spirit stones, so he could only watch. 4 hours later, the auction ended. As the crowd began to disperse, Wu Xiaoyu led the gray-robed old man towards private room number 25. This action attracted the attention of many people. Many warriors cast sidelong glances. Some shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, looking at young Master Wu's angry face, I'm afraid the owner of number 25 is going to be unlucky. I told you, the little tyrant won't take this lying down. It has nothing to do with us. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out. He had to go backstage to settle the accounts. In the end, not long after, he was blocked by someone. "Brat, you've got guts. You dare to raise the price with me? Do you know who I am?" Wu Xiaoyu had an unfriendly expression on his face. When he saw how young and weak Lin Xian was, he didn't have any misgivings in his heart. The other warriors who passed by were also surprised. They didn't expect that the person who was competing with young Master Wu would be so delicate and weak. "Give me the items you bought from the auction and give me 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. If you do, I might consider letting you off." Wu Xiaoyu lifted his chin. "If not, I have plenty of ways to play you to death. This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you want to throw a tantrum, you found the wrong person." Lin Xian's countenance sank, and his tone wasn't polite at all. You're courting death." Wu Xiaoyu was enraged. No one had ever dared to talk back to him like this. "Get the hell out here, I'll kill you today." After speaking, he grabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to drag him out. "Humph." Lin Xian coldly snorted. His body emitted a silvery glow, akin to lightning in the dark night. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to go against young Master Wu. Could it be that he didn't care about the Pill Emperor Hall's revenge? "Both of you, please calm down." A silhouette quickly descended. "You can't fight here, please restrain yourselves." The person who intervened was actually the purple-robed beauty. At this moment, her body was filled with the aura of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. The silvery glow on Lin Xian's body flashed and quickly disappeared. He nodded and walked towards the backstage. Wu Xiaoyu's face was ferocious. He glared hatefully at Lin Xian. "I don't believe that you won't come out. As long as you come out, it will be the time of your death." After speaking, he brought the gray-robed elder with him, wanting to leave. The purple-robed beauty heaved a sigh of relief. If Wu Xiaoyu really went crazy and attacked, she wouldn't be able to handle it. He actually didn't put young Master Wu in his eyes. What's his background? The purple-robed beauty revealed a curious expression. "Young Master, the items you want are here. Please follow me." The purple-robed beauty caught up with Lin Xian. "Thank you very much." Lin Xian's expression was calm. He asked, "May I know where the employer who consigned the cleansing flow yarn is? I want to meet him." "Oh? Do you have a 4th grade pill?" The purple-robed beauty was surprised. "I don't have any pills, but I can try other methods." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't tell me you want to rob him? Do I look like a bad guy?" Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "Alright, I'll arrange it for you." The purple-robed beauty quickened her pace. Not long after, Lin Xian was brought to an elegant room. Inside, there was a thin figure waiting with her head lowered. She kept twisting her fingers, looking very uneasy. "You are the owner of the cleansing flow yarn?" Lin Xian asked. "You have a 4th grade pill?" The figure raised her head. It's you." Both of them were stunned at the same time. This thin figure was none other than Lin Xian's old friend from the Yun State's Black Heaven sect, Xianxia. This young girl had always looked delicate and weak. It seemed that she had not changed at all. "Big brother Lin, why are you here?" Xianxia asked softly. "Actually, I wanted to ask you the same thing." Lin Xian smiled. "Do you really need a 4th grade pill?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded heavily. "My grandfather needs it." "Can you tell me more about it?" Lin Xian asked. "My grandfather's movements have been getting more and more difficult. He once asked someone to take a look at him. That person said that a 4th grade pill can cure my grandfather's illness. I don't have a 4th grade pill. Can you let me see your grandfather?" "Maybe I have a way," Lin Xian said. "Alright, big brother Lin. Come with me." Xianxia led the way. The purple-robed woman waited outside the door. Lin Xian took out 100,000 spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, give it all to her. "There's no need, big brother Lin," Xianxia whispered. "Take it," Lin Xian said. "I can't take your things for free." Following that, the two of them walked out. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that Wu Xiaoyu was still waiting outside. This fellow is really persistent. Lin Xian's expression turned cold. Ignore him. Didn't you get the cleansing flow yarn? I'll teach you how to use it. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Not only can this thing repair your cloak, but it also has an invisibility function, Lord Alcohol said. If you use it together with your cloak, they won't be able to find you. It's that magical? Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that this cleansing flowing gauze was indeed a good thing. Lord Alcohol taught him how to use it briefly, and Lin Xian quickly grasped it. He told Xianxia the whole story and said, "Hold on to me tightly and don't make a sound." Xianxia nodded subconsciously. Then, she felt a pair of strong hands pull her into an embrace. Leaning against Lin Xian's side and feeling his aura, Xianxia blushed slightly. Ready, Lin Xian reminded her. Then, he covered himself with the cleansing flowing gauze and used the method taught by Lord Alcohol to activate it. An inexplicable force supported them, and the two of them seemed to disappear. Lin Xian hugged Xianxia and quickly walked outside. Because the cleansing flowing gauze was too small, the two of them had to lean against each other. Lin Xian's arm accidentally touched Xianxia's soft body. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed, but Lin Xian quickly covered her mouth. The gray-robed old man, who was standing beside Wu Xiaoyu, was puzzled. He used his harmonious spirit realm ability to sense the situation around him. In the end, nothing happened. What's wrong? Wu Xiaoyu asked. Nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination. The gray-robed old man shook his head. Young master, there's not much time left. Let's wait for another 2 hours. I don't believe that kid won't come out. Wu Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said. Under the cleansing flowing gauze, Xianxia was hugged by Lin Xian. Her mouth was covered by his hand, and from time to time, she would feel a strange sensation. Her small face turned as red as a ripe apple. Even the base of her ears and neck were pink. Lin Xian did not notice this. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. Seeing that the gray-robed old man did not make a move, he heaved a sigh of relief. He brought Xianxia far away before he removed the cleansing flowing gauze. Looking at the blushing Xianxia, Lin Xian finally realized the abnormality in his body. He removed his hand with a smile and rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. Xianxia lowered her head deeply, her small hands fiddling with the corners of her clothes uneasily. By the way, you still haven't told me why you're here. Lin Xian changed the topic. After that, the two of them chatted as they walked, and Xianxia gradually forgot about what had just happened. In fact, not long after Lin Xian left the Black Heaven sect, Xianxia left as well. She had followed her grandfather to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. Recently, her grandfather had suddenly become weak. She had no choice but to take out the things at home to exchange for pills. With this kind of top-grade material, could it be that your grandfather is a weapon refiner? Lin Xian asked. Yes. My grandfather is very powerful. Xianxia was a little excited, but when she thought of her sick grandfather, her eyes dimmed again. The two of them left the Crimson Crescent City and arrived at the foot of a mountain 30 li away from the city. There was a small bamboo house and a small courtyard. It was very quiet. Grandfather, I'm back. Xianxia ran over anxiously. Cough cough, you little girl, you're running around again. An old man with white hair walked out. He leaned on a walking stick made of bamboo, hunched his back, and coughed nonstop. Grandfather, it's windy outside. Let me help you in. Xianxia looked worried. Hello, old master. Lin Xian also walked forward. Old man Yin looked at Lin Xian, an imperceptible glint flashed across his eyes. This is, grandfather, he's my friend. Xianxia blushed slightly. Old master, my name is Lin Xian. I've known Xianxia since we were in the Black Heaven sect. The three of them walked into the bamboo house, and Lin Xian helped old master Yin sit down. Big brother Lin, can you treat my grandfather's illness? Since I've taken the cleansing flow yarn, I'll do my best. Lin Xian said solemnly. What? You took the cleansing flow yarn? Old master Yin was agitated. Grandfather, don't be angry. It's my fault. Xianxia didn't dare to hide the truth and told him everything. Sigh, you child. Old man Yin sighed. Don't do anything stupid in the future. No one can save me. Those quacks in the past were just fooling me. Don't believe their words. If I can see you learn all of my refining skills before I die, I'll be able to rest in peace. Grandfather, you'll be fine. Xianxia was so anxious that she was about to cry. Senior, don't be too pessimistic. Your illness can be treated, Lin Xian advised. Humph, don't try to brush me off. I know my body. Since Qingyi has given you the cleansing flow yarn, I won't take it back. Old Master Yin obviously couldn't do it. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. Your illness can really be treated. Actually, Lord Alcohol had been secretly observing from the beginning. However, the conclusion he came to shocked Lin Xian. It can be treated? Old man Yin didn't believe him. Then, do you know what illness I have? I do, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Oh? Old man Yin couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Xian's serious expression. Tell me about it. Actually, Senior isn't sick. You don't have much time left, Lin Xian said slowly. Old man Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Xian. Xianxia, who was beside him, opened her mouth wide in shock. However, Lin Xian acted as though he didn't see it. He continued speaking in a steady voice. I can feel that there's an aura of death in your body that's constantly destroying your body. Crack, old man Yin's body trembled as the bamboo pole in his hand broke. He stood up shakily, his eyes filled with shock. You can tell? Yes. Lin Xian said. Moreover, I have a way to save you. Really? Old man Yin grabbed Lin Xian's hand and coughed nonstop. Senior, don't be agitated. Lin Xian helped old man Yin sit down and chuckled. I can help Senior, but I have a condition. A condition? Old man Yin and Xianxia were stunned. Kid, don't tell me you want to marry my granddaughter? Old man Yin narrowed his eyes. Grandpa. Xianxia called out shyly. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Actually, it's something else. I heard from Qingyi that Senior is a blacksmith. I would like to ask for your help. Old man Yin looked at Lin Xian, his eyes glowing. A semi-finished spirit-grade treasure. Not bad, not bad. You can tell? Can you repair it? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It can be repaired. However, other than the washing quicksand, I need some other materials. No problem. I can get them, Lin Xian replied. If you have all the materials, it can be repaired in half a month. Old man Yin coughed twice. Senior, here are 2 drops of earth spirit liquid. Take them first. I will slowly explain the way to save you. Earth spirit liquid. Old man Yin was excited again. That's the life liquid. You actually have such a thing. He took the white jade bottle and drank a drop. Faint traces of black gas seeped out of his body and quickly evaporated in the air. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness when he saw the black aura. He felt uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, he thought of the black lotus that sealed the spirit meridian in his body. It seemed to have an aura similar to this black gas. Senior, may I know why you are infected with this death gas? Lin Xian asked. Sigh. Old man Yin sighed heavily. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about it at all. Lin Xian could only give up and talk about the cloak with him again. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed here temporarily. He passed the black cloak and the washing quicksand to Old Man Yin and went to look for other materials. During this time, he also sorted out the method to treat the death aura in Old Man Yin's body and finally came up with a reliable plan. Lin Xian handed the materials he sorted out to Old Man Yin. The latter was so emotional that he shed tears. After spending 10 days, Lin Xian finally gathered all the materials he needed. The next thing was for Old Man Yin to repair the black cloak. During this process, Lin Xian watched from the side. Old Man Yin didn't have any objections to this. After a few days of observation, Lin Xian felt respect for Old Man Yin. Not to mention other things, just this method of refining was an eye-opener for him. Old Man Een even repaired the inscriptions on the cloak. Half a month passed quickly, and the black cloak's repair was finally completed. Lin Xian stroked the black cloak happily and found that the dark red patterns on it were clearer. Hee hee, kid, with the washing quicksand, the cloak's quality is better than expected. Old Man Een laughed. It has the 3 secret techniques you mentioned, and it can be invisible for a longer time. The black cloak, which had become a spiritual artifact, had 3 secret techniques other than increasing speed. Blood sacrifice cloak. Burning the body's essence blood to activate the cloak and achieve high-speed movement. This secret technique had saved Lin Xian's life more than once. The remaining 2 were new secret techniques. Invisibility. Not only could it hide one's aura, but it could also hide one's body. No one below the spirit detecting realm or 4th grade inscription master would be able to detect it. However, there was a time limit of 20 breaths. With Lin Xian's speed, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. The 3rd secret technique, doppelganger. It could create 2 doppelgangers that were similar to the real body and could last for 30 breaths. Lin Xian happily put it on. With this cloak, his strength had become even stronger. He estimated that this cloak was one of the top treasures among low-grade spirit-grade treasures. After repairing the cape, Lin Xian still had other tasks to complete, so he planned to leave. That's good too. I also want to leave this place and recuperate somewhere else, Old Man Een said. If I don't die, I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. Big brother Lin, you have to be careful, Een Chingy said with a red face. You too. The next time we meet, I hope you'll become a powerful artificer. Lin Xian smiled. Waving goodbye, Lin Xian left the bamboo cabin. He had already been in the Heavenly Mountain Empire for a month. Seeing that the Pill King competition was getting closer, he decided to make another trip to the Pill King Valley. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and his black cloak fluttered behind him. His speed had reached the pinnacle. The surroundings of the Pill King Valley were silent, but there was no longer the barrier of light. Looks like the valley has been unsealed. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he walked inside. Not long after entering the valley, he attracted the attention of the martial artists in the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Pill King Valley? Since you're here, don't go back. 4 figures rushed over like lightning and surrounded Lin Xian. I'm here to look for Senior D. Quebec. Lin Xian explained his purpose of visit. You're looking for the Valley Master? The 4 of them looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Why are you looking for the Valley Master? What's your purpose? The 4 of them looked cautious. I can't tell you in detail. Just let me see Senior D. Quebec. Lin Xian shrugged. Cut the crap. Do you think it's so easy to see the Valley Master? What if you're a spy sent by the Medicine Emperor Court and want to harm the Valley Master? The 4 disciples were on high alert, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. What's the matter? Why are you so noisy? At this moment, a young man rushed over from afar. The young man wore a golden robe with green patterns, and there was a sense of arrogance between his brows. He stepped on the air, and it was obvious that he was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Young Master Wu is here. The 4 disciples said respectfully. It's you? The young man saw Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. This young man was none other than Wu Xiaoyu, the one who had a conflict with Lin Xian. Brat, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come here. Wu Xiaoyu sneered, let's see where you can run to this time. Young Master Wu, you know this brat? He trespassed into the valley and said that he wants to see the Valley Master. One of the disciples said quickly. See the Valley Master? Wu Xiaoyu's eyes flickered slightly. What's the matter? He didn't say. The 4 of them stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Brat, let me ask you. Who are you? Why are you looking for the Valley Master? Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. Were these people destined to be constables? I have to talk to Senior DK face to face. Lin Xian said slowly, if you delay my meeting with Senior DK, I'm afraid you will suffer. You? How dare you scare young Master Wu? The 4 disciples sneered, do you know young Master Wu's identity? No need to say more. Chop him into pieces and use him as fertilizer. Wu Xiaoyu's face was cold. You want to catch me? Don't regret it. Lin Xian's face showed a trace of anger. He was the one who cured Old Man de Quebec. Logically speaking, he was the great benefactor of the Pill King Valley. But now, he was being treated like a criminal. How could Lin Xian not be angry? I'll just tie you up. Wu Xiaoyu sneered. I want to see Grandpa Han. You four, tie him up. The four of them took out ropes and were about to tie him up. Lin Xian didn't resist and let them tie him up. He said in a low voice, it's easy to tie me up, but it's hard to untie me. Cut the crap and let's go. The four disciples snorted. Lin Xian sneered and followed behind calmly. He wanted to see what would happen when he saw Old Man de Quebec. Along the way, the disciples in the valley looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Many of them pointed and whispered. Who is this kid? He looks familiar. Who cares who he is? He offended young Master Wu. He's dead. I heard he trespassed into the valley. He can forget about leaving this place for the rest of his life. As the disciples talked, they didn't forget to greet Wu Xiaoyu respectfully. Grandpa Han, your grandson is here to see you. The young Wu Xiaoyu came to a pavilion and said respectfully. Haha, Xiaoyu is here. An old voice sounded. Then, an old man in a wheelchair slowly walked out. Your father sent you again. Before Old Man DK could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xian behind the crowd. Immediately, he straightened his body and stretched out his trembling hands. Grandpa Han, what's wrong? Wu Xiaoyu was confused. Following the old man's gaze, he saw Lin Xian calm and collected. Oh, this kid trespassed into the valley. I suspect he's a spy from the Medicine Emperor court. I plan to use him as fertilizer. Before Wu Xiaoyu could finish, Old Man DK called out excitedly, Young Master Lin, you're finally here. Young Master Lin? Wu Xiaoyu was stunned. He had a bad feeling. Not only was Wu Xiaoyu stunned, but the other disciples were as well. They had all sorts of guesses as to how Lin Xian would die, but they had never thought that it would be like this. Grandpa Han, are you seeing things? He's clearly a weak ant. Wu Xiaoyu hurriedly said. However, DK acted as if he hadn't heard anything and pushed his wheelchair forward. Young friend Lin, you're finally here. I've been worried sick these past few days. The old man's voice trembled. Why are you? DK was furious when he saw the rope around Lin Xian. What's going on? The four disciples beside him trembled and almost wet themselves. Even Wu Xiaoyu's eyelids were twitching. He had never seen DK so angry before. Haha, I haven't seen you in half a year and the way you welcome people has changed a lot. Lin Xian teased. When did ropes become popular? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. DK hurriedly explained. He still needed to rely on Lin Xian to heal his leg, moreover, the thousand spiders, thousand poisons grass that hadn't changed in decades had sprouted. This made him trust Lin Xian even more. Who did this? Get over here. DK was furious. Hua, the four disciples beside him fell to their knees and crawled to DK's side, crying and begging for mercy. Valley Master, we were wrong. We were really wrong. What's the use of telling me? Why aren't you kowtowing to our young friend Lin Xian? DK slapped the four disciples in front of Lin Xian. Young friend Lin, I'll leave these four to you. Young master, please spare our lives. The four disciples were so scared that their faces were pale. They kept kowtowing. We were blind and didn't know who you were. We deserve to die. Young master, please be magnanimous and let us go. Yes, just treat us like we're farts and let us go. Lin Xian smiled. I think it's easy to tie me up, but hard to let me go. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times already. What's the point of chopping them into fertilizer? I think you guys are pretty good, just treat them as fertilizer. Ah? No. The four of them trembled and fainted. Take them away and deal with them according to your valley rules, Lin Xian said in a low voice. DK waved his hand, and the disciples behind him immediately pulled the four unconscious people away. Everyone else looked at Lin Xian in horror, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Wu Xiaoyu's face darkened. It was his idea to use Lin Xian as fertilizer, and it was also his idea to tie up Lin Xian. However, he did not expect his opponent's counterattack to be so fierce that he was knocked unconscious. That, you. Come here and untie me. Lin Xian looked at Wu Xiaoyu. You, what did you say? Wu Xiaoyu's face darkened. Are you deaf? Lin Xian sneered, I remember that it was your idea to make me a fertilizer. What, do you want to accompany them? DK immediately understood. It seemed like there was a lot of hatred between the two of them. Forget it. Anyway, the third hall master is not a good person. He always wants to trick me into revealing his alchemy skills. This time, I'll just sacrifice his son. Xiaoyu, do as little friend Lin says. DK snorted coldly. Grandpa Han. Wu Xiaoyu panicked. He was the son of the third hall master of the Pill Emperor Hall. Now that he was asked to lower his head and apologize, he could not do it. Little brat, how dare you? DK's face darkened. A powerful aura gushed out, causing Wu Xiaoyu's body to tremble. I'll go, I'll go. Wu Xiaoyu was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and walked over. His eyes were about to spit fire. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he untied Lin Xian. That's it? Lin Xian sneered, you're too uneducated. Didn't your parents teach you to apologize if you did something wrong? Who? Wu Xiaoyu's chest heaved up and down violently. His eyes were red and he said in a low voice, I'm sorry. What's with that look? Don't tell me you want to take revenge? Lin Xian rubbed his ears. I'm going to kill you. Wu Xiaoyu went crazy. Boom, DK waved his hand and slapped him away. Go back, don't embarrass yourself here. Wu Xiaoyu crawled up from the ground and ran out of the valley like a wild beast. Lin Xian, I'll definitely kill you. And that cripple, if it wasn't for my father telling me to trick you into revealing your alchemy skills, would I even care about you? I'll definitely take revenge for this. Wu Xiaoyu roared in his heart. In the valley, Lin Xian did not take this matter to heart. This Wu Xiaoyu had caused trouble for him time and time again. If it wasn't for DK, he would have crippled this bully long ago. Is there any trouble? Lin Xian asked. He's just a brat, what trouble could there be? DK's eyes flashed. His father has been trying to steal my alchemy skills more than once. Does he really think I don't know? Alright, I don't want to interfere with your Pill Emperor Hall's matters. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm here to treat your leg. Little friend Lin, please come in. DK said. The two of them walked into the secret room. DK took out a box of ingredients and his face was filled with excitement. I've gathered all these ingredients. When would you like to start? Now. Lin Xian used his soul to scan the ingredients and found that they were all complete. He couldn't help but praise the Pill Emperor Hall's abilities. Ordinary spirit transformation realm cultivators might not be able to gather all these ingredients even in 10 years. But DK actually managed to gather all of them in half a year. If I hurry, I might be able to cure your leg before the Pill Emperor competition. Lin Xian estimated the time. Little friend Lin also knows about the Pill Emperor competition? DK laughed. I wonder if you're interested in participating? Lin Xian shook his head. He still had many things he needed to do. If a genius like you participates, your name will definitely spread throughout the Heavenly Mountain Empire. At that time, even the Mu clan and Black Wind sect won't dare to find trouble with you. You don't have to praise me. Lin Xian laughed. Besides, I won't be staying in the Heavenly Mountain Empire for long. DK sighed heavily. Actually, I have my own selfish motives. I think if you can represent the Pill Emperor Hall, our chances of winning will increase by a lot. You guys already call yourselves the Pill Emperor Hall. I'm sure you have many alchemy geniuses. I won't join in the fun. Old man DK sighed, little friend Lin, you don't know. Although there are a few good seedlings in the palace, the opponent is even stronger. Especially the Medicine Emperor Hall. It's said that someone in their younger generation broke through to the 3rd grade. 3rd grade? Lin Xian was also surprised. He was currently only at the peak of the 2nd grade. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the third grade. It seemed like the Heavenly Mountain Empire was indeed filled with geniuses. Lin Xian and DK chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian carried a box of ingredients and began to teach DK how to concoct the white flower marrow cleansing powder. DK sat up straight and was extremely serious. Although DK had the pill formula, he didn't know how to refine it or the amount of ingredients needed. This time, Lin Xian wanted to give him all these things. Little friend Lin, not only did you save my leg, you even gave me an ancient pill formula. I really don't know how to thank you. You saved me once, so I'm repaying you. Lin Xian smiled. No, this is two big gifts. The white flower marrow cleansing powder can not only cure my poison, it can also cure hundreds of other poisons. I'm aware of that. This is already comparable to the white dragon ascension pill. Lin Xian's hands trembled as he held the ingredients. His body trembled as he turned around abruptly, his eyes shining brightly. White dragon ascension pill. You've seen it before? Lin Xian asked excitedly. No, but the reward for this year's Pill King competition is this pill. It's said to be an ancient pill. DK said. The reward for the champion. Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. Little friend Lin, do you need this pill? DK asked. Very much. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. If little friend Lin can represent the Pill Emperor Hall in this competition and become the champion, I'll give this pill to you. Really? Lin Xian was moved. This is a 5th grade pill. Hee, it is indeed a 5th grade pill, but there's only one of it. Old man DK said, not only did you heal my leg, but you also gave me an ancient level 4 pill formula. What can't I give you? Even if you ask me to risk my life, I'll do it. DK said. Thank you, old man. This pill is indeed very important to me. Lin Xian was ecstatic. To fuse with the great dragon sword, he first needed to prepare 2 things. The first was a feminine item to protect his body, such as the white dragon ascension pill. The second was the chi of a true dragon. And now, the white dragon ascension pill was right in front of him. However, it won't be easy to become the champion. The Medicine Emperor courtyard is our greatest enemy. DK said. I wonder how the Pill King tournament will be held. Lin Xian asked. Alright, I'll explain it to you in detail. Old man DK put down the herbs and said in a deep voice, there are 3 aspects to this Pill King tournament. The first is the influence of medicinal pills. Within a month of the competition, the various pill factions will rely on the pills they have launched. Whichever pill faction obtains the most support, which faction occupies the largest market share, and so on will be counted in the influence. The second one is a competition for the younger generation. It's mainly about alchemy. The third one is a competition between the top alchemists of the various alchemy forces. After Lin Xian finished listening, he discovered that this Pill King tournament's assessment was very comprehensive, covering virtually every aspect. Only by winning in every aspect would one have the qualifications to become an alchemy king. For example, the Pill Emperor Hall had obtained the title of Pill Emperor many times in a row. However, in recent years, the Medicine Emperor Hall's development was extremely fast. Their strength had already surpassed the Pill Emperor Hall. Senior, how confident are you in winning? Lin Xian asked. I used to have a 40% chance, but if you join, my chances of winning will increase to 60%, old man DK said honestly. 60%. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This wasn't good news for him. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the competition to start and think of a solution according to the actual situation. Forget it, let's treat his injuries first. Lin Xian began to help old man DK with all his might. In the following days, Lin Xian treated his poison while learning alchemy from Lord Alcohol. Old man DK's legs gradually regained feeling. In the end, he could even walk upright. At this moment, old man DK cried. Although he was a spirit transformation realm expert and the Pill Emperor Hall's Lord Hall Master, he still cried the moment he stood up. How many years had it been? He thought that he would only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He didn't expect to be able to stand up one day. Little friend Lin, you are my benefactor. Don't say that. Lin Xian comforted him. After a long time, old man DK finally regained his composure. If the news of Senior's legs being healed spreads, it should raise the morale of the Pill Emperor Hall by a lot. Lin Xian smiled. It's not that simple. Old man DK sat back in his wheelchair. The Pill Emperor Hall isn't as good as it seems. I'm not in the Pill Emperor Hall most of the time. Although I'm the Lord Hall Master in name, the ones in charge of the Pill Emperor Hall are the other two Hall Masters. These 2 years, the third Hall Master has been very active. He often sent his son to visit me and even requested to take me in as a disciple. It seems like he's unwilling to be left out. Old man DK's gaze turned sharp. The Pill Emperor Hall was created by me. In the past, my legs weren't good, so I didn't have the mood to manage it. But now, it's different. This competition might be my chance to regain control of the Pill Emperor Hall. So, don't spread this news. You have the final say in your business. Lin Xian shrugged. But the competition will start in 2 days. I wonder what kind of pills the Pill Emperor Hall will take out this time. Right now, there were many pills on the market. But the ones that were in demand the most were still recovery type and healing type. After all, as a cultivator, these 2 types of pills were a must. If not, what would happen if you ran out of spiritual energy in the middle of a battle, and there were also healing type pills that could save your life at critical moments? Our Pill Emperor Hall can be said to be the leader of the Heavenly Mountain Empire in the field of healing type pills. Hence, this time around, healing type pills will be the main focus. Lin Xian nodded. Healing type pills were indeed in demand. Every time after a battle, he would also drink a few mouthfuls of spirit wine. Old man DK continued, other than this, because of me, there are also some unique pills in the field of detoxification pills. Healing type, detoxification type. Lin Xian understood. What about the Medicine Emperor Hall? He continued asking. Only by knowing the enemy and knowing oneself would one be able to win easily. The Medicine Emperor Hall occupied the majority of the market for recovery-type pills. Other than this, their pills that could increase one's attack power were also very popular. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. As expected, their recovery-type pills were monopolized by the Medicine Emperor Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with the Pill Emperor Hall. Little friend Lin, this is our healing-type pill, the blood coagulation pill. It can quickly stop bleeding. This is my improved version. Lin Xian took the pill and glanced at it. He used the method taught by Lord Alcohol to check it. He discovered that after DK's improvement, the effects of the pill had increased by a lot. Not bad. Lin Xian smiled. It should be a top-notch pill in the market. DK still wanted to say something, but suddenly, an urgent cry rang out from outside. Let's go out and take a look. DK returned to his wheelchair and pushed it outside. In front, in the main hall. A few disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall stood there anxiously, looking very flustered. Ah hi, why are you back? DK was somewhat surprised. Valley Master, bad news. The disciple called Ah hi said in a panic. There are rumors that the Medicine Emperor Hall has recently refined a healing-type pill. Its effects are better than ours. In the main hall, there were already several disciples waiting. Lin Xian pushed old man DK as he slowly walked over, his countenance calm. When the crowd saw old man DK, their flustered emotions calmed down by quite a bit. Ah hi, what's going on? Why are you back? Old man DK asked. Valley Lord, this is bad. The news is spreading like wildfire. Ah hi anxiously replied. The Medicine Emperor Hall has just concocted a new batch of healing pills. They say that the effects are even better than our blood-staunching and body-strengthening pills. What? Everyone was shocked. Isn't the Medicine Emperor Hall specialized in recovery pills? When did they start to concoct healing pills? Impossible, our Pill Emperor Hall's healing pills are the best in the market. The crowd discussed fervently. Although they didn't believe it, their expressions showed how nervous they were. Enough. Old man DK said in a low voice. Don't panic, the competition is approaching. This news might be spread by our enemies to disturb our emotions. Don't panic. Even if they really concocted a new batch of healing pills, we won't be afraid. Because we will soon have a new batch of healing pills. In terms of effects, it will be much better than the previous batch. Valley Lord is wise. Valley Lord is mighty. Hearing Old Man DK's words, the crowd finally relaxed. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The Medicine Emperor Hall was so aggressive. This wasn't a good omen. Little friend Lin, don't worry. I'm very confident in my newly concocted pills. Old Man DK said. Before this, when he was in seclusion, he had been researching this new batch of healing pills. In his opinion, no one would be able to surpass him in the field of healing pills. In the Wind Moon City, there was a majestic palace that occupied a vast area. This place was none other than the Medicine Emperor Hall. Dean, the news has already been released. Everyone is looking forward to it. A cultivator respectfully reported. But the Pill Emperor Hall doesn't really believe it. Humph, that bunch of trash. Do they really think their alchemy skills are unparalleled under the heavens? In the Great Hall, an imposing middle-aged man coldly laughed. This time, we'll let them know that there's no limit to how strong they are. Hee, this time, we'll definitely crush the Pill Emperor Hall. It's all thanks to Elder Blackheart's help. You're truly the benefactor of the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Seated below, a group of elders laughed. At the head of the table sat an old man in a black robe. He chuckled and said, I hope Dean Song doesn't forget our agreement. Don't worry, as long as we can get rid of the Pill Emperor Hall and become the champion of the Pill King competition, I will definitely do as you say. Song Yunqing laughed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Pill King competition. On this day, the Inscription Alliance issued an announcement, announcing the official start of the Pill King tournament. As this wasn't their first time participating in the competition, everyone was very clear about the rules. In the following month, all they had to do was to bring out their best pills and publicize them. Whoever could win the hearts of martial artists and seize the market would be the winner. There were a total of tens of powers participating in the Pill King competition, but the most eye-catching ones were the Pill Emperor Hall and the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. The two families were on par with each other in terms of strength. They were the top alchemy forces in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, and they had been fighting both openly and covertly for many years. Both sides had their own unique points. This time, whoever could bring out a new pill would be able to suppress the other party. Firstly, the Pill Emperor Hall released a new pill, the upgraded version of the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Its effects were increased by 20%. As soon as this pill was released, it instantly attracted the attention of many martial artists. Not only that, the pill was immediately sent to the Inscription Alliance for the elders to appraise, confirming that its effects were as good as described. Instantly, many martial artists scrambled to purchase the pill, and the entrance of the Pill Emperor Hall was almost broken. During the period of the competition, the pills were all sold at a 20% discount. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, and many people would buy many sets of it. After all, this pill was extremely useful, who knew when it would be useful? As soon as the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill was released, it overshadowed the other tens of powers and occupied almost 80% of the market for healing pills. For a period of time, everyone in the Pill Emperor Hall was extremely excited. The second and third hall masters were also grinning from ear to ear. Just as the Pill Emperor Hall was celebrating, and the other powers were shaking their heads and sighing, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard released a new pill. As one of the top powers in the Skyhill country, every action of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard would attract the attention of countless people. Especially on the eve of the competition, there was even news of them concocting a new healing pill. Other than that, they were also the leaders in the field of recovery pills. What kind of pill is the Medicine Emperor Courtyard releasing? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Very quickly, the new pill was released, and contrary to everyone's expectations, it was really a healing pill. I believe everyone should know that the effects of our Medicine Emperor Courtyard's recovery pill, the Spirit Restoring Pill, far surpasses other similar pills. After many years of research, we recently made a breakthrough in the field of recovery pills, and concocted a new pill, the Snow Lotus Clear Pill. The effect of this pill is 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill, Dean Xianxia announced. His voice was like thunder, echoing far and wide. The entire Wind Moon City could hear it. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. This was simply shocking. One had to know that the new blood coagulation and body strengthening pill only increased the effect by 20%. The effect of this Snow Lotus Clear pill was one level higher than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. When this news spread out, the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was in an uproar. How many years had it been? The Pill Emperor Hall had always been the leader in the field of recovery pills. Now, there was finally a new pill that surpassed the Pill Emperor Halls. And the owner of this new pill was actually the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. If this news was true, it meant that the Medicine Emperor Court had not only dominated the recovery pill market, but even the healing pill market had become theirs. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Pill Emperor Hall. Is the sky going to change? Many people felt a sense of oppression, like the night before a storm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. They were the kings of recovery pills, but even they couldn't concoct such an effective pill. How could the Medicine Emperor Courtyard concoct such a pill? Although they thought so, others didn't think so. Many cultivators ran over to the Medicine Emperor Courtyard to test it out. It must be fake. When the time comes, I will sue them for false information and disqualify them from the competition. The third hall master Wu Xiong roared. Don't be impatient. When the inscription union finishes the appraisal, the rumors will be dispelled. The second hall master said in a low voice. The second hall master of the Pill Emperor Hall was an old woman with golden flowers in her hair. She was also known as the Golden Flower Granny. She called out to her disciples, telling them to calm down and wait for the appraisal results. However, the reality was even crueler. Half a day later, the inscription union announced the results. The effect of the Snow Lotus Clear pill was exactly the same as what the Medicine Emperor Courtyard had described. Not only that, the inscription union also gave an evaluation, saying that this was currently the best recovery pill in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was in an uproar. Countless cultivators rushed to the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. As for the Pill Emperor Hall, they fell into a dead silence. The news of the inscription union's appraisal was like a bucket of cold water, drenching everyone in the Pill Emperor Hall. Many disciples' faces turned ugly as they sat on the ground. Impossible, this can't be true. Wu Xiaoyu's face was filled with disbelief. Father, quickly tell everyone that this isn't true. Enough. All of you shut up. Third Hall Master Wu Xiong shouted coldly, do what you need to do. Those who sell medicine, continue to sell medicine. The rest of you, go outside and gather information. Go buy some pills from the Medicine Emperor Hall. I'll think of something with the second Hall Master. After speaking, he and Grandmother Yuehua walked to the back of the hall. Damn it, how could this be? How could they refine it? The third Hall Master's face was gloomy. Did they ask for help? The second Hall Master guessed, no matter what, we have to stabilize the situation. We can't let the Medicine Emperor Hall continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, we'll lose the first round. Then what should we do? The third Hall Master was irritated. Without a good pill, everything will be in vain. Forget it, let's go find old Monster Han. The second Hall Master said. That's the only way. The third Hall Master said, I'll send someone to deliver the news. Soon, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall rushed towards the Pill Emperor Valley. In fact, Lin Xian and Old Man DK had already received the news without waiting for the disciples to arrive. After all, this was related to the White Dragon Ascension pill. Lin Xian couldn't ignore it. However, this result didn't make him happy at all. Old Man DK's face was also gloomy. His body emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding disciples to not dare to approach. He had absolute confidence in his new pill. In his opinion, this pill would definitely expand the market again. But he didn't expect the Medicine Emperor Hall to take out an even better pill. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Old Man DK said in a low voice. If it's a recovery-type pill, I'll believe it. But it's definitely not a healing-type pill. Old man DK roared, they must have found help. Help? Lin Xian's expression was strange, can't they find help in this competition? I didn't say that, but there's no one in the Tianshan kingdom who can surpass me in terms of healing pills. Even the nearby kingdoms don't have anyone. That bastard Song Yunqing, where did he find such an expert? Actually, it's not like there's no way, Lin Xian said slowly. These words attracted the attention of the crowd, and many disciples looked at Lin Xian in confusion. DK seemed to have thought of something as he stared at him with a hopeful expression. Cough, cough. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end from being stared at like that. Letting out a dry cough, he spoke, I learned a few pills from my master, some of which have a much better effect than the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill. Really? DK's eyes lit up. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything else. All of you are dismissed. Old man DK sent everyone away. Senior, a few days ago, I heard from you that most of the authority of the Pill Emperor Hall is in the hands of the other two hall masters. Is this true? DK froze for a moment before an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. That's true. I've been looking for a way to heal my leg, so I didn't have much time to pay attention to the Pill Emperor Hall. Actually, there are also spies of the third hall master in the Pill Emperor Valley. As for the matter of the White Dragon Ascension pill, even if you agree, I'm afraid they won't let it go so easily, Lin Xian said in a low voice. DK fell into deep thought, you mean, we can make use of this opportunity to let you regain control of the Pill Emperor Hall and regain your authority. Furthermore, we can also make the other two hall masters agree to the White Dragon Ascension pill. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Okay, let's do that. DK said in a low voice. Senior, don't worry. After I get the White Dragon Ascension pill, I'll give you the pill formulas in my hands. This way, you won't have to worry in the future. Really? DK laughed, then I'll have to thank little friend Lin. Valley Lord, someone from the Pill Emperor Hall is here. The voice of a disciple drifted in from outside. DK and Lin Xian exchanged glances before saying in a low voice, let him in. Very quickly, a disciple walked in. We pay our respects to the Grand Hall Master. Get up, we've heard about what happened outside. You can return first, this old man will think of a solution. Yes. That disciple could only leave helplessly. How about this, I'll make a trip to the Inscription Union first to see if the Medicine Emperor Hall is up to any tricks. Take my token and go to the Pill Emperor Hall first. DK handed over a violet token. Sure. Lin Xian received it and kept it in his robes. After that, the two of them split up. Lin Xian quickly arrived at Windmoon City. He wanted to understand the effects of the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill first. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. Cultivators came and went with expressions of excitement. However, the scene was somewhat strange. The Pill Emperor Hall side was deserted, while the Medicine Emperor Courtyard side was filled with a boiling cauldron of voices. Lin Xian squeezed through the crowd and spent a lot of effort to buy a few bottles of pills. Other than the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill, he also bought the specialty pills of the Medicine Emperor Hall. There were recovery pills and tiger strength pills that increased attack power. After checking the effects of these pills, Lin Xian revealed a thoughtful expression. The effect of the Snow Lotus Clear Jade pill was indeed better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Moreover, the other two pills also had their own unique characteristics. For example, the Spirit Recovery pill could restore about 30% of one's spiritual energy. However, one couldn't eat too much of this kind of thing. If one ate too much, their spiritual energy would become impure and their attack power would decrease. However, this was already the best recovery pill on the market. There was also the Tiger Strength pill. It could increase one's attack power, temporarily strengthen one's muscles and bones, and increase one's combat power. However, there were also huge side effects. However, it was also a good choice to use it to save one's life. These were all top-grade pills in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they were all trash. He had a mysterious expert like Lord Alcohol. Even if it was ordinary herbs, Lord Alcohol could refine top-grade spirit wine, completely defeating these pills. If we're going to play, let's play big this time. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Since he was participating in the competition, the Medicine Emperor Hall was his biggest enemy. He wouldn't be lenient. Otherwise, the White Dragon Ascension pill wouldn't be his. He asked for a few pill recipes from Lord Alcohol and prepared to show off his skills. Although Lord Alcohol threw these pill recipes over like trash, they were enough to deal with the Medicine Emperor Hall. Among these pill formulas, there were recovery type, healing type, beautiful type, etc. Lin Xian kept them properly as he walked towards the Pill Emperor Hall with a smile on his face. Compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall was frighteningly quiet. The entrance was cold and cheerless, not even a shadow could be seen. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall sat there with bitter expressions. When they saw Lin Xian, they didn't have any intention of asking. Lin Xian frowned and walked in with large strides. "Where's everyone? Not selling anymore?" "We're selling, what do you want?" a disciple weakly asked. He didn't even want to move. The impact of the Snow Lotus Clear pill was too great. It was as if these people had lost their souls. Lin Xian revealed a smile. The more despair these people felt, the more dependent they would be on him. However, this smile was different in the eyes of the other disciples. "Brat, what are you smiling at? Are you mocking our Pill Emperor Hall?" A few disciples stood up in anger. The Pill Emperor Hall was at its lowest point, and these disciples had lost their minds from the blow. When they saw Lin Xian's smile, they naturally thought that he was mocking them. "Our Pill Emperor Hall is not a place that anyone can bully. If you want to mock us, you should first consider your own capabilities." The surrounding disciples shouted angrily. Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose. These disciples were really made of glass, they couldn't even withstand such a small setback? "Aren't you all too sensitive? Or are you all really failures?" Lin Xian smiled. "Which eye of yours saw that I was mocking you all? The dignified Pill Emperor Hall can't even withstand such a small setback?" Lin Xian coldly shouted. Everyone's body trembled, awakening from their failure. They looked at Lin Xian blankly. "Yeah, what's wrong with us? This won't do, we have to be alert." A few of them stepped forward, trying their best to calm down. "What kind of pill do you want? Blood coagulation pill or antidote pill?" Lin Xian blinked his eyes and slowly said, "I don't want to buy pills." "What? You don't want to buy pills?" The group of disciples raged. "If you don't want to buy, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at us? Get lost, we don't welcome you here." Lin Xian's eyes darkened. "I want to see your palace lord, quickly go and inform him." "You want to see our palace lord? You think you can do that?" The crowd sneered, looking at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. "Do you know who our palace lord is? He's a peak existence in Sky Mountain Empire. Normally, even some harmonious spirit realm cultivators can't meet him. Who do you think you are? Get lost quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite." "Yes, the third palace lord specifically said that we won't show any mercy to those who come to cause trouble." "I have something to do with your palace lord, it's regarding the Pill King competition. And it was your first palace lord who invited me here," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "You really are arrogant. First palace lord invited you here? You want to see our third palace lord? Dream on." The group of disciples' faces were ferocious, some even took out their weapons. From their tone, Lin Xian could tell that these people were the third palace master's subordinates. It seems that the third hall master is indeed not a good person. Even his subordinates are so arrogant and despotic. Lin Xian sneered. He was not here to be bullied. "What the hell? Don't you want to live anymore?" A furious roar rang out. "Young Master Wu is here." The group of people were overjoyed. "Young Master Wu, this brat is causing trouble. He even said that he wants to see the palace master. Should we kick him out?" It was Wu Xiaoyu who walked out of the hall. When he saw Lin Xian, his body stiffened and his face sank. "Damn it, it's you again. Let's see who's going to save you in this young master's territory." Wu Xiaoyu gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The humiliation he suffered in Pill King Valley was a great humiliation to him, so he was in a bad mood these days. Now, the main culprit has come knocking on his door. He can finally take revenge. Men, this brat is deliberately causing trouble. Take him down. Wu Xiaoyu almost roared. Yes. A group of people rushed over with bloodshot eyes. They were suppressed by the Medicine Emperor Hall to the point they couldn't breathe. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts and needed to vent their frustrations. Thus, Lin Xian had become their outlet to vent their anger. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He spared this brat previously, but he didn't seem to regret it at all. Seems like the Pill Emperor Hall really needed to change hands. If not, who knew how many people would be bullied by them? A bunch of dogs, open your eyes and see what this is. Lin Xian took out a violet token and placed it in front of him. Bzzz, the air trembled as countless gusts of wind gushed forth from Lin Xian's body. The gusts of wind were like swords and sabers, blowing on the bodies of the people around him. The Palace Master's token. It was unknown who shouted. Instantly, everyone froze as their faces were filled with fear and unease. It's really the Palace Master's token. Could it be that what he said was true? I don't need to explain what the Palace Master's token represents, right? Lin Xian coldly laughed. In the Pill Emperor Hall, seeing the Palace Master's token was equivalent to seeing the Palace Master himself. How could these disciples not know this? We pay our respects to the first Palace Master. The group of disciples trembled. You dare to not pay your respects? Lin Xian held the Palace Master's token and walked in front of Wu Xiaoyu. Wu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before he was filled with rage. Again, he lost to Lin Xian. No, I can't accept this. He's just an ant, how can I bow to him? Wu Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. How do I know if this is true or not? He gritted his teeth. You still don't want to give up? Lin Xian channeled his spiritual energy into the token, forming a gigantic pill character that resembled a mountain in the air. I'm the son of the third Palace Master, there's no need for me to bow to him. Wu Xiaoyu quibbled again. Seems like you have forgotten the rules of the Pill Emperor Hall. Don't worry, I can remind you. Lin Xian slowly said. This is the first Palace Master's token. Let's not talk about you, even if your father was here, he would still have to bow to him. So what if you have the token? Wu Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore. To tell you the truth, my father is the one who has the final say in the Pill Emperor Hall. Let's not talk about this token, even if that old bastard were here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As for you, go to hell. Wu Xiaoyu unleashed his harmonious spirit realm aura and waved his terrifying palm, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by the aura of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Secondly, they were afraid that Lin Xian would really be killed. If that happened, the first Palace Master would definitely be furious. Kneel. Lin Xian also slammed his palm down. Silver lightning surged, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. Rumble, with a muffled sound, Wu Xiaoyu's palm dissipated. His body trembled violently as if he was struck by lightning. Crack, the huge force made him kneel on the ground, creating a deep pit. With just one strike, Wu Xiaoyu was forced to kneel on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded, standing there like statues. That was the son of the third Palace Master, the famous little overlord of Sky Mountain Country. Moreover, he was a genuine harmonious spirit realm expert. Normally, Wu Xiaoyu could run amok everywhere. Even the nobles and aristocratic families didn't dare to offend this little overlord, but today, he was actually kneeling in front of a young man. These disciples were scared silly, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Wu Xiaoyu kneeled on the ground, his head was also in a daze. He had already noticed that Lin Xian's cultivation was low, so he wanted to use his harmonious spirit realm cultivation to humiliate Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that he would be the one being humiliated. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Wu Xiaoyu roared towards the sky. As soon as his voice was heard, countless cultivators rushed out from the Dan Emperor Hall, holding shiny weapons in their hands. At the same time, a figure flew over from the sky, carrying a powerful aura that seemed to be able to crush everything. Who dares to hurt my son? This voice formed a tsunami in the air, fusing with the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a terrifying wave that rushed towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian lifted Wu Xiaoyu up and placed him in front of his body. At the same time, his body emitted a silver light. Hua! The waves that filled the sky retreated, as if they were afraid of hurting Wu Xiaoyu. Brat, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Dan Emperor Hall? The third palace master coldly shouted. The elite cultivators behind him rushed over. The second palace master also walked over with his walking stick. Do you really think that the Dan Emperor Hall is easy to bully? I'm here to save you. Lin Xian sneered and threw Wu Xiaoyu out. Plop! Wu Xiaoyu landed on the ground and jumped up like a spring. He roared madly, Father, kill him, kill him. Are you injured? Come, take a blood coagulation pill. The third palace master was worried. Seeing that Wu Xiaoyu was fine, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. However, when he saw the token in Lin Xian's hand, he immediately retracted his murderous gaze. Palace Lord's token. The third palace master cried out involuntarily. The second palace master was also surprised. She carefully examined the token and found that it was indeed a palace lord's token. You were sent by the first palace lord? She asked doubtfully. Wrong, I wasn't sent by him, it was the first palace lord who invited me. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He invited you? Everyone was stunned. Was this guy crazy? Why did he invite you? The third palace master asked. He was still afraid of the first palace lord. Naturally, I'm here to save you. Lin Xian said in a low voice. The Pill Emperor Hall is suppressed to the point that we can't even raise our heads. Don't you want to resist? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples trembled. Even the two palace masters fell silent. Of course they wanted to, but they didn't have a solution. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet, what solution can he have? Wu Xiaoyu yelled madly. Shut up. Although the third palace master loved his son, the competition was more important to him. You really have a solution? He asked. Of course, why else would I be here? Lin Xian laughed. Lin Xian's calmness didn't seem to be an act at all. Young master, please come in. My son is still young, please forgive him. The third palace master was indeed a character. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. At this moment, it was as if he had forgotten what happened just now. The second palace master also laughed. Since he was invited by the first palace lord, he is naturally an honored guest of the Pill Emperor Hall. Men, quickly prepare the best spirit tea. A group of people carefully escorted Lin Xian into the Pill Emperor Hall, as though Lin Xian was the Pill Emperor himself. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? He's so young. What kind of expert could he be? Shoo, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he just likes to keep a low profile. A group of disciples whispered, their faces filled with lingering fear. It had to be said that the palace master token was very useful. The two palace masters' attitudes towards Lin Xian had also changed. Seems like the reputation of the first palace lord was still there. Not only that, they had been suppressed by the Medicine Emperor Hall for far too long. They didn't want to miss out on any opportunity. Lin Xian was invited to a large hall. Aside from the two hall masters, there were also a few other elders, all of whom were alchemy grandmasters. Everyone gathered to see if Lin Xian had any ideas. Lin Gongzi, do you really have a way to contend against the Medicine Emperor courtyard? The group of elders asked. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but Lin Xian was too young. If it was an old man, maybe they would be more convinced. I know everyone doesn't believe me because I'm young. But this time, I'm here on the orders of my master to help the Pill Emperor Hall. So, you don't have to worry about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask the first palace lord later. Master? So that's the case. I don't think this brat is an alchemy grandmaster. The group of elders suddenly understood. Even the two palace masters started to believe him. Lin Xian smiled. However, this time I'm not helping you for free. It's a deal. A deal? Everyone was stunned, but they soon understood. Indeed, there was no free lunch in this world. I wonder what reward Lin Gongzi's master wants? The third hall master asked. As for the reward, we've already discussed it when the first palace lord asked for my master's help. Lin Xian slowly said. I don't need any treasured weapons or spirit stones. I only need a white dragon ascension pill. What? White dragon ascension pill? Everyone exclaimed. Lin Gongzi's master is really arrogant. Yeah, that's a 5th grade pill. And it's an ancient pill. The group of elders were unwilling, and even the 2 hall masters were frowning. A 5th grade pill has never appeared in the Heavenly Mountain Empire before. This is the first time. To us, it's extremely precious. The second hall master said. Why don't we exchange it for something else? How many spirit stones do you want? We can satisfy you. Yes, just say the word. The third hall master said. Hee hee. Lin Xian laughed. He wasn't worried at all. Although the white dragon ascension pill is precious, without my master's help, do you think you can obtain it? Everyone fell silent. In the current situation, they had no chance of winning. At that time, not only will we not be able to obtain the pill, the reputation of the Pill Emperor Hall will also be damaged. Lin Xian laughed. I heard that the champion of the Pill King competition has always been the Pill Emperor Hall. And that's how the name of the Pill Emperor Hall came about. If we lose the competition, I'm afraid we won't be able to use the words Pill Emperor Hall in the future. This? Everyone couldn't sit still. What Lin Xian said was the truth. If they lost the competition, they wouldn't have the face to call themselves the Pill Emperor anymore. I want the pill, and you all want the reputation. If we each take what we need, wouldn't that be a happy ending? I agree with Lin Gongzi, and I also believe in the first hall master. An elder spoke. The one who spoke was Elder Jean. He used to be part of the first hall master's faction. Old Jean, I'm afraid you don't have the right to speak here. Another elder coldly laughed. Everything still needs to be decided by the 2 hall masters. Yeah, and I also don't agree to exchange the white dragon ascension pill. Another elderly spoke. Currently, we are only listening to Lin Gongzi's narration. As for the strength of his master, we have no idea at all. It's not good to be so careless. Yeah, since he has the strength, why don't we talk about it after he concocts the pill? If he can defeat the Medicine Emperor Hall, it wouldn't be too late to talk about the conditions then. Other than Elder Jean, the others were all subordinates of the third hall master. At this moment, they actually had the idea of gaining something without risking anything. The third hall master nodded his head in agreement. I agree with the elders. Lin Gongzi, why don't you concoct the pill first? After you successfully defeat the Medicine Emperor Hall, we can talk about the conditions then. After all, a 5th grade pill is extremely precious, we can't be careless. But don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer a loss. Lin Xian laughed, seems like you all don't have any sincerity. Honestly speaking, with my master's strength, it's not necessary for him to choose your Pill Emperor Hall. If it wasn't for your first hall master begging me, I wouldn't have come here. Since you all aren't willing, I will find someone else. There are many people participating in the Pill Emperor competition. Be it the Wang clan or the Du clan. When the time comes and someone else obtains the title of Pill Emperor, don't cry. Lin Xian flicked his sleeves, preparing to leave. Seeing Lin Xian leaving, these people started to panic. However, they were truly unwilling to give up on the white dragon ascension pill. Just like this, they could only watch as Lin Xian walked further and further away. At this moment, a black silhouette descended from the skies, shouting loudly, "Little friend Lin, please wait." Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, a figure descended from the skies, blocking Lin Xian's path. "Little friend Lin, let's talk things over. Grand Hall Lord, the Grand Hall Lord is here." Seeing the figure in black, the crowd stood up in shock. One must know that the Grand Hall Lord was usually in the Pill King Valley and hadn't come to the Pill Emperor Hall for many years. Now that he appeared, it naturally caused a commotion. Elder Jean was so agitated that his body trembled as tears flowed down his cheeks. He belonged to the Grand Hall Lord's faction and had followed him in the past. But in recent years, the Grand Hall Lord didn't care about matters and the Pill Emperor Hall was controlled by the Third Hall Lord. Now that he saw the Grand Hall Lord, he was exceptionally happy. Little friend Lin, follow me. The Grand Hall Lord's acting was on point. He laughed as he pulled Lin Xian's hand and pushed the wheelchair into the Grand Hall. Grand Hall Lord, why are you here? Some of the elders had an unnatural expression on their faces. Humph, if this old man didn't come, the Pill Emperor Hall's face would have been thrown away by you all. The Grand Hall Lord's expression sank. When he was angry, he naturally emitted the aura of a spirit transformation realm expert, causing the entire Grand Hall to turn silent. Grand Hall Lord, don't be anxious. This matter is too sudden. The Second Hall Lord said. No one knew that the Medicine Emperor Hall had such methods. I think they must have invited helpers. Yes, they have helpers. Many elders agreed. Humph. Old DK's gaze swept over, like a heavenly blade, incomparably cold. So what if they have helpers? This competition didn't say that we can't invite helpers. It's their ability to invite a supreme alchemist. If you have the ability, invite him too. The group of people didn't say anything, all of them lowered their heads and feigned ignorance. Old DK was so angry. Seems like the Pill Emperor Hall had been tormented by the Third Hall Lord all these years. It's fine if you all don't have the ability. But you all even dared to chase away the person I invited. Are your guts getting bigger and bigger? Old DK coldly asked. Grand Hall Lord, this brat is going too far, asking for the White Dragon Ascension pill the moment he opened his mouth. Isn't he robbing us? Elderly said. That's right. We don't know his true identity, so we don't dare to agree rashly, the Third Palace Master said slowly. So, you don't even believe me? Old Man DK was enraged. I'm not here to discuss this matter with you. I'm here to inform you that since little friend Lin has helped the Pill Emperor Hall obtain the championship, the White Dragon Ascension pill will belong to him. No, First Palace Master, please reconsider. The Second Palace Master also advised. I'll tell you the truth. Not only did little friend Lin's master send him to help us, he even gave me an ancient grade 4 pill formula. So, there's no room for negotiation. What? Ancient grade 4 pill formula? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were burning with passion. This was too tempting. One had to know that although the White Dragon Ascension pill was precious, there was only one, however, the ancient 4th grade pill recipes were different. As long as one could master them, they would be able to create endless wealth. The Third Palace Master was anxious. His face could not be any darker. No matter how good the ancient grade 4 pill recipe was, it had nothing to do with him. That pill recipe was in the hands of Old Man DK, and he wouldn't even get a single strand of it. Who else has an opinion on this matter? Old Man DK asked coldly. The Third Palace Master wanted to say something, but was stopped by the Second Palace Master's gaze. Then this matter is settled. Little friend Lin will be in charge of the first round of the Pill King competition. We can't lose this round. Otherwise, the Pill Emperor Hall will collapse. Old Man DK's roar shocked everyone. Lin Xian calmed down and began to prepare to concoct the pill. However, he alone was not enough to concoct the pill. Even if Old Man DK was included, it still wouldn't be enough. After all, the consumption of healing pills was too large. It wasn't something that could be solved by 1 or 2 people. Fortunately, Old Man DK was prepared for this. He brought along his trusted disciples from the Pill King Valley and Elder Jean to form a temporary team. These were all people that he trusted. Lin Xian divided the concoction into several parts and assigned them to different tasks. This way, not only would it increase the efficiency, it would also ensure that the pill formula and concoction method would not be exposed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The situation in the Heavenly Mountain Empire was one-sided. Other than the Medicine Emperor Hall, the other participating powers were all suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Moreover, what surprised everyone was that the Pill Emperor Hall didn't make any moves. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? Everyone was shocked. One must know that before this, the champion of the Pill King competition had always been the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only were the outsiders guessing, even the elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were panicking. The two palace masters were also waiting outside the alchemy room with gloomy expressions. Liar, that brat must be a liar. Elder Li's face was malevolent. It's already been 10 days and there's no movement at all. If this continues, we'll definitely lose. That's right. Third palace master, you guys should make a decision. Father, I already said that brat is unreliable. Why don't we take this opportunity to chase him out? Wu Xiaoyu said viciously. Just as the third palace master was about to speak, the stone door of the alchemy room opened. Ka ka ka, the ground trembled slightly as the stone door slowly opened. A medicinal fragrance drifted out. It smells so good. What kind of pill is this? Many elders' eyes lit up. Even the two palace masters were puzzled as they exchanged glances. Who wants to chase me out? Lin Xian smiled as he walked out. You? Or you? The elders shook their heads, not daring to answer. What a joke, didn't he see the first palace master sitting behind him? First palace master, how's the pill? Granny Yuehua asked. Old man DK sat in his wheelchair and laughed in a low voice, very good, we'll definitely win this time. Honestly speaking, he knew that Lin Xian was amazing and that the pill he concocted was extraordinary. But when the pill was successfully concocted, he realized that he had still underestimated Lin Xian's ability. The effect of this pill was 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill he researched. It was even 20% better than the Snow Lotus Jade Clear pill from the Medicine Emperor Hall. Old man DK believed that once this pill was released, it would definitely topple the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pill market. Don't we need to test the pill? A group of people was puzzled. Yes, but we have to test the pill in front of all the martial artists and let them know that our pill is the best. Old man DK laughed loudly. Test the pill in front of everyone? Everyone was stunned. This was an extremely dangerous matter. If they didn't handle it well, they might lose their reputation. First palace master, you have to think twice. Don't say any more. Old man Jean, lead the disciples to spread the news. Remember, you must spread it widely. This time, we must destroy the Medicine Emperor Hall. Alright, I got it. Elder Jean left with a face full of smiles. Lin Xian, Old man DK, and the others also left, leaving behind the dazed crowd. Did you notice that the first palace master is different this time? Granny Yuehua asked with narrowed eyes. Humph, he's even more arbitrary than before. The third hall master's face turned gloomy. No, I feel that he's more cheerful and confident than before. Granny Yuehua replied. It's as though he's no longer worried about his legs. You mean his legs are healed? The third hall master's expression changed. Impossible, no one can cure that kind of poison. Granny Yuehua sighed. I used to think so too. But this time, Lin Xian and his mysterious master appeared out of nowhere. We have no choice but to be on our guard. That old freak might use the White Dragon Ascension pill to exchange for a chance to cure his legs. What should we do? The third hall master asked. Wait and see. If that Lin Xian is really that miraculous, we'll take extreme measures. Granny Yuehua suddenly laughed coldly. Just as the Pill Emperor Hall was busy preparing, the Medicine Emperor Hall once again announced that they would be releasing a new medicine 3 days later. This time, other than recovery-type pills, there would also be new offensive-type pills. The moment the news came out, the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire was shaken. Heavens, the Medicine Emperor Hall is going to defy the heavens. So many new pills, are they still humans? I bet the Medicine Emperor Hall will definitely be the champion this time. Everyone was discussing fervently, feeling that there was no suspense in this competition. In the past, the Medicine Emperor Hall would already be very impressive if they could release a new medicine. But this time, they actually released new pills one after another. The other participants were all lamenting. This year's competition was the most stifling they've ever been. In the past, they could still release 1 or 2 new medicines, but this year, they had no chance at all. However, when they thought of the Pill Emperor Hall that stood at the peak of the Heavenly Mountain Empire, they felt much better in their hearts. However, this feeling only lasted for half a day before it was broken. After the Medicine Emperor Hall, the Pill Emperor Hall also announced that they would be releasing a new medicine. Everyone was agitated. Was the Pill Emperor Hall going to retaliate? However, the people from the Medicine Emperor Hall didn't take it to heart. They maintained their arrogant attitude, completely ignoring them. At this moment, in the Medicine Emperor Hall, a group of elders were sitting in the main hall, preparing for the announcement 3 days later. This Pill Emperor Hall is really courting death. They actually dare to release their new medicine on the same day as us. Humph. What new medicine can they have? It's just a last-ditch effort. Unless they also find helpers. But in the vicinity of the Heavenly Mountain Empire, there are no other alchemy masters like Elder Blackheart. This time around, we have to crush the Pill Emperor Hall in one go, making it so that they will never be able to rise again. Pill Emperor Hall. Hearing that the Medicine Emperor Courtyard was going to release another new medicine, the elders' faces turned ugly. Damn it, who the hell did they find? How can there be a new drug? Oh no, oh no. I'm dead for sure this time. The first hall master is actually announcing it on the same day as them, and he's even going to the opposite side of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard? I won't go even if you beat me to death. The group of elders complained, while the 2 hall masters sat there with dark faces. In the alchemy room, DK frowned. Little friend Lin, even though the effects of the new medicine this time are great, it's only a small victory. It's still difficult to win against the Medicine Emperor Court. Don't be afraid. Since I brought you here, I'm naturally prepared. Lin Xian smiled. Actually, I've already thought of this situation. I have a few pill recipes here that involve recovery, attack, and beauty. This time, not only do we have to win, we have to beat them into a pulp. Lin Xian smiled and took out a few pill recipes. The White Dragon Ascension pill is mine, so we can't lose. Great! DK hugged the pill recipes, his eyes shining. Once these pills are released, the Medicine Emperor Court is finished. At that time, it's not impossible for the Pill Emperor Hall to unify the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The 2 of them hurriedly started to refine the pills. This time, they didn't refine too many. As long as they made a name for themselves, they could find someone else to refine them for them in the future. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Wind Moon City was exceptionally lively. The streets were packed with people. The Medicine Emperor Court's booth this time was at the center of the Wind Moon City, the Wind Moon Plaza. There, the booth had already been set up. They were just waiting for the time to come to open it. Martial artists were standing all around the booth, all of them waiting impatiently. In fact, there was another booth beside the Medicine Emperor Court. It was just that there weren't many people there, so no one paid attention to it. And that was the Pill Emperor Hall's booth. Idiots, they actually sold their pills at the same place as us. Did the Pill Emperor Hall's head get squeezed by a door? An elder from the Medicine Emperor Court sneered. Ignore them. After today, the Pill Emperor Hall will become history. We will be the new overlord of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Song Yunqing said in a low voice. Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. Although he had been busy with the pill concoction these days, he didn't neglect his cultivation. After a simple breakfast, he prepared to leave. Today was the day of the new pill's release. He couldn't miss this good timing. Ouch, my stomach hurts. No, I really can't. I'm too tired from yesterday's pill concoction. I really can't walk. In the hall, a group of elders pretended to be sick and found excuses, refusing to leave. They didn't want to stand on the stage and be slapped in the face. If that really happened, they might as well kill themselves. Forget it, don't bother with these trash. DK sighed. Old Jean, bring our disciples and set off. The 2 of you, if you don't want to be hall masters anymore, you don't have to come. After speaking, DK turned and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. The 3rd hall master's face turned black. He also didn't want to go, but as a hall master, he had to go. Humph, I really want to see what kind of pills this Lin Xian can take out. Wu Xiaoyu was extremely excited. He couldn't wait for Lin Xian to be slapped in the face. Just like this, the 3 hall masters all went. Other than them, there was also an elder and Wu Xiaoyu. The rest were all disciples. None of the elders went. The people from the Pill Emperor Hall walked on the streets, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Look, it's the people from the Pill Emperor Hall. I heard they also have a product release. I wonder if their pills this time will be better than the ones from the Medicine Emperor Court. Eh? They are actually at the same place as the Medicine Emperor Court? The people in the Wind Moon Plaza were in an uproar. Everyone's hearts were filled with excitement, waiting for a good show to take place. Humph, they really dare to come. Xianxia stood on a high platform and looked down. Hee, other than the 3 hall masters, there's only one elder. Seems like those people aren't willing to come and embarrass themselves. Many people sneered. Aren't they from the Pill Emperor Hall? Xianxia stood on a high platform and said. I didn't expect that even the first hall master would come. Seems like you put in a lot of effort this time, right? Yeah, Vice Hall Master Song's move is very clever. It really made me worried for a few days. DK said. But it's different now. Our new pill has a breakthrough, we won't be passive anymore. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. Xianxia laughed. You will see. DK led the crowd to the stage at the side. Let's start setting it up. The disciples were busy, but at this moment, the Medicine Emperor Court was about to start. On the Wind Moon Plaza, the 2 stages weren't far from each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was obvious that the 2 clans were preparing to go all out. The surrounding cultivators were all excited. They didn't care about the title, they only cared about the medicinal ingredients. As long as you could bring out a good medicinal pill, these cultivators would support you with all their might. After all, the medicinal pills were related to their lives. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. Apart from the ordinary cultivators, there were also many representatives from the other clans present. There were also some major sects and aristocratic clans that were invited by the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Compared to the fiery atmosphere of the other side, the Pill Emperor Hall side was a little cold. The 3rd hall master sat on the stage with a heavy expression, his cold gaze shooting towards Xianxia from time to time. It's all because of this brat, what kind of rotten idea did he come up with to make me suffer here? However, Xianxia and DK both had confident smiles on their faces. They were silently waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, an elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard walked out and said in a clear voice, Everyone, thank you for participating in this new medicine exhibition. As everyone knows, medicinal pills are a field that cultivators pay close attention to. Our Medicine Emperor courtyard has always been working hard to improve the quality of our medicinal pills, so that everyone can use better pills. Previously, when our healing pill, the Snow Lotus Clear pill was launched, it received good reviews. Even some elders from the Pill Emperor Hall secretly bought our pills. To us, this is also a kind of affirmation. After speaking, this elder even looked at the Pill Emperor Hall stage provocatively. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. The expressions of those from the Pill Emperor Hall turned ugly as they glared at the elder. Bullshit, we didn't buy any medicinal pills at all. Wu Xiaoyu shouted in anger. However, the other party didn't care at all. Not only that, the laughter of the surrounding cultivators grew even thicker. Idiot, it's useless even if you try to explain. The best way now is to give them a tight slap in the face. Xianxia coldly laughed. You still dare to say that? It's all because of you, little thief, that we lost face together with you. Wu Xiaoyu glared at Xianxia in anger. Idiot. Xianxia directly closed his eyes. Over at the Medicine Emperor courtyard side, they continued, this time, we've made a new breakthrough in the field of recovery pills. Profound Essence Pill instantly recovers 40% of one's spiritual energy, and can be consumed consecutively within 2 hours. The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard announced. What? Everyone was stunned. This effect was too good. It was much better than the spirit-restoring pill from before. The participating forces were also stunned. Taking 2 pills in 2 hours, this is a shocking breakthrough. It had to be known that the previous recovery-type pills could only be taken once and could not be taken consecutively. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in the body would be turbid, and in serious cases, it would cause the cultivation level to drop. However, the appearance of the profound Yuan pill broke this phenomenon. This had a huge impact on martial artists. Think about it, if two martial artists were dueling and both had no spiritual power left, they could only rely on pills to win. At this moment, if one of them could successively submit twice, it would have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. Sigh, we've lost. We've completely lost. The alchemists shook their heads continuously. So miraculous? Is it true? The martial artists below were somewhat doubtful. Everyone, our Medicine Emperor courtyard is absolutely honest when doing business. The elder smiled and said, the pills have already been sent to the inscription union. I believe there will be a result soon. Moreover, this time, we have prepared some pills. Everyone can test them on the spot. Test them on the spot. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the best way to verify the pills. I'll do it. A black-cloaked youth stepped onto the stage. Hee, it's actually a disciple of the Black Wind sect. Sorry for the disrespect. The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard laughed. The Black Wind sect is a top sect. With their disciple doing the experiment, I believe everyone should be relieved. Of course, we believe in the Black Wind sect. The martial artists below responded. Then let's begin. That disciple seemed to have a special secret technique. He actually consumed all the spiritual energy in his body in an instant. Receiving a profound Yuan pill, the disciple of the Black Wind sect quickly swallowed it. In an instant, he recovered his spiritual energy again. His fists danced and struck out with the Gale fist art. Indeed, I've recovered 40%. The disciple said. Then, he dispersed his spiritual energy again and swallowed another pill. Whoosh, a green light flashed. The disciple's face was filled with excitement. He was so excited that he almost shouted. It can be used continuously. It's true, it's true. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. I want to reserve 100 pills. I want all of them. The martial artists below were completely stirred up. I'm from Xianxia clan. Give me 10,000 pills. I'm from the Black Wind sect. I want to cooperate with you for a long time. In an instant, all kinds of voices could be heard. The scene was extremely lively. Song Yunxing looked at the crowd around the stage and laughed heartily. Beside him, Elder Heixin also nodded slightly. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were abnormally excited. At this rate, they would soon occupy the entire market of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. At that time, they would be the #1 pill power. Thinking of the spirit stones rolling in the future, these people would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. On the other hand, the Pill Emperor Hall was furious. Except for Lin Xian and Old Man DK, the others could no longer sit still. Little friend Lin, is it enough? Old Man DK asked. Lin Xian opened his eyes. It's enough. After speaking, he picked up the golden gong beside him and banged it non-stop. This golden gong was a treasured artifact. Under Lin Xian's banging, a loud and unpleasant sound rang out, causing the fiery crowd to quieten down. What the hell, my ears? Has the Pill Emperor Hall gone mad? On the opposite side, the people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were also infuriated. An elder sneered. What's wrong? Are you jealous after seeing our pills? Even if you're jealous, you can't be like this. If you have the ability, then take out a new pill. What's the point of causing trouble here? The surrounding martial artists nodded. Some of them had unfriendly expressions as they looked at the Pill Emperor Hall stage. Lin Xian saw that the majority of the people were looking at him. He instantly put down the golden gong. Everyone, I'm not intentionally causing trouble. I'm just afraid that you guys are wasting money. Seeing you guys like this, my heart hurts. Lin Xian clutched his chest as he spoke. Wasting money? How is it wasting money? The people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard grew anxious. What's the hurry? I'm not done yet. Lin Xian didn't give them a chance to speak. Let me ask, how many of you have bought the Snow Lotus Clear pill? Instantly, several people raised their hands in acknowledgement. Lin Xian stared at the crowd as he sighed and shook his head. And you still say that you guys didn't waste money? If you guys had waited until now, I dare to guarantee that you would have gotten a better pill. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? The elder from the Medicine Emperor courtyard grew anxious as a terrifying aura gushed forth from him. Don't be anxious, let him continue. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Song Yunqing's face sank as he spoke. Everyone, our Pill Emperor Hall is going to introduce a new healing pill called the 100-grass pill. Its effects are 30% higher than the blood coagulation pill, far surpassing the Snow Lotus Clear pill. What? The crowd was stunned. The effect was 30% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. This was incredible news. One must know that the Snow Lotus Pure pill was only 10% better than the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill. Based on this, the 100 Herbs pill was 20% better than the Snow Lotus Pure pill. Everyone was stunned. Their first thought was that it was impossible. This pill was way ahead of the Skyhill Empire. Humph, full of nonsense. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall coldly snorted. 30% better effect? Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? If there was such a miraculous medicine, why didn't you take it out earlier? Yeah, it's obviously fake. He must be here to cause trouble. The disciples from the Medicine Emperor Hall roared. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, if I took it out earlier, how can I slap your faces now? You. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Song Yunqing's expression also darkened. Originally, it was a good product launch, but because of Lin Xian, it had completely lost its effect. Where did this brat come from? Do you guys know him? The people around him shook their heads. Song Xianxia gnashed her teeth and said, it's him. You know him? Song Yunqing looked at his daughter. I met him on the ship. This brat isn't from the Skyhill Empire. Song Qianqian's face turned cold. Where did this brat come from? Get lost quickly. If he continues to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall emitted a terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian directly ignored him. He said in a clear voice, the 100 Herbs pill has already been sent to the Inscription Union. There should be a result in 2 days. However, in order to prove to everyone, we have decided to test the medicine on the spot. The warrior who will be testing the medicine this time is the son of our 3rd Hall Master, Wu Xiaoyu. Such a move is enough to show our confidence in the new medicine. What? The little tyrant is testing the medicine? The crowd was in an uproar. They rushed to the Pill Emperor Hall's booth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the booth was completely surrounded. There was no helping it. The effect of the 100 Herbs pill was too shocking. If it was real, it would be enough to topple the market. Damn it, when did I say I'm testing the medicine? Wu Xiaoyu jumped up. The 3rd Palace Master's face also darkened. He had never seen a new medicine before, so he did not believe that it could increase the effect by 30%. Now, he was actually using his son to test the medicine. This was obviously premeditated murder. Dad, I won't go. I won't go even if I die. Wu Xiaoyu was scared and kept begging. First Palace Master, isn't this a little too much? The 3rd Palace Master asked in a deep voice. Whether or not we can succeed this time depends on you. Sending your son up is the most persuasive. For us, there is nothing to lose, DK said slowly. At this juncture, do you think I will harm you? Hee, young Master Wu is a little shy. Everyone, give him some time, Lin Xian said loudly from the front. The surrounding cultivators roared with laughter, and the entire audience cheered. Wu Xiaoyu's expression was ferocious. He even had the intention to kill. I'll kill you. Xiaoyu. The 3rd Palace Master suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Go test the medicine. What? Am I your biological daughter? Wu Xiaoyu panicked. We've never even seen that new medicine before. Who knows what effects it has? What if there are some side effects? What should I do then? This is a competition between us and the Medicine Emperor courtyard. I believe the 1st Palace Master won't joke about the future of the Pill Emperor Hall. So, go test the medicine obediently. The 3rd Palace Master wasn't an ordinary person. Although testing the medicine would make his son suffer a little, for the sake of the competition, everything was worth it. Wu Xiaoyu's face fell. He reluctantly walked forward and glared at Lin Xian. He wanted to eat him up. Did they really let the little tyrant test the medicine? However, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. Even the people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard couldn't sit still. Could it be that the Pill Emperor Hall really has a healing medicine? Song Yunqing's expression changed. In this situation, not many people were looking at their booth. They all ran to the Pill Emperor Hall. So, they could only watch. Humph, it must be fake. Competing with us is just asking for humiliation. The elders sneered. At the Pill Emperor Hall's booth, Wu Xiaoyu stood there with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to be able to kill. However, the pressure of a harmonious spirit expert had no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up a mystic grade sword and said with a smile, "Let the examination begin." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were excited. Wu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, circulated his spiritual energy to form a tight defense. His defense was very secretive, but it could not be hidden from the experts present. Eh? He's actually using a defensive technique. Looks like this Wu Xiaoyu is very unwilling. Humph, that brat is obviously not at the harmonious spirit realm. Even if he has a precious weapon, he might not be able to break through Wu Xiaoyu's defense. Looks like they're not harmonious internally. I really hope they screw up. Let's see how they'll clean up the mess then. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard sneered. Lin Xian naturally saw through Wu Xiaoyu's little trick, but he didn't take it to heart. Wu Xiaoyu was only an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, and judging from his poor luck, it was obvious that he had used pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. This kind of trash, Lin Xian could destroy him in a matter of minutes. With a flash of sword light, the sharp sword light glided towards Wu Xiaoyu. Puff! Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. Wu Xiaoyu's face was distorted, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. On his chest, there was a terrifying sword wound. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the Pill Emperor Palace was serious. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard widened their eyes. They were laughing at Lin Xian for not being able to break through the defense, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the next moment. Song Yunqing's face was gloomy. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. On the other side, the third palace master's face couldn't be any darker. It's just a pill test, there's no need to be so ruthless. The third palace master's tone was unfriendly. Hee, young man, it's normal for you to not control your strength well. Old man DK laughed. Wu Xiaoyu covered his wound and gritted his teeth. You're taking revenge. You're right. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to him. Wu Xiaoyu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His chest was heaving up and down, and the spirit energy in his body was surging rapidly. Young Master Wu, you can't use your spirit energy now. Otherwise, your wound will automatically heal and you won't be able to test the pill. At that time, I'm afraid I'll have to use another sword. Wu Xiaoyu's body was trembling, and his face was incomparably ugly. However, he didn't dare to use his spirit energy. Everyone, it's time to witness a miracle. Lin Xian took out 100 herbs pill. Wu Xiaoyu sullenly swallowed it, and stood at the side waiting for the pill to take effect. At this moment, everyone in the square held their breaths. In a moment, the blood on Wu Xiaoyu's body stopped flowing, and the wound quickly healed. Not long after, the entire wound was clotted, and there was an obvious improvement. This? Everyone's mouth was wide open. Everyone can see that the wound is clotting very quickly, and the injured area is constantly improving. Lin Xian quickly said. Wu Xiaoyu was stunned. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just taking revenge on him, but he didn't expect the 100 herbs pill to be so miraculous. At this moment, other than Lin Xian and Old Man DK, everyone was stunned. There's actually such a miraculous pill in the world? Am I dreaming? After a moment of silence, the entire Wind Moon Plaza was in an uproar. These people clamored to be the first to place their orders. The Black Wind sect and the other major powers were also shocked. Not only were they shocked by the miraculous effects of the 100 herbs pill, they were also staring at Lin Xian. Wasn't this brat the person they were searching for? Isn't he a cultivator from a remote country? How is he related to the Pill Emperor Hall? What should we do? Should we make a move? Not for now. There's news from the southwest that the Purgatory Hall and the Purple Demon Hall have revived. They have already taken control of that area. Even if we ask them, we won't be able to go there. Not only that, this brat is so close to the Pill Emperor Hall. At this crucial moment, it's best not to touch him. If not, the Pill Emperor Hall will go crazy. In an instant, the various major powers made their decision. They acted as if they didn't know Lin Xian, passionately discussing business with the Pill Emperor Hall. On the opposite side, those from the Medicine Emperor Hall were stunned. How did the situation change in an instant? The elders from the Medicine Emperor Hall had pale faces as their bodies trembled. They couldn't accept this reality. I don't believe it, this must be fake. Someone went to buy a pill. In the end, when he returned, his expression was dispirited. This pill is indeed better than ours. Xianxia stood up abruptly, his expression dark as he stared at the booth in front of him. Beside him, Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered with a demonic light. Elder Blackheart, do you have any other methods? Can you take out a pill better than the 100 herbs pill? Xianxia asked. I do, but the price is astronomical. Not only that, you might not be able to concoct it. Elder Blackheart said in a low voice. In the aspect of healing pills, I'm afraid there's no other pill that can surpass the 100 herbs pill. Indeed, the 100 herbs pill was good, but the price was cheap. Such a pill was simply invincible. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. Xianxia clenched his fists. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. First, he would defeat the Pill Emperor Hall in the aspect of healing pills. Then, he would take out other new pills, further dominating the market. At that time, not only would he win the first round, he would also control the Heavenly Mountain market. But today, the Pill Emperor Hall gave him a ruthless slap on his face. Something's not right. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a cold light. The Pill Emperor Hall doesn't have such capabilities, they must have a helper. Don't tell me it's that brat. He saw Lin Xian. But, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian did not look like an alchemy master. Investigate, we must investigate thoroughly. Dean, what should we do now? An elder asked. The healing field is their market to begin with. The current situation is, at most, a tie. It's just going back to how it was in the beginning. We still have the Xianyuan Dan in our hands, and we even have an attack-type pill. As long as we operate properly, victory will still belong to us. Yes, we still have Xianyuan pills. Hope was restored in the eyes of the surrounding elders. The news of the 100 herb pill seemed to have grown wings as it spread throughout Wind Moon City, and even spread to the entire Tianshan Kingdom. Moreover, the Inscription Alliance had also issued an announcement that the 100 herb pill was genuine and worth buying. The booth of the Pill Emperor Hall was packed with people. Those who couldn't get a seat all went to the Pill Emperor Hall. Like a black flood, a group of people rushed towards the Pill Emperor Hall. Medicine, I want to buy medicine. Yes, buy as much as you can. A group of people clamored. The elders inside were alarmed. They stared blankly at the impatient crowd and subconsciously asked, you all want the blood coagulation and body strengthening pill? What blood coagulation and body strengthening pill? We want the 100 herb pill. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were stunned. They had no idea what the 100 herb pill was. Did you all go to the wrong place? One of the elders asked. Instantly, someone told them what happened in the Wind Moon Plaza. When the elders heard this, their eyes were as red as a rabbit's. There's actually such a miraculous healing pill? The first Hall Lord is indeed mighty. You, call out all the disciples and treat these cultivators well. Let's go take a look. These elders turned and ran, their speed was shocking. Wind Moon Plaza. Everyone, everyone. The elder of the Medicine Emperor Hall circulated his spiritual energy, his voice like thunder. In order to show our sincerity, we have decided to sell the Xianyuan Dan at a 30% discount. The cultivators in the surroundings cheered. They were so happy that they laughed. The two hegemons were fighting, but the ones who benefited were them. Just as these cultivators were about to leave, Lin Xian's voice rang out once more. You all don't need to go. Our pill Emperor Hall has also researched a new recovery pill. What? A recovery pill? Everyone was shocked. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The pill Emperor Hall was planning a counterattack. Everyone knew that the Medicine Emperor Hall had always been the leader when it came to recovery pills. But now, the pill Emperor Hall wanted to introduce a recovery pill. What did this mean? The pill Emperor Hall was retaliating. A few days ago, the Medicine Emperor Hall was attacking the recovery pill domain. Now, the pill Emperor Hall was attacking the recovery pill domain. It seemed like the hegemons weren't to be trifled with. However, the recovery pill domain had always belonged to the Medicine Emperor Hall. They had just introduced the Xianxia, so the pill Emperor Hall probably didn't have any advantage. The cultivators in the surroundings discussed fervently. Revenge, this must be revenge. The elder from the Medicine Emperor Hall had a red face. Keep bragging, I don't believe they can really come up with a new pill that surpasses the Xianxia. Song Yunxing looked at Elder Blackheart, wanting to say something but hesitated. Don't worry, Dean Song, this Xianxia is this old man's proudest work. In the Skyhill Empire, no one can surpass me. Elder Blackheart said confidently. With Elder Blackheart's guarantee, the cultivators from the Medicine Emperor Hall felt relieved. At the Pill Emperor Hall's booth, Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Qi-generating pill, instantly recovers 50% of your spiritual energy. Within 2 hours, you can take 3 pills consecutively. What? The crowd was speechless. The effect was even better than the Xianxia. One had to know that the Xianxia was a new pill from the Medicine Emperor Hall. Furthermore, Lin Xian dragged his voice, Qi-generating pill is not only useful for cultivators below the Harmonious Spirit Realm, it is also effective for Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators. Boom, some of the Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators were too shocked and accidentally released a strong aura. They couldn't be blamed for being excited. Lin Xian's words were too impactful. May I ask this young master, is what you said true? A middle-aged man asked with a trembling voice. Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators were already able to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so the pills they needed were different from other cultivators. It's true, Qi-generating pill can increase the speed of mobilizing spiritual energy. Impossible. On the opposite side, the cultivators from the Medicine Emperor Hall couldn't stand it anymore. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Even our Medicine Emperor Hall doesn't have this kind of pill. How could you have researched it? Why can't I? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that your Medicine Emperor Hall is the holy land of pills? You can't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Don't think that your pills are good. In front of this young master, they are just farts. The Medicine Emperor Hall was in chaos. Many people's faces darkened. No one had ever dared to insult the Medicine Emperor courtyard, let alone in their field of recovery pills. However, Lin Xian's arrogance didn't seem to be an act, which gave the people of the Medicine Emperor courtyard a bad premonition. Don't tell me they really have it? I don't think so. Song Yunxing couldn't sit still anymore. He took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xian. For a long time, the Medicine Emperor courtyard had dominated the recovery pill market. This was also the reason why they could compete with the Pill Emperor Palace. If this field was conquered by others, what awaited them would be a disaster. Elder Blackheart's eyes were gloomy. He had just made a promise and someone had already dared to slap his face. This made him extremely angry. Interesting, I want to see if this pill is real or fake. His voice carried a chill that was like 10,000 years old ice, causing people to shiver. Feeling the elder's gaze, Lin Xian's body trembled inexplicably. It felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He frowned slightly and swept his gaze forward. When he saw the elder, he suddenly felt an obscure soul attack. Humph. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent rumbled in his body. Sword light flashed in his eyes, and the formless sword intent destroyed everything. Although this soul attack was obscure, it couldn't escape DK's notice. He snorted coldly, and a powerful soul force rushed towards the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Rumble, like a thunderclap, the clouds above the Medicine Emperor courtyard changed. DK didn't attack, but the warning was very obvious. Lin Xian acted as if he didn't see it, and said enthusiastically, "In order to make everyone believe, we will choose a cultivator to test the pill." Everyone eagerly signed up, and their expressions were abnormally excited. In the end, Lin Xian chose 4 cultivators. 1 Meridian's Condensing Realm, 2 Sea of Soul Realm, and 1 Harmonious Spirit Realm. This covered almost all cultivation levels, and the result of the test was the most convincing. Not long after, the stage was filled with joyful laughter. "It's true, it's true. My spirit energy has recovered by 50%. Even the Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator nodded with satisfaction. The speed of circulating spirit energy has indeed increased. Such a miraculous pill, I must buy it. Yes, yes, yes. We must prepare more. Ladies and gentlemen, if you buy the 100 grass pill and the chi generating pill together, you can enjoy a 30% discount. I want it. I want. Haha, Elder Duan, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we'll have to change our agreement. An old man from the Black Wind sect said with a chuckle. The chi-generating pills from the Pill Emperor Hall aren't bad, so we temporarily don't need your profound yuan pills. Yes, me too. I want to return the goods. Me too. Many people ran over to the Medicine Emperor Hall's booth and returned the pills they had ordered. After which, they ran madly towards the Pill Emperor Hall's booth. Those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard were all dumbfounded. The news conference they had meticulously planned had now become a battlefield for the Pill Emperor Hall. And they had actually become foils. This blow was too big. Just a moment ago, they were still dreaming of unifying the Heavenly Mountain Empire's elixir market, but in the next moment, they fell from the clouds to the ground. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Impossible, it can't be the Pill Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, hurry up and think of a solution. The group of elders were all panicking. Father, I'll go kill him. Song Xianxia gritted her teeth. If I knew he was a scourge, I would have killed him at the profounding river. Song Yunqing's countenance was terrifyingly dark. He stared at Elder Blackheart. This was his last hope. Elder Blackheart was also infuriated. Fine black chi seethed around his body, exuding a terrifying baleful aura. However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't take out a pill better than the chi-generating pill. In the end, he could only shake his head with a dark expression. Pooh, hearing Elder Blackheart's reply, Song Yunqing coughed out a mouthful of old blood. Father. Dean. A group of people panicked and hurried over. Elder Blackheart said in a low voice, "Don't be anxious. Even if you lose this round, I can guarantee that you will win the last 2 rounds. Not only that, we're only halfway through the first round. We still have a chance." Song Yunqing suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly nodded his head. There's still time, we still have a chance. Don't worry, I won't let the White Dragon Ascension pill land in the hands of others. Elder Blackheart's voice was filled with a thick killing intent. The Pill Emperor Hall was in a frenzy, everyone was fighting to buy the pill. At this moment, outside the crowd, a group of old men were trying their best to squeeze their way in. They were wearing the robes of the Pill Emperor Hall. They were none other than the elders who were pretending to be sick. At this moment, they didn't seem sick at all. Each of them was as fierce as a ferocious tiger, rushing towards the crowd. Hoo-hoo, they're finally here. A group of elders climbed up to the stage and saw such a fiery scene. For a moment, they were stunned. Oh my God, what did I just see? This isn't a dream. Hee hee, look at the faces of those from the Medicine Sovereign Hall. They're even more bitter than bitter gourds. Not only were they agitated by the scene, even the 2 hall lords were shocked. Earlier, they thought that they would lose all their face here. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would take out a miraculous pill like a magic trick, turning the situation around bit by bit? That feeling was indescribably satisfying. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. The 3rd Hall Lord ordered. Xiaoyu, stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get to work. The 3rd Hall Lord dragged Wu Xiaoyu out. Lin Xian smiled as he walked to DK's side and threw the remaining pills to Elder Jean. Go and get busy. After saying that, he sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Elder Jean held in excitement. Circulating his spiritual energy, he roared, "There's an attack-type dragon tiger bone strengthening pill here. It can temporarily increase one's attack power, and the side effects are minimal. There's also a beauty nourishing pill. If a beauty eats it, I guarantee that she'll be 20 years old every year." These two pills shattered the last hope of the medicine sovereign hall. The group of people felt as if they had lost their souls. The last two pills were also selling like hotcakes. One could save one's life, and the other was the favorite of women. At this moment, all the female cultivators, and all the male cultivators with wives, went all out to buy the beauty-nourishing pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall all had smiles on their faces. As they worked, they unceasingly praised Lin Xian and the Pill Emperor. Their expressions were as flattering as they could be. From the looks of it, everyone wanted to worship Lin Xian as if he was their ancestor. However, not everyone was happy. For example, Wu Xiaoyu and the two hall lords. The former was purely jealous of Lin Xian, while the latter was worried that the Pill Emperor Hall's control would slip away. Today's exhibition not only allowed the Pill Emperor Hall to regain its glory, it also increased the prestige of the first hall lord. They believed that not long after, there would be a group of elders and disciples loyal to the first hall lord. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the stage. His heart finally settled down. The first step of the Pill King competition could be considered a success. As long as he won the next 2 rounds, he would be able to obtain the White Dragon Ascension pill. Compared to the Pill Emperor Hall, the Medicine Sovereign Hall, the loser, left with their tails between their legs. However, the look in their eyes when they left indicated that this matter wouldn't end like this. Pill Emperor Hall, Alchemy Room. It had been 3 days since the new medicine exhibition. In these 3 days, the alchemy room had been busy. There were too many people ordering pills these days. Some cultivators had even finished ordering next year's pills. There were even some major powers who had signed long-term contracts with the Pill Emperor Hall to continue buying pills. Everyone was unusually busy. Some people hadn't slept for 3 days. Lin Xian was very relaxed. He had already handed the matter of alchemy to D. Quebec. Moreover, he had divided the process into many steps. As long as DK didn't say anything, no one would be able to grasp the contents. However, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. He was preparing for the second round of the competition. The second round was a competition for the younger generation. The age of the participants couldn't exceed 30 years old. The others were fine, but the young third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall made Lin Xian worried. A third-grade alchemist could become an elder in the Inscription Alliance. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the second round was based on the quality of the pills. A third-grade pill could easily defeat all second-grade pills. Moreover, the other party had a spirit-grade artifact like the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove. There were a few youths in the Pill Emperor Hall, but the best was only a second-grade alchemist. Although it was shocking in other places, it was still lacking when compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Lin Xian tried to break through to the third grade. He had been stuck at the peak of the second grade for a long time. It was time for him to break through. However, it wasn't so easy to break through to the third grade. Not only did it require strength, it also required luck. Just like that, Lin Xian cultivated calmly. Wind Moon City, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wu Xiaoyu hugged 2 beauties as he drank drunkenly. These 2 days, he was in a bad mood. First, he knelt before Lin Xian. Then, he was used as a guinea pig on the stage to test his pills. As the son of the third hall master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, Lin Xian was the benefactor of the Pill Emperor Hall. He couldn't take revenge. The most despicable thing was that he was actually rejected when he asked to participate in the alchemy. Little bastard, after the Pill King competition, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that as soon as the competition was over, he would send someone to assassinate Lin Xian. Who made young Master Wu so angry? A soft voice sounded. Who is it? Wu Xiaoyu turned around abruptly. Patter, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, and he was completely stunned. Not far behind him stood a woman in thin clothes. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Her face was even more beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Hee, so beautiful, so beautiful. Wu Xiaoyu was mesmerized. He pushed away the beauty in his arms and quickly rushed over to hug her. The peerless beauty smiled foolishly, but her body slid out like a fish. Annoying. The beauty acted coquettishly. Wu Xiaoyu felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, as if there was an evil fire burning in his body. Little beauty, come and let big brother take good care of you. Wu Xiaoyu's face rippled. The peerless beauty's red lips gently parted, as if it had infinite magic, causing the entire space to change. What's the pill formula for the qi-generating pill? A seductive voice sounded. Wu Xiaoyu seemed to be drunk as he replied in a daze, I don't know. The pill formula for the 100-herb pill? You don't know? Who knows? Can you get it for me? The peerless beauty said softly. Wu Xiaoyu's expression became very agitated, it's all in the hands of that little bastard. And that old cripple, the two of them monopolized the pill formula, and even my father doesn't know. Plop, Wu Xiaoyu fell to the ground and fainted. What a good-for-nothing. The peerless beauty curled her lips and looked to the side, you heard it, there's nothing. Beside her, the air fluctuated, and a dignified man walked out. It was actually Song Yunxing. He looked at Wu Xiaoyu on the ground and frowned, I didn't expect that even Wu Xiong couldn't come in contact with the pill formula. It seems that old man DK invited him. Fairy Zhao, please act and help me get the pill formula. Song Yunxing said, after this, I will definitely send over the pill formula you need. Who are you going to act against this time? The peerless beauty lazily asked. A young man. I don't know the details, but I know that his surname is Lin. Song Yunxing said in a low voice, if we can control him, then all the pill formulas will be ours. Surnamed Lin? The peerless beauty was slightly stunned, as though she thought of something. Why don't you ask him out first? Who knows, we might be able to subdue him without making a move. The peerless beauty smiled. For some reason, she was very curious about this young man. Sure. Song Yunxing nodded. In the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian was drinking tea in a pavilion, silently comprehending the knowledge of alchemy imparted by Lord Alcohol. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew past, piercing through the void and nailing itself to the pillar behind him. The black tail of the arrow trembled incessantly, and there was a piece of paper stuck on it. Evidently, the person who shot it was very sharp and straightforward. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian opened the piece of paper with a smile on his face. The Medicine Emperor Hall finally couldn't endure it anymore? His silhouette flickered as he disappeared from the pavilion. In the deserted streets near the Pill Emperor Hall, Lin Xian's footsteps echoed in the surroundings. It's him. The peerless beauty hidden in the shadows exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes darting about. I wonder why Dean Song is looking for me. Lin Xian stared at the silhouette in front of him as he asked. Lin Gongzi, I'll be direct. Song Yunxing said in a low voice. The benefits that the Pill Emperor Hall gave you, I'll double them. As long as Sir agrees to cooperate with our Medicine Emperor Hall. Hee, there's no need. Lin Xian laughed. I'm a man of principles. Since I've agreed to cooperate with the Pill Emperor Hall, I won't consider anyone else. Dean Song, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. After speaking, Lin Xian turned and left. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll regret it. Song Yunxing was enraged. For the second round, we have a third-ranked alchemist. There's no way the Pill Emperor Hall can win. Then let's wait and see. Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. Damnable fellow. Song Yunxing was enraged when he saw that Lin Xian didn't even stop. He had already stated very generous conditions. If it was anyone else, they would have long agreed. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to be moved in the slightest. This person cannot be allowed to live. Song Yunxing's killing intent surged. Since he couldn't use this person, he couldn't give him to his enemies. In that instant, Song Yunxing had the urge to act. But in the end, he restrained himself. Firstly, this place was too close to the Pill Emperor Hall. If he acted rashly, he might attract the attention of Old Man de Quebec. Not only that, a pair of jade-like hands stopped him. Ding Song, let me test this person. The mysterious beauty smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Fairy Zhao. Song Yunqing sighed as his silhouette gradually disappeared. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Other than the alchemy room, the other places in the Pill Emperor Hall were also quiet. Lin Xian lay on his bed, his hands resting on his head as he stared at the night sky outside the window. Suddenly, the air in his room trembled slightly, as though there was a gust of wind blowing past. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to move, he felt an ice-cold body slipping under his blanket, coiling around him like a poisonous snake. That body was ice-cold and slippery, as though it could ignite the evil fire in his body. Beside his ears, he could hear light panting sounds. Lin Xian's heart throbbed as he felt the cold and alluring body in his arms. The person was too fast and had even concealed her aura. If it weren't for his powerful soul, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. Even so, he was still a step too slow. Lin Xian felt a pair of cold hands moving around his body, causing his entire body to tremble. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, and he immediately regained his clarity. He snorted coldly, and silver lightning appeared on his body. Lin Xian counterattacked with his palm. His control over his power was very precise. It seemed fierce, but it didn't destroy anything in the surroundings. Even the air only rippled slightly. Silver light flashed, like lightning streaking through the darkness. With the help of the light, Lin Xian saw a seductive body lying lazily on his bed. The woman chuckled, and her palm danced lightly, bringing with it an indescribable power. A gentle force, like water ripples, cleverly parried the lightning fist. For some reason, although Lin Xian had never seen that beautiful face, he felt that the woman's eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, now was not the time for him to think, because the other party's palm had already arrived. The jade bowl danced, and the surrounding spirit chi gently stirred, as if forming a small world, enveloping Lin Xian. The woman's control was also very exquisite. She only controlled the energy within a small area, and didn't alarm anyone else. Lin Xian's 5 fingers danced, forming an electric circle. Like a sharp saw, it cut through the imprisonment. At the same time, 50% of the great dragon sword intent in his body suddenly erupted, forming a terrifying sword chi that pierced toward the graceful body. Ah! The mysterious woman felt the danger and cried out. Mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, forming a defensive barrier. Ding ding ding, rapid sounds of collision rang out, forming a string of sparks in the air. You're still the same, so ruthless even against beauties. The mysterious woman said bitterly. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xian frowned. The runes in her eyes were too mysterious. They were actually able to block his sword intent. Aya, I'm so sad. The woman's voice was mellow. You heartless person. I even followed you for a period of time. Lin Xian was surprised. This seemed to be an acquaintance. Suddenly, a figure with a seductive expression appeared in his mind. You are Zhao Shui. Hee, at least you have a conscience. The beauty laughed. But what about your face? Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Shui. Naughty boy, what are you looking at? Zhao Shui smiled and posed in an even more seductive manner. Lin Xian blushed and didn't dare to look anymore. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Although Zhao Shui was beautiful back then, she was not as alluring as she was now. What if this is my true face? Zhao Shui inched closer to Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian looked calm on the surface, his heart was beating wildly. Even though he was strong and could easily toy with the Medicine Emperor courtyard, he was, in fact, just an 18-year-old boy. At this age, it was the time when one's body was restless. In addition, Lin Xian had never experienced something like this before. It was inevitable that he was nervous. Yes, nervous. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. Even when he fought with Lin Feng, he didn't feel nervous. Hee, you're blushing. Zhao Shui leaned even closer. Are you still a pure and innocent boy? You came to find me just to flirt? Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Humph, what a blockhead. Zhao Shui leaned on Lin Xian and played with her hair. The Medicine Emperor courtyard invited me. What? Lin Xian was surprised. They failed to recruit you and now they want to kill you. Zhao Shui said slowly. But don't worry, how could I bear to kill you? But you still have to be careful. How are you related to the people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard? Lin Xian was puzzled. I'm doing business. Otherwise, I'll starve to death. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. Sigh, this mission failed. Looks like I won't get my reward. Zhao Shui sighed. What reward? Lin Xian was curious. A level 4 pill. Zhao Shui said. Why don't you help me make it? I'm only a level 2 inscription master. Lin Xian muttered. I have a way to get you your reward. What way? Zhao Shui suddenly hugged Lin Xian's arm. Feeling the softness of Zhao Shui's chest, Lin Xian's body stiffened and he pulled his arm away. He said slowly, I can make 2 pill recipes. These 2 recipes don't have any flaws but they can't be made successfully. Moreover, if they can really make it, there will be a big surprise waiting for them. As long as you're not afraid of them finding trouble with you, you can give it a try. Lin Xian said. So magical? Zhao Shui blinked. Then it's decided. But I won't deliver it personally. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, Zhao Shui continued, Wu Xiaoyu from your Pill Emperor Hall can be used. Lin Xian laughed. This woman was really weird. Then, he asked Lord Alcohol to make 2 fake pill recipes and used his soul force to inscribe them on a jade slip. This kind of pill recipe stored in jade slips was different from ordinary paper. This kind of pill recipe required soul force to sense it and could record all the details of the refining process. It's done. Lin Xian handed over the 2 jade slips. You're so nice. Zhao Shui kissed Lin Xian on the cheek and left with a smile. Zhao Shui didn't leave the Pill Emperor Hall. She found Wu Xiaoyu again and used an illusion to imbue him with fake memories. You risked your life to steal these 2 jade slips. The reason was to meet that peerless fairy. Now, go to the drunken immortal pavilion. Inscriptions flashed in Zhao Shui's eyes as she set up a powerful illusion. Then, she placed the 2 jade slips on the ground. With the mysterious stone eyeball in her hands, the illusions she cast were even stronger than Lin Xian's. Wu Xiaoyu didn't resist at all and was completely lost in the illusion. When Wu Xiaoyu woke up again, he found that there was no one around except for the 2 jade slips on the ground. Rubbing his head, he suddenly remembered that he risked his life to steal these pill recipes. Hee, little beauty, I'm coming. Wu Xiaoyu licked his lips and ran towards the drunken immortal pavilion. Drunken immortal pavilion, 3rd floor. Zhao Shui shrugged helplessly. That kid was with old man de Quebec. I couldn't do anything. However, I met Wu Xiaoyu again and used an illusion on him. That kid is lucky. Song Yunqing snorted. Then, he smiled and said to Zhao Shui, I'll have to trouble Fairy Zhao. Haha, I'm here again. Little beauty, hurry up and come out. Suddenly, a loud voice came from below. Who is it? Song Yunqing's face darkened. Master, it's the little tyrant of the Pill Emperor Hall. Someone outside the door replied. Eh? Song Yunqing was stunned. Then, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Let him in. Wu Xiaoyu had been shouting outside the door for a long time. Just as he was about to use his spiritual energy to open the door to Drunken Immortal Pavilion suddenly opened. Oh, it's young Master Wu. Please come in. A few flirtatious women pulled him in. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so slow? Wu Xiaoyu said unhappily. At the same time, his big hands had already wrapped around the young women beside him and he kept rubbing them. Where's the little beauty I saw yesterday? Hurry up and get her to come out. Wu Xiaoyu's eyes shone with excitement. You heartless man. Why do you still want the beauty when you already have us? The young women beside him said coquettishly. I'll keep you guys safe. Today, I want that little beauty. Wu Xiaoyu was like a hungry wolf. Alright. Don't worry, young Master Wu. We'll get her for you. The few of them quickly left, leaving Wu Xiaoyu alone on the second floor. Not long after, there was a strange fragrance in the air. Then, a hazy figure appeared. "Little beauty, it's really you." Wu Xiaoyu's saliva was dripping. He had never seen such a beautiful person. "Have you brought the items?" A seductive voice sounded. "Yes, I brought them." Wu Xiaoyu's eyes were misty. He tapped his storage ring and took out 2 jade slips. "Hee, you're so obedient." Zhao Shui waved her sleeve and a strange energy shot out, causing Wu Xiaoyu to faint. Next to her, the air fluctuated and Song Yunxing's voice appeared. He grabbed the 2 jade slips in his hand. Using his spiritual energy, Song Yunxing quickly read through them. Soon, he smiled. Generally speaking, he did not find anything unusual. However, based on his cautious nature, he did not dare to make a rash decision. "How is it? Can you give me my reward now?" Zhao Shui asked. "This?" Song Yunxing smiled. "I can't confirm the authenticity of this elixir recipe yet. Fairy Zhao, please wait a little longer." "How long do I have to wait?" "I'm pressed for time." Zhao Shui's face darkened. "How about this, Fairy Zhao, come back with me. I have an expert in my residence. As long as he thinks there's no problem, I'll give you the items immediately." Zhao Shui pondered. She remembered that Lin Xian had said that this elixir recipe looked fine on the surface. Even if it had just been refined, there wouldn't be any problems. "Little bastard, I'll believe you this time." Zhao Shui pouted in her heart. "Alright, since Director Song has said so, I'll agree to your request," Zhao Shui said. "However, I hope that Director Song will keep his promise this time." "Of course." Song Yunxing smiled. In the main hall of the Medicine Emperor courtyard, Zhao Shui followed Song Yunxing back, and not long after, she noticed an old man in a black robe drifting towards them like a gust of wind. "Elder Blackheart, the pill formulas are in my hands. However, I still need you to appraise them." Song Yunxing handed over the 2 pill formulas. Elder Blackheart used his soul power to check carefully. After a while, he nodded with a serious expression. "No problem. I didn't think that there would actually be someone with such profound attainments in alchemy." "It's true." Hearing that there was no problem with the pill formula, Song Yunxing was so excited that he almost jumped up. "Fairy Zhao, this is your reward." With a flip of his hand, he took out a small white jade bottle from his storage ring. Zhao Shui took the jade bottle, opened it and sniffed it. When she found that there was no problem, she smiled and left. In the following days, the Medicine Sovereign Hall was extremely busy. They purchased medicinal ingredients, sorted out the pill formulas, and prepared to concoct pills. Some of the elders were extremely excited. As long as they could concoct the 100 herbs pill and qi-generating pill, they would be able to contend against the Pill Emperor Hall. At that time, with the help of other pills, they would have a high chance of winning. Song Yunxing was also filled with pride. His ambition to unify the Skyhill Empire's alchemy market rose once again. This time around, he had to win beautifully. After the preparations were completed, Song Yunxing led the elders into the pill formulas. Even Elder Blackheart followed them in. This time around, they purchased a large amount of medicinal ingredients and used many top-grade pill furnaces. They hoped that they could concoct the best pills possible. As the stone door closed, waves of heat could be felt coming from the pill formulas. As time passed, the pills gradually took shape. The eyes of the elders were filled with wild laughter. Song Yunxing also nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at this moment, the pills in the pill furnaces suddenly trembled violently. "Calm down." Song Yunxing coldly snorted. "Don't be too happy. If you want to celebrate, it wouldn't be too late to wait until the pills are concocted." The elders nodded their heads and started to concoct the pills. However, the pills in the pill furnaces were extremely violent, as though they had gone crazy. "Dean, we can't control it anymore." An elder broke out in cold sweat. "Impossible, did you follow the pill formulas?" Elder Blackheart asked in a low voice. "We followed the pill formulas completely. There was not a single mistake." The elders were on the verge of tears. Could it be that the pill formulas, before Song Yunxing could react, the pill furnaces in the distance suddenly exploded. Rumble, the fuse was ignited, and all the pill furnaces in the pill room exploded. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The pill room was blown open, and a huge explosion occurred within a 100-meter radius. The entire Medicine Emperor court exploded, and the ground trembled non-stop. A black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. At this moment, many martial artists looked at the Medicine Emperor court, their eyes filled with confusion. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he clapped his hands and laughed. "You're still laughing? I guess the people of the Medicine Emperor court hate you to death." Zhao Shui laughed at the side. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated in the Wind Moon City. Many martial artists rushed over, wanting to find out what was going on. However, when they discovered that the pill room of the Medicine Emperor court had been blown into a deep pit, and dozens of elders were charred black, standing on the ground in an abnormally sorry state, everyone was stunned. "What's going on? It seems like the furnaces exploded." A martial artist was puzzled. "That shouldn't be, with the standards of the Medicine Emperor court, how could they explode? I think the Pill Emperor Hall must have driven them crazy," the surrounding martial artists discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. Song Yunqing stood in the middle of the ruins, his face was terrifyingly dark. His body trembled, and he roared into the sky. "Ah! Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Beside him, Elder Blackheart's chest was also trembling violently. He had misjudged once again. Previously, he patted his chest and said that there was no problem with the pill formulas. In the end, the slap to his face was even more thorough. The entire pill room was blown into smithereens. "Damn brat, I will definitely catch you and refine you into a pill." Elder Blackheart's body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, the people of the Medicine Emperor court knew that they had fallen into Lin Xian's trap, but they couldn't say it out loud. How should they say? Could they say that they stole the pill formulas? This was a great taboo in the alchemy world. Moreover, what they stole was a fake pill formula. This made them even more unable to admit it. A group of alchemy grandmasters actually couldn't distinguish the authenticity of the pill formulas. If this were to spread out, they would probably laugh themselves to death. The elders of the Medicine Emperor court roared into the sky, wishing that they could find a hole to burrow into. This feeling was too sullen. On this day, the news of the Medicine Emperor court's furnace explosion spread throughout the Wind Moon City, and even spread to all parts of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. A dignified alchemy giant actually became the target of ridicule. This situation was too strange. Wherever the people of the Medicine Emperor court went, there would be people pointing fingers at them. In the end, they simply closed their doors, not wanting to see anyone. In the following days, no one from the Medicine Emperor courtyard came out. The pill market was completely dominated by the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only the healing pill market, but also the recovery pill market and other areas were all controlled by the Pill Emperor Hall. Therefore, the Pill Emperor Hall won the first round of the Pill King competition with an absolute advantage. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone was excited because the second round of the competition was about to begin. This time, it would be a competition between the younger generation of the various alchemy factions. Young disciples represented the potential of the future. No one would look down on this point. Therefore, the participating alchemy factions paid extra attention to the second round. Pill Emperor Hall. Many alchemy grandmasters were gathered together. In front of them stood a few young disciples. These people were all disciples who were going to participate in the second round. Among them were Lin Xian and Wu Xiaoyu. Other than Lin Xian, there were also a few second-grade alchemists. Such strength in Xia country would be at the peak of the younger generation. However, there were even more terrifying existences here. It's said that someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard broke through to the third-grade alchemist realm. Moreover, he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace. You all must give it your all. Yes. The disciples replied, their expressions excited. After that, DK looked at Lin Xian. Little friend Lin, the people of Skyhill country like to use pill furnaces to refine pills. This can increase the efficiency. I prepared one for you. Do you need it? Oh, no need. Lin Xian said with a smile. I've solved these problems a few days ago, so I prepared it. After saying that, Lin Xian smiled and touched his storage ring. He did have a pill furnace, and it was self-made. The inscriptions inside were all carved under the guidance of Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian believed that this pill furnace wouldn't lose to the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove. Alright, let's go to the Wind Moon Plaza. The second round was still at the Wind Moon Plaza. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people and was definitely the best location for the competition. Today's Wind Moon Plaza was a little different. There were many stone platforms on it, standing tall like stone pillars. The surroundings were filled with cultivators, waiting for the competition to begin. As Lin Xian and the others walked on the streets, they could feel that the air was filled with a different aura. The entire city seemed to be boiling. Some of the younger disciples beside him had fiery eyes as they clenched their fists tightly. It was no wonder. The Pill King competition was the highest-level competition in the field of alchemy in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. To be able to display one's skills in such a competition and have tens of thousands of people cheer for one, just thinking about it made one excited. In the past, many young people had become famous in the Tianshan Kingdom after fighting in this arena. Compared to those disciples, Lin Xian was much calmer. This was not his first time participating in such a competition, and his goal was not to become famous throughout the country. Winning the White Dragon Ascension Pill was his ultimate goal. Along the way, many people looked at them with envious gazes, and there were even many young and beautiful girls throwing flirtatious glances at them by the roadside. This also showed how popular alchemists were. Through the special passage, Lin Xian and the others entered the Wind Moon Plaza. Suddenly, countless martial artists shouted, their voices shaking the sky. In the first round, the Pill Emperor Hall's performance was too shocking. Not only did they obtain first place, they even suppressed the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hearing the cheers, the younger disciples waved their hands excitedly. Wu Xiaoyu even raised his chin proudly. Looking at you, you don't look like a young man. Beside him, Old Man DK laughed softly when he saw the calm Lin Xian. Don't make fun of me, I'm only calm on the surface. Lin Xian modestly replied. The people from the Medicine Emperor Hall are here. He looked into the distance. Not only him, but everyone also looked at the entrance. Last month, the Medicine Emperor Hall suffered a crushing defeat. Later on, there was even a scandal of their furnace exploding. These things became the butt of everyone's jokes. But even so, when the Medicine Emperor Hall appeared, everyone was still shocked. A group of people wearing green robes, exuding powerful auras, entered the Wind Moon Plaza like a green flood. Song Yunxing was walking at the front. Beside him was Elder Blackheart, who was dressed in a black robe. Behind them were the elders and the younger disciples. Among the younger disciples, there were two people who stood out the most. One of them was the daughter of Dean Song, Song Qianqian. She wore a green robe, which accentuated her exquisite figure. A confident smile hung on her delicate face. She was like a proud princess, surrounded by a myriad of stars as she walked into the plaza. The other person was a young man with short hair. He had a muscular body, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His cold gaze contained a trace of arrogance. This person stood out from the crowd, but his powerful aura made people have no choice but to pay attention to him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the short-haired young man. Relying on his powerful soul force, he could sense the strength of the short-haired young man. What a powerful soul force. Is this a third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall? Lin Xian felt a trace of anticipation in his heart. In the crowd, the short-haired young man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze. He abruptly turned his head. His hawk-like gaze was incomparably sharp, piercing through the void. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian. What a sharp perception. Lin Xian was surprised. His evaluation of the short-haired young man increased by a few notches. Sensing Lin Xian's cultivation and soul force, the short-haired young man coldly snorted and withdrew his gaze. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak. He didn't deserve to be his opponent. Not only Lin Xian, but the short-haired young man, Duan Fei, also felt that no one in the younger generation was worthy of being his opponent. With great confidence, he slowly walked into the plaza. After the Medicine Emperor Hall entered, the other alchemy factions also entered one after another. Lin Xian estimated that there were about 500 young disciples participating in the competition. No wonder these people are so excited. 500 people refining pills together. This scene is indeed spectacular. Lin Xian thought. After the participants arrived, a few more people entered the plaza. These people wore silver robes with golden patterns embroidered on their chests. Their bodies emitted powerful soul force. Inscription Union. Lin Xian was no stranger to this name. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else was also familiar with the Inscription Union. Especially those alchemy factions, all of them respectfully greeted the Inscription Union. Even the Pill Emperor Hall was no exception. In the end, the Pill King tournament was organized by the Inscription Union. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the others. His gaze landed on an old man. The old man looked very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. If he took off his silver robes, no one would notice him. However, Lin Xian was abnormally surprised. Because on the old man's chest, there were 5 golden patterns, forming the shape of a pill furnace. 5th grade inscriptionist. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he saw a 5th grade inscriptionist. One had to know that even Old Man DK and Song Yunxing were only 4th grade inscriptionists. One could imagine how terrifying a 5th grade inscriptionist was. Even Old Man DK and Song Yunxing were filled with reverence when they looked at the old man. Elder Blackheart, who was beside Song Yunxing, stared at the 5th grade alchemist with flickering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little friend Lin, that person is the president of the Inscription Union of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. He is the top alchemist in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, and also the only 5th grade alchemist. Old Man DK's voice was filled with envy. One could tell that he had a strong desire to become a 5th grade alchemist. The seats of the Pill Emperor Hall and the Medicine Emperor Hall were close to each other. The smell of gunpowder in the air was thick. Little girl Song, I heard that you guys have been in closed-door seclusion for half a month. Your strength must have increased by a lot, right? Wu Xiaoyu coldly laughed. I hope your furnaces won't explode when the time comes. If not, it would be so embarrassing in front of so many people. You. Song Qianshan was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Wu Xiaoyu stared at her with wide eyes. Don't be too complacent. You guys will definitely lose for the second round. Song Qianshan gritted her teeth. She directly ignored Wu Xiaoyu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared fixedly at Lin Xian. I'm glad that I didn't kill you back then. If not, there wouldn't be so many problems. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'll accompany you anytime. Humph, so you guys are the participating disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall? How pitifully weak. A voice filled with disdain drifted over, completely not placing Lin Xian and the rest in his eyes. What did you say? Say it again. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were enraged. They were all heaven's chosen, how could they tolerate being looked down upon? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all lost their imposing manner. Because, the one who looked down on them was none other than the short-haired young man. He was also the only 3rd grade alchemist in the younger generation. Facing such a character, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall felt a sense of inferiority. It wasn't that they didn't have talent, but rather, the other party was too monstrous. The short-haired young man, Duan Fei, looked down on the crowd. You are Lin Xian? A 2nd grade alchemist, your strength is only SOSO. How disappointing. Strength isn't something that can be seen, it's something that can be determined through competition. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Is a 3rd grade alchemy inscription master that amazing? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You dare to speak to me like that? Duan Fei's tone was stern and carried a hint of killing intent. You're really courting death. Song Qianshan sneered. You actually said that a 3rd grade alchemy inscription master is useless? Don't you know the rules? As long as senior brother Duan takes out his grade 3 medicinal pill, you'll lose for sure. Junior sister Song, let's go. When the time comes, we can just enjoy their tears of defeat. The group of people left arrogantly. Those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard felt extremely sullen in their hearts after losing the first round. This time around, they had to bring out their full strength and trample the Pill Emperor Hall beneath their feet, seeing the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall throwing out such harsh words. The spectators in the surroundings all cheered in unison. They were just here to watch the show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. Clang, 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 just as the crowd was engaged in a heated discussion, the crisp sound of a bell rang, reverberating throughout the Wind Moon Plaza. Instantly, the lively crowd quieted down. Countless gazes landed on the high platform in front of them, where an old figure stood. In the name of the President of the Inscription Union, I hereby announce that the 13th Pill King Tournament will now begin. President Meng Chuan announced in a clear voice. His voice was like the waves of the sea, spreading in all directions. The crowd below erupted into earth-shattering cheers, scattering the clouds in the sky. President Meng Chuan's voice reverberated, "Participants, please return to your seats." As his voice faded, hundreds of figures soared into the air, flying towards the black stone platform. Xianxia was clad in a green robe. Spiritual energy surged beneath her feet, forming a cloud that carried her towards the stone platform. So beautiful, she's simply a goddess descending to the mortal world. She's so young, but she's actually a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Medicine Emperor courtyard is really something. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in admiration. The short-haired youth, Duan Fei, also flew with his hands behind his back. His movements were elegant and at ease, causing many female cultivators to scream. What are you pretending for? This young master knows how to do it too. Wu Xiaoyu's face was full of arrogance. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said disdainfully, "You better think of a better posture, don't throw the face of the Pill Emperor Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot through the air like an arrow. These people were actually all harmonious spirit realm cultivators. Although Wu Xiaoyu's cultivation was somewhat exaggerated, he was still able to fly. The others didn't have such elegant movements. They weren't harmonious spirit realm cultivators, so they could only use their excellent movement techniques to get on the platform. After these people went up, the surrounding cultivators focused their attention on Lin Xian. They wouldn't forget that Lin Xian had defeated the Medicine Emperor courtyard with his new pills in the exhibition. He's actually not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? How is he going to get up there? I don't know, he definitely can't fly up there. He should use his movement technique, but if he does, he'll be much weaker than Song Qianqian and the others. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This was an alchemy competition, they should be competing on the quality of the pills. Why did they have to show off their movement technique? Could it be that having good movement technique would give them extra points? Lin Xian didn't understand, but since they wanted to show off, he would show them. On the stone platform, Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others looked down at Lin Xian as if they were watching a show. On the platform, the alchemy masters were also waiting for Lin Xian to get on the stage. Song Yunxing and the others sneered. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to fail. Under the crowd's anticipation, Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked up step by step as if he was climbing a staircase. What the hell? Does he really think that he's a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? If this continues, he'll fall to his death. Duan Fei looked down and sneered, "What an idiot." But then, his pupils shrunk and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Not only him, the surrounding cultivators all had their mouths wide open as if they had seen something terrifying. In the air, Lin Xian walked up step by step. His feet stepped on the air, and the shadow of a silver dragon emerged. Stepping on the air? This is impossible. He's not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, how did he do it? Is he hiding his strength? The crowd guessed, but they didn't feel any spirit energy fluctuation. While the crowd was puzzled, President Meng Chuan smiled. Little guy, what a pure soul force. Old Monster Han, where did you find such a young man? As soon as President Meng Chuan spoke, the surrounding alchemy masters suddenly understood. They quickly sensed the changes in the sky. This is soul force. He actually used his soul force to make the stairs. The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too terrifying. Not only did it require a strong soul force, it also required precise control. If there was a slight mistake, he would fall. Song Yunxing and the others' faces were gloomy. They stared at Lin Xian with hatred. How can this kid have such a pure soul? Don't be afraid. Although he's powerful, he still hasn't broken through to the 3rd grade. He's still lacking compared to Duanfei. We'll definitely win this competition. Elder Blackheart laughed. Lin Xian used a soul power to create a staircase and walked through the air. This scene shocked many people. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into loud cheers that spread out in all directions like waves. Deliberately mystifying things. Duanfei's face was cold. He was very disdainful of Lin Xian's performance. As long as he was willing, he could do 100 times better than Lin Xian. Song Qianqian's face also turned cold. She wished she could slap Lin Xian and make him fall to the ground. Lin Xian calmly walked to the stone platform as though he was ascending a staircase to heaven. He slowly sat down and seriously looked at the items on the platform. There were 3 sets of herbs and 1 pill formula written on paper. This pill formula required the alchemist to grasp the key details. It was much more difficult. It's about the same as I expected. 3 chances should be enough. Lin Xian put down the pill formula. In the distance, Duanfei sneered. No matter how much you show off your movement technique, you are still trash on the platform. I will let you know what a 3rd grade alchemist is. As a 3rd grade alchemist, he was very confident. In his opinion, defeating Lin Xian was very simple, and so was winning. At that moment, a crisp sound came from the square again. A faint light appeared in front of nearly 500 stone platforms. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it was a round bead. In the first round of the assessment, you have 3 chances. If you can refine a pill within the allotted time, you will be able to enter the next round. Now, let's begin. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, all the participants on the stone platforms took action. At that moment, all the alchemists on the stone platforms took out their cauldrons and began refining pills. Cauldrons of different colors appeared one after another, stimulating everyone's eyes. Lin Xian held the pill formula and thought carefully, simulating the refining process in his mind. In fact, he had refined pills many times. Every day, he would take time to practice. Furthermore, he had Lord Alcohol's guidance, so his strength far exceeded his peers. After simulating the process in his mind, Lin Xian confirmed the key details before starting. He didn't take out the pill furnace, but drew the inscription pattern with his bare hands. Inscriptions appeared in the air, mysterious and profound. The herbs on the stone table flew up and started to decompose under the effects of the inscriptions. This phenomenon was very special among the pill furnaces that filled the sky. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, look, he's not using a pill furnace. You can refine pills without using a pill furnace? It's amazing. In the Heavenly Mountain Empire, most alchemists would use alchemy furnaces to refine pills because the inscriptions within the furnace could increase the success rate. It was their first time seeing someone like Lin Xian refining pills with his bare hands. The exclamations of the crowd below made the other alchemists on the stone platform unable to remain calm. Many of the contestants near Lin Xian stole glances at him. When they saw that Lin Xian was really refining pills with his bare hands, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were even a few people who didn't control their emotions well, causing their souls to go out of control. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within the pill furnace. Bang! Bang! The pill furnace trembled and emitted black smoke. It was obvious that the pill refinement had failed. Duanfei also saw Lin Xian's performance from afar. His face was gloomy and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just trying to please the crowd and steal his limelight. As a third-grade alchemist, he should have been the focus of attention. However, with Lin Xian's appearance, he was no longer the focus of attention. Damn you, I'll teach you a lesson. Duanfei's voice was filled with killing intent. Song Qianqian was also furious. You dare to refine pills with your bare hands? Do you really think you're an alchemy grandmaster? When you fail 3 times, I'll take a good look at your crying face. Lin Xian's performance made the disciples of the Medicine Emperor court angry. Even Wu Xiaoyu's expression turned ugly. Pretentious, you're pretentious again. Wu Xiaoyu's face was ferocious. I don't believe that you won't take out your pill furnace. The elders on the spectator stand were also surprised. Lin Xian's performance had once again exceeded their expectations. Other than DK, everyone else was shocked. Even President Meng Chuan revealed a pondering expression. In fact, even DK was shocked for a long time when he first saw Lin Xian refining pills with his bare hands. This guy, he doesn't even know how to hide it in public. DK muttered softly. When Song Yunqing and the others heard this, their bodies trembled. Then, they glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Their gazes seemed to want to pierce through him. Once Lin Xian started refining, he forgot about everything in the outside world. He immersed himself in the refining process and used his soul force to sense every detail. Heart blue grass, high-temperature extraction. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Flame? While he was in a daze, cracks appeared on the inscription pattern in the air and it shattered like glass. Ka, a crisp sound rang out. Although it was soft, it reached everyone's ears. It's broken, it's broken. Lin Xian's inscription has shattered. Haha, I knew it. That kid was pretending. Now he's screwed up. Wu Xiaoyu laughed maniacally. Flashy but useless trash. Duan Fei said disdainfully. Song Qianqian also looked at him with disdain. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, especially Song Yunqing and the others. They all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. In their opinion, Lin Xian did not have the ability to refine pills with his bare hands. His actions were just to attract everyone's attention. There are 2 more chances, but there's not much time left. Song Yunqing sneered. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to what those people were saying. He looked at the pill formula carefully and pondered. He had already used the inscription pattern to simulate the flame. With his skills, there was no way he would make a mistake. However, the inscription still shattered. That's right. Flame extraction is only to extract the heart blue grass's liquid. I don't have to use flame inscriptions at all. Lin Xian instantly understood. As an inscription master, he faced the situation of failing every day. Even the top alchemy masters could not guarantee a 100% success rate. What they could do was to try their best to increase the success rate. Therefore, the first failure did not affect Lin Xian at all. If he could not even accept this, then how could he talk about reaching the peak of alchemy? Looking around, Lin Xian discovered that the others were refining with all their might. Among them, Duan Fei and Song Qianqian were the fastest. Looking at the fluctuations of the aura, it seemed that they were at the final stage. As expected of a third-grade alchemy master. His ability is indeed not for show. Lin Xian praised. Duan Fei's technique was very practiced. He easily controlled the pill furnace and continuously inscribed inscriptions. As a third-grade alchemy master, this was not difficult for him at all. Song Qianqian's performance was also very relaxed. As Song Yunqing's daughter, she had learned alchemy from Song Yuanqing since young. Looking at her technique, she had the demeanor of a master. As expected of the dean's daughter. You have some ability. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and began the second refinement. Although Lin Xian had only learned alchemy for a short period of time, he had astonishing talent. Furthermore, he had a master like Lord Alcohol as his teacher. Therefore, he didn't fear anyone. With a flick of his finger, Lin Xian drew another inscription. What? He's not using a cauldron? The crowd below was shocked. Refining pills with his bare hands is simply courting death. Song Yunqing sneered. Even the third hall master frowned. What is this brat doing? Doesn't he know that this is a competition? On the other hand, old man DK was very calm. He narrowed his eyes as he sat in his wheelchair, looking very calm. No one knew how terrifying Lin Xian was more than him. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. With his first experience, Lin Xian was very familiar with the process. He skillfully separated and extracted the herbs. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was very pleasing to the eye. The crowd below was dumbfounded. How was this alchemy? This was an art. President Meng Chuan looked at Lin Xian's technique and nodded repeatedly. It doesn't look like the alchemy technique of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It's an extremely exquisite technique. Time passed bit by bit. During this period, the stone platforms lost their light and became dim. This also meant that the contestants on the stone platforms had used up their 3 chances and could only leave regretfully. Buzz, the air trembled as the fragrance of a pill spread out. It was getting thicker and thicker. Everyone looked over and saw Duanfei patting his cauldron. A round blue pill flew out. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the pill bottle and quickly placed it into the cauldron. The audience below burst into applause and cheers that shook the heavens. Among them, the Medicine Emperor court was the happiest. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads in the first round. Now, they wanted to vent all their resentment in the second round. Isn't your pill emperor all powerful? We have a third-grade alchemist. We can crush you to death in minutes. After Duanfei finished, Xianxia also successfully collected the pill. The first 2 were completed by the disciples of the Medicine Emperor court. This made the disciples of the Medicine Emperor court extremely happy. After this, more and more contestants completed their alchemy. On the Pill Emperor court's side, many disciples also completed their alchemy. After all, they were a top force. Although they didn't have a third-grade alchemist, they still had quite a few second-grade alchemists. However, Lin Xian, who had performed amazingly before, was still in the process of refining. Time was running out. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to retreat after being defeated here? That's for sure. Do you really think you can concoct pills without using a pill furnace? The disciple from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sneered. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. Duanfei looked over and sneered, trash will always be trash. When you need real ability, you'll become so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. How are you going to compete with us with this level of skill? Song Qianshan scoffed. Even old man DK was a little worried. This kid won't screw it up, right? The time had already entered the countdown, but Lin Xian still hadn't finished. F***ck, hurry up, we're running out of time. A disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall anxiously shouted. However, Lin Xian didn't panic at all. His hands were unusually steady. At the last moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hands. The liquid in his hands rapidly gathered together, forming a round pill. At this moment, a dazzling blue light shone in the sky. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian placed the pill into a pill bottle. F***ck, that scared me to death. The disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall was sweating profusely. Even the palms of the elders below were sweating. However, Lin Xian still had a confident smile on his face. He didn't panic at all. Your luck is very good, but I'm afraid you won't have such a chance next time. Duanfei had a lofty expression on his face. Is that so? Luck is also a part of strength. Don't you know? Lin Xian smiled. You only know how to talk. Alchemists don't rely on their mouths to make a living. Song Qianshan snorted. Lin Xian shrugged. He wasn't willing to explain to these senseless people. On the spectator stand, DK and the others heaved a sigh of relief. I can't take it anymore. I'm too old. I can't take this kind of stimulation. Song Yunxing snorted. You can laugh after the quality check is over. I don't think a pill refined with bare hands can be any good. Elder Blackheart beside him was very confident. In terms of quality, no one could compare to Duanfei. Everyone fell silent. Duanfei was a third-grade alchemist. He had an absolute advantage. Alright, the pill refining segment is over. Now, participants without any light on the stone platform, please step down. President Meng Chuan said in a clear voice. Immediately, the participating disciples walked down the stone platform dejectedly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Give me a few more breaths of time and I'll definitely be able to complete it. That's right. I only have 3 chances. Maybe I'll succeed on the 4th try. These people left with endless resentment. The entire square suddenly became much emptier. Lin Xian was astonished. He stared at the empty stone platform with shock in his heart. More than 100 people were eliminated. This elimination rate was truly terrifying. Next, we will test the pills. The quality of the pills will also be recorded in your results. Of course, we will also eliminate some useless pills during this process. Now, let's begin the pill testing. After President Meng Chuan finished speaking, a fist-sized groove appeared in the center of the stone platform. By placing the pills inside, the quality of the pills would be tested. Everyone followed his instructions and placed their pills into the groove. Lin Xian looked curiously at the groove and placed his pills in as well. In the next moment, the stone platforms in the square began to emit different colors. Some of the blue lights were as bright as stars, while others were as bright as fireflies. Different intensities represented different grades. Of course, there were also some stone platforms that completely dimmed. This meant that the pills refined were useless and would also be eliminated. Impossible. How can the pills I refined be useless? There must be a problem with the test. Some participants were unconvinced. What a scam. Not a single key detail was given. How can it be refined? Dozens of participants walked down the stone platform while cursing. One or two lunatics slammed the stone platform with all their might to vent their dissatisfaction. But even so, it didn't change the fact that they were eliminated. At this moment, a blue pillar of light lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Wow, this blue light is so bright. It's Duan Fei. Did you guys see that? He's from our Medicine Emperor Hall. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall exclaimed in excitement. It's actually a high-grade emptiness pill. As expected of a third-grade alchemist. An elder from the Inscription Alliance nodded with a smile. Buzz, another blue light flashed. Song Xianxian's stone platform also lit up. Although this light was slightly weaker than Duan Fei's, it still reached the level of a high-grade emptiness pill. As the blue light flashed, the grades of the pills refined by the participants were revealed. Other than Duan Fei and Song Xianxian, someone from the Pill Emperor Hall also refined a high-grade pill. But compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall, it was still lacking. Not to mention Duan Fei, even Song Xianxian's pill was brighter than the Pill Emperor Hall's. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? There's still hope. Lin Xian's pill hasn't been tested yet. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, waiting for his result. Other than Lin Xian, all the pills concocted by the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall had already been lost to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hence, Lin Xian became the last hope of the crowd. Humph. Duan Fei's face was cold as he held onto his cauldron, his eyes filled with disdain. As a third-grade alchemist, he didn't place Lin Xian in his eyes at all. How can a pill concocted by his bare hands be better than one concocted by us using a high-quality cauldron? Song Xianxian sneered. The majority of the crowd didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Firstly, it was because Lin Xian was only a second-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to win against Duan Fei. Secondly, these people didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct pills with his bare hands. At most, he was just trying to please the crowd. Lin Xian wasn't anxious at all. He calmly waited for the result. It's been so long, there's no movement. Could it be a waste pill? Someone asked. It's very possible. If that's the case, the Pill Emperor Hall is finished. Soon after, this suspicion spread in all directions. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had concocted a waste pill. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall felt their hearts in their mouths. Wang. Wang, the stone platform trembled slightly as a faint blue light appeared. It's out, but the light is so weak. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall laughed. Boom, before he could finish his sentence, a beam of blue light gushed out, as bright as the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone covered their eyes with their hands as they exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what a dazzling light. Impossible, didn't he concoct a waste pill? Those from the Medicine Emperor Hall couldn't believe it. Seeing the light, Duan Fei's face sank. His expression was gloomy as he clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surged violently in his body. Damnable fellow, what did he concoct? Duan Fei couldn't understand why the light was so dazzling. Song Qianqian's face was also pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. On the spectator stand, President Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blue light in the sky. He took a deep breath, top-grade emptiness pill. Top grade. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they sucked in a breath of cold air. Generally, high-grade medicinal pills were already very good. However, above high-grade medicinal pills, there was a type of peak-grade medicinal pill. This kind of pill could only be refined by very few alchemy grandmasters, and it also required a certain amount of luck. Elder Blackheart's expression was ugly. He had said before the competition that Duan Fei would definitely win. However, he was slapped in the face again. He was about to go crazy. Ever since he met Lin Xian, every word he said could not be fulfilled. He was an alchemy grandmaster. Even Song Yunxing had to be respectful to him. However, he was repeatedly defeated by Lin Xian. This brat is very strange. He seems to specialize in restraining me. The more Elder Blackheart thought about it, the more terrified he became. We can't let this kid live. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If he allowed Lin Xian to succeed, he would only become more and more unlucky. Song Yunxing, who was standing at the side, trembled slightly. He could feel the terrifying killing intent, and his heart was in turmoil. It seems like Elder Blackheart wants to kill him. That's good too. There's no need for a person like Lin Xian to live in this world. The people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sat with ugly expressions. However, the Pill Emperor Hall elders beside them were all laughing. Lin Gongzi is too naughty. He always makes things so thrilling. Elder Jean laughed. We're old. Our hearts can't withstand such torment. What do you know? This is exciting. The group of elders was in a good mood. Asterisk 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 luck. It must be asterisk 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 luck. Duan Fei roared inwardly. I don't believe you can keep being lucky. Humph, it's just luck. It will run out sooner or later. In the next few rounds, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat. Duan Fei said angrily. Is that so? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Good luck will follow me forever. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Hee hee, old Han, this little fellow is not bad. Meng Chuan laughed. DK nodded. To be honest, I don't know where his bottom line is. However, it doesn't seem difficult to defeat Duan Fei. As the old monsters conversed, the square changed again. A dazzling blue light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Damn, another top-notch pill. Everyone was in an uproar. Had they seen a ghost today? 2 top-notch pills had actually appeared. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They all looked towards the source of the light. Even Lin Xian frowned. Before this, he hadn't discovered any experts. The blue light was like the sun, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked behind him. There was a red-robed alchemist there. He wore a cloak on his head, concealing his entire body. He's actually an alchemist from a small faction? Lin Xian frowned. This person gave him a strange feeling. It reminded him of the people from the Nether Hall. However, if this person belonged to the Black Dragon sect, then what was Elder Blackheart's identity? For a moment, Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't figure it out. He originally thought that Elder Blackheart was from the Black Dragon sect, but now he had doubts. Not only was Lin Xian puzzled, but everyone else was also shocked. A top-notch pill was too shocking. If Lin Xian could refine it, everyone would be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian had made the Medicine Emperor courtyard suffer a great loss a few days ago. But now, an unknown alchemist had actually managed to refine a top-grade pill. This was simply too shocking. Duan Fei's face couldn't be any darker. Before the competition, he disdained to compete with Lin Xian and the others. But now, there were actually 2 people who surpassed him in alchemy. Furthermore, neither of them were third-grade alchemists. This dealt a serious blow to his confidence. Who is this person? Not only were Lin Xian and the others shocked, but Meng Chuan and the other seniors were also surprised. The elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They actually didn't recognize the red-robed alchemist. Which faction is he from? Asked Meng Chuan. The middle-aged man beside him hurriedly flipped through the information and quickly said, he's a participant from the He family. He family? Meng Chuan frowned slightly as he looked at the red-robed alchemist. Sensing everyone's gazes, the red-robed alchemist raised his head. Under the red cloak was a very young and tender face. His long and narrow eyes actually carried a trace of green light. How is this possible? He's so young. Everyone was alarmed. Lin Xian pursed his lips. From the looks of it, he's at most 14 or 15 years old. He's just a child. It's impossible for him to refine top-notch pills at such a young age. DK shook his head. If there really was such an alchemy genius, they would have long heard of him. Check his exact information, said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Found him. He's a 15-year-old participant from the He family. His name is Xianxia. Xianxia? Many elders in the spectator stands tried their best to recall, but they had never heard of this name. What do you think? Asked Meng Chuan. I seem to have seen his alchemy technique just now. It doesn't seem to be from the Heavenly Mountain Empire, said an elder beside him. The Ji family is at the borders of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Could he be an alchemist from another country? Even if he's an alchemy inscription master from another country, we should have heard of such a young genius, said Song Yunqing in a deep voice. He was in an extremely bad mood. One Lin Xian was enough to annoy him, but now, another genius had appeared. If this continued, they would definitely lose the second round. If they lost the second round, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard would have no chance of becoming the champion. There's no rule against finding helpers in the competition. Everyone knows this. Therefore, even if he's not from Heavenly Mountain, we can't stop him from participating in the competition. Unless what? Seeing Meng Chuan remain silent, the surrounding elders became anxious. Unless he's over 30 years old. That would violate the competition rules. Over 30 years old? Wu Xiong was stunned. Does guild leader Meng suspect that he's faking it? We can't rule out that possibility. After all, he can refine top-notch pills at such a young age. His talent is too terrifying. It was no wonder that they were surprised. This talent was indeed terrifying. After all, these people were all top masters in Heavenly Mountain Empire. When they were 15 years old, they had probably only been able to inscribe pill patterns. Not to mention refining pills. Even Lin Xian, who was already 18 years old, was no exception. According to the customs of the Lingwu continent, an 18-year-old was an adult. Get him to remove his cloak. Let's investigate him properly, said Song Yunqing in a deep voice. President Meng Chuan shook his head and said to the people beside him, Where's the He family? Get them to come over. While Meng Chuan and company were discussing, the crowd below was also discussing. They hadn't expected such a change, but they were all excited. A dark horse. 2 dark horses actually appeared at once. This year's competition is too exciting. It seems like this change has shocked the Inscription Union. I thought that Lin Xian would be the big winner. I never expected there to be such a change. As everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the spectator stands. He Ming from the He family greets seniors. Are you the He family's family head? Asked Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Yes, He Ming asked cautiously. May I know why seniors are looking for me? Is He Nian, who refined a top-notch pill, a disciple of your He family? Yes. He Ming revealed a smug expression. He Nian has been talented in alchemy since he was young. Furthermore, he was taught by an expert before, which is why he was able to refine that kind of pill. An expert? DK was suspicious. Are experts so common nowadays? Let him take off his cloak, Song Yunqing said. All right, He Ming replied respectfully. Then he turned to the square and shouted, He Nian, take off your cloak. Everyone looked over curiously, wanting to see the true face of this young genius. On the stone platform, the red-robed disciple slowly stood up and reached out his fair hand to take off the cloak on his head. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and under the cloak was an abnormally pale face, as if she had never seen the sun for a long time. A pair of dark green eyes, incomparably cold, without a trace of emotion. This He Nian is actually a young girl? Everyone was stunned. Meng Chuan and the other elders used their soul force to investigate and discovered that it wasn't a disguise. However, the pair of dark green eyes made them feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked up. In the distance, Xianxia seemed to sense Lin Xian's gaze and suddenly turned her head. His dark green eyes actually glowed with a strange light. The corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. Such cold eyes. She doesn't look like a young girl at all. Lin Xian was puzzled, but he couldn't find any evidence. It wasn't just Lin Xian. Meng Chuan and company couldn't find any evidence either. What's with her eyes? DK asked. It's a special cultivation technique. After cultivating it, one will become like this. Furthermore, they will become especially cold, He Ming answered. You may leave, Meng Chuan said. Yes. After He Ming left, Meng Chuan and company frowned. It feels very strange. I'm guessing that she's definitely not a young girl. Third Palace Master snorted coldly. But we don't have any evidence. It's useless even if we say it. We might even be criticized for bullying the weak. DK shook his head. We can only continue with the competition, President Meng Chuan said. Then, he stood up and said in a clear voice, we discussed it just now. The results of the competition are out. The current leaders are Lin Xian from Pill Emperor Hall and He Nian from He Clan. The third place is Duan Fei from Medicine Emperor Hall. Next, the second round will begin. Everyone, please prepare. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the unknown He Clan would produce a dark horse. Even the Medicine Emperor Hall was defeated. Is the Medicine Emperor Hall going to suffer another tragedy? Many people guessed. On the stone platform, Duan Fei's face was cold. Damn it. Where did this brat come from? He can actually refine a top-grade pill. He was going crazy. He couldn't wait for the second round's questions to be extremely difficult. That way, he would be able to use his advantage as a third-grade pill inscription master. As President Meng Chuan's voice fell, the stone platform changed. The mechanism below delivered new things. This time, there were 2 sets of herbs. Beside them was a jade slip. Many people were overjoyed. Jade slips were different from paper. They could record the details of pill refinement. With a jade slip, the success rate of pill refinement would increase by 40%. Jade slip? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, the question should be harder and harder. Now that the jade slip was given, it should be very strange. He picked up the jade slip and used his soul force to scan it. After a while, he smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The jade slip recorded the recipe of a pill called Vitality Pill. It was very detailed and comprehensive. All the key details were clearly explained. As long as one followed the instructions, the success rate would reach 80%. Could it be that the questions are easy? Just when Lin Xian was doubting, President Meng Chuan spoke again. The rules are the same as the previous round. If you succeed in refining within the time limit, you can enter the next round. After explaining the rules, many participants impatiently began to refine their pills. Reading the jade slip to refine pills was a process they were very familiar with. Medicinal herbs were placed into the furnace one by one. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. AI, forget it. Let's refine according to the recipe first. Lin Xian shrugged and began to draw the inscription. In the distance, the young girl He Nian once again put on her cloak, covering half of her face. She picked up the jade slip and quickly read through it. The corner of He Nian's mouth curled up into a sneer. The green light in her eyes intensified. Humph, low-level tricks. Is this the standard of the people from Heavenly Mountain Empire? It seems that I will win the second round easily. After saying that, she drew a strange arc with her palm, constantly controlling the furnace. President Meng Chuan looked at the busy participants in the square and revealed an expectant expression. I wonder who will be the first to discover it. With the jade slip pill formulas, refining medicinal pills became much simpler. Many participants couldn't wait to start refining pills. They wanted to obtain a good ranking. However, there were some who remained skeptical. They didn't believe that the second round would be so simple, so they read the jade slip pill formula over and over again. However, no matter how they looked at it, there was no problem. It doesn't seem fake. Song Qianxian rested her chin on her hand as she pondered seriously. Humph, no matter what the problem is, it won't stump me. Duanfei was full of confidence. In the end, they all chose to start refining pills. Wind Moon Square fell silent once again. Everyone waited patiently and whispered about who would win. In the stands, Meng Chuan and company focused their attention on the red-robed girl named Yin. They constantly analyzed her every move. Looking at her cauldron control and habit of taking out herbs, it's hard to believe that she's a 15-year-old youth. Her proficiency level is at least a few decades. There must be something wrong with her. These people were all alchemy masters. When they observed a person together, they quickly discovered something amiss. However, this alone wasn't enough to expose her. Meng Chuan sighed. Although I don't know what her motive is, I don't wish for the second round's victor to be an unknown person. Don't worry, guild leader Meng. Lin Xian won't lose, said DK with a smile. Humph. Duanfei is a third-grade alchemist. It's even more impossible for him to lose. Song Yunqing snorted coldly. Just as these people were conversing, there was a new change in the square. Bam, in the quiet square, a low and deep sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up in puzzlement and saw black smoke coming out of a participant's cauldron on the stone platform. What's going on? What happened? It looks like a cauldron explosion. A cauldron explosion? Everyone had strange expressions. However, when they discovered the identity of the disciple, their expressions became even stranger. That seems to be a disciple of the Medicine Sovereign Court. Why did his cauldron explode again? Everyone noticed this, and quite a few people laughed softly. The faces of the people from the Medicine Sovereign Court immediately darkened. Their cauldron explosion had yet to calm down, and now, their cauldrons had exploded again in front of everyone. Trash, you're really trash. Song Yunqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He growled in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" The surrounding elders of the Medicine Sovereign Hall all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. They were all silent, not knowing how to reply. Hee, I think the standard of your Medicine Emperor courtyard is really too low. You might as well close your doors. Third Hall Master Wu Xiong mocked mercilessly. The faces of those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard turned red, and they felt like dying. On the stone platform, the disciple whose furnace exploded was also stunned. His eyes were empty as he repeated the words repeatedly. That's impossible. I'm following the pill formula. There's no way I'm wrong. How could this be, ha 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 ha. Sure enough, another cauldron explosion. Wu Xiaoyu gloated, your Medicine Emperor courtyard really specializes in cauldron explosions. As soon as he finished speaking, another bang was heard, and the sound of a furnace exploding came from the stone platform. Wu Xiaoyu's face was charred black. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became uglier and uglier. F***ck, what's going on? It's impossible for me to make a mistake. Damn you, it's all your fault. You passed on your bad habit of cauldron explosions to me. Get the hell away from me. Wu Xiaoyu roared madly. The crowd below was also stunned. There was actually someone whose furnace exploded. And the two of them were standing right next to each other. Could it be that cauldron explosions were really contagious? Humph, seems like the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall aren't much. Song Yunqing's expression softened. The one whose furnace exploded seems to be Brother Wu's son, right? I really don't know how Brother Wu teaches his juniors. Song Yunqing finally found a chance to retaliate. The other elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard also mocked and ridiculed. You. The third hall master was so angry that he was trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. This is too embarrassing. Little brat, see how I'll deal with you when we return. The third hall master gritted his teeth. Just as the crowd was discussing and mocking, the stone platform changed again. Bang bang bang, continuous sounds rang out, and like firecrackers, they exploded in the air. Almost half of the participants had their furnaces exploding. This? Everyone was stunned. There's a problem. DK furrowed his brows. If one or two people had their furnaces exploding, it would definitely be because they weren't skilled enough. But if over 100 people made the same mistake at the same time, it would be strange. Seems like the second round isn't as simple as we thought. Not far away, Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed. With so many people exploding their furnaces at the same time, it created a loud sound that directly disturbed the other participants. As more and more people failed, even the air was filled with impatience and uneasiness. Bang! Xianxia's furnace trembled, and black smoke rose from it. Failed? She bit her lips, and her face was filled with doubt. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was still holding a stalk of medicinal herb in his hand. He was supposed to put it in at this moment. However, he stopped in his tracks. He knew Xianxia's strength. She could be considered one of the top 5 existences here. However, even she had failed. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there's a problem with the pill formula? He immediately thought of the pill formula. Because, not long ago, he had also created a fake pill formula that caused the Medicine Emperor courtyard to explode. However, there were many kinds of fake pill formulas that could cause cauldrons to explode. Lin Xian didn't know which one it was. As expected of the Pill King competition, it can actually deceive everyone. Lin Xian sighed softly in his heart. He could only investigate bit by bit, and ensure that he found the problem during the refinement process. Not long after, Shi Taisheng's voice sounded again. Duan Fei sat with a gloomy expression. In front of him was a useless pill. Damn it, where did it go wrong? He scratched his head hard and read the pill formula again. The crowd below exclaimed, Duan Fei is one of the 3 alchemists. Even he has failed. Looks like the second round is much more difficult than we thought. There are still 5 people left. I wonder if they can succeed in one try. The crowd began to look forward to it. Among the 5 people who were still refining, there was Lin Xian and the red-robed girl, He Nian. The remaining 3 were alchemists from other factions. Because they had refined late, they probably hadn't made any mistakes yet. Even so, their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Time passed, and someone began to refine again. However, not long after, a low sound came from the sky again. Looking at the shattered pill, the Medicine Emperor courtyard participant wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, what kind of lousy pill formula is this? I clearly refined it according to the formula. That disciple's face was filled with indignation as he cursed wildly. There were only 2 chances in the second round, so that disciple was eliminated. Seeing his lonely figure walk down the stone stage, the remaining participants felt a chill in their hearts. If they couldn't find the problem within the time limit, they would be disqualified like that person. The Wind Moon Plaza fell into silence. Every contestant was racking their brains. Those who had the slightest idea did not dare to try again. After all, they only had one chance. If they failed, they could only leave. Just like that, everyone fell into a vicious circle. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the air, Lin Xian became even more careful. He merged the herbs one by one, and the pill slowly took shape. Everyone's eyes were on him. Merge the purple lilac, inky jade grass, and yellow sand fruit, Lin Xian put in the purple lilac. When he picked up the inky jade grass, his body suddenly trembled. No. He seemed to have realized something, and his face became very ugly. The order is wrong. Although the pill recipe said to merge the 3 herbs, it did not say the order. It was obvious that the order listed was not the order of merging. This was a detail. Most people would merge according to the order listed, but who would have thought that it was randomly listed and was not the order of merging? A group of old foxes. They are indeed sinister. Lin Xian's face darkened. He now understood, but the order was wrong. Sigh, forget it. I still have one more chance. I should be able to succeed. Lin Xian put in the yellow sand fruit, which immediately caused the pill to tremble. The inscriptions were broken, and the pill refinement failed. The pill that was about to take shape shattered into pieces and fell on the stone platform. He failed again. Even Lin Xian failed. Is the second round really that difficult? Everyone's faces were ugly. Humph, he failed as expected. I didn't even notice the problem. How could he succeed? Duan Fei sneered. When the people from the Medicine Emperor court saw that Lin Xian also failed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really afraid that Lin Xian would succeed on his first try. It seems that he must have been lucky to succeed in the previous round. Elder Blackheart snorted coldly. Everyone was back to the starting line. It was time to see who could find the problem first. Everyone waited. No, there's another person refining. Elder DK's pupils constricted. At that moment, everyone looked at the stone platform. The hundreds of contestants on the platform all stopped refining and were thinking hard. However, in the corner, there was a red-robed figure who was calmly refining. It's her, a disciple of the He family. Everyone was stunned. They realized that He Nian's furnace did not explode. How could this be? Is there no problem with the pill formula? Many people were stunned. Could it be that she has found the problem? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then this He Nian was too terrifying. Impossible, that guy definitely hasn't reached the crucial point yet. Duan Fei didn't believe it. It wasn't just Duan Fei who didn't believe it. The alchemy grandmasters in the stands didn't believe it either. Song Yunqing's face darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Old Meng, what's wrong with you? Those little guys are all stumped. DK frowned. If we let this unknown guy win, I'm afraid the consequences won't be good, right? Sigh, now I'm sure that person isn't a 15-year-old girl. Meng Chuan said in a deep voice. I hope someone can discover the problem. In the square, looking at the relaxed red-robed girl, everyone was very anxious. Humph. A bunch of idiots. You can't even see the problem. The red-robed girl scoffed. Although her voice was very soft, the square was very quiet. Furthermore, everyone's cultivation levels weren't low. Therefore, everyone heard her words very clearly. Damn it, what's with the arrogance? Duan Fei was furious. As a third-grade alchemist, it was already very embarrassing that he didn't find the problem immediately. Now, someone was mocking him in front of his face. This was unbearable. However, he couldn't find a way to retaliate. He could only be angry. By the side, Song Qianqian and company also had bitter expressions. That fellow actually didn't make any mistakes. It looks like she must have found the problem. Lin Xian frowned. From the looks of it, she's only halfway through the refinement. There should be a chance for her to catch up. With this in mind, Lin Xian's gaze turned sharp. His goal was the White Dragon Ascension pill, so he had to win. With a wave of his hand, the last herb floated into the air. Lin Xian's fingers danced as he quickly separated and extracted the herbs. The 5 herbs tumbled under the effect of the inscription and gradually disintegrated. F*CK, is he crazy? He's actually extracting 5 herbs at the same time. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian's actions. He's only a second-grade alchemist. He actually dares to operate on multiple lines. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? This is the last chance. He can't be careless. A second-grade alchemist dares to operate on 5 lines. He's really courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He didn't believe that Lin Xian could succeed. In the stands, the elders were also shocked when they saw Lin Xian's actions. However, President Meng Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Little fellow, have you found the problem? Lin Xian pushed his soul force to the limit. His fingers were abnormally nimble as they drew inscriptions in the air as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he finished separating the herbs. What the hell, he actually succeeded. Wu Xiaoyu was shocked. Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. He's so fast. Is he competing with He Nian for time? Someone asked doubtfully. It seems to be true. Everyone realized the situation. Could it be that Lin Xian discovered the problem? Thinking of this, they all widened their eyes. Because He Nian was using a cauldron, no one could see the refining process. However, Lin Xian was different. He was refining with his bare hands. The entire process was exposed. In the corner, He Nian sneered when she learned that Lin Xian wanted to compete with her for first place. What an idiot. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to train for a few more decades. With that, she increased her refining speed. After Lin Xian extracted all the herbs, he began to fuse them. He stretched out his finger and the 3 balls of liquid fused together. Heavens, even the fusion is a multi-line operation. Is this guy still human? Is he really only a second-grade alchemist? Why do I feel that he's stronger than a third-grade alchemist? Everyone exclaimed. They looked at Lin Xian even more seriously. Soon, it's almost the purple lilac grass. I failed here last time. Xianxia became nervous. Everyone clenched their fists. They had all failed at this place. He put in the yellow sand fruit first? Xianxia exclaimed. Lin Xian fused the yellow sand fruit first, followed by the purple lilac grass and inky jade grass. In an instant, everyone understood. The order in the pill formula is wrong. F*ck, how sinister. I actually defaulted to the order. Many disciples exclaimed and kept slapping their heads. Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others' expressions changed. If it was a normal pill refinement, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. However, they were nervous in the Pill King competition today. Due to their loss in the first round and the pressure from Lin Xian and He Nian, they neglected this detail. However, everything was fine now. Everything was clear. There's still a chance. This was everyone's thought. Lin Xian's pill refining process was seen by everyone, so the problem that troubled them was solved. When the people below learned about it, they were also enlightened. They were even more impressed with Lin Xian. He was actually able to find the crux of the problem in an instant. However, what shocked them even more was that He Nian was even faster than Lin Xian. Seeing that everyone had started refining pills, Meng Chuan and the other elders of the Inscription Union heaved a sigh of relief. It's not too late. There's still a chance. There wasn't much time left. Everyone was going all out. Lin Xian quickly fused and pushed his strength to the limit. He was very fast, but He Nian was even faster. No, that guy is too terrifying. The Pill Emperor Hall elder below sighed. No, Lin Xian will definitely win. DK clenched his fists. Lin Xian and He Nian attracted countless gazes. Their techniques were all very exquisite, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Lin Xian's multitasking greatly shortened the time, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to He Nian. However, He Nian relied on her experienced techniques and didn't let Lin Xian overtake her. Who do you think will be first? DK asked worriedly. President Meng Chuan's eyes flashed as he tapped his finger on the chair. It's still not certain. Although Lin Xian's multitasking is very amazing, He Nian is even more experienced. Her experience has saved her a lot of unnecessary movements. So, it's really hard to guess the result. The elders fell silent. If President Meng Chuan couldn't tell, they couldn't tell either. It seemed that they could only wait patiently. Lin Xian was multitasking, fusing 3 balls of liquid at the same time. Although he was extremely fast, the consumption of his soul was also huge. At this moment, his forehead was already covered in sweat and his face was pale. It was obvious that this was a sign of excessive soul consumption. You're too inexperienced to play with me. He Nian sneered. The crowd below also noticed this problem, and many people stood up nervously. Not good, Lin Xian can't hold on any longer. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? Old man DK also sat up straight and supported himself on the wheelchair with both hands. Lin Xian, you can't lose. In the corner, the He clan members looked up at the sky, and an undetectable green light appeared in their eyes. He Nian is about to form a pill. Someone called out, and everyone's gazes shifted to the source of the voice. On the stone platform, He Nian's cauldron was emitting a pill fragrance that was getting thicker and thicker. If this goes on, we're going to lose. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness appearing in his eyes. I must obtain the White Dragon Ascension pill. His fingers moved, and the 3 balls of liquid suddenly collided together, continuously fusing and splashing. F*ck, he's crazy. He's too impatient. He can't control this fusion method at all. President Meng Chuan shook his head and sighed. Hurry up and separate. If this goes on, it will become a waste pill. Old man DK was also anxious. However, Lin Xian ignored them. He crazily circulated his soul force and circulated the soul cultivation method that Lord Alcohol had taught him. All the soul force in his body surged out to control the fusion of the pills, but this process only lasted for a few seconds before losing its effect. Sigh, it's over. It's going to become a waste pill. Yeah, Lin Xian is too impatient. Humph. I knew this kid couldn't do it. Song Yunxing snorted. DK, on the other hand, looked disappointed. He won so easily. He Nian also sensed Lin Xian's situation, and the disdain in his eyes intensified. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The surrounding air trembled like boiling water. A massive soul force surged out of Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. This? Everyone stared at the stone platform in a daze as they exclaimed. Nearby, Song Qianshan, Duan Fei, and company also felt the soul force, and their expressions changed. A third-grade alchemist. Duan Fei screamed. Impossible, he actually broke through. Song Qianshan was shocked. The powerful soul force enveloped the pill, and it quickly fused into a pill. Buzz, the void trembled, and inscriptions flickered. A pill fragrance wafted out. Following that, Lin Xian's fingers moved, and a pure white pill was placed into a bottle. It all happened in an instant, and by the time everyone reacted, Lin Xian had already refined the pill. Too cool, he actually broke through at the last moment. That's great, as expected of a genius. Old man DK laughed loudly. Damn it. He Nian's face was ferocious, and her pupils instantly turned into the shape of a date seed, emitting a dark green glow. Fortunately, she was covered by a cloak, so no one noticed. Who is this guy? She spat out these words through gritted teeth. Her expression did not resemble that of a 15-year-old child at all. However, no matter how irritable she was, she could not change this fact. Not long after, He Nian's cauldron trembled, and a round pill floated out. This speed was already very shocking, but it still lost to Lin Xian. The entire square was filled with tsunami-like cheers. These cheers were for Lin Xian. Everyone was convinced by his stunning performance. Xiao Xuanzi, you were very decisive just now. Aren't you afraid of failure? Asked Lord Alcohol with a chuckle. To me, getting second place is no different from failure, replied Lin Xian via voice transmission. Didn't I succeed? It looks like my decision was right. This youth isn't simple. A smile appeared on Meng Chuan's face. He had lived for 200 years, but he had never seen a youth as stunning as Lin Xian. Not only was he extremely talented, but his courage and determination were also firm. Such a person would definitely be an influential figure on the continent in the future. Lin Xian held the pill bottle in his hand and turned his head with a smile. He looked at He Nian. Following that, he gave her a provocative look. Humph. Don't be so smug. You were just lucky to break through at the last minute. You won't be so lucky next time. I'll use all my strength to defeat you. He Nian's voice was cold. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm looking forward to it. Beside him, Duan Fei was trembling with anger. Damn it, this fellow actually broke through. Up until now, he had never defeated Lin Xian once. Now that Lin Xian had become a third-grade alchemist, his chances of winning were even smaller. Don't think that you'll definitely win just because you're a third-grade alchemist. I still have an ultimate move. Duan Fei calmed down and touched the storage ring on his finger. After a period of time, the time ended. At this moment, a total of 103 people had successfully refined their pills. The rest had been eliminated. Over 200 people had been eliminated in this round. It was truly terrifying. Following that, it was time to test the pills. During this process, dozens of people were eliminated. In the end, only 56 people passed. Alright, I'm sure everyone is tired. Today's competition will end here. We'll continue tomorrow, said President Meng Chuan. Many participants heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had used up all their soul strength. There was no way they could continue competing. Lin Xian didn't mind. He had just broken through, so his soul was very robust. However, he could use this opportunity to strengthen his foundation. Feng Yuqing, Inn. Everyone from He clan was resting here. Damn it, we were so close to getting first place. In the room, He Nian said in a cold tone. We didn't expect a sudden breakthrough, but we still have a chance to win tomorrow's round. He Ming said in a deep voice. He still wanted to say something, but he frowned and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Come out." Whoosh, a black fog floated in and rolled in the air, forming a human figure. Old Black Heart? What are you doing here? He Ming shouted coldly, no longer as humble as he was during the day. Humph, it's you. Elder Black Heart's eyes flashed, black chi surrounded his body. What's your goal this time? The White Dragon Ascension pill. That's none of your business. He Ming sneered, Old Black Heart, I won't let you get the pill. Then let's wait and see. I don't believe that you guys can achieve anything in alchemy. Elder Black Heart sneered, his body turned into ghost fog again and disappeared in the air. He's from Black Heart Hall? He Nian was puzzled. He Ming nodded, don't hold back, we must get the pill. Have a good rest, you must win tomorrow's competition. He Ming said a few more words and left. Dan Emperor Hall. A dark red shadow floated towards the eastern pavilion, it didn't attract anyone's attention. In the room, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged, trying his best to stabilize his soul realm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void and flying out of the room. Ding ding, the sound of collision was heard. Lin Xian's feet flashed and he appeared outside the door. Don't you think it's too late to leave? He stretched out his palm, silver lightning surged, forming a dragon claw. It was like a dragon capturing hand, grabbing at the dark red shadow. Wang, even a harmonious spirit expert would be injured by this attack. The dark red shadow didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Seeing the silver claw about to grab him, his body emitted a dark red light. Bang, Lin Xian grabbed him with his palm. The shadow groaned and used a secret technique, turning into a ray of light and quickly escaped. Eh? Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that the thing he had grabbed was slippery and disgusting. He retracted his hand and looked at it carefully. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. What he had grabbed was actually a piece of snakeskin. On top of the snakeskin, there was a red pill robe. This is the He family's clothing, but why is it made of snakeskin? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. This kind of thing was too terrifying. No, he had to tell Old Man Deke. Lin Xian took the item and disappeared on the spot. Senior DK, are you asleep? Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of a hall. Hee, little friend Lin, what's the matter at this hour? Old Man DK pushed his wheelchair out with a puzzled look on his face. Look at this, Lin Xian said as he handed the snakeskin over. This is... DK's pupils constricted. Where did you get it? His voice trembled slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying. Someone was spying on us just now and I caught him. That person left behind the snakeskin, but his true body escaped. And this red pill robe should belong to the He family. There's indeed something wrong with them. DK's expression was solemn. I'm going out. In the magnificent hall, the elders had solemn expressions. Old Han, are you sure? Asked President Meng Chuan. Yes, this snakeskin was left behind by the He family, said D. Quebec. We can be sure that they aren't humans. Everyone looked at the scarlet snakeskin and felt their scalps tingle. Thinking back to the competition during the day, their hearts trembled. Could it be that they were competing with a group of monsters during the day? It's better if we confirm it, President Meng Chuan said cautiously. You should know what this snakeskin represents. I'll accompany you, said D. Quebec. Bring Lin Xian along. He was the one who discovered it. The two of them quickly arrived at the Pill Emperor Hall and found Lin Xian. We're going to investigate the He family. President Meng Chuan explained his intentions. If this is true, I'm afraid Sky Mountain Country will be in trouble. Lin Xian nodded. He could sense the seriousness of the situation. The three of them moved and ran towards the He family's residence. Not long after, they arrived outside the inn. Conceal your aura, said President Meng Chuan. Lin Xian activated the black cloak, and his entire person seemed to have disappeared. With a tap of his feet, he landed on the roof like cotton. There seems to be a defensive mechanism, but I can crack it, whispered de Quebec. Then, he waved his sleeve, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Circulating his spirit energy, the mirror emitted a faint light. DK aimed it at the room. Soon, a series of images appeared on the mirror. How magical. Lin Xian was surprised that the mirror could reproduce the scene in the room. This way, they didn't have to use their soul power, nor did they have to worry about being discovered. Inside the room, a petite figure was sitting on the ground. A large red robe wrapped around her body. This person should be Yin. The three of them communicated mentally. She's cultivating. The three of them waited patiently, like experienced hunters. Hiss, after a long while, the image on the mirror changed. The large red robe began to expand as though it was being propped up by something. Rip, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard as the red robe shattered, revealing Yin's body. At that moment, she was no longer petite. Instead, she had become very muscular. A thin slit suddenly appeared on her head. Pft. Pft. The crack grew larger and larger as a ferocious snake head poked out with green mucus. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he frowned. This was too horrifying. The originally petite Yin was actually a snake in human skin. Hiss, a piece of human skin landed on the ground. Behind the ferocious snake head was a body covered in scales. It was similar to a human. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that it would be a snake-type demon beast, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. It's a demon, said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Demon? Lin Xian was alarmed. Among demon beasts, there were higher-level existences. They were known as demons. This was because these demons were no longer in the form of beasts. Instead, they resembled humans in certain areas. For example, although the snake demon below had a snake head, it had a human body. Hiss, my main body is still the most comfortable. I'm suffocating to death from hiding in my small body during the day. The snake demon actually spoke in human language. Her neck was slender, and her body was like a snake's. She could easily reach the roof. Pft, the snake head stretched out and absorbed the moonlight's powers with all its might. In the shadows, Lin Xian and company had solemn expressions. It was actually a snake demon. This was too shocking. Demons are even rarer than spirit channeling experts. Why would they appear here? Earth scarce was puzzled. These demons weren't simple. President Meng Chuan's expression turned ugly. Red skin and black spots. Could it be the scarlet black demons? Scarlet black demons? Lin Xian was puzzled. DK fell silent. Could it be related to the Black Dragon sect? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Back when the Black Dragon sect was rampant, the scarlet black demons were their biggest accomplices. I never expected them to appear again. President Meng Chuan sighed. I heard that the southwest border is controlled by the Nether Hall. Now, the scarlet black demons have appeared in Heavenly Mountain. Is the Black Dragon sect really going to recover fully? But why are they participating in the Alchemy Monarch tournament? Lin Xian was puzzled. I'm afraid there's only one reason, the pills, said Meng Chuan. The white dragon soaring pill. What? Lin Xian was stunned. They had the same goal. Since it's the Black Dragon sect, we can't let them succeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used dragon capturing hand to grab downwards. Bam, a deep voice rang out, reverberating in all directions. Attack. President Meng Chuan didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. However, he was experienced, so he immediately attacked with de Quebec. Both of them were spirit transformation realm experts and were extremely powerful. They quickly subdued the snake demon. However, several powerful auras came from below. Swoosh, a few figures soared up, emitting violent auras. The person in front was He Ming. What are you doing? He Ming's expression changed drastically when he saw the captured snake demon. Humph, as a demon, you actually dare to participate in our competition. You sure are gutsy. DK sneered. He was completely on Lin Xian's side. Since the demons wanted the White Dragon Ascension pill, they were his enemies, President Meng Chuan's side. He could only handle this matter carefully. Otherwise, if he angered the demons, Heavenly Mountain wouldn't have an easy time. I can release him, but you have to leave Heavenly Mountain, said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Old Meng, I believe you know our identities. I'll tell you the truth. We came here for the White Dragon Ascension pill. What do you think the Inscription Union is? Meng Chuan's expression was gloomy. As the president of the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, he wasn't someone to be scared of. I know that the Inscription Union will not be so kind, so we have decided to win through the competition. He Ming said in a deep voice, but if you don't even let us participate in the competition, then don't blame us. President Meng Chuan fell silent. He knew how powerful the Scarlet Black demons were. It was impossible to force them. Sure, but if you lose, you'll have to leave the Tianshan Kingdom. Sure. He Ming smiled. We promise you. Let him go. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He turned his head slightly and looked at D. Quebec. Here you go. DK waved his sleeves and tossed the snake demon over. Let's go. Lin Xian and the other two quickly left. Pill Emperor Hall, Main Hall. Lin Gongzi, we'll have to rely on you for tomorrow's match. Although I don't know why they want the pills, such ancient pills can't fall into their hands. Furthermore, I suspect that their actions are definitely related to the Black Dragon sect. If that's the case, then we should stop them. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the entire Tiannan region. He knew that Lin Xian was the only one who could stop the demons. Senior Meng, don't worry. I'll do my best. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The Black Dragon sect controlled the Xia Kingdom and caused Sword Pool Manor to be sealed in ice. He would never forget this grudge. The next day, Wind Moon Square was bustling with activity again. The previous day's competition was so exciting that many people were so excited that they couldn't sleep the entire night. At this moment, they came to watch the competition with dark circles under their eyes. Who do you think will win today? I'm guessing it's Lin Xian. He just broke through yesterday. His strength must have increased greatly. Not necessarily. It might be that mysterious Yin Yin. I think it's possible for Duan Fei too. After all, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard still has a spirit-grade pill furnace. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing fervently. Soon, the participants from various parties appeared. Humph, I won't lose today. After a night of adjustment, Duan Fei had clearly regained his confidence. Lin, I'll let you know my true strength. In the distance, the He family entered in a low-key manner. He Nian looked at Lin Xian in the spectator stands, his eyes filled with rage. It was Lin Xian who had captured him yesterday and threatened to kill him. As a powerful demon, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. After winning the competition, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. He Nian's eyes glowed green. Sensing the hostility from all directions, Lin Xian appeared very calm. What he needed to do was to win the competition. Nothing else mattered. After a night of rest, I believe everyone should be in peak condition, said President Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Today's competition will continue soon. This is the last round of the second round. After this round, we will rank you according to the results of the 3 rounds. This ranking will be included in your team's ranking. After a slight pause, President Meng Chuan continued, the rules of this competition are a little different. We won't provide pill formulas or herbs. You will have to prepare everything yourself. As long as you hand over the refined pills within the stipulated time, you will be fine. The pill with the highest grade will be the winner of this round. The rules were very simple. The Inscription Alliance only set a time limit. Everything else could be done at will. Now, let the contestants enter. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of people quickly rushed onto the stone platform and calmed down to prepare. Lin Xian turned his head and found that He Nian had returned to the appearance of a young girl in the corner. However, he felt goosebumps when he thought that under this human skin was actually a snake demon. Under Lin Xian's gaze, He Nian sneered. Then, he flipped his palm and took out a red pill furnace. It was half a meter tall and blood red in color. There was a ferocious snake on it that looked lifelike. The moment the pill furnace was taken out, it immediately emitted a shocking pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. "This is a spirit-grade furnace?" the crowd below exclaimed. It was too shocking. They were still waiting for the Medicine Emperor Courtyard's pill furnace, but they didn't expect an unknown He family to take out a spirit-grade pill furnace. He Nian's strength is already heaven-defying. Now that he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace, he is invincible. It seems that Lin Xian is in danger. Humph. Duan Fei sneered and took out his Crimson Dawn spiritual stove. Spiritual energy overflowed, stirring up the wind and clouds. The two furnaces appeared, facing each other from a distance. The two auras collided in the air, causing the air to rumble. It has appeared, the spirit-grade furnace of the Medicine Emperor Courtyard. What a terrifying aura. It is said that a spirit-grade pill furnace can greatly increase the success rate. I wonder if it is true. 2 pill furnaces. I wonder what Lin Xian can take out. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the people of the Pill Emperor Hall had strange expressions. That, Grand Hall Master, what kind of pill furnace does Lin Xian have? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall inquired. DK shook his head, not saying a word. Don't tell me he still wants to concoct pills with his bare hands today? The elders trembled. Even the third and second hall masters had curious expressions on their faces. Right now, Lin Xian was their hope. Everything about Lin Xian represented the glory of the Pill Emperor Hall. I once wanted to give him a pill furnace, but he rejected it. I think he should have his own pill furnace. In the Heavenly Mountain Empire, every alchemist had their own pill furnace. Moreover, they wouldn't change their pill furnaces easily. After all, a pill furnace that had been used for a long time felt better. Everyone stared at the stone platform, their hearts filled with anticipation. Humph, I want to see what you can take out. Duan Fei touched the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove in front of him as he laughed coldly. In the distance, He Nian's eyes flickered with coldness. Lin Xian didn't panic. With a light flick of his finger, a pill furnace appeared in front of him. The crowd impatiently looked over, and many of them froze on the spot. In front of Lin Xian, there was a pill furnace. However, this pill furnace was too strange. Its entire body was dark yellow, without a trace of light, as though it was made of mud. There were even cracks in some places. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a pill furnace. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Duan Fei laughed maniacally. Lin Xian, this is your pill furnace? As expected, it's very compatible with you. His Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was surrounded by multicolored light, as though it was a divine item. It completely crushed Lin Xian's mud furnace. Even He Nian had a look of disdain on his face. If it's only at this level, I'll definitely win this round. Below, the crowd was dumbfounded. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were stunned. Their minds were blank. DK was also stunned. He thought that Lin Xian would have a good pill furnace, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange thing. Can this thing be used to concoct pills? DK shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, little friend Lin is incomparably mysterious. The things he takes out are definitely not ordinary. Although DK could not accept it immediately, he still chose to believe in Lin Xian unconditionally. Humph, what do you mean by mysterious? He's just a little bastard who's trying to act mysterious. Song Yunqing sneered. He did not think that Lin Xian could win with the mud pill furnace. Dean Song, we should be more careful around He Nian, Elder Blackheart reminded from the side. He was also disdainful of Lin Xian's mud stove. Didn't this fellow say that he would go all out? President Meng Chuan couldn't sit still any longer. President Meng, it's about time. Can we begin? He Ming asked confidently from afar. All right. President Meng Chuan's expression darkened slightly as he pressed down with both hands. His voice echoed in the square. Instantly, everyone in the Wind Moon Plaza quieted down. I hereby announce the start of the third round. I hope everyone can give it their all. President Meng Chuan announced loudly. He even emphasized the words "go all out," as if he was afraid that Lin Xian would be mistaken. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, the contestants on the stone platform began to get busy. For this round, they would take out their best pills and give it their all. Duan Fei waved his sleeves and produced dozens of herbs, forming an arc in the air. There's actually a stage 6 herb. It looks like Medicine's sovereign courtyard is going all out this time. Meng Chuan was somewhat surprised. In the distance, He Nian also took out a stage 6 herb as a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. How generous. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and began to prepare the elixir to be refined. Old Man DK had already provided him with the ingredients for his pills. There were a total of 3 sets, and the ingredients had been prepared overnight. This was because although the pills Lin Xian had prepared in the past were of good quality, they were still a little low. Now that he had broken through to a 3rd-grade alchemy inscription master, he could refine higher-grade pills. Furthermore, he had specially requested the pill formula from Lord Alcohol. Realgar Ancient Panacea Pill, a 4th-grade pill. It could cure hundreds of poisons and strengthen one's muscles and bones. If one entered the forest with a Realgar Ancient Panacea Pill, they could easily subdue a stage 5 demon beast. Most importantly, this pill could completely restrain snake-type demon beasts. Even if a 4th-grade alchemy inscription master refined such a pill, the success rate was less than 50%. If an alchemist below the 4th grade refined it, the success rate would be even lower. It wouldn't even be 10%. However, Lin Xian had a robust soul. Furthermore, he had a pill furnace that Lord Alcohol had specially refined for him, so he could give it a try. After taking out the spirit herbs, Lin Xian began to carefully deduce the formula. This was a 4th-grade pill, so he couldn't be careless. Just as he was deducing the pill formula, an exclamation came from the crowd below. Lin Xian also sensed something. He suddenly turned his head, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. This is a combination inscription. He was astonished as his eyes flickered as he carefully looked over. In front of Duan Fei was a circle of inscriptions that enveloped the red afterglow pill furnace, forming a magical combination. Combination inscriptions could greatly increase the efficiency of refining pills. It could be said to be an alchemist's treasure. Looks like I underestimated him. Lin Xian stroked his chin. With the combination inscriptions, Duan Fei's strength would increase greatly. He wouldn't be much weaker than some of the older 3rd-grade alchemy inscriptionists. In addition, he had a spirit-grade furnace, so he could almost defeat ordinary 3rd-grade alchemy inscriptionists. It's actually a combination inscription. Looks like the Medicine Emperor courtyard has put in a lot of effort. Old Man DK was surprised. Buzz, the air trembled as a large number of pill inscriptions appeared around He Nian, forming an unfathomable pattern. It's another combination inscription. He Nian is starting to show his prowess. The crowd below exclaimed. On the spectator stand, He Ming looked at the stone platform with a calm heart. The current situation was great. Other than Duan Fei, who could compete with He Nian in terms of equipment, the others couldn't. Even Lin Xian was far from it. Looks like he's definitely going to win this round. He Ming revealed a sinister smile. In addition to the results of the previous 2 rounds, He Nian will be able to take first place in the 2nd round. Looking at the contestants who were using their trump cards, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. As expected of the Alchemy King competition, everyone had a trump card. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. After calming himself down, Lin Xian began to refine the Realgar Ancient Panacea. Combination inscriptions? I have one too. He smiled and flicked his finger. Lines of complicated inscriptions appeared and formed an ancient pattern around him. The moment this set of inscriptions appeared, the spirit energy in the entire square became turbulent. Duan Fei and He Nian's combination inscriptions trembled rapidly and almost disintegrated. Damn it. Hold it steady. Duan Fei shouted. He Nian's face was also gloomy. She waved her hand continuously, and her soul power surged out crazily. Finally, she stabilized the inscriptions around her. What happened? The martial artists below didn't understand and looked up. Look, the inscriptions around Lin Xian. Someone exclaimed. There were countless inscriptions around Lin Xian. At this moment, they were absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth and constantly changing their shapes. As for Duanfei and He combination inscriptions, the light was much dimmer. Not only were the surrounding cultivators shocked, the elders on the viewing platform were even more shocked. What kind of combination inscription is that? It can actually absorb spiritual energy. Song Yunxing and Elder Blackheart had ugly expressions as they stared fixedly at the sky. Although those from the Pill Emperor Hall didn't understand, Lin Xian's strength made them extremely happy. Meng Chuan looked at the inscription beside Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that? President, what is it? The surrounding elders asked. Meng Chuan tapped his finger on his chair as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Above the combination inscription, there is another type of inscription called pill formation. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the efficiency of pill concoction. I've seen it once when I was young. I didn't expect to see it again here. President Meng Chuan slowly said. Everyone was shocked. If even the president praised this method, it must be extraordinary. But why would Lin Xian know such a mysterious method? Could it be that he had some special background? Many of the elders looked towards the Pill Emperor Hall, wanting to get some information from them. However, the elders from the Pill Emperor Hall also had looks of shock on their faces. It seemed that they didn't know anything either. On the square, Lin Xian's pill formation created a strange scene, causing the surrounding combination inscriptions to almost collapse. Duanfei was going crazy. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. He Nian's expression was also gloomy. So what if he has a pill formation? If his strength isn't enough, he still won't be able to concoct a good pill. She ignored Lin Xian and focused on concocting her pill. The others also woke up from their daze and started to concoct their own pills. Lin Xian took a deep breath and controlled the pill formation. With the help of a special pill furnace, he started to concoct the Realgar ancient spirit wine. Although he had a strong support, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a 4th-grade pill. The difficulty was so high that it was shocking. Not only that, he only had 3 sets of ingredients. There was no room for failure. As time passed, the elders on the viewing platform gradually saw the pills concocted by the participants on the stone platform. Duanfei is actually concocting a top-grade 3rd-grade pill, the purple spirit pill. This kind of pill is extremely difficult to refine. The success rate of an ordinary 3rd-grade alchemist is very low. Duanfei must have a high chance of refining this pill. I think it'll be difficult. Although he has a spirit-grade furnace, he hasn't been a 3rd-grade alchemist for long. His foundation still isn't enough. Look at Dean Song and the others. They look very confident. Many elders were discussing in low voices. I wonder what kind of pill He Nian refined. Many people looked at the stone platform and were shocked. This technique seems to be a grade 4 medicinal pill. 4th rank? That's impossible. That's right. What's her cultivation level? She can actually concoct a 4th-grade medicinal pill? President, take a look. Is He Nian refining a 4th-grade pill? Someone asked. Meng Chuan had long noticed He Nian's actions. At that moment, he was frowning. It is indeed a 4th-grade medicinal pill, profounding pill. It really is a 4th-grade medicinal pill. The surrounding elders cried out in surprise. Even Song Yunxing and the others frowned. He Nian's strength far exceeded their imagination. If he could really refine it, he would probably be first. One had to know that a 4th-grade medicinal pill was already a very high grade. It was considered a precious medicinal pill in Heavenly Mountain. Damn it, I didn't expect this fellow to be so strong. If I had known, I would have killed her with one palm. DK said hatefully. He and President Meng Chuan both knew that He Nian wasn't a 15-year-old child at all. She was a monster who had lived for countless years. Now that he dared to refine a 4th-grade medicinal pill, he definitely had enough confidence. I wonder how Lin Xian will deal with her. DK was worried. President Meng Chuan was also worried. He didn't want the demons to win the competition. He let out a heavy breath and looked at the stone platform again. This time, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Oh? He's almost done. Meng Chuan was surprised. The others were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. One had to know that the others were only halfway done. It seems that the pill array is indeed powerful. It can actually increase the speed of pill refinement so quickly. Lin Xian controlled the pill furnace with an extremely solemn expression. The final process of pill refinement was very important. Not only did it determine the success, but it also determined the grade of the pill. A pill fragrance floated out of the pill furnace and spread in all directions. Duan Fei's expression was gloomy. He realized from the pill fragrance that Lin Xian's pill was of a higher grade than his. If he let Lin Xian finish first, then he would lose a lot of face. On the other hand, He Nian sneered after smelling the fragrance. It's just second-rate goods. It seems like I'll definitely win this time. Meng Chuan and the others were shocked when they sensed the pill fragrance. This aura seems to be a 4th-grade medicinal pill. Lin Xian actually refined a grade 4 medicinal pill. Cries of surprise rang out. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked, their faces revealing looks of shock. This fellow is too crazy. He's only a 3rd-grade pill inscription master, but he actually refined a 4th-grade medicinal pill. As expected of a peerless genius. Everyone praised, but Lin Xian's expression was slightly gloomy. He was not satisfied with the grade of the pill refinement this time. Although a 4th-grade medicinal pill was amazing, it was still not enough to win against He Nian. He knew that his opponent was definitely a terrifying pill inscription master. Sigh, it seems that I can only increase the grade. Lin Xian's palms moved quickly. He controlled the pill array with all his strength and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This fellow is too reckless. President Meng Chuan stood up in shock. He naturally knew Lin Xian's intentions. However, such a crude method of increasing the grade of the pill was very likely to fail. This was a competition, and time was limited. Every failure would have a profound impact on the final result. Moreover, the grade of a 4th-grade medicinal pill was not so easy to increase. Lin Xian's actions caused everyone to tense up, especially those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard and He clan. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. The spiritual energy in the air vibrated and surged into the pill furnace, constantly fusing with the pill. Suddenly, the mud pill furnace trembled slightly, followed by a low sound. Bang! Although the sound was weak, it was still heard by everyone. Failed. Haha, he failed as expected. The Medicine Emperor courtyard's elder laughed loudly, his face full of schadenfreude. He families He Ming also sneered. He actually wanted to increase the grade of a 4th-grade medicinal pill. How naive. The others let out a deep sigh of regret. What a pity. That's a 4th-grade medicinal pill. Even if the grade is not increased, it can still suppress the crowd. Yeah, he's too impatient. I hope he won't be affected by the mood of failure. Many people felt sorry for Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian fail, Duan Fei immediately became happy. Firstly, there was not much time left. Secondly, the mood of failure would definitely affect Lin Xian. Let's see what you can do next. He's indeed too young. Looks like the first place this time is mine. He Nian revealed a smug smile. Lin Xian's failure caused an uproar, but he was lost in thought. The difficulty of refining a 4th-grade pill was beyond his imagination. It was already very heaven-defying to be able to forge it. If he wanted to raise its grade, it would be impossible. While everyone was still discussing Lin Xian's failure, a pill fragrance wafted out from the stone platform. Although this fragrance was much weaker than Lin Xian's, it was still not ordinary. This fragrance attracted everyone's attention. It's Xianxia from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. This smell, could it be a 3rd-grade pill? Several elders' eyes flickered as they carefully identified it. Soon, they raised their heads. It's indeed a 3rd-grade pill. Everyone was shocked and looked at the stone platform in disbelief. Not bad, a 2nd-grade pill inscription master can actually refine a 3rd-grade pill. He's indeed a genius. Haha, Miss Xianxia is amazing. The Medicine Emperor courtyard's people cheered. On the stone platform, Xianxia's face was red and her eyes were filled with pride. In front of her was a bronze pill furnace. Although it was not as good as the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove, it was not ordinary either. She relied on this pill furnace to refine a third-grade pill. The medicinal fragrance continued to spread, but at this time, another pill fragrance wafted out. The intensity of this fragrance was even better than Xianxia's. Another third-grade pill. Everyone exclaimed. It's a third-grade pill. Many elders were shocked. Even they had a high chance of failure when refining such a pill. But now, there was actually a young man who had succeeded. It's Duan Fei, someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. There are actually 2 disciples from the Medicine Emperor courtyard who have refined third-grade pills. It seems like they have a high chance of winning this time. Song Yunxing's expression was very good. He clapped his hands and laughed with a victorious expression. As long as the 2 of them finished refining their pills, he would have an absolute advantage. Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered. The only thing he was worried about was Hingyan. If Hingyan refined a 4th-grade pill, there would be a lot of trouble. As for Lin Xian, he had completely ignored him. Duan Fei's expression was arrogant as he continuously slapped the pill furnace to complete the last step. Xianxian, let me win this time, Duan Fei said to Song Xianxian with a smile. As a third-grade pill inscription master, he could tell the difference between the 2 pills just by looking at the pill fragrance. Okay. Song Xianxian nodded. Duan Fei was a disciple of her medicine sovereign courtyard. She was naturally happy that Duan Fei could emerge victorious. Kiki, isn't it a little too early to be complacent? A discordant voice sounded. With me here, don't even think about winning. Hingyan sneered. Duan Fei and Song Xianxian's expressions changed slightly. They turned to look at Hingyan in the corner. Suddenly, a pill fragrance wafted out from Hingyan's pill furnace, transforming into a smoke snake in the air. Pill fragrance condensation. Looking at the smoke serpent, some extremely powerful alchemy grandmasters cried out in alarm. Duan Fei and Song Xianxian's expressions also became extremely ugly. Pill fragrance condensation? What do you mean? The surrounding cultivators were puzzled and looked up at the sky curiously. In the stands, President Meng Chuan's expression was gloomy. He frowned and muttered to himself, pill fragrance condensation is something only 4th grade and above pills possess. Furthermore, it's a special pill. That Hingyan is able to condense the pill fragrance. It's obvious that the pill he refined isn't of a low grade. Duan Fei and Song Xianxian's pills are nothing in front of Hingyan. Are they really going to lose this time? President Meng Chuan wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people from Medicine Emperor Hall and Pill Emperor Hall also had ugly expressions. Elder Blackheart gripped his walking stick tightly. These damned monsters, they actually have the ability to condense the pill fragrance. It seems like the other party is well prepared. DK sighed. Little friend Lin, we can only rely on you now. When the others learned of the pill fragrance condensation, they were all shocked. A 4th grade pill, and an extremely special one at that. If nothing unexpected happened, the final champion would probably be Hingyan. Duan Fei and Song Xianxian's faces were ashen, as if they had lost their souls. Pill fragrance condensation was a technique only her father, Song Yunxing, knew. Now, it was actually used by a 15-year-old girl. This blow was too great for them. Looking at the pills in the cauldron, the 2 of them felt like crying but had no tears. Haha, I'll be the champion this time. Hingyan's voice rang out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect such an ending. Could it be that the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall were really going to lose? That might not be the case. A voice that could sever nails and sever iron rang out. Who is it? The expressions of the He clan members changed slightly as they looked at the stone platform in anger. Even Hingyan turned his head to look. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Everyone exclaimed. Just you? You're just a piece of trash who failed in alchemy. Hingyan was extremely disdainful. It's normal to fail in alchemy. If you can't even accept this, what's the point of refining pills? You might as well sell tofu. Lin Xian's face regained its calmness. Clearly, he had already walked out from his previous failure. I'll be the champion this time. Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. It was as sharp as a sword, slicing through the sky. Looking at the confident Lin Xian, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall all cheered. DK and President Meng Chuan also revealed smiles. It's good that you've recovered. There's still time, there's still hope. Duan Fei and Song Qianxian also stared blankly at Lin Xian. For some reason, the two of them felt as though they were facing a giant. Humph, stop bragging. You haven't even finished half the time. Do you think a fourth-grade pill is so easy to refine? He Yan sneered. Accept the truth, lowly human. Lin Xian ignored He Yan and stood up abruptly. He put away the clay cauldron. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Inscriptions constantly appeared in his eyes. Putting away the cauldron? You want to refine pills with your bare hands again? How naive. He Yan sneered. The others also stared blankly at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. Brat, you've finally thought it through. Inside the mysterious small sword, Lord Alcohol chuckled and muttered to himself. Lin Xian waved his sleeves, inscribing pill patterns around him, forming a strange pill array. Instantly, the translucent pill array enveloped the stone platform he was on. With a flick of his fingers, the medicinal herbs were quickly separated and then floated above the pill array. The entire process was very fast. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, without a single pause. At this moment, Lin Xian had completely let go. He was like the reincarnation of the Pill Emperor, facing everything calmly. This kind of technique, this kind of courage, is definitely rare in the world. President Meng Chuan exclaimed. I really don't know what kind of expert can teach such a disciple. The other alchemists were also stunned. Lin Xian's alchemy technique was too shocking. It completely overturned their understanding. It can actually be refined like this? The third hall master swallowed his saliva. He actually used spiritual energy to separate the medicinal herbs? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone stared at Lin Xian. Even He Yan's expression was solemn and he didn't say a word. The current Lin Xian was like a completely different person from before. Furthermore, using a pill array to refine pills had truly shocked him. Humph, this pill array obviously requires an extremely large amount of soul energy. I don't believe you can withstand it. He Yan gritted his teeth. So what if you can refine it? My pill has already condensed into a pill shape. He Yan had absolute confidence in his pill. Not to mention Lin Xian, even some grade 4 pill inscriptionists couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, he crazily poured out his soul energy. Wang! 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 The pill furnace in front of He Yan trembled and an even stronger pill fragrance drifted out. Condense! With a low shout, He Yan continuously sent out inscriptions into the pill furnace. Whoosh! A dark green pill trembled as it flew out of the pill furnace and floated in midair. The pill is complete. He Yan laughed loudly as he held the dark green pill in his hand. His face was filled with pride. Above the pill, there was a blurry image of an ink snake. He actually succeeded. Duan Fei and Song Qianxian looked at the arrogant He Yan and felt their limbs turn cold. We lost, we completely lost. The two of them were powerless. Both of their pills were grade 3 and they couldn't be compared to He Yan's pill. President Meng Chuan and the others also shook their heads and sighed. In the current situation, no one could beat He Yan. Unless Lin Xian could refine a better pill. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were silent as they looked at Lin Xian. On the stone platform, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. His pill had reached a critical moment. Previously, when he was in the late stage of pill formation, he chose to raise the grade but failed. This time, he planned to start fusing the spiritual energy in the middle stage and raise the grade. The pill array revolved and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he was doing his best to refine the pill, he was still aware of what was happening outside. He could sense the grade of He Yan's pill. It was a mid-grade grade 4 pill. But with the pill fragrance, its effect was comparable to a high-grade grade 4 pill. Unless he could refine a high-grade grade 4 pill, there was no chance at all. A superior 4th-grade pill. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the inscriptions in his eyes became even more solid. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now that he had the pill array, he had a chance. He carefully controlled the pill array and slowly raised its level. Lin Xian's face paled as the soul force in his mind rapidly decreased. Within the pill array, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was abnormally rich. It appeared. Everyone was excited. Humph, it's still not enough. Yan sneered in his heart when he sensed the pill fragrance. His pills were comparable to high-grade level 4 pills, while Lin Xian's pills were only close to mid-grade level 4 pills. The pill formation continued to revolve. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. The great dragon sword will in his body rumbled and emitted a sharp aura, allowing him to maintain his consciousness. On the mysterious dagger, the image of the giant dragon shone brightly. Lin Xian felt an indescribable power coming from the dagger, nourishing his soul. Pill array, gather spiritual energy, condense. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness as he poured all his soul force into the pill array. Buzz, the translucent pill array emitted a bright light, like a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And within the pill array was the pill that Lin Xian concocted. This scene was too shocking, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Impossible, how can he have such a strong soul force? Yan screamed. This soul force had already surpassed hers. One had to know that he, a demon race alchemist, had cultivated his soul force for tens of years. But Lin Xian was only an 18-year-old youth, yet his soul force had already surpassed hers. This was a true monster. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, all the spiritual energy was absorbed into the pill in the center of the pill array. Bang! In the next instant, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted out from the pill array, and a purple-gold color appeared. The moment this pill appeared, the illusory snake image on the pill concocted by Yan was instantly crushed. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar, especially the disciples of Pill Emperor Hall. They were all shouting. This was too shocking. One had to know that Yan's pill was extremely rare. This could be seen from the words of the previous alchemists. But Lin Xian's pill actually caused the pill concocted by Yan's pill to dissipate. What did this mean? Lin Xian's pill far surpassed Yan's. Impossible, my pill is comparable to a superior 4th-grade pill. Unless it's a 5th-grade pill, there's nothing that can make its pill concocted. Yan screamed crazily. She was stunned. This scene was completely out of her expectations. On the spectator stands, Meng Chuan, DK, and the others laughed heartily. Lin Xian's counterattack at the last moment directly shattered the demon race's dream of becoming the champion, preventing their Heavenly Mountain Empire's champion from falling into the hands of the demon race. Ming's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy, what did he concoct? On the stone platform, Yan went crazy. I don't believe it, I don't believe you can concoct a pill that far surpasses mine. With that said, she rushed towards Lin Xian. In the sky, a red phantom rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just finished concocting pills, and his soul force was completely depleted. He was somewhat dazed. However, his warrior instincts were still there. Facing Yan's attack, he only did one thing. Grabbing the purplish gold pill in front of him, Lin Xian placed it in front of him. The pill emitted a purplish gold light, and a thick sound rang out. Bam! Yan was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Lin Xian. How dare you? DK was enraged. The others also exclaimed. Haha, die. Yan slammed her palm down. However, when her hand came into contact with the purple gold light, her expression changed drastically. This is, Yan screamed. Her palm was festering, and her human skin had disappeared, revealing red scales. Realgar, it's Realgar. Yan screamed and retreated frantically. You actually concocted Realgar-type pills. Damn it. Realgar was the nemesis of snakes. Now that Lin Xian had refined it into a superior 4th-grade pill, its power was even greater. Just a beam of light injured Yan. Not good. Ming's expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and arrived beside Yan. What happened? Why do I see red scales? The warriors below exclaimed. Duan Fei and Song Qianqian were even more shocked. Damn it. Ming looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph. DK snorted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Beside him, President Meng Chuan also said in a deep voice, "He Ming, you have already lost. Leave quickly. This matter won't end like this." He Ming gritted his teeth and said. He glared at Lin Xian before leaving with He Yin. The other He family disciples also left quickly. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of the bell indicated the end of the last round. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared at the stone platform. "Everyone, I believe I don't need to say who the champion of the second round is, right?" President Meng Chuan said with a smile. Lin Xian! Lin Xian! The entire square was filled with uniform shouts. Their voices were like the waves of the sea, crashing in all directions. The faces of those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard darkened. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to admit that Lin Xian had exceeded their expectations. Too amazing. Sigh, we lost. Song Yunqing sighed as he leaned weakly against the back of his chair. Elder Blackheart, who was standing beside him, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian again. From the start of the first round, this mysterious youth had been ruining his plans. Now, the Pill Emperor Hall had already won 2 rounds. The champion of the Pill King tournament was about to be theirs. No, we can't let them get the White Dragon Ascension pill. Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed with killing intent. After the competition ended, the participants returned to the stands. Lin Xian and the rest rested, but the surrounding cultivators didn't leave. Because the next round was the most exciting one, the Battle of the Titans. This was the 3rd round of the Pill King tournament. At that time, the true Pill King faction would be decided. Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine. Under the protection of DK, he recovered most of his soul force. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Next is the last round. Lin Xian said slowly. Senior, what are your thoughts? I've thought it through. I'll refine the white flower marrow cleansing pill you gave me. DK smiled. This is an ancient 4th grade pill, its value is even higher than a 5th grade pill. Then I wish you success, Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, little friend Lin, this old man is still competent. An hour later, President Meng Chuan stood up again. I believe everyone has rested enough. Next up is the last round, the Battle of the Titans. The rules are the same as the last round of the 2nd stage. Whoever can refine the best grade medicinal pill in the allotted time will be the winner. Let's begin. President Meng Chuan said with a smile. Now that the demon's problem had been resolved, he was relieved. Now, as long as he could successfully complete the last round, this year's Pill King tournament would be considered a success. Let's go, the final battle. Song Yunqing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he arrived at the stone platform. After him, the other forces also sent out their strongest alchemists. However, compared to Song Yunqing, he was clearly lacking. In the entire Tianshan kingdom, the only one who could go against Song Yunqing was the old man Deke. In the next instant, the gazes of everyone shifted onto the Pill Emperor Hall. Should I go? The 3rd palace master was eager to give it a try. Lin Xian's performance in the previous few stages was too stunning, and he was someone invited by the head palace master. Right now, over 60% of the people in the Pill Emperor Hall were biased towards the Pill Emperor Hall. This made him extremely unhappy. Originally, he had used some methods to bribe many elders over the years. In addition to the fact that the Pill Emperor Hall was usually ignored by the 1st palace master, it allowed him to control the Pill Emperor Hall for a period of time. However, recently, he felt that the Pill Emperor Hall was already out of his control. If he could display his strength in the 3rd round, he might be able to rope in some elders. At that time, he would be able to continue contending against the 1st palace master. No need. Deke said in a low voice. This time, I will go personally. Personally? The crowd from the Pill Emperor Hall was in an uproar. How many years has it been since the 1st palace master concocted pills in front of others? For such a small matter, let 3rd palace master do it. The 2nd palace master said from the side. There's no need to trouble you. This isn't a small matter. We cannot lose this battle. Deek's eyes flashed with a shocking light as a powerful aura gushed out from his body. Under the gazes of the crowd, he slowly stood up. What? Everyone was stunned, followed by countless exclamations. Wasn't Deek crippled? How can he stand up again? Heavens, the first palace master has actually recovered. The Pill Emperor Hall can finally shine again. Elder Jean laughed towards the sky. President Meng Chuan was also shocked. He knew that Deek was afflicted with a strange poison. This poison was something that even a 5th-grade pill inscription master like him couldn't do anything about. But now, Deek had actually recovered. How could he not be shocked? Could it be because of him? President Meng Chuan looked towards Lin Xian. How is this possible? The third palace master's eyes widened as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. When did he recover? The second palace master was also nervous. Old man DK's performance stunned everyone. On the stone platform, Song Yunqing looked down with a serious expression. Ha 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 ha. It feels so good to be able to walk. Deek laughed. From today onwards, he would no longer use a wheelchair. This time, he didn't fly. Instead, he walked step by step towards the stone platform. It was no wonder that Deek was so excited. He hadn't walked for dozens of years. This feeling of stepping on solid ground was too amazing. So what if I've recovered? I won't lose to you. Song Yunqing snorted coldly. He had a spirit-grade furnace and the pill formula that Elder Blackheart had given him. Even if he was facing Meng Chuan, he was confident, let alone Deek. With a wave of his sleeve, the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove appeared in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Half the sky was dyed red. This spirit-grade furnace could only unleash its true power in his hands. Ha 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 ha. Dean Song, when I was dominating the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, you were probably still learning inscriptions. Deek laughed loudly. With a flip of his palm, a black pill furnace appeared in mid-air. Pill King Furnace. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the black pill furnace in the sky with envious eyes. The Pill King Furnace was the reward of the previous Pill King tournament. It was also a spirit-grade furnace, and its grade was even higher than the Crimson Dawn spiritual stove. With this furnace, Deek was not inferior to Song Yunqing in terms of support. As for the pill formula, he had the ancient pill formula. Looking at the Pill King Furnace, Song Yunqing's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and began to refine the pill. Deek grinned and began to refine the pill as well. Below, everyone was shocked when they saw the black pill furnace floating in the sky. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were shouting crazily. Only a few elders were still standing beside the two hall masters. Everyone else was cheering for Old Man DK at this moment. Not far away, Elder Blackheart's expression was solemn. Although he had given Dean Song a precious pill formula, Deek wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his aura today was even more powerful than before, making him extremely confident. In this state, the success rate of refining pills would greatly increase. Spirit Cleansing Detoxification Pill. This is a pill I obtained from a 4-star sect. I hope it can defeat the Pill Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart prayed in his heart. On the square, Song Yunqing and DK made their moves one after another, dyeing the entire sky red. Everyone looked up, not wanting to miss any details. Such a level of competition could only be seen at the Alchemy King tournament. Usually, it was very rare to see a 4th-grade alchemist refining pills. The Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was fiery red like a ball of fire burning in the air. On the other side, the Alchemy King furnace emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. The two of them were grandmasters in the alchemy world. Their alchemy process far surpassed others. Lin Xian raised his head to watch as well, constantly observing and learning. Song Yunqing is actually... The elders beside him were bewildered. Lin Xian tilted his head and saw that Elder Jean and the others had ugly expressions. What's wrong? He asked. Song Yunqing seems to be refining a 5th-grade pill? Elder Jean said. The Medicine Emperor Court is really ambitious, the second palace master said in a deep voice. A 5th-grade pill? Lin Xian was surprised. There weren't many such pills in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The success rate of refining a 5th-grade pill was very low. Furthermore, fifth-grade alchemists were even rarer. There was only one fifth-grade alchemist in the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire, and that was President Meng Chuan. Even President Meng Chuan had a 50% failure rate when refining a fifth-grade pill. Not to mention a fourth-grade alchemist like Song Yunxing. It seems like the Medicine Emperor Court is really desperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such a risk. Indeed, I think Dean Song only has a 20% success rate at most. Everyone guessed, but Elder Blackheart was abnormally calm. Song Yunxing's choice of a fifth-grade pill wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had prepared it for a long time. In the end, he maintained a success rate of about 40% before daring to use it in the competition. This success rate was already very shocking. It even surpassed many fifth-grade alchemists. On the stone platform, DK clearly sensed Song Yunxing's intentions. He was surprised, but he didn't worry too much. He had the ancient pill formula, so he could definitely win. Time passed bit by bit. None of the competitors on the stone platform failed. This also meant that these alchemists were far from being comparable to those young alchemists. Gradually, a pill fragrance wafted out of the square. Some people even condensed pills. However, DK and Song Yunxing continued refining. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Scarlet Cloud spiritual stove let out a rumbling sound, filling the sky with multicolored light, and a thick pill fragrance spread out. Success? Everyone was expectant. This was a fifth-grade medicinal pill. Above the Scarlet Cloud spiritual stove, a lotus-shaped illusion appeared, and even a blue smoke appeared. It's appeared. The pill fragrance has taken form. Someone cried out in alarm. That's nothing. Didn't you see the green smoke? That's a colored pill fragrance. Only a fifth-grade pill would have that. There was a wave of exclamations below. The pills that Song Yunxing had refined had produced many kinds of strange phenomena, and all the competitors from the four sides were inferior to him. That's great. Daddy has mastered it. Song Xianxia was overjoyed. Success on the first try. The headmaster's strength is too powerful. I'm afraid he's about to break through to the fifth grade. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were abnormally excited. Even Elder Blackheart's face was full of smiles. Success on the first try had already exceeded his expectations. On the stone platform, Song Yunxing put the pills into a bottle and heaved a sigh of relief. His hands were full of sweat, and the lapels of his robes were also soaked. Just now, he had used 120% of his strength and a trace of luck to refine a fifth-grade medicinal pill, the spirit-cleansing poison-dissolving pill. A fifth-grade medicinal pill, old geezer DK, let's see what you have to compete with me. Song Yunxing turned his head and looked over. What kind of medicinal pill is this? When he saw old man DK's pill furnace, he was stunned. Judging from the aura, it wasn't a fifth-grade medicinal pill, but the pill fragrance was very strange. It was filled with many kinds of fragrances, and when combined, it wasn't inferior to his. The crowd below also noticed this phenomenon, and immediately, they started discussing again. What kind of medicinal pill did the first hall master refine? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were puzzled. The two hall masters shook their heads in confusion. Recently, DK had been too mysterious. They couldn't find any useful information. President Meng Chuan looked at the sky and revealed a look of astonishment. This old geezer, where did he get such an exquisite pill recipe? Although it's not a fifth-grade medicinal pill, its effect isn't much weaker than a fifth-grade medicinal pill. I originally thought that Song Yunxing would win this time, but now it seems that old geezer DK has a high chance of winning. On the stone platform, Song Yunxing's face sank. Although he was confident in his medicinal pill, the pill fragrance made him more and more flustered. Buzz, the pill emperor furnace trembled, and a red pill fragrance floated out, rolling in the sky. It's here, there's a colored pill fragrance. Everyone became nervous, and they were all looking forward to it. The red pill fragrance changed in the air, forming the shape of a peony. Pill fragrance condensed into form. The corners of Song Yunxing's mouth gradually curled up. If that was the case, then he would definitely win. He had the colored pill fragrance, and he also had the pill shape. Furthermore, the grade of his medicinal pill was much higher than DK's. No matter how one looked at it, he would win. However, just as he was feeling proud, the red pill fragrance changed again. After the peony phantom, another flower shape appeared. 2 flowers. Everyone exclaimed. However, before they could react, another flower appeared in the sky. 3 flower shadows. The cultivators in the square were in an uproar. They had never seen such a spectacle before. They had never even heard of it. Impossible, what kind of medicinal pill is this? It can actually condense 3 flower shadows? Song Yunqing's face was as black as a pot. 3 flower shadows. Could it be an ancient pill recipe? Elder Blackheart's voice was cold. Black chi rolled around his body, bringing with it a cold aura, like an invisible black hole. Lost again, even if he took out the pill recipe he obtained from a 4-star sect, he still lost. Ancient pill recipe, it's actually an ancient pill recipe. How can the Pill Emperor Hall have such a thing? He couldn't understand. Even a 4-star sect might not necessarily have an ancient pill recipe. President Meng Chuan looked at the 3 flower shadows in a daze. Old geezer DK not only cured his leg poison, he even has an ancient pill recipe. Could it be that he found an ancient ruin? No, he has been in the Pill Emperor Valley all these years. Could it be Lin Xian? President Meng Chuan was shocked by this thought. Hee, Dean Song, do you still want to compete? Old geezer DK said with a smile. Right now, he was even more grateful for Lin Xian's kindness. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's pill recipe, he might not have been able to win the competition. Little friend Lin is indeed my benefactor. You've won. Song Yunqing said with great difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but the 3 flower shadows were too mysterious. If he continued to quibble, he would become a joke. It didn't matter if he lost the competition, but if he lost face, he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. Humph. Song Yunqing's face turned black. He flung his sleeves and walked towards the stage. The crowd below burst into thunderous cheers. President Meng Chuan also stood up with a smile. The result of the 3rd round is the Pill Emperor Hall's victory. The Pill Emperor Hall has won all 3 rounds and is the champion of this year's competition. President Meng Chuan announced. The crowd below cheered. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall even raised their arms and cheered. Waves after waves of cheers rose in the square, pushing the atmosphere to the peak. The disciples of the Medicine Emperor Hall were all disappointed. They had failed once again. They had lost all 3 rounds. Such a situation had never happened before. Elder Blackheart's face sank. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had spent a great deal of effort to support the Medicine Emperor Hall. He thought that he would be able to win easily. He didn't expect such a result. On the other side, the Inscription Alliance started to give out the rewards. Other than the title of Pill Emperor, there was also an ancient 5th-grade pill, the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill. Lin Xian's expression was filled with excitement. After working so hard for so many days, he had finally won this crucial pill. DK smiled as he received the pill bottle from President Meng Chuan. He then prepared to leave. Hold on. Suddenly, a voice rang out, like thunder. Everyone was stunned. They all turned their heads. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were also puzzled. DK's face sank. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he didn't come with good intentions. Elder Blackheart slowly stood up and said to DK in a low voice, Grand Hall Master, I wonder if we can make a deal? A deal? Everyone was puzzled, but Song Yunqing frowned. He naturally knew what kind of deal Elder Blackheart wanted to make. This was also something he had promised Elder Blackheart. DK asked in a low voice, what kind of deal? I want to exchange the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill with you. Whatever you want, just say it. I won't bargain. Elder Blackheart hurriedly said. Although this pill is a 5th-grade pill, its effects are somewhat obscure. I don't think the Grand Hall Master will have any use for it. Why don't we make a deal? What do you want? Other 5th-grade pills, spirit-grade treasures, high-grade martial arts, high-grade pill recipes. As long as you say it, I can do it all. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. Elder Blackheart's offer was incomparably tempting. It was definitely not inferior to the white dragon soaring heaven pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were also agitated. They indeed had no use for the white dragon soaring heaven pill. If they could exchange it for some top-grade pill recipes, that would be the best. However, DK shook his head firmly. There's no need. I won't exchange this pill. Whoosh, the surroundings were in an uproar. There was actually someone who could refuse those treasures. Elder Blackheart frowned. Could it be that the first hall master is still not satisfied with these? Why don't we do this? No need. I won't trade with you no matter what price you offer. Goodbye. With that, DK returned to Lin Xian and the others and left the Wind Moon Plaza together. All that was left behind was a group of shocked people and the black-hearted elder whose face had turned black. Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the doors and windows. With a flip of his hand, he took out a white jade bottle. He opened the bottle cap and poured out a pill the size of a longan fruit. It was sparkling and translucent like white jade. The White Dragon Ascension pill is finally in my hands. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The first step has been completed. The next step is to search for True Dragon Aura, Lord Alcohol said. True Dragon Chi? Lin Xian put away the pill bottle and muttered, what does it mean? Earth Dragon Vein. Lord Alcohol said slowly, beneath the earth, there are places that form dragon veins that contain mysterious power. And the gas that overflows from them is True Dragon Chi. Earth Dragon Vein? Lin Xian stroked his chin. He had heard of such things before. They were extremely important and related to the fate of a region. How do I find them? Any place that is extremely powerful will usually have dragon veins. Try your best to go to these places, Lord Alcohol said. Powerful places were usually sects and countries. Sects usually wouldn't allow outsiders to enter, so he could only go to a powerful country. Lin Xian had a target. However, this country had to be stronger than Tianshan country because Lord Alcohol couldn't sense the aura of the dragon vein in Tianshan country. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath and began to meditate. Medicine Emperor Court, Main Hall. Reporting to the Dean, we have already investigated. DK gave the pill to Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Song Yunxing was slightly surprised. Beside him, Elder Blackheart frowned. Are you sure? Song Yunxing looked at the elder and asked. I'm sure. Furthermore, this matter seems to have been decided at the beginning of the Alchemy King tournament. Back then, the other two hall masters strongly objected, but DK insisted. Alright, you may leave. Song Yunxing waved his hand and looked at Elder Blackheart. It's not appropriate for our Medicine Emperor Court to take action, don't worry. There's no need for you to take action. I have my ways. Elder Blackheart smiled sinisterly. Since the item is in Lin Xian's hands, it's easy. Although he was afraid of DK, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian if his opponent was him. The White Dragon Ascension pill will definitely be mine. The next day, Lin Xian found Quebec. I wonder if there's a country stronger than Tianshan country? Lin Xian asked. Oh? Little friend Lin, are you leaving? DK was surprised. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he sighed. I knew it. A place like Tianshan country won't be able to keep you. After saying that, he sighed heavily. In the Tiannan region, countries are divided into small countries, large countries, and strong countries. Tianshan country is a large country, but its standard is in the middle. There are many countries stronger than Tianshan country. Above that, there are strong countries. Large countries? Strong countries? Lin Xian had a deeper understanding of this world. I have a map of the Tiannan region. It's very detailed. I'll give it to you now. Lin Xian took the scroll and quickly opened it. His pupils constricted, revealing a look of surprise. The Tiannan region was bigger than he had imagined. Tianshan country was only half the size of a palm. Xia country was even smaller. It was located in a remote area in the southwest. If one was not careful, they would not be able to find it. This was only the Tiannan region. There were other regions outside of this. At least, Lin Xian knew about the Tianwu region. It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Xian began to carefully look at the map. I wonder which place has the strongest dragon vein. Dragon vein? You want to find a dragon vein? Old man DK was surprised. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Even if the matter of finding a dragon vein was exposed, no one would know that he was looking for the great dragon sword. Moreover, old man DK was very knowledgeable. He might know something. If you want to talk about the largest dragon vein, it should be the ancient dragon's sacred ground. It contains a mysterious true dragon chi. True dragon chi? Lin Xian was happy. This was what he was looking for. Where is the ancient dragon's sacred ground? Lin Xian looked at the map. You don't know? Old man DK explained, the ancient dragon's sacred ground is the location of the sacred true dragon gathering. It is very famous in the entire Tiannan region. Sacred true dragon gathering? Lin Xian really did not know. The sacred true dragon gathering is held once every 10 years. It is a grand event in the Tiannan region. All the geniuses in the Tiannan region will participate. Anyone who is on the True Dragon ranking can receive the baptism of True Dragon Chi. The True Dragon ranking was a very famous ranking in the Tiannan region. Its ranking was based on the rankings of the True Dragon gathering. It could be said that entering the True Dragon ranking was the wish of every warrior. Because it not only represented strength, but also honor. One had to know that there were many warriors in the Tiannan region, and there were also many geniuses, but only 72 of them could enter the ranking. Those who entered the True Dragon ranking were all geniuses among geniuses. What are the restrictions for entering the True Dragon gathering? Lin Xian asked. The most basic restriction is that you can't be over 40 years old and your cultivation must be above the harmonious spirit realm. Old man DK said. But even if you meet these two conditions, you might not be able to participate. The number of participants is fixed, a total of 720 people. This number is not enough in the entire Tiannan region. Take the Heavenly Mountain country for example, there are only 3 spots, and the competition is very intense. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems like this True Dragon gathering was stricter than he imagined. The Great Heavenly Mountain country only had 3 spots. One had to know that in the Heavenly Mountain country, there were no less than 10 3-star sects, and there were countless geniuses within. Other than that, there were also the royal family and some super families. With so many people fighting for 3 spots, one could imagine how intense it would be. Does that mean I don't even have the chance to register? Lin Xian frowned. Little friend Lin, don't worry, there is still a year before the True Dragon gathering begins. I think this time is enough for you to break through. As for the spots, I can recommend you, but whether or not you can seize the opportunity will depend on you. Old man DK said slowly. Really? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. I have 2 choices, one is to compete for the spots in the Heavenly Mountain country, although there are only 3 spots, it is not impossible to try. But, the only drawback is that you have enmity with many sects, and they might try to kill you. Lin Xian nodded, he had offended many powers in the Heavenly Mountain country. Although he usually had nothing to do, if it was a crucial spot like the True Dragon gathering, it was hard to guarantee that those old things would not kill him. For safety reasons, he couldn't stay in Tianshan Kingdom. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, DK continued, I'll write a letter. Take it to the Dragon Star Kingdom and find someone called Jiang Sanfeng. If he's still alive, he might be able to help you. Jiang Sanfeng? Dragon Star Empire? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. This was too general. Can you be more specific? He asked. DK shook his head. To be honest, I don't know the details. But with his reputation, it shouldn't be hard for you to find him. Dragon Star Empire's quota is much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's, but the level of warriors there is also much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and finally decided to go to the Dragon Star Kingdom to take a look. This is the letter, and this is the token. DK handed them to Lin Xian. 1 year. Lin Xian clenched his fists. As long as he could obtain the True Dragon Chi, he would be able to find the Great Dragon Sword. I plan to leave now. Lin Xian stated. Sure, but just in case, I can escort you in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Now that the Pill Emperor Hall is so busy, they definitely can't do without you. I think it's better for me to leave by myself. Lin Xian smiled. How about this, I will send an expert to protect you in the dark, but he can only escort you to the borders of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't a hypocritical person, and he had a premonition that Elder Blackheart wouldn't give up so easily. That afternoon, Lin Xian departed from the Pill Emperor Hall. He didn't alert many people, and in the entire Pill Emperor Hall, only DK knew of his departure. But after he left, a black shadow transformed into a black mist and sped towards the Medicine Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, that brat has left. A cultivator clad in black spoke. With whom? Elder Blackheart asked. Alone. Humph, seems like he wants to leave the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Elder Blackheart coldly laughed. I got it, you can leave now. After that person left, Elder Blackheart transformed into a wisp of black smoke and quickly left the Wind Moon City. In the wilderness, a huge golden frog jumped. On top of it sat a handsome young man in blue and a snow-white monkey. This young man was Lin Xian. He had already left the Wind Moon City and was heading towards the Dragon Star Empire. Along the way, he didn't stay idle, but continued to cultivate. During the Pill King competition, he didn't fall behind in his cultivation. Now that the majority of the vortex in his body had formed, he would soon break through to the Harmonious Spirit Realm. Only those who reached the Harmonious Spirit Realm would have the qualifications to participate in the sacred True Dragon Gathering. At night, the silver moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down its clear light. With his outstanding eye technique, Lin Xian was always able to avoid danger in advance. During this period, he avoided a few 6th-rank demonic beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a few strange birds flew down from the sky. They were about 2 meters long, and their feathers were like metal, emitting a cold aura. Their sharp claws were like iron pincers, tearing the air apart. This kind of power was hard to resist for warriors below the Harmonious Spirit Realm. However, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. Croak, croak. The golden frog croaked twice and suddenly opened its mouth. Its scarlet tongue was like a long whip, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, it tied up a strange bird and quickly pulled it back. Gulp, his tongue was extremely corrosive and melted the metal like feathers. The strange bird flapped its wings and tried to resist, but it didn't have any effect. In the end, it was eaten by the golden frog. This scene scared away the remaining strange birds in the sky. Wooji! Wooji! The snow-white monkey patted Little Gold and nodded slightly. Croak! Little Gold croaked twice proudly and sped up again. This kind of interlude happened frequently on the road, so Lin Xian didn't have to do anything. The night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of light, quickly absorbing the thin purple qi in the air. When the sun had completely risen, he opened his eyes. There's a city in front? Just in time to replenish my supplies. Lin Xian patted Little Gold and the latter ran towards the city. When he was in the Wind Moon City, he left in a hurry and didn't prepare much. The city in front of him solved his problem. When he was close to the city, he put away Little Gold and walked in with the snow-white monkey. This time, he mainly bought some herbs, food, water, clothes, and other things. Because he was going to cross the border, he bought a lot this time. After Lin Xian left, 2 black-robed men appeared in a corner and whispered to each other. Little White Monkey, blue-robed young man, confirm the target, quickly report. I'll keep an eye on him. The 2 men split up. These 2 men's movements were very secretive, and they used a special method to avoid soul detection. In addition, Lin Xian didn't deliberately search, so he didn't notice this situation. Under the tables and chairs on both sides of the street, a pair of even more secretive dark green eyes were fiercely staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly finished his shopping and walked towards the city gate. Oh no, that kid is leaving. The black-robed man in the dark was anxious. He carefully concealed his aura and followed Lin Xian. This is the person the elder told us to follow. We can't lose him. The black-robed man was very dedicated. He knew that Lin Xian was a big fish and was very important to them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he alerted the enemy and scared Lin Xian away, he would die even if he had 10 lives. The only thing he could do was to keep track of Lin Xian's position at all times. Soon, Lin Xian left the city. He patted his storage bag and the sound of a small golden mountain appeared. Gua Gua Little Gold intimately rubbed against Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. Okay, here you go. Lin Xian smiled as he took out some demon crystals and threw them into Little Gold's mouth. These demon crystals were all killed by him on the way and were now used to feed Little Gold. Wooji the Snow White monkey had a look of disdain and disappeared with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was holding an exquisite wine pot. Its furry paws hugged the wine pot and the little monkey took a sip like a human. Wooji, the Snow White monkey had an intoxicated look on its face. Lin Xian was stunned. When did this monkey learn to drink? No wonder my spiritual wine has been decreasing so quickly. It was all drunk by this monkey. Lin Xian grabbed its ear and said hatefully, "Don't drink anymore." The Snow White monkey trembled and burped. It nodded with misty eyes. F***ck. Lin Xian threw it onto Little Gold's back and quickly moved forward. Bang, with a leap, Little Gold's body disappeared. Behind, the black-robed man was stunned and quickly chased after it. However, he had already used his fastest speed and still couldn't catch up. He could only watch as the golden figure went further and further away. Damn it, what kind of frog is this? How can it run so fast? The black-robed man cursed angrily. If he lost it, he would be dead. No, I have to make a move. A ruthless look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. His body turned into black smoke as he quickly charged forward. Someone's here. As soon as the black-robed martial artist attacked, Lin Xian sensed it. He smirked and patted Xiao Jin. He suddenly sped up. His body turned into a golden light, and he quickly headed into the depths of the forest. Little bastard, you actually dared to increase your speed. The black-robed man gnashed his teeth and crazily circulated his spirit energy. Black light flashed as he gave chase with all his might. That's not right. Did he find out? The black-robed man looked surprised. Although he had increased his speed earlier, in order to maintain his concealment, he still used a certain method. Since I've been discovered, there's nothing to worry about. The black-robed man sneered and began to mobilize the surrounding spirit chi. Trap. Black clouds floated in front of him, forming a pitch-black cage that pressed down on Lin Xian. The black-robed man was an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now that he had activated his spirit energy, the power of his attacks had increased by several folds. Boom. Boom. Boom, the black spirit chi light pillar was like a divine spear, piercing through the ground. 4 black pillars blocked Lin Xian's path. That terrifying aura caused the surrounding trees and rocks to explode. Whoosh, the black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Xian. Run. Why don't you run? Damn it, I've decided. After you die, this frog will be mine. Greed flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. Is that so? Since you want it, then come and get it. Lin Xian sat on Xiao Jin's back and said with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure gradually faded and disappeared like smoke. Not good. The black-robed man was shocked. He quickly turned his head. However, he was only halfway through this action when his head flew into the air. Plop, blood splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell down. Lin Xian put away the remaining half of the autumn scar sword and continued on his way. Just now, he used the Black Cloak's doppelganger martial technique to create a doppelganger on Xiao Jin's back. However, his real body sneaked up behind the black-robed man. Lin Xian killed the man with ease, relying on his powerful attack power. With the black cloak, Lin Xian's attacks became even more unpredictable. He could often kill his enemies without them noticing. Taking off the black-robed man's storage ring, he reached into it with his soul power. What a poor bastard. Lin Xian looked down on him for a while before reluctantly putting it away. I'm afraid there is more than one person. I should leave first. He was not afraid of others, but the Black Heart Elder was a powerful warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Killing him would be child's play for him. Therefore, it was better for him to run for his life. Not long after Lin Xian left, two figures quickly landed. One of them was the Black Heart Elder, and the other was the black-robed warrior who ran to report. Right now, he was looking at the corpse on the ground, his body slightly trembling. This was his companion, who was at the same level as him. Judging from the surrounding situation, his companion was killed by a single sword strike. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought of a young man with such terrifying combat strength. The blood is still warm. He should have just left. Quickly chase after him. The Black Heart Elder's body emitted a dazzling light as he flew out like a meteor. The black-robed man did not dare to say anything and could only follow behind with all his might. Deep in the mountains, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. Dozens of huge snake-like demonic beasts flicked their red tongues as they stared coldly at Lin Xian. Damn it, could it be the demonic beasts? Lin Xian's expression slightly changed as he thought of He Nian and the others not long ago. If it was the demonic beasts, then it would be really troublesome. Lin Xian had never fought with the demonic beasts before, but just thinking about it made him feel scared. Fortunately, these poisonous snakes in front of him were all demonic beasts, so he could still handle them. Most of these demonic beasts were at the 5th grade, and one of them was at the 6th grade, which was equivalent to a mid-harmonious spirit realm human. He could still handle them, but if they were a little stronger, he would have to risk his life. The surrounding 5th grade demonic beasts were all left to Xiao Jin and the snow-white little monkey. Lin Xian focused on facing the 6th grade demonic beast. Gua gua wuji wuji. Xiao Jin opened its big mouth and its tongue turned into a long whip as it fought with the two demonic beasts. The snow-white little monkey held the cold star dagger in one hand and a white spider web in the other, shuttling back and forth in the air. Hiss hiss, the piebald python in front of Lin Xian shot out a terrifying light from its eyes like lightning. Wind Slayer. The broken autumn scar was unsheathed, bringing with it a fine sword chi. The surrounding air seemed to be cut apart, creating a vacuum. This sword slashed towards the piebald python's head. Hiss hiss, the piebald python's eyes instantly turned red. Its house-sized head struck out horizontally, and its tail quickly fell down. The green sword chi was broken by the piebald python's tail, bringing with it countless gusts of wind. A black shadow flashed, and its thick tail rushed towards Lin Xian. Stepping out with the dragon rebel step, Lin Xian was like a willow catkin, lightly fluttering with the wind. He elegantly dodged the terrifying attack. He pointed his sword downwards, drawing an arc in the air. Moonbreak. On the sword edge, the green sword chi joined together, forming a crescent-shaped sword chi that rushed towards the ground. As if the green moon had reappeared, the air rumbled. The green light flashed, and the piebald python's abdomen was torn apart, letting out a miserable cry. The moon-shattering sword chi was like a blue moon as it sliced open the python's abdomen. The python suffered a heavy blow and let out a miserable roar. It opened its bloody mouth and frantically devoured the surrounding spirit chi. A fist-sized energy ball was formed and quickly grew in size. At this moment, another sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. One of the auras was abnormally strong. Just a trace of pressure made the python tremble. The python let out an uneasy roar. It decisively gave up on attacking Lin Xian and fled into the depths of the forest. The surrounding demonic beasts also dispersed, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Just as these demonic beasts fled, the figures behind arrived. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill and I'll leave your corpse intact. A sinister voice sounded, accompanied by a huge black cane that smashed down like a mountain. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly put away his two pets and dashed out in a hurry. Want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Elder Blackheart sneered. Under his control, the entire area was shrouded in black fog. The black fog rolled and formed a terrifying attack that pressed down on Lin Xian. That energy was like a solid cage that made it difficult for one to break free. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless and decisively used the Wind Emperor's sword. The green light flashed like a gale tearing through the sky. A small crack was cut open in the black fog. You're courting death. Elder Blackheart was furious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to cut open his black fog attack. The black-robed man behind also trembled in fear. Even he couldn't break open the black fog just now, but Lin Xian cut it open with a single sword. This kid is really strange. Elder Blackheart flipped his palm and instantly patched the gap. As a spirit transformation realm martial artist, it was easy for him to deal with Lin Xian. I only used 30% of my strength just now. In my black fog, you'll never be able to leave. Elder Blackheart sneered. Hand over the White Dragon Ascension pill and I'll consider letting you go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not believe Elder Blackheart's nonsense. Moreover, he would rather die than hand over the White Dragon Ascension pill. He swung his green sword again and hacked at the black fog on his left. This time, it was as if the sharp sword light had sunk into the sea, not producing the slightest effect. On the contrary, Elder Blackheart's every move made him feel immense pressure. Is this the power of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian felt powerless. He could still fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior, but he was as weak as a child when facing a spirit transformation realm warrior. Didn't you say that there were experts secretly protecting you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. You wouldn't have forgotten about me, right? He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of an unknown person, so he decided to make a move. Right now, the only thing that could break through the black fog was probably the Gale Lightning Sword. Humph, stubborn. Elder Blackheart's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian had no intention of responding to him. If you don't want to talk, then I'll do it myself. The black fog rolled, and countless black chains flew out from it, flying toward Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to be pierced through, the black fog above him was suddenly torn apart, and a fiery red light flew in like the sun. A huge fireball fell from the sky, burning all the black fog in an instant. Who is it? Come out. Elder Blackheart stomped his feet in anger. At this critical moment, someone dared to interrupt his good deed. Little kid, hurry up and leave. A loud voice sounded in the sky. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a blurry fiery red figure in the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. He knew that the mysterious expert that DK had mentioned had arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and quickly left the place. How dare you? Elder Blackheart's sleeves fluttered, and the black fog around him turned into countless ferocious ghosts, pouncing toward Lin Xian. In front of him, 100-meter-tall black giant appeared, its huge palm covering everything below. Humph. In the sky, the fiery red voice snorted coldly. Countless crimson sabers appeared, carrying scorching flames as they slashed apart the thousands of ferocious ghosts. Lin Xian felt the spiritual energy behind him go berserk, and the energy surged like a tsunami. He was alarmed. He couldn't resist such power at all. All he could do was control Xiao Jin with all his might and raise his speed to the limit. In the following days, Elder Blackheart didn't appear again. However, he was attacked by some demon beasts. Fortunately, the Scarlet Black Demon had yet to appear. During this period of time, apart from raising his cultivation level, Lin Xian had been comprehending sword intent. He had completely grasped the essence of the Wind Thearka's sword, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to comprehend the concept of wind. This idea was approved by Lord Alcohol. Furthermore, he had the Great Dragon Sword seal, which was an offensive sacred art. It was also helpful for comprehending concepts. Apart from the concept of wind, Lin Xian also wanted to comprehend the concept of lightning. He had been in contact with these two powers since the beginning, so he was very familiar with them. However, concepts were similar to sword intent. They were somewhat ethereal and illusory, so he had to rely on himself. Along the way, Lin Xian spent his time comprehending. Sometimes, he would also use some demon beasts to practice his sword. He specially chose demon beasts with wind and lightning attributes to fight, such as the thunder tiger in front of him. It was 7 to 8 meters long, and its body was covered with blue lightning patterns. On its back, there was a pair of 3-meter-long lightning wings. As it trembled, countless tiny electric arcs streaked across the air. Lin Xian held the broken sword in his hand. The blade was covered with silver lightning patterns. That power made the thunder tiger feel pressured. Roar! As the king of all beasts, the thunder tiger couldn't allow such a threat to exist. With a tiger pounce, the thunder tiger pounced at Lin Xian with a sky full of lightning. In midair, it waved its huge claws, forming several blue electric arcs that contained the powerful power of lightning. Lin Xian didn't counterattack. Instead, he used the dragon counterstep and shuttled through the lightning. He wanted to feel different lightning attacks to comprehend the concept of thunder. The thunder tiger was furious. As an intelligent demon beast, it felt that Lin Xian was toying with it. With a low roar, the blue lightning patterns on its body emitted a dazzling light. The lightning gathered in the air, forming a terrifying lightning storm. The area within 100 meters was covered by a terrifying sea of lightning. The surrounding trees and the ground were all destroyed by the lightning. Lin Xian retreated from his comprehension. Even with the dragon counterstep, he couldn't dodge all of the lightning at such a density. He waved the broken sword in his hand, and silver lightning flew out. It was especially eye-catching in the blue sea of lightning. Crack, the two types of lightning clashed, forming a terrifying energy storm. The blue sea of lightning was cut open, creating a vacuum. The thunder tiger panicked. As an intelligent demon beast, it could feel the sharpness of that sword. It didn't dare to stay any longer. It turned into a blue lightning bolt and fled. Lightning, one of the most violent powers. Lin Xian had a new comprehension. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend. 2 days later, Lin Xian got up and continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at the border of the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. Unlike the last time he left Tianshan country, there was no Iri Xianing River here. On the contrary, there was a city in front of him, and behind the city were countless mountains. As long as I pass through the mountains, I will reach Dragon Star Strong Country. Lin Xian kept the map and walked towards the city. Recruiting. Recruiting. The moment he entered the city, there were shouts everywhere. Lin Xian was curious. He realized that there were merchant groups recruiting people. Is there a lack of martial artists here? Lin Xian was puzzled. Warrior, are you interested in being a guard? A 16 or 17-year-old youth pulled a burly man in front of him and asked with a smile. Our city guild needs experts like you the most. Brother, come to me. A young man with small eyes quickly said. Dragon Gate Guild, top 3 in the industry. We are strong and the price is high. Soon, the burly man was pulled away by the Dragon Gate Guild. Sigh, the Sidhu family is in trouble this time. They didn't even recruit a single martial artist. Yeah, without a powerful martial artist, there is no way to pass through the forest, let alone reach Dragon Star Strong Country. Oh right, don't go out alone. I heard that the Dafeng mountain range is full of demonic beasts recently. It's better not to go in. I was wondering why these guilds were recruiting like crazy recently. It seems like there is a beast invasion again. Lin Xian listened at the side and understood a little. Demonic beasts? Beast invasion? He frowned slightly. This was not good news for him. Why don't we join a guild? We can look out for each other. Lin Xian looked ahead. He walked over slowly and looked around curiously. However, when those people realized that they could not see through Lin Xian's cultivation, they lost interest. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian looked young and thin, and his cultivation was unknown. He didn't look like an expert at all. No one stepped forward. Instead, it was the other martial artists that were fought over. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He was wondering if he should show off some of his strength. At this moment, the weak young man walked over. Brother, are you interested in being a guard? Sure, what do guards do? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ah? Joy appeared on the young man's face. He quickly said, this time, we're going to the Dragon Star Kingdom. We need bodyguards on the way to protect our safety. Brother, don't worry. We will definitely pay you well. As long as our goods are sold, we will definitely give you money. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like this city guild had no manpower and no money, so they were living a miserable life. Haha, that brat Situ Jing is really crazy. He actually started to randomly recruit people. That's right. Look at that person's body. He's so weak. I'm afraid a gust of wind could blow him away. I say, Situ Jing, why don't you sell your things to us? You can't go anyway. Yeah, since we're in the same trade, why don't you give us a 10% discount? The people from the other guilds began to mock and ridicule him, while the young man called Situ Jing's face turned red. Your name is Situ Jing? Lin Xian asked. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a girl's name. Yes. Situ Jing nodded like a chick pecking rice. Alright, I promise you. Lin Xian smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. Ah? Really? Situ Jing suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, follow me. I'll bring you to see our guild. After saying that, he pulled Lin Xian and left. Damn, that brat's brain is damaged. He actually dared to agree? He's just trying to be brave. When he knows about the Situ family's predicament, he will definitely run away. Who cares? Such a person, even if he enters the Dafeng mountain range, will only become food for the monsters. The group of people sneered and shook their heads with disdain. Lin Xian followed Situ Jing to a shop. Situ Jing excitedly ran in while Lin Xian looked around. The so-called guild was actually an organization that transported goods between two countries. Because it was a border city, the entire street was filled with guild organizations. However, the Situ family's shop was obviously much more dilapidated. Brother Lin Xian, come in. Situ Jing anxiously pulled Lin Xian in. It was dim inside, and some of the furniture was old. At the table in front, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face who was constantly coughing. Father, this is Lin Xian, Brother Lin. The middle-aged man raised his head and carefully looked at Lin Xian. Then, he revealed a disappointed expression. Little brother, Jing is insensible. Sorry for the trouble. The middle-aged man panted. Little brother, please go back. Why? I can't be a guard? Lin Xian asked. To be honest, the Dafeng mountain range is very dangerous during this period. If it wasn't for the agreed date with the Longxing kingdom, we wouldn't have risked our lives to go in. You really don't have to go in and throw your life away. Since it's dangerous, why not change the date? Lin Xian was puzzled. In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. Once the date is set, it's impossible to change it. Besides, this is a high-risk business. It doesn't matter if we go sooner or later. The middle-aged man said with difficulty and coughed violently. Boss, I was planning to go to the Longxing kingdom. Why don't we go together? Lin Xian decided to stay. As for my strength. He smiled faintly. It's not a problem to deal with an ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior. After saying that, he released a trace of sword intent. The whole room was filled with a sharp aura. Feeling this aura, the middle-aged man and Situ Jing trembled slightly. Great! There's hope for our Situ family. The middle-aged man was so excited that tears rolled down his cheeks. Situ Jing was also so excited that her face turned red. How about this? I'll accompany you and see if you can recruit other warriors. Lin Xian said. Then, he and Situ Jing went on the street again to recruit warriors. Eh? That brat is back? I told you, he won't stay in the Situ family. Wait, why is Situ Jing following him? The group was stunned for a moment, then they sneered. What an idiot. Lin Xian didn't care about these people. Instead, he carefully observed the passers-by. To be safe, he needed a helper. Brat, are you recruiting warriors here? A burly man came forward. Sorry, we don't recruit trash. Lin Xian shook his head. The man was only at the 7th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. It was not enough. Motherf asterisk cur, you're courting death. How dare you call me trash? The burly man was furious. He raised his fist and was about to throw a punch. Situ Jing was so scared that she hid behind Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. He won't die in one punch, right? It's possible. Who asked him to be so weak? Just as the fist was about to hit Lin Xian, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind the burly man and threw him away. Bang, the burly man was thrown a dozen meters away and fell to the ground. Are you guys okay? A steady and strong voice sounded. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a young man who was almost 2 meters tall standing in front of him with a silly smile on his face. I'm fine. Situ Jing said with lingering fear. Lin Xian smiled. Thank you for your help. He looked at the burly young man in front of him. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the young man had great power. Even he felt a trace of danger. Someone who could make him feel this way was definitely not ordinary. Are you interested in being a guard? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Seeing Lin Xian's question, the surrounding martial artists could no longer sit still. This muscular young man was obviously an expert. Coupled with his silly smile, they could definitely hire him at the lowest price. How could they give up such a good opportunity? Brother, don't go to them. They are poor and can't afford it. The small-eyed man laughed. Come to our Dragon Gate Guild. We are the third-ranked guild. Our price will definitely be a few times higher than others. There's also us, Tri-Talent Guild. There are many experts in our guild. It's definitely safe. The group of people were extremely enthusiastic. Lin Xian was sick and tired of listening to them. He wanted nothing more than to slap them away. Situ Jing looked on nervously. She couldn't compete with the others. However, the honest-looking young man ignored them. He smiled and asked Lin Xian, I can be a guard, but can I eat my fill? Lin Xian looked at Situ Jing with a questioning gaze. Yes, definitely. Don't worry, you can eat your fill, Situ Jing quickly said. Alright, I'll sign up, the muscular young man said in a silly voice. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Our food is even better. We have all kinds of delicacies. You should consider it. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the muscular young man followed Lin Xian and Situ Jing away. F***ck, another idiot. Sigh, what a pity. Such a good bodyguard. The group of people sighed. The Situ clan is really lucky. This is Lin Xian, Big Brother Lin. Big Brother, how should I address you? Situ Jing asked. Dongfang Xiong, the young man smiled. Looking at him, if he wore a beast skin coat, he would be no different from a bear. The three of them walked to the shop and started to pack up, preparing to enter the mountain. 5 days later, the group set off. Their luggage was simple. Most of their things were placed in their storage rings. However, because the middle-aged man, Situ Tao, was not feeling well, they brought along a rank 4 sprinting beast. This beast's attack power was not strong, but it had a special ability. Its body was huge, and the bones on its back were like a house for people to rest in. Just like that, the group entered the mountain. At the same time, the other guilds also began to take action. The forest was vast, and all kinds of demonic beasts ran amok. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible to see so many demonic beasts. It seemed that there was indeed something unusual in the mountains. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Situ Tao was originally worried, but when he saw Dongfang Xiong kill a Type 5 mountain hound with a single punch, he immediately calmed down. Not only that, but he also admired Lin Xian even more. Because of Lin Xian's guidance, they were always able to avoid the powerful demonic beasts, making the journey much easier. The other guilds were not so lucky. As soon as they entered the forest, they encountered a pack of demon wolves. Immediately, many people were injured. The Dafeng mountain range was very wide. With their speed, it would probably take them a month to walk out of it. During this period of time, Lin Xian had never forgotten to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept. Coupled with Lord Alcohol's guidance, his improvement was godly. It's getting late. Let's stop and rest. Situ Tao said. Lin Xian nodded and began to look for a safe place. In this mountain range, finding a safe terrain was very important. Otherwise, if they encountered a pack of demonic beasts, they would be in trouble. It's them? Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. I found a good place. Follow me. He smiled. Dongfang Xiong carried a huge mountain-splitting axe on his back and 2 dead demonic beasts on his shoulders. He followed behind Lin Xian with a silly smile. Situ Jing supported her father and walked in the middle. Soon, they arrived at a flat area with a few caves around it. There are actually people here? Situ Tao's expression changed when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. Brother Lin, why don't we change locations? No need. I've already checked. This is the safest place in a radius of tens of miles, Lin Xian said slowly. Yes, Brother Lin is right. I think this place is very good. Dongfang Xiong was very satisfied. He threw the prey on his shoulders to the ground and prepared to clean them. Humph, this is the territory of the Dragon Gate Guild. You think you can behave so atrociously? A bald man snorted. Situ Tao, I think you don't want to live anymore. Situ Jing was so frightened that she trembled. Situ Tao smiled and said, Everyone, I'm really sorry. There's no other place around here. We'll just stay for one night. We won't disturb you. No, we have to talk about guild secrets tonight. The others can't be here. Yes, quickly scram. Also, these two demonic beasts are not bad. Leave them for us for dinner. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were very overbearing. Not only did they want to chase away Lin Xian and the others, they also wanted to take the food. Situ Jing and her father looked at Lin Xian, but the two of them didn't notice anything. Lin Xian sighed. He patted Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiong, someone wants to steal your food. What? Dongfang Xiong suddenly stood up and stomped his feet on the ground. Who dares to steal my things? Ka ka ka, the ground trembled. Countless cracks spread out under Dongfang Xiong's feet and covered the ground in an instant. It was as if an earthquake had just occurred. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were shocked as they stared blankly at the scene. Some of the Harmonious Spirit Realm warriors also frowned. With their eyes, they could see that this attack was purely physical strength. This guy is so scary. They looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. They didn't want to provoke such a strong enemy when they were outside. Alright, you can stay here, but don't disturb us. An old man said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were relieved and settled down to rest. Dongfang Xiong continued to clean up the demonic beasts. Lin Xian looked at the cracks on the ground and praised in his heart. Dongfang Xiong's body was definitely not weaker than his silver lightning physique. One had to know that his silver lightning mark was cultivated through countless lightning strikes. Interesting guy. Lin Xian's lips curved up slightly. He also sat down and cultivated. Normally, he would cultivate the longevity art at this time. As long as he broke through the second level of the longevity art, he would be able to enter the Harmonious Spirit Realm. At that time, the true power of the longevity art would be revealed. After a while, the smell of barbecued meat drifted over. Hee, I'm done. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and laughed. Smells so good. Situ Jing exclaimed and ran to the barbecued meat. Behind her, Situ Tao also walked over slowly. Lin Xian took out 3 jars of spirit wine and placed them on the ground. The group began to eat the meat and drink the wine. Beside them, the people from the Dragon Gate Guild saw Lin Xian and the others' food and the dried meat in their hands. They immediately felt unhappy. Some of them were even drooling. It's you, quickly give us 10 jars of good wine. The bald man looked at the wine jars with shining eyes. Sorry, there's no share for you here. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that we, the Dragon Gate Guild, are easy to bully? The bald man sneered, if you want to spend the night here peacefully, then give us 10 jars of good wine. Brat, if you don't hand over the wine, I'll cut you down. The bald man took out a shiny long blade. You want to drink? Lin Xian laughed. Who was the one who threatened us earlier? Who was the one who didn't allow us to stay here? With your attitude earlier, you still want to drink? Is your head kicked by a donkey? What? I let you stay here because I pity you, but you don't know what's good for you. The bald man shouted angrily. Behind him, a few warriors quickly walked over. They were all half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm warriors. When they stood together, they formed a terrifying aura. Don't fight, don't hurt our friendship. Situ Tao said with a trembling voice. I'll give you this cup of wine. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The bald man knocked over the wine cup. Get lost. Or die. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Dong Fangxiong also stood up. Go, beat him to death. The bald man was furious. Although he was afraid of Dong Fangxiong, he believed that his men could handle him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few figures pounced on Lin Xian. Their attacks were very vicious. Buzz, the green sword light flickered like a gust of wind, faintly discernible. When Lin Xian retracted his sword, the martial artists screamed as they were sent flying. What? The pupils of the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild shrank. They unconsciously stood up. What did you see? One of the elders asked in a low voice. I didn't see it, it was too fast. The elder's eyelids were trembling. As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, he didn't see Lin Xian's sword clearly. This kind of thing was hard to believe. You dare to hurt them. He's rebelling, he's rebelling. The bald man screamed, men, kill him for me. Get the hell back. One of the elders moved and slapped the bald man away. Then, he smiled and bowed to Lin Xian. My men are ignorant, please forgive them. I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were stunned. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the lawless Dragon Gate Guild would apologize to them. This was something that they could not even dream of. After the old man left, Dong Fangxiong chuckled and said, I didn't expect little brother Lin's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. If there's a chance in the future, we must exchange pointers. The four of them drank wine and ate meat until midnight. In the second half of the night, everyone fell asleep. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and continued cultivating. Rustle, Sha. Sha, suddenly, there was a slight sound all around, as if something was walking. Lin Xian was the first to open his eyes, followed by Dong Fangxiong, and then the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye technique to scan the surroundings. Soon, his expression darkened. Demonic beast horde. Not good, there's a beast king. Cries of alarm rang out as everyone was startled awake. Lin Xian did not dare to delay. He summoned Little Gold and called out to Dong Fangxiong and Situ Jing, let's go. The few of them rode on Little Gold, who jumped into the demonic beast horde. With another jump, it left the demonic beast horde. Roars rang out as countless demonic beasts pounced on Little Gold. Dominating the world. Dong Fangxiong punched out with both his fists, and the terrifying power blasted the demonic beasts around him into smithereens. Lin Xian flicked his finger and unleashed the Tempest Sword Ripple. The fine green sword chi was like a ripple that quickly spread out. Any demonic beast that came into contact with the Tempest Sword Ripple was sliced in half. The two of them did not dare to continue fighting, so they followed Little Gold and fled into the distance. The people of the Dragon Gate Guild were not so lucky. They were surrounded by countless demonic beasts and were quickly drowned. Behind the demonic beast horde, there was a huge black demonic python. It was dozens of meters long, and the black scales on its body were like cold metal. On the head of the black python sat a figure in red robes. If one took a closer look, they would realize that this person was very strange. He had the body of a human, but the head of a poisonous snake. His long neck was like a snake's body, constantly twisting. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This kind of strange creature had a strange name. It was called the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe. Trying to run? This demonic beast spoke in human language. His body swayed, twisting in the air like a poisonous snake, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian and the rest sat on Little Gold's back and quickly escaped from the demonic beast horde. Some of the demonic beasts that chased them were killed by him and Dong Fangxiong, so they were temporarily safe. Why are there so many demonic beasts? Lin Xian was puzzled. Are there a lot of demonic beasts recently? Yes. Situ Tao nodded slowly. Since 2 months ago, the demonic beasts in the Dafeng mountain range started to gather. Some uncommon demonic beasts also came out from the depths of the mountains. 2 months ago? Lin Xian was puzzled. This was around the same time as the appearance of the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe. Could it be? He remembered how the Crimson Black Demonic Tribe helped the Black Dragon sect stir up trouble. It seems that even the Tianshan Kingdom will not be peaceful. Lin Xian sighed. The Black Dragon sect was about to revive. He could not stop it at all. Perhaps it would not be long before the Black Dragon sect's shadow appeared in the entire Tiannan region. When that time came, it would be a true disaster. Only by quickly finding the Great Dragon Sword could they protect themselves in this chaotic world. Lin Xian yearned for the power of the Great Dragon Sword even more. Just as he was thinking, Dong Fengxiong's expression suddenly changed. Dodge. He waved his hand and pushed Situ Jing and his son to the side. Rumble, where they were originally standing, the ground suddenly split open. A blood-red snake's head stretched out, its triangular tongue flicking out. Good stuff. I want to eat snake soup tomorrow. Dong Fengxiong yelled and stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground trembled. A terrifying force rushed toward the red snake's head. Lin Xian also recovered in an instant. He pulled out the broken autumn scar and slashed out a thick green sword chi. Boom. Boom, boom. The ground sank. The terrifying force and the green sword chi missed. The red snake's head disappeared. Little White, come out. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey and let it and Little Gold protect the Situ father and son. Meanwhile, he used his soul power to scan the surroundings. Kiki, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. I miss it. A sinister voice echoed in the forest. Dong Fengxiong and Lin Xian both turned around and saw a monster standing not far away. It had a human body and a snake's head. It was wearing a red robe. What is this? Dong Fengxiong was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I don't like to eat human-shaped things. You want to eat me? Interesting human. The red-robed demon laughed. Its dark green eyes stared at Dong Fengxiong. On the side, Lin Xian was shocked. Crimson Black Demon. What? Demon? Dong Fengxiong was very excited. In the distance, the Situ father and son were scared pale. However, with the protection of the little white monkey and Little Gold, the two of them were very safe. You actually know where I came from. Interesting. The red-robed demon spat out its long tongue. I hope you two don't disappoint me. The red-robed demon spoke arrogantly, not putting Lin Xian and Dong Fengxiong in his eyes at all. Demonic chi filled the air, his strength should be equivalent to an intermediate harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he identified the red-robed demon's strength. The harmonious spirit realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, intermediate, late, and peak. The gap between each small realm was huge. This gap was similar to the gap between the realms before the harmonious spirit realm. It could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior could easily kill several early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior and Dong Fengxiong was an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, so the red-robed demon didn't put them in his eyes. He was only thinking about how to kill these two. Little brother Lin, I want to do it myself. Dong Fengxiong said with a grin. All right. Lin Xian shrugged and stood to the side. Seeing this, the red-robed demon's demonic chi instantly shrunk. It was strange that someone dared to look down on him. Good, very good, I will use the cruelest method to kill you. The red-robed demon sneered, a group of idiots, you have never seen a demon before, of course you don't know how powerful we are. Before he finished his words, the red snake opened its mouth and spat out countless wind blades. The air was cut open and huge cracks appeared on the ground. This kind of power was far beyond an early harmonious spirit realm warrior. Clank, however, such a sharp attack only created sparks when it hit Dong Fengxiong's body. His wheat-colored muscles were not damaged at all. Hee, delightful. Dong Fengxiong laughed foolishly. You should have a taste of my power. Dong Fengxiong took out the mountain-splitting axe from his back and held it tightly with both hands, chopping down with all his strength. A strong wind blew and everything in front of him was covered by the huge axe. Ka. Before the huge axe fell, everything in front of him had already turned into dust. The red-robed demon turned his head, his dark green eyes were filled with seriousness. He actually felt the threat of death. How is this possible? He is just an early harmonious spirit realm kid. 10,000-mile snake. 8 dark red snakes flew out from his body and merged with the spiritual chi outside, constantly growing bigger. Soon, they grew into 8 gigantic pythons. 2 of them bit towards the shiny axe, while the other 4 attacked Dongfang Xiong from different directions. Of the remaining 2, one ran towards Lin Xian and the other towards Sidujing and her son. The red-robed Yao was actually planning to kill everyone with a single move. Hee, overbearing heavenly axe. Dongfang Xiong still had a silly smile on his face, but his aura had undergone an astonishing change. It was as if a primordial giant was holding a heavenly axe and chopping down with all his might. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to be split apart. Boom, as the axe fell, the 200-meter-long pythons were split into 2 halves. The yellow axe blade flew forward at high speed, violently chopping towards the red-robed Yao. On the other side, Lin Xian unsheathed his broken sword. It was as if silver lightning was dancing in the air, swift and fierce. When the silver light fell, a transparent bloody hole appeared on the python's 7-inch body. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. This was a swordsman. If he did not make a move, it would be fine, but if he did, it would be a fatal blow. Moreover, Lin Xian had already touched the edge of the thunder concept with that strike. Behind him, the little white monkey was jumping around with the cold star dagger in its hand. It had already resolved the danger. This monkey was very mysterious. Lin Xian had never seen it cultivate, but its strength had increased rapidly. Even now, Lin Xian did not know where its bottom line was. Bang, bang. After the red-robed Yao blasted away Dongfang Xiong's attack, he realized that the 8 pythons he had summoned were all dead. He had seen Dongfang Xiong's power, but he was extremely surprised by the performance of Lin Xian and the little white monkey. It seems that I've underestimated you. With that, he took a step forward, and his Yao Qi soared into the sky. The shocking aura covered the sky, and the red-robed Yao also underwent a shocking change. His body no longer looked like a human, but was formed by countless red and black venomous snakes. He looked terrifying. He stretched out his hand, and his fingers turned into 5 pythons. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down. Boom, Dongfang Xiong was sent flying. Although there were no injuries on his body, he could not withstand the power. Damn it, again. Dongfang Xiong patted the dirt off his body and charged forward again with his axe. I'll help you. Let's end this quickly. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. From the attack just now, he analyzed that the strength of this demon was 30% stronger than martial artists at the same level. Moreover, his moves were strange, and Dongfang Xiong could not break through immediately. Lin Xian did not want to spend too much time here. After all, there were Yao beasts all around, and a second Yao clan member could come at any time. The 2 of them attacked together, forming a joint attack. The overbearing heavens axe formed a fierce wind with the power to split mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the sword-drawing technique, and the power of wind and thunder merged, increasing the power by several times. Before the attack arrived, the red-robed Yao clan member's body reacted. It was an instinctive reaction, and Yao beasts were the most sensitive. Poof, Sika, the overbearing heavens axe sent one of his arms flying, and the wind-thunder sword-drawing technique cut his waist. Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression changed immediately. That's not right. He suddenly retreated, and silver thunder patterns appeared on his body. There was no blood, not a trace of blood. If the body was cut in half, there should be blood spurting out, but there was no blood on the red-robed Yao clan member. Even if he was a Yao clan member, there should be blood. Unless, he was not injured. The moment the silver thunder patterns appeared on his body, the severed part of the red-robed Yao clan member turned into countless venomous snakes, flicking their scarlet tongues. Under an unknown force, the severed arm was reattached to his body. At his waist, countless red snakes appeared on both ends of the severed part. They intertwined with each other, forming a complete body once again. Boom, a ferocious python head formed in the air with a dangerous force, sending Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong flying. Everything happened in an instant. Lin Xian had just finished using the silver thunder body when he was sent flying. The attack was formed by Yao Qi, and it was currently destroying Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, he had the silver thunder patterns, which could resist the Yao Qi. Otherwise, even if it was another mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior, they would have been seriously injured by this attack. Buzz, the great dragon sword intent in his body trembled, and a sharp sword chi flew out from his body, forming a ring of sword light that destroyed the Yao Qi. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Dong Fengxiong, who was beside him. Dong Fengxiong's face was pale, but the Yao Qi on his body had been removed. His body was also unscathed, which was enough to prove that his body was abnormally strong. Eh? They are not dead? The red-robed Yao clan member was surprised. His dark green eyes moved. When he found that Lin Xian and Dong Fengxiong were not dead, and there were no external injuries, his snake face suddenly became very ugly. It seems like you won't know how powerful I am if I don't use my true strength. Lowly humans, you've surprised me, but the show ends here. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people must be human genius martial artists. Killing such people would be much more satisfying than killing other martial artists. You talk too much. I think I need to cut your tongue out, Lin Xian snorted. Fried tongue, I like it, Dong Fengxiong said with a smile. Die. The red-robed demon was furious. His arms shook and turned into a giant python, charging at the two. A sinister and cold aura enveloped the area. Lin Xian felt his spiritual power being blocked. Gale Lightning Sword. Waving the broken sword, Lin Xian used his strongest move. A giant sword appeared in the sky. Ancient inscriptions were carved on the blade, and it fell with a mysterious aura. Beside him, Dong Fengxiong also used the hegemonic axe. The dazzling golden axe cleaved the sky into pieces. The two ultimate moves slashed at the red-robed demon, and terrifying energy surged toward him. Impossible, how can they use such powerful attacks? The red-robed demon's expression changed. This kind of attack was enough to threaten his life, not to mention two at the same time. Run. He could no longer summon the will to resist. His body turned into thousands of poisonous snakes, fleeing in all directions. Rumble, mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground collapsed. It was doomsday. Strong winds blew, and trees were uprooted. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop. They quickly left with the Situ father and son. After a long time, a terrifying pit appeared in the ground. It was so dark that it couldn't be seen. At the edge of the pit, a palm-sized dark red snake quickly escaped. Half a month later, Lin Xian and the others walked out of the Dafeng mountain range. What rich spiritual energy. Lin Xian's first reaction after arriving at Dragonstar Kingdom was that the spiritual energy here was very rich. As expected of a kingdom, the spiritual energy here was much richer than in Tianshan Kingdom. How do we get there? Lin Xian asked. Go east for 500 miles. There's a city there, Situ Tao said. Their running beast had been eaten long ago, and now it was sitting on Xiaojin. Lin Xian patted lightly, and Xiaojin turned into a streak of golden light and jumped towards the east. This was the border of the Dragonstar Strong Country, and there were all sorts of people here. There were lone rangers, and there were also groups. One of the wild wolves took a fancy to the extraordinary Xiaojin and wanted to snatch him away. Lin Xian and Dong Fengxiong fought with them and beat them away. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. The cultivation of these people was uneven. The highest cultivation was at the early stage of the harmonious spirit realm, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the combat strength of these people was beyond imagination. The early harmonious spirit realm warrior wasn't any weaker than a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, even that martial artist at the 7th level of spirit sea level had the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit. Lin Xian had never seen such a situation in the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. As expected of a powerful country, it is not just a little bit stronger than the Tianshan Kingdom. Lin Xian felt that even if he was in the Dragonstar Strong Country, he wouldn't have much of an advantage against the younger generation. Along the way, Lin Xian's thoughts seemed to have been confirmed. This was the golden age of martial arts. This was the heaven of the strong. From Situ Tao, he learned that the Dragonstar Strong Country had a vast territory that was several times the size of the Tianshan Kingdom. Here, there were several top forces, and each of them could sweep through the Tianshan Kingdom. 1 country, 2 sects, 3 sections. These 6 forces were the top existences of the Dragonstar Country, controlling most of the resources here. Below them, there were the 4 great clans, who were also the overlords of a region. These were things that everyone in the Dragonstar country knew. Situtao had been running around doing business for many years, so he knew a lot about the Dragonstar country. Lin Xian had a general understanding of the forces here. If nothing unexpected happened, the geniuses participating in the sacred True Dragon gathering would be chosen from these forces. The closer they got to the city, the more martial artists there were. During this time, there were already several groups of people staring at the golden frog that Lin Xian was sitting on. "Little brother Lin, why don't we get down? You should put away this demonic beast." Situtao was a bit worried. "Those people are all thugs, they specialize in robbing caravans at the border. We should be careful." "Okay." Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't want to cause too much trouble. The 4 landed and Lin Xian put away Little Gold. However, the little white monkey insisted on not going in, so Lin Xian couldn't do anything about it. Although he put away Little Gold, the people behind didn't give up and continued to follow Lin Xian's group. Finally, a group of people stopped Lin Xian. "Brother, you don't look familiar," a man with a scar on his face said coldly. "What, I can't come just because I'm unfamiliar?" Lin Xian's expression was calm. "Good kid, you have guts." The scarred man laughed. "We are very interested in your golden frog and want to buy it. How about this, you name a price, we won't bargain." Situtao's body trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew this group of people, they were called the Lion Group, and the scarred man was the Mad Blade Gui Jianqiu from the Netherworld. His cultivation had reached the peak of early harmonious spirit realm and he had a top profound rank treasure blade. Not many people could be his opponent. Whenever a caravan met him, they would obediently hand over a large amount of spirit stones for peace. Now that they were targeted by these people, Situtao's heart was filled with despair. They didn't have that many spirit stones, how could they hand it over? "I'm sorry, Little Gold is my friend, I won't sell it." Lin Xian shook his head. "Kid, my big brother said that he would buy it because of you. Be smart and hand over that demonic beast. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive." A tall and skinny man with an iron rod shouted coldly. The iron rod in his hand shook, turning the ground 10 meters around him into powder. What a terrifying strength. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head. He could see that the iron rod only shattered the surface of the ground, as for the stones below, it didn't damage them at all. To achieve this kind of technique, one would need an extremely high level of control. It was beyond Lin Xian's expectation that a bandit group could have such an expert. However, this kind of ability was not enough to threaten Lin Xian. "I won't give you Little Gold. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." A sword light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Sword chi soared from his body, it was extremely sharp, even his aura changed. An expert?" The scarred man was surprised. The young man with the iron rod also narrowed his eyes. They had lived on the edge of a blade for many years, so they still had this kind of eyesight. Lin Xian's aura was like that of a swordsman, although he didn't have a sword in his hand. On the side, Dongfang Xiong was also rubbing his palms. Eating and fighting were 2 of his favorite things. To be able to spar with an expert was something he couldn't ask for more. "You guys, who wants to fight?" Dongfang Xiong smiled foolishly. You're courting death." The man with the iron rod was furious. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, they weren't easily intimidated. The tall and skinny man suddenly jumped up, the iron rod in his hand glowing, and he swung it at Dongfang Xiong's head. The lanky man attacked fiercely, causing the air to explode. The iron rod seemed to be as thick as an arm, but it was as heavy as a mountain. "Hee, good one." Dongfang Xiong laughed and punched out with his right fist. There were no flashy moves or flashes of light. It was a solid punch that landed on the iron rod. Clang, an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard, causing the air around to tremble, forming wave-like ripples. Lin Xian used his spirit energy to cover Situtao and his son, ensuring their safety. Otherwise, the shockwave alone would have killed them both. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the lanky man was sent flying, and his iron rod fell to the ground. What? The Lion Regiment members were shocked, their eyeballs almost popped out. The scarred man frowned as well, looking at Dongfang Xiong with a gloomy gaze. The tall and skinny man was his trusted subordinate. He was an early harmonious spirit expert. Although he looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for this lanky man in terms of pure strength. However, such an expert was sent flying by someone. Moreover, it was with pure physical strength. How could they not be shocked? "Brat, how dare you hurt him?" The scarred man's tone was stern. As the leader of the regiment, he had to take action. A jet-black treasured blade appeared in the air. The scarred man held the treasured blade in his hand, his body emitting a dazzling blade light. "You want to fight? I'll play with you." Lin Xian took a step forward, the sword energy on his body surging as if it was going to pierce the sky. This aura was very strong, suppressing the black blade light in the sky. "What, this is impossible!" The Lion Regiment members exclaimed. That was their leader, the famous wild blade Gui Jianzhou, but now, he was suppressed by a young man in terms of aura. Ghost, this was definitely a ghost. The scarred man was also shocked. He felt that he was not facing a young man, but a peerless divine sword with incomparable sharpness. Sword intent. He immediately thought of this terrifying intent realm. One should know that sword intent and blade intent were both unparalleled offensive intents. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend them. Even he had not comprehended blade intent. At this moment, the knife-scarred man actually had the thought of retreating. Even he couldn't believe that he was actually afraid of a young man. However, his body betrayed him. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from the sky again. "Situ Tao, you guys are actually here." Hearing this voice, the scar-faced man quickly withdrew his saber light. Lin Xian also dispersed his sword intent, turning back into a handsome young man. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black shadow descending rapidly from the sky. It was a demonic bird. Its entire body was fiery red, and the feathers on its body burned like flames. There were 3 figures standing on top of it. At this moment, they were looking down. Pu, the flaming bird landed on the ground, blowing away the surrounding rocks. The eyes of the old man in the middle were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The Lion Regiment? When he saw the scar-faced man, he frowned. Shifeng had heard of this team before. Their leader, Mad Blade Ghost's Grimace, in particular, was rumored to be extremely difficult to deal with. However, he was not afraid of these people. "Mad Blade, how dare you set your eyes on the Jiang family's goods? You've got guts." "The Jiang family?" The scar-faced man's face darkened when he heard these 2 words. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "The information this time was wrong. We really didn't know that these goods belonged to the Jiang family. We've offended you. We'll take our leave first. We'll definitely apologize to the Jiang family in the future." With that, he quickly left with a group of people. He looked as if he was escaping. "Humph." The old man in the middle snorted coldly and did not pursue the matter. However, the 2 young men beside him looked at him with disdain. "The Jiang family?" Lin Xian was surprised. The powerful scar-faced man and the others were actually so afraid of these 2 words. It seemed that the Jiang family was very powerful. "Oh right, the Jiang family. I wonder if Jiang Sanfeng is from the Jiang family?" Lin Xian suddenly remembered the person that old man Deke had asked him to look for. However, it was not convenient for him to ask about the current situation. Forget it. Since the Jiang family is so powerful, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Xian calmed down. "Situ Tao, did you bring the goods?" the old man asked. "Yes," Situ Tao replied respectfully. "All right, come on up." The old man waved his hand and brought Lin Xian and the others onto the flame bird. Up. With a command, the huge flame bird flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. On the back of the bird, the 3 Jiang family members stood in front without looking back. Situ Tao and his son sat there uneasily. They were only Sea of Soul realm martial artists and had never sat on such a demonic beast before. However, Dongfang Xiong was very excited. His bell-like eyes stared at the back of the bird and he kept muttering. Lin Xian's soul power was abnormal. When he heard Dong Fangxiong's words, he could not help but laugh. This guy was actually thinking about how to eat this demonic beast. Moreover, Lin Xian was not the only one who heard him. One of the Jiang family members in front suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Dong Fangxiong. Hee hee. Dong Fangxiong scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Humph, country bumpkin. That disciple looked back with disdain. The flame bird flew very fast. In a moment, they saw a city. However, it was obvious that they could not fly in the city. The Jiang family elder let the flame bird land and the group walked into the city. The city of Dragonstar Nation was much bigger and more prosperous than Heavenly Mountain Nation. In the northwest of the city, there was a cluster of pavilions, all of which belonged to the Jiang family. Lin Xian and the others were arranged to stay, while Situ Tao followed the old man to hand over the goods. Since they had nothing to do, Lin Xian and the others planned to walk around the city and see if there was anything fun to do. The streets were very wide and were paved with huge bluestones that were abnormally hard. There were many snack bars on both sides, but Dong Fangxiong was not interested. His favorite food was still demonic beasts. On the other hand, Situ Jing's face was flushed red with excitement. Sigh, almost again. Damn it, we lost money again. Lin Xian noticed many martial artists walking over with bitter faces, their eyes full of unwillingness. What's wrong with these people? Dong Fangxiong scratched his head. I don't know, but they all seem to be coming from the front, Lin Xian said. Should we go and take a look? Sure. Situ Jing was overjoyed. The three of them walked over quickly. At the end of the street, there was a black mass of people, making the surroundings impenetrable. Inside, cheers could be heard from time to time, but most of the time, it was a sigh. What are they doing? Lin Xian and the others were curious. So many people can't get in. Situ Jing looked disappointed. Brother Xiong, it's up to you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me, Dong Fangxiong said with a grin. After that, he used his large hands that were like iron pincers to forcibly tear the crowd apart. Lin Xian and Li Qia followed behind him and easily squeezed through the crowd. What's this? Lin Xian came to the innermost area and saw a magical scene. After squeezing into the crowd, Lin Xian saw a martial artist in front of him who was attacking a black stone tablet. The man's punches were so fast that they left an afterimage in the air. Bang, a deep sound was heard, and the ground around him trembled slightly. However, the huge black stone tablet did not move at all. However, on the surface of the stone tablet, there were 4 bright red stars that were shining brightly. Sigh, another failure. The crowd sighed and lamented. What is this? Situ Jing asked curiously. A young martial artist who was closest to them said, This is a strength testing stone. It can test a martial artist's strength. Do you see those 10 vertical stars? Each star represents 10,000 jin. When your strength reaches the required level, those stars will light up. Then why did you say that I failed? Lin Xian asked. This is a strength testing stone. Each test will cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones, but if someone can light up 6 stars, the stall owner will give them 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for free. I see. Lin Xian understood. To light up 6 stars, one must have at least 60,000 pounds of strength. Even a harmonious spirit realm martial artist would find it hard to achieve this. Spirit transformation realm martial artists would not play this game, so the stall owner was obviously trying to make a profit. One should know that mid-grade spirit stones were hard currency. 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a test was not cheap. However, this was the Dragon Star Empire. There were plenty of rich martial artists here. Soon, another martial artist walked out. He was a man in his 40s. His face was slightly yellow, and his clothes were thin. He looked like a teacher. Can he do it? The crowd was puzzled. It's hard to say. I can't sense his aura. He might be an expert. Someone analyzed. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his yellowed wrist. He clenched his 5 fingers together and waved his palm lightly, as if a cloud had floated past. No way, what is he doing? Someone sneered. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Buzz. Buzz, the palm wind hit the black strength testing stone, and the stars on it lit up quickly. 1 star, 2 stars. The crowd held their breaths in anticipation. Buzz, when the 5th star lit up, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. However, the 6th star did not light up. Sigh, we were so close. Everyone sighed again. Dongfang Xiong, on the other hand, was waiting with his bell-like eyes, looking eager to give it a try. However, at this time a few sneers came from the side. What a bunch of trash. It's been so long and no one has been able to strike out the 6th star. Hearing this, many people were angry. They had tried before, but all of them failed. Who are you calling trash? Many people glared at him. However, when they saw the person who spoke, many of them were stunned. Lin Xian also looked over curiously, only to see 3 young men standing not far to his left. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, and their faces were filled with arrogance. The word Jiang was painted on their chests. They are disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian frowned slightly. These people did not look like good people. So what if I'm talking about you? Trash is trash. One of the young men sneered. Those people did not dare to talk back, but their faces turned purplish black. If you're so good, then go ahead. It's not too late to mock others when you strike out the 6th star. There was a hint of anger in this voice. What did you say? That young man was angry that someone dared to talk back to him. He looked around and quickly locked onto the person who spoke. A young man in white held a folding fan in his hand and gently fanned it. His handsome face immediately attracted the attention of the female martial artists present. Beside him stood a woman. However, she wore a silver mask that covered her beautiful face. However, her exposed eyes were like the bright moon, very moving. Such a handsome young man and a mysterious woman quickly attracted everyone's attention. Were you the one who questioned me just now? The Jiang family disciple looked unfriendly. Everyone knows how to be sarcastic. If you want to mock others, show me your strength first. The young man in white smiled indifferently. Do you know who you're talking to? The Jiang family disciple sneered. Do you believe that I can make you stay here forever? This is Dragon Star Nation's city, not your Jiang family's territory. The young man in white disagreed. Besides, you're just a small branch. What's there to be proud of? You. The 3 Jiang family disciples were enraged. In Xingshan City, they always kept their word, and no one dared to talk back to them. But now, someone actually dared to talk back to them. Humph. With a cold snort, a dangerous aura surged out from that disciple. Ah. Situ Jing was the closest, and her strength was weak, so she was hit by the aura. Lin Xian reacted quickly and cut off the aura with a finger and quickly protected Situ Jing. You dare to stop me? You're courting death. That Jiang family disciple suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze. The other 2 also looked over with killing intent in their eyes. Your aura hurt a child. Don't tell me you don't allow others to fight back? Lin Xian's face darkened. That's right. I don't think you're good people. Dongfang Xiong also said angrily. What did you say? The 3 of them were furious. Someone dared to talk back to them again. The surrounding warriors also looked on nervously. They knew that these 3 guys were the little tyrants of Xingshan City. Usually, they used their status as Jiang family disciples to bully men and women, but no one dared to provoke them. Today's situation would definitely make them furious. Who are these 3 people? They don't look familiar, someone said in a low voice. Needless to say, they must be outsiders. How would the people of Xingshan City dare to find trouble with them? The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare your lives. Jiang Feng said with a glare. Are you a dog or something? Biting everyone you see. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid of such people. Biting people? Are you a dog demon? Quickly show your true form. I'm going to subdue you. Dongfang Xiong said with a serious face. Finally, someone in the crowd could not help but laugh. The others also tried their best to hold back their laughter, but the smiles on their faces were clearly visible. You. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng was furious. Someone actually dared to scold him. He must cut off his tongue. Brother, you're wrong. Calling him a dog, isn't that an insult to dogs? The young man in white said with a smile. The crowd laughed in surprise and various expressions appeared on their faces. What was going on today? Why were there so many fierce people all of a sudden? First, Jiang Feng was called a dog demon. Now, he was even worse than a dog. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng shouted to the sky with a ferocious expression. The two of you, attack. After saying that, the three of them were about to attack. Little brothers, listen to this old man's words. The stall owner came out and said quickly, this matter started because of the strength testing stone. Why don't we use the strength testing stone to solve it? What do you think? The stall owner of the strength testing stone was a short old man with a goatee and his eyes narrowed into slits. He smiled and said, little brothers, why don't we use the strength testing stone to settle this matter? Everyone was stunned and looked at the old man in shock. The other party was a disciple of the Jiang family. If they were angered, they would definitely lose their lives. Even so, everyone was very interested in the old man's suggestion. Until now, no one had been able to hit 6 stars. They wondered if these people could succeed. Lin Xian did not think much of it, but Dongfang Xiong was abnormally excited. His bell-sized eyes bloomed with endless brilliance. The white-robed youth also nodded in agreement. I have no problem, but I'm afraid the Jiang family disciples won't dare to accept the challenge. Humph, why wouldn't they dare? Jiang Feng sneered. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. But if you lose, you'll be at my disposal. Then what if you lose? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Are you joking? Brother Feng will lose? Another Jiang family disciple said. Since it's a bet, it's better to agree on it beforehand. Otherwise, someone might renege on the debt, the white-robed youth said slowly. What do you want? Jiang Feng asked back. We won't punish you, but in the future, if you meet us, you'll have to stay 10 meters away, Lin Xian said slowly. You're courting death. No one has ever dared to make such a request of me. Jiang Feng's face darkened. He was a disciple of the Jiang family. His body was very honorable. How could he avoid others? So you don't dare? The white-robed youth waved his fan. If you don't dare, then forget it. We won't force you. Who says I don't dare? Jiang Feng was anxious. There were so many people here. If he did not agree, others would definitely think too much. Okay, I agree. Jiang Feng's expression was full of confidence. I won't lose. Cut the crap. I can't wait. Dongfang Xiong rubbed his hands. Little brothers, the strength testing stone tablets rules are 100 mid-grade spirit stones each time. The old man with the goatee smiled. What? You dare to take our money? The Jiang family disciple stared. Everyone was stunned. This old man was really greedy. He even dared to earn money from the Jiang family. Was he not afraid of revenge? Sir, here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The young man in white handed over a bag of spirit stones. I'm not like some people who can't even afford 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I don't look like a disciple of a big family. It's only 100 spirit stones. I have plenty of them. Jiang Feng's expression was cold as he took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring. Lin Xian took out 2 bags of spirit stones and handed them to the short old man. Who's first? Dongfang Xiong asked. I'll go first. Jiang Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of the testing area. Looking at the cold strength measuring stone tablet, Jiang Feng secretly circulated his spirit energy and punched out. Suddenly, the air in front of him exploded, and the violent impact hit the black stone tablet. Wang, the black stone tablet trembled slightly, and stars lit up one after another. Everyone looks over curiously, wanting to see if this Jiang family disciple is able to hit out 6-star jades. The first 4 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star was the last to light up, flickering with a dazzling red light. As everyone watched, the red light of the fifth star gradually deepened and finally turned purple. But the sixth star still did not light up. The surrounding cultivators hissed and sighed in disappointment. Failed, even a Jiang family disciple failed. Is there really no one who can hit out six-star jades? They could not be blamed for being disappointed. While Jiang Feng's reputation was not good, but everyone knew his power. He definitely surpassed martial artists of the same level. Impossible. When Jiang Feng saw the result, he immediately became anxious. There's a problem, there must be a problem. How can I only have 250 kilograms of strength? Jiang Feng did not believe it. He had used almost all his strength in that punch, but even so, he still did not hit out six-star jades. Tell me, is there a problem with this? Jiang Feng pulled the old man with the goatee next to him. Little brother, there's definitely no problem with this strength measuring stone. The old man said in a panic. If you don't have the ability, then don't blame others. The white-robed young man sneered. What did you say? Jiang Feng roared. I said, if you don't have the ability, then don't find excuses. What strength measuring stone is broken? The white-robed young man sneered. Don't implicate the innocent. Don't forget that there are so many people here watching. You don't want the Jiang family's reputation to be tarnished, right? The white-robed young man said as he waved his fan. Humph. Jiang Feng threw the short old man to the side. I want to see how you can hit out six-star jades. The white-robed young man smiled and slowly walked towards the strength measuring stone. His eyes focused, and a sharp aura was emitted from his body. The white-robed young man quickly waved his palm. Buzz, the terrifying palm landed on the black strength measuring stone, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 5 stars on it quickly lit up. Under everyone's anxious attention, the 5th star shone brightly. And its color changed from red to purple, and finally to black. But the 6th star still did not light up. It didn't light up? The white-robed young man frowned. How can this be? The eyes of the silver-masked woman in the distance were also filled with confusion. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that even the white-robed young man could not hit out 6-star jades. Humph. What about 6-star jades? Jiang Feng sneered. You still think that there's no problem with the strength measuring stone? Or are you also a piece of trash? This fellow is obviously lying to everyone. He looked at the short old man with killing intent in his eyes. Daring to lie to him, Jiang Feng, is an unforgivable crime. The white-robed young man was puzzled. He believed in his own strength. That punch just now was definitely not as simple as 250 kilograms. But, why didn't the 6th star light up? Is there really a problem with the strength measuring stone? Shaking his head, the white-robed young man turned to look at the short old man. It's none of my business. Little brothers, there's really no problem with the strength measuring stone. The short old man shrunk his body. There are still 2 more people. Maybe those 2 little brothers can hit out 6-star jades? If they can't, then it's not too late to punish me. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong. But, they ignored Lin Xian and focused their attention on Dongfang Xiong. There was no choice. Lin Xian's body was too thin and weak. Moreover, his cultivation did not even reach the harmonious spirit realm. How could such a person hit 6-star jades? On the other hand, Dongfang Xiong's muscles were filled with explosive power. He looked very promising. Maybe he could really hit 6-star jades. Jiang Feng looked at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, alright, let's let them try. If they can't hit 6-star jades, I won't let you off. That's right, that's right. The short old man nodded. Don't worry, old man. I'm sure I can hit it. Dongfang Xiong grinned. Little brother Lin, you want to go first? Lin Xian nodded and slowly walked in front of the strength testing stone and observed it carefully. His eyes flashed as he secretly used his eye technique, but he still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian could only use the normal method to test his strength. Circulating the spiritual power in his body, he waved his right hand and a huge phantom of a mountain appeared. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian unleashed the power of mountains and rivers at the strength testing stone. Everyone was shocked as they did not expect that this seemingly weak youth could actually unleash such a terrifying attack. Boom, the strength testing stone glowed and 5 stars quickly lit up. The 5th star was bright red. Everyone was disappointed as even Jiang Feng could not compare to this level. But thinking about Lin Xian's cultivation, everyone was relieved. To be able to achieve such a result was already something to be proud of. The white-robed youth was disappointed and no longer paid attention to Lin Xian. Jiang Feng sneered, as expected, he is trash. No, he is even worse than trash. Dongfang Xiong revealed a strange expression. This strength was not like the Lin Xian he knew. Lin Xian's expression was indifferent as he did not use his full strength for this punch. But even so, according to his calculations, it should not be only 250 kilograms of strength. Is there really a problem with this strength testing stone? Lin Xian frowned. Who said that 6 stars must be 250 kilograms of strength? Lord Alcohol sneered. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be? With Lord Alcohol's reminder, Lin Xian suddenly thought of a possibility as he looked at the short old man beside him. He saw the old man's body trembling as if he was afraid, but his eyes did not reveal any fear. Something is wrong. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It is finally my turn. Dongfang Xiong jumped out impatiently. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Dongfang Xiong as he was their last hope. Old thing, you better pray that he can hit 6 stars or you are dead. Jiang Fengguang looked at the short old man with a sinister expression. Relax, I will definitely be able to hit 6 stars. Dongfang Xiong grinned. Standing in front of the black testing stone, his tall body exploded with a series of popping sounds like beans being fried. In the next moment, his entire aura changed. His eyes became sharp and decisive, like a ferocious beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. His original silly smile was replaced by a grave and stern expression. He raised his right fist slightly, and the muscles on it bulged like a dragon. Dongfang Xiong growled as his right fist suddenly punched out. The air exploded with a rumbling sound. It was as if a real mountain had landed on the ground. Strong winds blew in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Boom, the strength testing stone let out a deep sound, and the entire stone tablet started to tremble. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the stars above quickly lit up. 1, 2, 3. The 5th heart quickly lit up, turning from bright red to purple, and finally to black. After turning black, the 6 stars suddenly lit up. That dazzling red was like a red sun, illuminating the surroundings. It's lit up. It's really lit up. The 6th star is really lit up. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Feng's face darkened, and the 2 Jiang family disciples beside him also looked uneasy, wishing they could leave this place immediately. Dongfang Xiong hit 6 stars, which meant that there was no problem with the strength testing stone. Then the problem was Jiang Feng's strength. Thinking that a Jiang family disciple, a harmonious spirit expert, was actually not as good as an unknown kid. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng had the urge to vomit blood. Beside him, the white-robed youth was also shocked. He carefully looked at Dongfang Xiong, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. What a terrifying strength, this guy's strength should be in strength. The white-robed youth thought. I am little one Zishu, how should I address you? The white-robed youth asked. My name is Dongfang Xiong, and this is little brother Lin Xian. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and smiled. However, everyone obviously ignored Lin Xian. Many people looked at Dongfang Xiong as if they were looking at a monster. No, I must have made a mistake just now. This time, I will definitely hit it. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said. As a disciple of the Jiang family, he could not lose to someone of unknown origin. Throwing out another bag of spirit stones, Jiang Feng walked in front of the strength testing stone. His body emitted a blue light, as unfathomable as the ocean. The surrounding spirit energy crazily surged, forming a terrifying blue fist shadow behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. Break for me! Jiang Feng shouted angrily. The blue spirit energy wrapped around his fist, and he suddenly punched out. The blue fist shadow behind him followed his movement and quickly bombarded the strength testing stone. Boom, an explosion sounded in the air, as if a mountain rock had exploded, causing the air to boil. Everyone looked again, wanting to see if Jiang Feng, who had used all of his strength, could hit the sixth star. However, everyone was disappointed. The fifth star turned from purple to black, like a black jade, but the sixth star still did not light up. Impossible. This is impossible. Why didn't I succeed? Jiang Feng's eyes showed a trace of panic. He had used all of his strength. Not only did he use all of his spirit energy, but he also used the surrounding spirit energy. He had absolute confidence in this punch. Furthermore, the force was definitely above 70,000 kilograms. However, why did the sixth star still not light up? Beside him, Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he fell into deep thought. With his outstanding spirit energy, he could naturally sense the strength of that punch. According to his deduction, although it was not as strong as Dongfang Xiong, it should be able to hit the sixth star. Damn it, how much strength is required to hit the sixth star? Lin Xian cursed inwardly. If I'm not wrong, the minimum requirement for the sixth star should be 50,000 kilograms of strength, Lord Alcohol said through voice transmission. 50,000 kilograms? Lin Xian almost jumped up. This was too terrifying. This kind of strength was very close to that of a spirit transformation realm expert. No wonder so many people could not hit the sixth star. Damn it, this thing actually requires 50,000 kilograms of strength. Then he thought that Dongfang Xiong was definitely not an ordinary person since he could hit 50,000 kilograms of strength. Humph, what do you know? This strength testing stone was used to test disciples in ancient times. 6 stars is just a passing grade. It's not a big deal. Lord Alcohol said disdainfully. Lin Xian was speechless. How monstrous were ancient warriors, although he had never seen them before. He knew that they were definitely not simple from Lord Alcohol's description. I wonder if I can hit the sixth star after using Silver Thunder Body. Lin Xian was eager to give it a try. Firstly, he wanted to test his true strength. Secondly, he wanted to prove to Lord Alcohol that he was not weaker than anyone else. Even if he were to face ancient warriors, he would not admit defeat. With that thought, Lin Xian threw out a bag of spirit stones and prepared to test again. Seeing Lin Xian's eagerness to try, the others were stunned. Is this guy crazy? Isn't this a waste of money? Yeah, a half-step harmonious spirit kid, it's already very scary if he can hit 5 stars. Everyone discussed, they didn't think that Lin Xian could hit 6 stars. Jiang Feng saw Lin Xian's action and became even angrier. Get out of my way. What's a piece of trash like you doing? Lin Xian's face darkened. He looked at Jiang Feng coldly. It's not certain who's the trash. I advise you not to bite people like a mad dog. Kid, you're looking for death. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll kill you right now. Jiang Feng was furious. A half-step harmonious spirit kid dared to talk to him like that. Kneel down and apologize, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Jiang Feng released a powerful aura towards Lin Xian. What do you want? You'll have to ask me first if you dare to bully little brother Lin. Dongfang Xiong stood out. His tall body and fierce eyes made him look like a peerless beast that had appeared in the human world. Everyone thought of the scene when he hit 6 stars and felt an indescribable pressure. How is this a human? This is a beast in human form. Jiang Feng's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to deal with this big guy. Humph. Let's see what a piece of trash like you can do. Jiang Feng sneered. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. This fellow had provoked him time and time again, causing a killing intent to well up in his heart. But he still managed to control his killing intent. Now that he was in a foreign country, he didn't dare to be careless, and this Jiang family seemed to be related to the person he was looking for. So Lin Xian didn't make a move. But if there was a chance, he wouldn't let Jiang Feng go. Thinking of this, he calmed down and quickly walked to the strength testing stone. This time, he planned to use his real strength. The art of longevity in his body began to circulate, forming a powerful force. Silver lightning appeared on his body, making a crackling sound. The next moment, the surface of his body was covered with mysterious silver lightning runes, as if the god of thunder had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt an astonishing pressure from Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow didn't use his full strength just now? The crowd found it hard to imagine. The white-robed youth was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. At the side, Jiang Feng's face became even darker. Lin Xian's aura made him feel extremely uneasy. Damn it! Who the hell is this kid? How could he have such a martial skill? Only Dong Fangxiong grinned foolishly. He had been with Lin Xian for more than a month, so he naturally knew his strength. Lin Xian's physical strength wasn't any weaker than his. Furthermore, Dong Fangxiong knew that Lin Xian was also a swordsman. A swordsman's most powerful ability was, of course, his sword. I thought I was strong enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even stronger. Silver lightning crackled around Lin Xian's body, carrying an extremely dangerous aura. As he walked, he let out a thunderous sound. Clenching his right fist, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body slightly arched like a ferocious cheetah, ready to attack at any time. Boom! Lightning flashed as the silver fist landed on the strength-testing stone, letting out an explosive sound. Silver lightning surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of lightning. Occasionally, lightning leaked out, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. After a while, the silver light dissipated, revealing a black strength-testing stone. The crowd looked at the strength-testing stone with anticipation. On the black strength-testing stone, the first 5 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star instantly turned purplish-black. Buzz! Immediately after, the 6 stars on the stone suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. It's here! The 6th star really appeared. Freak, too freakish. Everyone cried out in alarm, their expressions stupefied. Hee hee, Brother Lin, good job. Dong Fangxiong grinned. This guy is definitely not simple. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly. For the first time, he looked at Lin Xian seriously. Half-step harmonious spirit cultivation, but his strength is frightening. That strike just now definitely exceeded 100,000 jin. The white-robed young man's expression turned serious. When did such a young expert appear in Green Mountain City? Impossible, this guy can't hit 6 stars. Jiang Feng's expression was very ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Too embarrassing. Someone who was weak, someone whom he viewed as trash, was actually able to hit out 6 stars. He tried twice, but he could only hit 5 stars. This result was too ironic. This was simply slapping his face. Not only did he lose face, but the Jiang family also lost face. Brat, what kind of shameful method did you use? If you know what's good for you, quickly say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you today. Jiang Feng tried his best to distort the truth. Yes, you must have used some shameful method. Little bastard, you're really shameless. The 2 Jiang family disciples beside him also shouted coldly. Shameful method? Lin Xian sneered. The 3 of you are really disappointing. It's fine if you don't have the strength. It's not shameful, but not admitting defeat and distorting the truth. This is shameful. It's really disappointing that the Jiang family has disciples like you. Lin Xian's words were sharp and merciless. You, what did you say? The 2 Jiang family disciples were angry. Do you believe that I won't cripple you right now? You can try. Lin Xian took a step forward. The silver lightning on his body turned into a silver dragon and swooped down. Boom! The 2 Jiang family disciples were frightened by this powerful force and sat on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper. Good, good. The crowd cheered in a low voice. They had long disliked these 3 people, but because of the Jiang family's status, they didn't dare to do anything. However, Lin Xian's fierce counterattack made these people very happy. You dare to make a move against a Jiang family disciple? Jiang Feng was furious. His robe fluttered and was filled with terrifying spiritual energy. Don't think that being able to hit out 6 stars is something amazing. You only have great strength, but your cultivation is too weak. I can use my spiritual pressure to crush you to death. Now, I will give you a chance to live. Jiang Feng said arrogantly. Kneel down and break your arms, then I will spare your life. Jiang Feng had a high and mighty look. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Everyone was silent. Jiang Feng was indeed the same as the rumors. Not only was he arrogant, but he was also cruel. Being able to hit out 6 stars is nothing amazing. If we really fight, I can destroy you with one hand. Jiang Feng had unlimited confidence. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "It is indeed nothing amazing. But you can't even hit out 6 stars. Aren't you too useless?" "I don't know. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant?" "I am a Jiang family disciple." "That is enough." Jiang Feng's voice was as cold as a blade. "Offending me will only result in death." "Jiang family?" Lin Xian laughed. "In the end, you are just a useless trash that relies on your family. Once you leave your family, you are nothing." What a sharp-tongued brat. "But no matter what you say today, you will not be able to escape death." Jiang Feng's face was malevolent like an injured beast. This was the pain in his heart. Now, it was mercilessly exposed by Lin Xian. A cold aura enveloped the surroundings. A terrifying blue fist image formed behind him. Coordinating with the surrounding spiritual energy, it blasted towards Lin Xian. Jiang Feng was very powerful. A blue fist shadow formed behind him and blasted towards Lin Xian with a violent aura. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly. "Why aren't you dodging?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but worry for him. Could it be that he intends to take it head-on? The young man in white guessed. "Humph, he must have been scared silly." The 2 disciples of the Jiang family sneered. "If you don't dodge, then die." A ferocious look appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes, and he channeled his spiritual power even more vigorously. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into minced meat with a single punch. Seeing the blue fist getting closer and closer, a mysterious rune suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. What followed was a powerful soul force. After Lin Xian became a grade 3 inscription master, he once again used his eye technique to attack. Wang, an invisible energy wave quickly passed through the fist shadows and acted on Jiang Feng's body. Puff, Jiang Feng's body trembled, and the speed of his attack slowed down. The huge blue fist in the sky also quickly disappeared. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Jiang Feng's face contorted as if he was in great pain. The blue spirit power in his body rumbled, and in the next moment, he actually broke through Lin Xian's pupil technique. Unorthodox sect, die. Jiang Feng pounced like a wild beast. "Eh?" Lin Xian was surprised. His soul force was very strong. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for him in terms of soul force. But this Jiang Feng was actually able to break through his eye technique attack, which really surprised him. As expected of the Dragon Star Empire, the strength of their martial artists is indeed formidable. Lin Xian once again experienced the strength of this country's martial artists, which was far beyond that of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. However, Lin Xian had more than one method. The inscriptions in his eyes changed rapidly, forming 3 flower patterns. An even more powerful illusion attack rushed towards Jiang Feng. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body collapsed. Like a puppet, he stood there with a pained expression on his face. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng!" 2 of the Jiang family's disciples stepped forward and shouted crazily. Puff, Jiang Feng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. What did you do to Brother Feng?" The 2 disciples screamed. Everyone was horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. They only saw Lin Xian glare at Jiang Feng, who stood there motionless. Then, they saw Jiang Feng coughing up blood. What kind of attack is that? Isn't it too strange? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be a soul attack? Someone was puzzled. That's right, it was indeed a soul attack. I didn't expect that brat's soul force to be so powerful. An expert recognized. The Dragonstar Strong Country was truly extraordinary. In just an instant, there were martial artists who recognized the soul attack. You're dead for injuring a disciple of the Jiang clan. That's right, no one can save you if you offend the Jiang family. The 2 disciples of the Jiang family shouted crazily. Lin Xian's expression was grave and stern. His gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced into their hearts. Their bodies stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. They sat on the ground like dead dogs, cold sweat flowing down their bodies like rivers. Jiang Feng glared hatefully at Lin Xian. Although he wanted to attack, he didn't have an ounce of strength. Although he only paused for a moment in the outside world, in the spiritual world, he suffered a long period of cruel torture. With a sneer, Lin Xian turned and was about to leave. Dongfang Xiong and Situ quickly followed behind him. Wait a moment, you two little brothers, wait a moment. At this moment, the short old man who had been silent all this time suddenly called out. Old man, we've already given you the spirit stones. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, why are you looking for us? Hee, it's not about money. The old man stroked his goatee and smiled evilly. This strength-testing stone was obtained from a sect with much difficulty. At that time, this old man promised them that I would definitely send them a few youths who could reach 6-star. Hee, you two are just right. Everyone rolled their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that this little old man was a swindler. That won't do. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, I'm going to join the Dragon Elephant sect. What? Dragon Elephant sect? Everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open as if they could swallow an egg. The white-clothed youth's expression was serious. Then, he used a serious gaze to size up Dongfang Xiong. The 3 Jiang family disciples sitting on the ground trembled. It was as if the 3 words Dragon Elephant sect had endless magic. The old man with the goatee's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at Dongfang Xiong with interest. It was no wonder that these people were surprised. The Dragon Elephant sect was one of the 6 major powers of the Dragon Elephant strong country. It was a peak power above everyone else. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that the seemingly simple and honest youth beside him was aiming for a peak sect. The old man with the goatee squinted his eyes. Young man, don't worry. My sect is definitely not inferior to the Dragon Elephant sect. Everyone was stunned. Not inferior to the Dragon Elephant sect. In the Dragon Elephant strong country, the only sect on the same level as the Dragon Elephant sect was the Great Flag sect. However, the Great Flag sect didn't focus on powerful physical techniques. This old man is obviously an old swindler. Everyone shook their heads. Really? I can think about it. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said. How about this? After you go with me, I guarantee that you will enter the inner sect within 3 months. The old man with the goatee smiled. How about it? This is a green path specially opened for you. Okay, I promise you. Dongfang Xiong nodded his head. Everyone was stunned. This is also possible? AI, such a good martial arts genius, was actually cheated away by an old swindler. Lin Xian was not too worried. Although Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, he had never suffered a loss before. He was definitely a wise youth. The old man with the goatee was overjoyed. He once again turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Young man, what about you? Lin Xian rubbed his nose. Many thanks for old man's good intentions. However, I cannot join your sect. Oh, why is that? The old man with the goatee asked. This time, I came to the Dragon Star strong country to find a person. Furthermore, my martial arts are not in the aspect of body refinement. Not in body refinement? Everyone was stunned. You already hit out 6 stars and you still say that you don't specialize in body refinement. This brat wouldn't die trying to act cool, right? There is a possibility. Perhaps it is to attract the old man's attention. The short old man had a face of astonishment. However, when he recalled that Lin Xian had used his soul eye technique, he understood. Forget it. This brat might be a soul cultivator. He shook his head. Furthermore, his body refinement technique seems to be very special. Alright, since it is like this, I will not force you. Finishing, the short old man looked at Dongfang Xiong. You can leave with me. Hee, little brother Lin, let's meet again if fate allows. Dongfang Xiong waved towards Lin Xian and Situ Jing before leaving with the short old man. Big brother Dongfang, what about your reward? Situ Jing asked loudly. I don't want it anymore. Dongfang Xiong laughed. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Situ Jing and prepared to leave. Looking at Lin Xian's back, Jiang Feng and the other two revealed a sinister gaze. Brother Feng, what should we do? Are we just going to watch that brat leave? The two Jiang family disciples said angrily. We're injured now, so we shouldn't act rashly. Let that brat be proud for a while. When we recover, it'll be his time to die. Let's go, you two help me up. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said. The two Jiang family disciples supported Jiang Feng and walked towards the Jiang residence shakily. Lin Xian and Situ Jing left the strength-testing stone stall and returned to the Jiang residence. At this moment, Situ Tao had already handed over the goods and received a generous reward. When he saw Lin Xian return, a smile appeared on his sallow face. Brother Lin, you're finally back. This is your reward. Situ Tao said happily. Where's Brother Dongfang? He's not here? Brother Dongfang left. He even said he didn't want the reward. Situ Jing said. After that, Lin Xian briefly explained the situation to Situ Tao, and Situ Tao quickly understood. Forget it, it seems like Brother Dongfang has a great opportunity. We can only wish him well. Situ Tao said. Brother Lin, what do you plan to do next? Me? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I want to meet the Jiang family's elder. Jiang family's elder? Situ Tao was stunned for a moment. Brother Lin, are you in trouble? To be honest, I'm here to find someone. This person might have a lot to do with the Jiang family. Lin Xian explained. Alright, I've been handing over goods with Elder Jiang Song all year round, so I'm quite familiar with him. How about this, I'll bring you to see him tomorrow. Uncle Situ, why don't you bring me there now? Alright, follow me. Situ Tao saw that Lin Xian was a little anxious, so he didn't dare to delay. The two of them walked towards Elder Jiang Song's residence. On the other hand, when Jiang Feng and the other two returned to the Jiang residence with injuries, they immediately alarmed the entire Jiang residence. The disciple in charge of guarding the door was even more shocked as he rushed forward. Brother Jiang Feng, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Rebellion, this is rebellion. How dare someone hit a disciple of the Jiang family? Brother Feng, where is he? I'll go kill him. Jiang Feng waved his hand weakly. That kid ran away a long time ago. Help me back to recuperate. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly helped Jiang Feng's group of three inside. In one of the Jiang Manor's courtyards, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with a slight frown. Situ Tao, why did you bring a child here? Elder Jiang, I have some questions to ask, Lin Xian said slowly. Oh, you're asking me? What's the matter? A trace of surprise appeared on Elder Jiang Song's face. He had never met Lin Xian, let alone had any interactions with Lin Xian, so he was very curious about what Lin Xian wanted to ask. Elder, may I ask if there is a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Sanfeng. Elder Jiang Song's expression was strange. Why are you asking this? Seeing the vigilance in Elder Jiang Song's eyes, Lin Xian smiled. Elder, please don't worry. I'm only here to look for this person under the orders of my elders. Seeing that Lin Xian did not seem to be lying, Elder Jiang Song nodded slightly. There is indeed a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate, but I wonder which one you are looking for. Which one? Lin Xian was stunned. There were actually many people called Jiang Sanfeng. He did not expect this situation. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, the person I'm looking for is at least middle-aged. According to Old Man DK, this person was saved by him a few decades ago. Now, this person was at least 50 years old, which was why Lin Xian said this. Middle-aged? Jiang Song raised his teacup. There is indeed an elder called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate. Elder, can you introduce me to him? Lin Xian felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Elder Jiang Sanfeng is the elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion in the estate. He has a high position and is not someone you can meet. Elder Jiang Song refused flatly. Moreover, Elder Jiang Sanfeng has not left the Martial Skills Pavilion for many years. He can't be the person you are looking for. Lin Xian's face darkened. The elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion had a high position. It seemed that this person was very likely to be the person he was looking for. However, an elder with such a high position would not meet an unknown young man like him. Take this time as an example. If it was not for Sita Tao's recommendation, he would not have met Elder Jiang Song. Alright, you can leave now. The Jiang clan is approaching and the estate is very busy. Don't come again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Elder Jiang Song said in a deep voice. Brother Lin, let's go. Don't disturb Elder Jiang Song, Sita Tao said softly. Alright. Lin Xian sighed. He had no other choice but to leave temporarily. However, when he turned around, he heard Elder Jiang Song's whisper. Sigh, there's not much time left. Still hasn't broken through, breakthrough? Lin Xian's eyes turned. He remembered Elder Jiang Song talking about the clan meeting. If he guessed correctly, the clan meeting of such a large clan would definitely have a competition between the younger generation. The Jiang clan in Qingshan City was probably just a small branch. Elder Jiang Song must be worried about the cultivation of the younger generation. Seems like there's a way. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around to look at Elder Jiang Song with a smile. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Elder Jiang Song's face darkened as he asked sternly. I heard that Elder seemed to be worried about the cultivation of the Jiang clan disciples. Is that true? Lin Xian asked. How dare you eavesdrop? Elder Jiang Song's eyes flashed coldly. His anger scared Sita Tao so much that he almost fell. Elder, please calm down. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to share some of Elder's worries. Worries? Do you have a way? If you want to increase your cultivation in a short period of time, I might have a way. Lin Xian's face was calm and confident. You? Elder Jiang Song revealed a suspicious look. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't boast. The Jiang clan isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Elder Jiang Song's tone carried a trace of coldness. If Lin Xian wasn't brought here by Sita Tao, he would have already kicked Lin Xian out. It was no wonder that Elder Jiang Song didn't believe him. Lin Xian was indeed too young. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like someone from a small country. How could this kind of person have a way? Seeing Elder Jiang Song's suspicion, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't expect Elder Jiang Song to believe him so easily. However, he had plenty of ways. 3 lines Void Spirit Pill. It can allow a harmonious spirit realm martial artist to increase a small realm. I wonder if Elder Jiang Song has heard of it. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Jiang Song's arm trembled. The teacup in his hand suddenly shook and the spirit tea inside spilled out. You know of the 3-patterned Void Spirit Pill? Elder Jiang Song asked with a trembling voice. He looked like a completely different person from before. He no longer had the cold and stern look from before. Of course. Lin Xian gave a mysterious smile. Alright, Sita Tao. You may leave first. I have something to discuss with young hero Lin, Elder Jiang Song said in a deep voice after calming himself down. After sending Sita Tao away, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian. Alright, there's no one here. Tell me honestly, how do you know of the 3-patterned Void Spirit Pill? Jiang Song asked. Not only have I heard of the 3-patterned Void Spirit Pill, but I also know how to refine it, Lin Xian said with a smile. You know how to refine it? Elder Jiang Song was even more surprised. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian and sighed. Young man, don't speak too loudly. Otherwise, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. How would I dare lie in front of an elder? Lin Xian said seriously. It looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think that the Jiang family is easy to deceive. Elder Jiang Song's expression suddenly sank as he said in a deep voice, I saw this 3-patterned Void Spirit Pill in an ancient book. Not only is it difficult to refine, but the pill formula is also said to have been lost. How can a young man like you refine such a precious pill? Naturally, it was taught to me by my master. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He once again used his mysterious and powerful master to intimidate the other party. Master? Elder Jiang Song still didn't believe him. Xiao Xuanzi, do as I say. I guarantee that this old man will be convinced, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Lin Xian nodded slightly before looking at Elder Jiang Song and slowly saying, Elder, is there an intense evil fire in your body? Furthermore, your spirit energy is often misaligned, preventing you from calming down. How do you know? Elder Jiang Song was astonished. I can tell from Elder's face that these kids are overworking themselves. They're just too anxious. Furthermore, Elder's pursuit of martial arts is a little impatient. As a result, there's an evil fire in his body, preventing his spirit energy from circulating smoothly. Elder Jiangfeng was shocked. What Lin Xian said was basically the same as the truth. Now, he was 70 to 80% sure that Lin Xian wouldn't have known about this if he didn't have a powerful ability. Seeing the change in Elder Jiang Song, Lin Xian smiled again. Actually, this symptom is very easy to treat. As long as Elder can relax and take the revitalization pill that I have refined, I guarantee that you will recover completely within 3 days. Really? Elder Jiang Song's face was filled with joy. The recent matters needed him too much. He couldn't let anything happen to his body at this time. I wouldn't dare to deceive an elder, Lin Xian said. Then, what about the matter of the 3-mark spirit void pill? Elder Jiang Song asked again. Of course it's true. I can concoct a 3-mark void spirit pill for the Jiang residents. However, Elder, please refer me to Senior Jiang Sanfeng. Alright, as long as you can refine the 3-mark spirit void pill, I will definitely recommend you. Elder Jiang Song patted his chest and promised. This pill was too important to the Jiang residents. It might be able to turn this situation around in the family meeting. Refining the 3-mark fish spirit void pill requires some precious spiritual herbs. I wonder how long until the Jiang family meeting. There's still a month. Is there enough time? Elder Jiang Song was nervous. Almost. As long as the medicinal herbs are gathered, I will only need 2 or 3 days to refine it. Next, Lin Xian took out a pen and paper and began to list the required medicinal herbs. Soon, he handed the paper over. These are the medicinal herbs that the spiritual apothecary needs to refine the 3-mark spirit void pill. Senior, please hurry up. The following medicinal herbs are to help you get rid of the evil fire in your body. The required medicinal herbs are still here, Lin Xian said. Elder Jiang Song skimmed through it and found that the 3-mark spirit void pill was indeed some precious medicinal herbs. He had been in charge of the family business for many years and had some understanding of medicinal herbs. Therefore, he could roughly see that Lin Xian's medicinal herbs were not written casually but contained a certain pharmacology. Young hero Lin, don't worry. I will arrange for people to gather them quickly. Please stay in the Jiang residence for a few days. Good. I will wait for the medicinal herbs to arrive. After that, Lin Xian left. When he returned to his residence, the father and son, Situ Tao and Situ Jing, had already left. They were here to deliver the goods, so naturally, they could stay in the Jiang residence for a long time. After resting for a short while, a servant came over and led Lin Xian to a quiet and secluded courtyard. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Jiang residence with peace of mind. During this time, he concentrated on studying martial arts and waited patiently. Half a month later, a servant dressed in a green robe and a small hat came to pass a message, inviting Lin Xian to meet Elder Jiang Song. It's ready so quickly. It seems like the Jiang residence has some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. Then, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He had filled in the number of spiritual herbs for 3 batches. Firstly, it was to ensure the success rate. Secondly, he needed one for himself to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. With this 3 lines void spirit pill, he could shorten the time needed to break through by a few months. This way, he could have more time to comprehend the martial arts concept. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Xian followed the servant with a smile. The huge Jiang residence was like a maze. Lin Xian walked along the long corridor, constantly looking around. Pavilions, terraces, mountains, and waterfalls were all arranged in picturesque disorder. It was pleasing to the eye. It's you. Suddenly, a surprised voice came, followed by a furious shout. His voice was laced with deep hatred. Lin Xian turned his head and saw two well-dressed disciples standing not far from him. Their faces were ferocious. These two people were the two young men who had followed Jiang Feng back then. "Brat, you dare to come to the Jiang residence and behave atrociously. You must be tired of waiting. Humph, this time even the gods won't be able to save you." The two laughed sinisterly. "Go and inform Brother Feng. This time, we must kill him." Beside them, the servant in green clothes and a small hat wanted to explain, but the young man left in a hurry. The remaining one stared at Lin Xian with a sneer. "To be honest, killing you in the Jiang residence is as easy as killing an ant." Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. His identity was different now, so he wasn't afraid of these disciples. However, the servant in green clothes beside him was nervous. He anxiously said, "Young hero Lin is, bullshit young hero Lin. Shut up, you have no right to speak here." The young man emitted a terrifying aura. The servant in green clothes didn't dare to speak. The one who spoke was called Jiangdong. He had killed a few servants in the past. "Where is that little bastard?" A loud shout came. Then, a purple figure landed on the ground like lightning. It was Jiang Feng. Other than him, there were 4 or 5 disciples of the Jiang family following behind him. Suddenly, the entire corridor was completely surrounded. This grand scene immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby. There were servants, maids, and other disciples of the Jiang family. "Little bastard, it's really you." Jiang Feng looked at Lin Xian with flames of hatred in his eyes. "Who are you calling, little bastard?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "The little bastard is calling you," Jiang Feng said through gritted teeth. As soon as he said that, the nearby disciples who were watching the show burst into laughter. The servants were also trying their best to hold back their laughter. Jiang Feng instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. His face darkened and became ferocious. "Kid, you still dare to play tricks when you're at death's door. I'll cut off your tongue and chop it into 18 pieces. I'm warning you, I'm now an honored guest of the Jiang mansion. You'd better not provoke me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences," Lin Xian said slowly. "Honored guest?" Jiang Feng sneered, "How can a country bumpkin like you be an honored guest? You're even worse than a servant in the mansion." "That's right, I think you must have lied to the Jiang family. Today, I'll execute you on the spot to prevent you from lying to others in the future." The nearby Jiang family disciples also sneered. In their opinion, how could a country bumpkin like Lin Xian have any connection with the Jiang family? Seeing the expressions of the Jiang family disciples, the servant in green was about to cry. Before they came here, Elder Jiang Song had repeatedly instructed them to serve Lin Xian well. From his words, it could be seen that Lin Xian was definitely an honored guest, or at least an honored guest of Elder Jiang Song. If something were to happen to Lin Xian, he would definitely be the one to suffer. The servant in green rolled his eyes. He could sneak away when no one was paying attention. Everyone present had their eyes on Lin Xian, and no one paid attention to the servant. "Kid, I'll break your limbs first, cripple your martial arts, and let you live like a dog." Jiang Feng condensed a terrifying aura and walked forward step by step. The surrounding disciples also drew their shiny weapons and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul was powerful. He had already sensed a powerful aura coming, so he was not afraid at all. Sure enough, just as Jiang Feng and the others drew their weapons, an angry roar was heard. "Stop!" This voice was like a clap of thunder that exploded above the long corridor, causing the surrounding disciples' eardrums to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Apart from Lin Xian, everyone else channeled their spiritual energy to resist the impact of the sound waves. When they successfully resisted the sound waves and looked ahead, their expressions changed drastically. In the long corridor, an old figure had appeared out of nowhere, exuding a frightening aura. Elder Jiang Song. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't figure out why Elder Jiang Song would come here. "Elder, you've come at the right time. This brat has deceived the Jiang family time and time again and even injured the foundation of the Jiang family. Today, we must tear him into pieces. Yes, we must kill him." All of them were brought here by Jiang Feng. At this moment, they were all glaring at Lin Xian. "A bunch of trash. You don't practice martial arts properly and only know how to bully others. Now, hurry up and scram. Elder Xianxia shouted coldly. What? Everyone was stunned, seemingly not expecting Elder Xianxia to berate them. They were the disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian was the outsider who had offended them. Why? Elder, were you deceived by this brat's words? He's a liar. Don't believe his words. Jiang Feng and the rest shouted frantically. What else do you want to say? Do I need you to teach me my business? Elder Jiangxi's face darkened as he looked coldly at Jiang Feng and the rest. These disciples were too abominable. It was fine if they were outside, but now, they dared to touch his guest. If they hurt Lin Xian, he was afraid that his 3-mark spirit void elixir would be ruined. A powerful aura pervaded the air like a huge mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. If it weren't for the fact that the family meeting is about to begin, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Now, hurry up and scram. The group was afraid and all of them left with their tails between their legs. Jiang Feng's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian, but in the end, he could only clench his teeth and retreat. He knew that if he angered the elder at this juncture, the consequences would be severe. I don't know what he said to make the elder believe him so much. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, his heart going crazy. Seeing that everyone had left, Elder Jiangxia smiled and said, Young hero Lin, please don't take offense. These disciples have been spoiled. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled. He naturally wouldn't lower himself to the same level as these people. If he really wanted to fight, he was confident that he could get rid of these people within 3 moves. Are the herbs ready? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Young hero Lin, please follow me. Under Elder Jiang Tao's lead, Lin Xian came to a magnificent hall. Looking at the table full of herbs, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Young hero Lin, take a look and see if these herbs are enough? Elder Jiang Tao asked. Looking around, Lin Xian immediately had an answer. As expected of the Jiang manner, to be able to gather so many precious herbs in such a short time. Hee hee. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao laughed. Then when can young hero Lin start? Recently, I feel that the circulation of my spiritual energy is becoming more and more difficult. I can start now. Lin Xian said. Elder, don't worry. I will help you refine the clear pill first. In fact, Lin Xian had planned to refine the clear pill from the beginning. After all, the herbs needed for the 3-mark spirit void pill were extremely precious. Before he showed his strength, Elder Jiang Tao probably wouldn't let him refine it easily. This could be seen from the order of the herbs on the table. The herbs for the clear pill were placed at the front, and the herbs for the 3-mark spirit void pill were placed in the corner. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Young hero Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare a good alchemy room for you. While Elder Jiang Tao was preparing these things, Jiang Feng and the others found another handsome youth. Cousin, you have to uphold justice for me. Jiang Feng cried. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the bed. When he heard Jiang Feng's cries, he opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the void like a sword and a saber. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The young man's tone was cold. Thus, Jiang Feng told him everything about Lin Xian. In the process, he had even exaggerated and painted Lin Feng as a heinous villain. Cousin, I don't know what method Lin Xian used to bewitch Elder Jiang Tao. I'm afraid that he will do something harmful to the Jiang clan. You have to stop him. Jiang Feng's cousin, the cold young man, was called Jiang Jian. His status was much higher than Jiang Feng's. Moreover, his grandfather was an elder of the Jiang clan. Don't worry. No one can behave atrociously in Jiangsu, and no one can bewitch the Jiang clan's elder. Jiang Jian said coldly. In the main hall of the Jiang clan, Lin Xian was sitting on a red chair. He was drinking high-quality spiritual tea as he waited quietly. Suddenly, a few silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the main hall. They walked with an imposing manner. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. I heard that Elder Jiang Tao has invited an alchemist. I'd like to meet him. A loud voice came from outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned to look. There were 3 middle-aged men standing at the door. The one in front had a fat head and big ears. The other 2 were middle-aged men in alchemy robes with dark eyes. Alchemist? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he felt their soul fluctuations. The fat middle-aged man swaggered in. After calling out to Jiang Song, he stared at Lin Xian. "You're the alchemist that Jiang Song invited?" The fat middle-aged man asked suspiciously. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded. "Humph, he looks rather young. Has old man Jiang Song been blinded by lard? Why did he find such a kid? Do I need you to teach me who I find?" Elder Jiang Tao's voice came with a hint of anger. "Elder Jiang Song, I don't want to criticize you, but this kid is too young. He doesn't look reliable." The fat middle-aged man's body shook. "Yes, Elder Jiang Song. An alchemist not only needs a strong soul power, but experience is more important. This kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. How many years can he have practiced alchemy?" The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long face. His name was Gao Qing, and he was also an alchemist. Not only that, but he was also a guest elder of the Jiang residence. He usually refined some alchemy for the Jiang residence. The middle-aged fatty swept his gaze across the table. When he saw the herbs on the table, his eyes were like eggs. They instantly widened to the size of a ball. 6th grade spiritual herbs. Several of them. "Elder Jiang Song, are you crazy?" The fat middle-aged man screamed. The 2 middle-aged men behind him were also surprised. 6 bottles of spiritual herbs were expensive and rare. What's more, they even found 3 7th-ranked spiritual medicines. Grade 7 spirit herbs were extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs. Even the 2 of them had never personally refined one before. "Elder Jiang Song, I advise you to reconsider. If you waste 3 7th-grade spiritual herbs, it will be a great loss to the Jiang residence." "That's right, Elder Jiang Song. What kind of pill do you want to refine? You can leave it to us." Another famous alchemist, Sun Di, said. "You guys?" Lin Xian smiled. "Do you guys know how to concoct pills that can increase a harmonious spirit realm warrior's level?" In fact, he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. These 3 people had mocked and ridiculed him as soon as they arrived, completely disregarding him. He was obviously here to pick a fight, therefore, Lin Xian did not hold back in his words. "A pill that can increase the level of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator?" The 3 of them gasped. The middle-aged fatty looked surprised, but the 2 alchemists behind him were shocked. Both of them were 3rd-grade alchemists, so they naturally knew how precious a pill that could help a harmonious spirit realm cultivator was. This kind of pill recipe was not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist like them could master. However, to say that Lin Xian could master this kind of pill formula, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. "Brat, we don't even know how to concoct this kind of medicinal pill, and you dare to boast like this?" "That's right, we've been concocting pills for dozens of years, but we still haven't mastered this kind of pill formula. How could a brat like you master this kind of thing? Elder Jiang Song, don't be fooled by him. I think this brat is here to cheat us of our elixirs." The middle-aged fatty snorted. "Truly a group of frogs at the bottom of a well." Lin Xian smiled coldly. "What did you say?" The 2 alchemists were furious. The middle-aged fatty's face was also gloomy, and his eyes were cold. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" The middle-aged fatty said eerily. "That's right, the 2 of us have concocted more pills than the amount of salt you've eaten. What qualifications do you have to talk to us here? After concocting pills for dozens of years, you're only a 3rd-grade alchemist. If I were you, I would have killed myself already." Lin Xian disdainfully said, "Looking at your soul waves, you're only at the level of an ordinary 3rd-grade alchemist. Is this the result of your decades of cultivation? You're as stupid as a pig." What did you say?" The 2 alchemists were enraged. They were of noble status. Usually, anyone who saw them would respectfully call them grandmasters. However, Lin Xian actually dared to look down on them at this moment. A strong killing intent arose in their hearts. "Elder Jiang Song, if you insist on doing things your own way, I'll report this matter to the clan head, the middle-aged fatty said coldly. Jiang Kuwei, don't go too far. Elder Jiang Song snorted coldly. What do you want? I can make this brat concoct pills, the middle-aged fatty said with a smile. However, he has to compete with the two elders behind me first. If he can win, let him concoct pills. If he can't, then he'll be deceiving the Jiang clan. Not only will he be crippled of his martial arts, but he'll also have his limbs chopped off. This method was too vicious. It was even crueler than killing someone. Lin Xian had no enmity with them, but they actually used such a vicious method. Elder Jiang Song was furious. It was obvious that they were targeting Lin Xian. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian unexpectedly stood up. All right, I agree. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He had just become the champion of the Heavenly Mountain Empire's Alchemy King tournament. Furthermore, his strength was definitely at the top of the third-grade alchemists. Although the two alchemists opposite him had concocted pills for decades, they were not worth mentioning to him. Not only was Lin Xian abnormally talented, but he also had the guidance of a peerless expert like Lord Alcohol. His 1 day of cultivation and comprehension was comparable to several years of an ordinary person's. Therefore, he was not afraid of this competition at all. Seeing Lin Xian agree so readily, Elder Jiang Song's pupils constricted. He agreed so easily. He's indeed an idiot. I only need to use 30% of my strength to defeat him. The two alchemists sneered. They were very confident. They had experienced hundreds of battles and did not think much of a brat like Lin Xian. What are we competing in? Lin Xian asked. I heard that Elder Jiang Song has been suffering from anxiety recently, and the evil fire in his body is very strong. Why don't we compete in concocting pills that dispel the evil fire? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. As soon as he said that, the two alchemists laughed. Kid, don't tell me you don't dare? Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian worriedly. However, when he saw Lin Xian's expression, his nervous heart calmed down. Lin Xian sat back down on the red chair and slowly sipped his spirit tea. He looked calm and composed. Clearly, he did not think much of this competition. If he did not have great confidence in his own strength, it was impossible for him to have such a performance. Stop pretending. Let's see if you still have the face to sit here after I concoct the pills. The two alchemists laughed sinisterly. This place is too small. Let's go to the alchemy platform, the middle-aged fatty said. Alchemy platform? Lin Xian had a puzzled look. The alchemy platform is an open-air alchemy venue. Some alchemy masters in the residence often concoct pills in public there. Sometimes, they will even give lectures, Elder Jiang Song explained. So that's how it is. Concocting pills in public? It seems this fellow wants me to make a fool of myself. However, it's not certain who will make a fool of himself. Lin Xian sneered. Since the other party had already given him face, how could he not return the favor? Standing up, Lin Xian calmly followed the three of them to the alchemy platform. There was a square platform in an open space in the north of the Jiang residence. It was about 1 meter tall and 10 meters long and wide. It was wide enough for more than a dozen people to refine pills. Many Jiang family disciples had already gathered in front of the alchemy platform. Jiang Feng and the others stood in the front row and sneered. Beside them stood a cold-looking young man. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Elder Jiang Song's gaze was gloomy, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This was clearly designed to deal with Lin Xian. First, it was a provocation. Then, it was a public alchemy platform. Even the audience was here. Needless to say, the goal was to embarrass Lin Xian in front of everyone and cripple his cultivation. Now, I can only hope that Lin Xian can win. Elder Jiang Song sighed. He was worried for Lin Xian, but he was also worried for himself. If Lin Xian failed, he would probably be attacked as an elder by the middle-aged fatty's side. His opponents might even pull him down from his position as an elder. Young hero Lin, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as refining pills. It might involve the power struggle of the Jiang residents. But don't worry. You just need to focus on refining pills. Leave everything else to me. Elder Jiang Song transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He understood. The middle-aged fatty and Elder Jiang Song were not from the same faction, and Elder Jiang Song's position was too lucrative, causing many people to be jealous. There would definitely be many people who wanted to pull him down. In this competition, crippling Lin Xian was a small matter. Getting rid of Elder Jiang Song was the most important thing. Everyone, an unknown young man appeared in the Jiang residence recently. He claimed to be an alchemist. Elder Jiang Song bought a large amount of precious spirit herbs for him to refine pills. Obviously, Elder Jiang Song was deceived. Or rather, he has some secrets. In order to expose this young man who deceived the Jiang residents, we specially held an alchemy competition here. If this young man can win, it means that Elder Jiang Song has a good eye for talent. If he can't, it means that he is after the Jiang family's resources. You should know what to do with the enemies of the Jiang family, right? The middle-aged fatty said coldly. The surrounding Jiang family's disciples were in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to target the Jiang family. If he's a fake, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving the Jiang family. Many disciples said with killing intent. Many people looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly gazes as they discussed among themselves. Clearly, the middle-aged fatty's words had worked. The two alchemists sneered. This scene was exactly what they wanted. Moreover, the two of them did not attach any importance to him at all. In their eyes, what kind of ability could a little brat have? Lin Xian deeply despised such petty tricks, but since they wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Xian, an alchemist. This time, Elder Jiang Song invited me here because he wants me to refine a harmonious spirit Dan. The reason is that the Great Clan Assembly is approaching. Elder Jiang Song wants the younger generation to perform better in the assembly, so he asked me to refine a Dan. However, some people want to stop this for their own selfish desires. Nonsense. The middle-aged fatty shouted coldly. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know after the competition. Lin Xian shrugged. Beside him, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. In his heart, his impression of Lin Xian improved greatly. You can talk about this nonsense after you've refined a top-notch medicinal pill. The two alchemists sneered and quickly came to the center of the stage. Their alchemy robes fluttered and their bodies glowed. With a wave of their sleeves, two exquisite cauldrons appeared in front of them. The two exquisite cauldrons floated in the air, emitting a faint light. The two alchemists waved their sleeves, and dozens of spiritual herbs flew out and entered the cauldrons. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the two's proficient and experienced movements. To be honest, the two alchemists were above average among the third-grade alchemists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the Jiang Manor's guest elders. However, compared to Lin Xian, this bit of strength was far from enough. The surrounding Jiang family disciples cheered when they saw the two alchemists begin to refine a Dan. Eh? Why isn't that little one refining a Dan? Is he scared silly? Is there a need to ask? Look at how young he is, he definitely doesn't know how to refine a Dan. I guess he doesn't even have a cauldron. The disciple beside Jiang Feng sneered. Under everyone's suspicious gaze, Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the herbs that Elder Jiang Song had prepared for him. With a flick of his finger, he drew mysterious inscriptions in the void. No way, there's really a cauldron? F*CK, how can he refine a Dan without a cauldron? This kid must be messing with us. The disciple beside Jiang Feng shouted angrily. This is the troublesome kid you were talking about? Jiang Jian looked at Lin Xian and sneered disdainfully. Yes, cousin. I've told you that the kid is a liar, but Elder Jiang Song didn't believe me. When he fails to refine the pill, just cripple his cultivation and throw him out. Jiang Jian said as if it was a very normal thing. However, in the Linggu continent, destroying a martial artist's cultivation was worse than death. Don't worry, cousin. I know what to do. Jiang Feng sneered. The two third-grade alchemists laughed hysterically when they saw Lin Xian refining a Dan with his bare hands. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen anyone who dared to refine a Dan with his bare hands. This kid is trying to be mysterious again. He's dead meat this time. The two of them sneered in their hearts. Elder Xianxia's eyes were filled with worry. He had never heard of refining a dan with his bare hands, but Lin Xian did not seem to be faking it when he saw how calm he was. Forget it, we can only wait patiently. He chose to believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian calmed himself down and ignored the discussion outside. His fingers danced like elves as he quickly extracted the herbs. His speed and agility were comparable to the two third-grade alchemists beside him. What? He's really refining a dan? No way, there's really someone who can refine a dan with his bare hands. The surrounding disciples of the general family exclaimed. This scene was too shocking. It was simply a spectacle. The two third-grade alchemists' eyelids twitched when they saw the scene. This is impossible. Where did this kid come from? How can he refine a dan with his bare hands? Could it be that we were wrong? Could this kid have an extraordinary background? Don't panic. Even if he can refine a dan with his bare hands, the grade of his dan is definitely not as high as ours. The two of them whispered to each other. As long as we stay calm and refine the spirit-cleansing pill, we will definitely win. The two of them regained their composure. Below, Jiang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Jiang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Interesting. He could refine a dan with his bare hands. He began to have some interest in Lin Xian, but that was it. Time flew by, and the three alchemists on the stone platform finished refining one after another. However, the result once again shocked the crowd. The first one to finish was Lin Xian. What's the point of refining first? The elixir pill is a competition of quality, not speed. The two Jiang family alchemists snorted coldly. However, their expressions were gloomy. It was obvious that their hatred for Lin Xian had deepened. Elder, we have refined a superior third-grade elixir pill, the two of them whispered to the middle-aged fatty. The middle-aged fatty nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the result. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xian proudly. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time, not only can I kill this kid, but I can also drag Jiangsong down with me. Thinking of this, the middle-aged fatty's face was filled with pride. Not far away, Jiangsong was shocked when he saw the sinister smile on the fatty's face. Am I going to lose? He felt a little uneasy. The refining of the elixir pill is complete. Let's compete next. For the sake of fairness, I've invited the third elder of the family to appraise it. He's an alchemy master, and he's very fair. Everyone should know that, the middle-aged fatty said loudly. It's the third elder. He's a fourth-grade alchemist. The surrounding disciples exclaimed. They usually didn't see the third elder, so they didn't expect to see him here. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, an old man with a long beard appeared on the stage. He was in a white robe, and his beard was so long that it reached his chest. His old face was imposing, and there was a faint aura of suppression around him. Lin Xian felt a strong soul power from the old man. It seemed that he wasn't any weaker than D. Quebec as expected of the Dragon Star Kingdom. An elder from the Green Mountain City is not weaker than a top alchemy master from the Sky Mountain Kingdom, Lin Xian exclaimed. Alright, take out your elixir pills, the third elder said in a deep voice. The two third-grade alchemists quickly opened their palms and displayed the elixir pills in their hands. Azure Spirit Pill. A superior third-grade elixir pill. It's used to treat the evil fire in the body and to calm the mind. Please examine it, third elder. Hearing that, the Jiang family's third elder waved his arm, and the two green elixirs flew into his hand. The third elder nodded his head lightly. That's right, it's indeed a superior grade 3 medicinal pill. It's not bad to be able to get it in one go. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists smiled. It was not easy to gain the approval of the third elder. One had to know that the third elder rarely praised people. Elder Jiangsong, where are your medicinal pills? The middle-aged fatty laughed sinisterly. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also revealed curious expressions. They wanted to know the grade of the elixir that Lin Xian had refined with his bare hands. From the looks of it, it's already good enough that he managed to create it. And he wants it to have a rank effect? He must be dreaming. Jiang Feng smiled coldly. Third elder, this is the pill I refined. Please take a look. Lin Xian flicked the pill in his hand. The third elder turned his hand, and when he opened it again, there was a dark green pill in his hand. He looked at it and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It's a top-grade pill. The third elder's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he examined it carefully again. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also exclaimed after hearing that. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists frowned slightly, revealing an uncertain expression. A superior grade 2 medicinal pill. No matter how good it is, it can't compare to a grade 3 medicinal pill. It's not easy to refine a superior grade 2 medicinal pill at such a young age. However, it's still far from being comparable to us. The two alchemists nodded and commented. The third elder did not say what grade the pill was. However, according to the two alchemists' speculation, it was already extremely shocking that Lin Xian could refine a grade 2 medicinal pill. As for a grade 3 medicinal pill, it was absolutely impossible. That's right, a top-grade pill. It's indeed a superior grade 3 medicinal pill, Huanqing pill, the third elder said slowly. His voice was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. What? A superior grade 3 medicinal pill? The middle-aged fatty almost bit his tongue off. The two grade 3 alchemists beside him also trembled, revealing a terrified expression. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. He's just an unknown brat. How could he refine a grade 3 medicinal pill? Moreover, it's a superior grade medicinal pill. The two alchemists kept shaking their heads. On the other hand, Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces were pale with fear. An existence who could refine a grade 3 medicinal pill was definitely not someone they could provoke. Jiang Jian frowned slightly. His eyes were shining with a dazzling light as he stared at Lin Xian. On the elixir platform, Elder Jiang Song was also shocked. He originally thought that Lin Xian had lost. He did not expect such an outcome. Third elder, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The middle-aged fatty stuttered. Huh? The third elder's face darkened. Are you doubting me? I wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare to doubt you. Who doesn't know that the third elder's husband is selfless? Third elder didn't bother with the middle-aged fatty and the others. He said in a clear voice, the results of the competition are very clear. This young hero Lin Xian has refined a top-notch tier 3 pill, and its effects are far superior to a superior tier 3 pill. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They never thought that this young man who was younger than them was actually a master alchemist. The middle-aged fatty and the others' faces darkened as they stood there with uncertain gazes. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Lin Xian and Elder Song Tao. However, they did not expect such an outcome. This was completely different from what they had planned. Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces were ashen. They knew the consequences of offending a master alchemist. It was very serious. Jiang Jian coldly snorted. This result was out of his expectations, and it caused him to feel a trace of anger. However, in front of the third elder, he could not flare up. Although this young hero Lin has refined a superior grade 3 medicinal pill. However, it's still a bit difficult to refine a spirit harmonious realm pill. Why don't we let this young hero give the recipe to the third elder and let you refine it? Wouldn't the success rate be much higher? The middle-aged fatty lowered his head and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes emitted a sharp sword light. This damn fatty dared to have ideas about his recipe. This made him want to kill him. At the same time, he looked at the third elder and prepared to escape at any time. If the third elder really wanted to attack, he would use the blood escape technique of the Black Cloak. Coupled with the Black Cloak's other secret techniques, he was confident that he could escape from the third elder and the others. After the third elder heard this, his eyes suddenly became sharp. He coldly looked at the middle-aged fatty. The spirit chi in the sky fluctuated like boiling water. A huge pressure appeared out of thin air above the middle-aged fatty and the others. It was like a pair of invisible hands suddenly pressed down. Third elder, please calm down. The middle-aged fatty and the others were terrified and kept begging for mercy. Do you know the significance of a recipe to a master alchemist? I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to say something like this again, I'll kill you on the spot. Get lost. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The third elder waved his sleeve and sent the middle-aged man and the two master alchemists behind him flying. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Young hero Lin, please don't mind. These people are not alchemists, so they don't know the importance of the pill formula. Please don't worry, young hero Lin. This old man will definitely not have any designs on your pill formula. This old man can still keep his word. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could sense from the other party's soul fluctuations that the other party was not a treacherous villain, but a true alchemy master. In an instant, Lin Xian's identity underwent a shocking reversal. He was originally thought of as a little cheat of resources, but now, he had become a VIP that everyone respected and respected. Young hero Lin, this way please, third elder said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian entered the already prepared superior room and began refining the 3-mark void spirit pill. 3 days later, he walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. How was it? Elder Jiang Song and the rest were already waiting outside. Now that they saw Lin Xian come out, they could not wait to welcome him. There was no choice. The 3-mark void spirit pill was too important. It was related to their results in the clan competition this time. They could not help but be nervous. Not bad. 3 sets of herbs and I refined 2 pills, Lin Xian said slowly. Elder Jiang Song and the rest cheered, but third elder at the side revealed a look of surprise. He had heard of the difficulty of refining the 3-mark void spirit pill. Lin Xian's success rate was actually so high. This was too shocking. Seeing everyone's anxious eyes, Lin Xian took out 2 small white bottles. This is the 3-mark void spirit pill. One is normal grade with only 1 mark on it. The other one is of high quality. It has 2 pill veins. Finished speaking, Lin Xian handed it over. As for how the pills were to be distributed, it was not his business. Third elder took the pill bottle and quickly checked it. Soon, he revealed a satisfied expression. Young hero Lin has worked hard. We have already prepared a room for you. Quickly rest. As for meeting the third peak elder, don't worry. This is not a problem. You will definitely meet him. Third elder promised. With third elder's guarantee, Lin Xian was even more relieved. He knew that third elder's position in the clan far surpassed elder Jiang Tao's. Since he had spoken, he would definitely be able to see Jiang Sanfeng. After returning to the room that the Jiang residents had prepared for him, Lin Xian rested for a while. Half a day later, her body recovered to its peak condition. Lin Xian's expression turned solemn as he set up a defensive formation around them. With a flip of his palm, he took out another small white porcelain bottle. A pure white pill was poured out from the bottle. There were 3 colorful stone patterns on it. In fact, Lin Xian had only refined 2 out of the 3 sets of materials. The last set was the supreme grade 3-vein void spirit pill refined by Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian planned to use this pill to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. After adjusting his soul and body to their peak condition, Lin Xian didn't delay. He quickly swallowed the 3-mark spirit void pill. Immediately, the green vortex in her body spun rapidly, absorbing the spiritual energy around her. Just as Lin Xian was trying his best to break through, the Jiang residence outside was in an uproar. The news that Lin Xian had refined the 3-mark spirit void pill had spread throughout the Jiang residence. All the young disciples of the Jiang residence were excited. This was a legendary pill that could raise one's cultivation by a small realm. If one could obtain it, it would definitely save a few years of cultivation time. However, those ordinary disciples could only be envious. They didn't have the chance to take the pill. Only 2 or 3 people were qualified to take it. In the main hall of the Jiang residence, dozens of elders and 4 or 5 young disciples were gathered. Sitting in the middle was the patriarch of the Jiang residence. Below him sat several elders with different expressions. Among them, Elder Jiang Song and third elder were among them. There was also an elder with a hooked nose. His expression was somewhat gloomy as he sat there silently. He was Jiang Jian's grandfather, Jiang Sihai. There were 4 young disciples standing in the hall. The one on the left had a sharp gaze. It was Xianxia. In front of him, there was a handsome young man wearing a black robe with a smile on his face. This young man was the number 1 genius disciple of the Jiang residents, Xianxia. As for the remaining 2 disciples, one was a slightly plump young man, and the other was a beautiful woman. These 4 people were all geniuses of the Jiang residents. They were also the main fighting force in the clan meeting. I'm sure you've heard about the pill. We've decided to give one to Xianxia. As for the remaining one, the strongest among the 3 of you will get it, the patriarch said slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned slightly. The sharpness in his eyes intensified. In front of him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His expression became relaxed. Patriarch, isn't this distribution a bit inappropriate? Xianxia said in a deep voice. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with this decision. Iha is the most talented disciple in the family. His cultivation is also the highest. Letting him break through again will be very beneficial for this clan meeting. The patriarch said slowly, this is all for the sake of the family. Patriarch, if you're really thinking for the family, then you should let Iha participate in the competition. I don't deny his talent. Moreover, his cultivation is indeed the highest. However, strength is a comprehensive reflection of a martial artist. Xianxia has recently made a breakthrough in the sword Dao. I'm sure his strength won't be weaker than Iha. Hearing Xianxia's words, the elders were slightly surprised. They all looked at Xianxia in the middle of the field. Peak early harmonious spirit realm strength and solid sword chi. Not bad, not bad. The patriarch of the Jiang family nodded slightly. Xianxia is not bad, but there is still a gap between him and Iha. You should know that the gap between early and mid-harmonious spirit realm is not small. We'll know whether there is a gap or not after the competition. Xianxia didn't back down. There was a reason for him to do this. Because if he didn't fight for it, then the 2-mark void spirit pill would be Xianxia's. At that time, even if Xianxia won, he would only get a 1-mark void spirit pill. The effect of a 2-mark void spirit pill was much better than a 1-mark void spirit pill. That's why Xianxia fought so hard for Xianxia. Since Patriarch Xihai insists, then I'll participate in the competition. Xianxia said, I'll use my strength to get the 2-mark void spirit pill. His words carried a strong sense of confidence. Alright, then everyone will participate in the competition. The first place will get the 2-mark void spirit pill. The patriarch of the Jiang family said. He was also confident in Xianxia. Humph, the 2-mark void spirit pill will be mine. Xianxia said coldly. His body overflowed with a sharp sword chi. Xianxia smiled faintly, we'll know whether it's yours or not after the competition. Let's go, let me see your recent progress. Xianxia took the lead and walked out. Suddenly, a group of people walked towards the martial stage in the mansion. When the ordinary disciples outside heard about this, they were all excited and followed behind him. This was the competition between the geniuses in the mansion. It was absolutely exciting and they didn't want to miss it. While everyone was looking forward to the competition, in the west of the Jiang mansion, there was a strong fluctuation of spirit power in the sky. A huge whirlpool appeared out of thin air, quickly absorbing the surrounding spirit energy, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. A powerful aura appeared out of nowhere, as if a ferocious dragon was roaring, circling in the air. Everyone was shocked, they felt a tremor from their soul. The Jiang family head and the others' faces changed, they quickly flew up, staring at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Xianxia and the other genius disciples were also shocked. However, the strange phenomenon in the sky only existed for a few breaths, then it quickly disappeared. In the sky, the huge spirit energy whirlpool also slowly dissipated, the whole sky returned to normal. What's going on? Is there a martial expert in our Jiang family? The family head asked doubtfully. It seems like someone is breaking through. Xianxia frowned. The third elder and elder King Jiangsong both looked to the west, their expressions uncertain. Could it be? The 2 of them thought of Lin Xian. Impossible. Then the 2 shook their heads, even though Lin Xian's spirit energy was strong, his cultivation was ordinary, it was impossible for him to cause such a big commotion. Let's go and see. With such a big thing happening, these elders couldn't just ignore it. The group of people quickly rushed to the west. In the room, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Slightly clenching his fist, the surrounding spirit energy quickly gathered with his movement. Is this the power of a harmonious spirit realm? Too strong. Lin Xian was happy. Not long ago, he swallowed the 3-mark void spirit pill and finally entered the harmonious spirit realm. If you don't enter the harmonious spirit realm, you will always be an ant. This sentence was not wrong. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, one could control the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The power of martial techniques increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, during a battle, a harmonious spirit realm martial artist could quickly absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, using it to replenish their energy. Finally, I've entered the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of relief. Only after entering the harmonious spirit realm would one be qualified to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering, and Lin Xian already had this qualification. Next, he only needed to find Jiang Sanfeng, then he could participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. Someone's here. Lin Xian sensed with his soul consciousness that several powerful forces were rapidly approaching. He was very familiar with the auras of 2 of them. They were Elder Jiang Song and the 3rd elder. Lin Xian was puzzled. He quickly pushed open the door and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was stunned. There were more than 10 people standing in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura, and their gazes were constantly scanning the place where he was. All of a sudden, Lin Xian became nervous. Even though he had broken through to the harmonious spirit realm, he still felt pressured when facing so many warriors of the same level. However, these people didn't seem to be here to capture him. 3rd elder, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Young hero Lin, were there any experts here just now? The 3rd elder quickly asked. Expert? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Kid, the phenomenon of your breakthrough alarmed them, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Just now, a huge spirit energy whirlpool appeared here, and an azure dragon phantom appeared. We're guessing that there might be an expert nearby. When I was in the house just now, I did sense an obscure and powerful aura. However, it disappeared in an instant. As for whether it's the expert you're looking for, I don't know. Lin Xian lied. He didn't want to expose his strength, and even more so, didn't want to attract too much attention. Above, dozens of gazes fell on Lin Xian as they tried to sense him. Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. He quickly concealed his cultivation base and secretly activated the black cloak's function, revealing his half-step harmonious spirit cultivation base. Half-step harmonious spirit, it's not him. The elders revealed a disappointed expression. The 3rd elder and Elder Jiang Song let out a sigh of relief. If the phenomenon just now was really caused by Lin Xian, it would be too terrifying. Oh right, let me introduce you. These are the elders of the Jiang Manor. This is the Jiang family's patriarch, said Elder Jiang Song. Greetings, seniors. Lin Xian slightly bowed. Patriarch, everyone, this is young hero Lin, the 3rd-grade alchemist who concocted the void spirit pill. Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian again, but this time, it was filled with curiosity and bewilderment. The Jiang family's patriarch chuckled, young hero Lin is really a young genius, to be able to concoct such a strange pill. This time, you've really helped the Jiang Manor a lot. This old man thanks you. You're too polite, senior. Lin Xian smiled. Alright, it's fine. Perhaps it's just an expert passing by. Let's go to the battle martial stage. Battle martial stage? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. It's about the distribution of the pills. Young hero Lin, are you interested in watching the battle? The 3rd elder smiled. He had a good impression of Lin Xian. After all, he was very willing to befriend such a genius in alchemy. It's my honor. Lin Xian smiled. This was a good opportunity to understand the strength of the geniuses of the Dragon Star Empire. Lin Xian didn't want to miss it. After all, he was going to compete for a spot in the sacred true dragon gathering. Along the way, Lin Xian found out that there were only 4 geniuses competing for the Void Spirit Pill. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe. Both of them were top geniuses. One of them had reached the mid-harmonious spirit realm. The other had a superb sword art and a powerful sword technique. The target that the two of them were fighting over was precisely that 2-mark Void Spirit Pill. The 4 of them would take turns to fight, and the final winner would get the 2-mark Void Spirit Pill. The rules were simple and the goal was clear, but everyone knew that it would be an exciting battle. Lin Xian followed the third elder and the others to the stage, silently sizing up the 4 geniuses. The first battle was between Jiang Jian and the chubby youth, Jiang Yuan. I said, "You better give up, or don't blame my sword for being merciless." Even when facing a fellow disciple, Jiang Jian's expression was still cold. Isn't Jiang Jian a bit too arrogant? Jiang Yuan is one of the 4 geniuses of the Jiang matter, how can he give up? The audience was discussing among themselves. Lin Xian circulated his soul power to sense the strength of the 2 geniuses. Early harmonious spirit realm, similar in cultivation. One of them has a sharp attack, the other focuses on defense. Lin Xian whispered. The chubby youth, Jiang Yuan, looked serious. If you want me to give up, then show me what you've got. He quickly condensed an earthy yellow defense in front of him, forming a thick armor. His arms shook and condensed into 2 mountain peaks, which then fell down. Boom, the stage shook, and a powerful airflow gushed out. The surrounding disciples felt a great pressure. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's body was covered with a stone-like armor. He held the 2 mountain peaks in his hands and attacked Jiang Jian. It's useless. Jiang Jian sneered. His silver sword was unsheathed, forming countless silver rays in the air. Each ray of light contained a powerful energy that was enough to destroy everything. The sword light swept across, shattering the yellow armor in front of the chubby youth. His body was also sent flying. A line of blood appeared on his abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it tear apart my defense? The chubby youth was frightened. As one of the 4 geniuses of the Jiang family, his strength was not to be underestimated. A few months ago, he was on par with Jiang Jian, but now, he was defeated in 1 strike. With a wry smile, the chubby youth walked down the stage with a disappointed look. The Jiang family's disciples who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. This result was beyond their expectations. The beautiful girl Jiang Xian looked dignified. She was also one of the 4 geniuses, but she did not see the trajectory of the silver sword light. What a terrifying sword technique. It seems that Jiang Jian's strength has improved tremendously. I wonder how he compares to Jiang Yihe. Jiang only showed a little of his strength. He is really powerful. You have not seen it yet. Jiang Sihai said proudly. Jiang Xian versus Jiang Jian. In the next match, the beautiful girl Jiang Xian was also sent flying by 1 strike. Jiang Jian's strength was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Jiang Jian's strength was too terrifying. It was far beyond the other 2. Perhaps only Jiang Yihe could defeat him. They were looking forward to the battle between the 2. Many disciples were looking forward to it. Jiang Yihe's strength was unquestionable. His palm wind brought along a sky full of snow, and he easily defeated the pudgy youth and the beautiful girl. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Xian's faces were gloomy. They had no fate with the Void Spirit Pill. Lin Xian watched several matches and frowned. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe's strength was beyond his expectations. These 2 people were probably top existences in the Heavenly Mountain Empire, but they were only geniuses from a small city in the Dragon Star Empire. I wonder how strong the geniuses of the 6 major powers of the Dragon Star Empire are. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. On the stage, Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe faced each other. 2 powerful auras constantly collided, causing the air to fluctuate. At this moment, Jiang Jian's body was emitting a terrifying sword aura. It was like a sharp blade, causing the void to tremble. Jiang Yihe's body was emitting a blue light, overflowing with cold air. It was as if he had come to a land of ice and snow. I will let you know that I am the real genius of the Jiang family. Jiang Jian's silver sword stabbed out. Fine silver light spots appeared in the sky. They were like gorgeous fireworks, quickly rushing towards Jiang Yihe. Cold ice palm. Jiang Yihe's figure was erratic, and each of his palms carried a powerful cold chi, forming an azure frost. In an instant, the arena was filled with ice palms. They covered the sky and the earth, and all of them collided with the silver light. Puff! Puff! The silver sword chi was unstoppable as it quickly pierced through the blue palm shadow. Then, with an even more violent speed, it rushed towards Jiang Yihe. However, even though the blue palm of light was pierced through, it did not shatter. Instead, it brought with it boundless cold chi as it grabbed towards Jiang Jian. The two of them moved quickly, the surging spiritual energy stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. Every single one of these attacks could seriously injure an ordinary early soul realm cultivator. However, the two of them were completely unharmed by such an attack. Lin Xian was amazed and secretly compared the two. He realized that even if he were to face the two of them, he would not be able to obtain victory in a short period of time unless he used his trump card. Looks like I have to hurry up and comprehend the concept of wind and lightning. Lin Xian felt a sense of urgency. If he could comprehend this concept, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them within 10 moves. In the arena, more than half of the area had turned into a frozen land, blooming with blue light. If one looked carefully, they would notice that there were small sword holes in the ice. Take my sword, silver light filling the sky. Jiang Jian shouted in a low voice. His body leaped up, and the long sword in his hand swept across. A huge silver sword chi condensed in the air. This sword was a threat to a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Jiang family patriarch's face changed slightly. He could see the power of this sword, but he was not sure if Jiang Yihe could dodge it. Jianer will win. Jiang Sihai's face revealed a victorious smile. The silver sword chi continued to grow bigger and faster like a meteor. It instantly arrived beside Jiang Yihe. Chi, the thick sword chi instantly cut Jiang Yihe into 2 halves. Ah! Everyone exclaimed, their faces were filled with fear. Was the number 1 genius of the Jiang family going to die here? Eh? Something's not right. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He activated his eye technique and discovered the secret. On the arena, the 2 halves of the corpse suddenly emitted a blue light and quickly turned into 2 ice sculptures. On the ice blue wall behind Jiang Jian, Jiang Yihe's figure suddenly appeared. Freezing sky. A palm strike was launched. The sharp palm shadow instantly tore apart Jiang Jian's body protection and landed on his back. Puff! Jiang Jian's body flew forward before he could react. This sudden change caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Jiang Jian's hair was disheveled and his eyes revealed a ferocious look. Ah! He roared towards the sky and unleashed a powerful silver sword chi. Silver sea overflowing sky. The silver light in the sky intertwined into a huge silver flood dragon, occupying half of the arena. Jiang Yihe did not want to be outdone. He continuously waved his palm. The terrifying cold chi formed an ice phoenix that spread its wings. The two forces collided. The entire arena was shrouded in silver light and cold chi. On the grandstand, layers of ice quickly formed and froze the silver flood dragon. Even Jiang Jian's body became slower. The sword chi swept across the arena. The fine sword chi crazily strangled everything. However, Jiang Jian's body had accumulated a lot of cold chi due to the previous palm strike. His combat strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, Jiang Yihe's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation was not to be underestimated. In the end, the silver sword chi was frozen along with Jiang Jian. The crowd was stunned. After a long time, they exclaimed. The two's techniques were too amazing. All kinds of strange techniques emerged one after another. Lin Xian also nodded his head in amazement. Beside him, the Jiang family patriarch and others smiled and nodded. Jiang Sihai's expression was gloomy. His body swayed and quickly came to the arena to rescue Jiang Jian from the ice. After checking Jiang Jian's body, Jiang Sihai was relieved when he found that Jiang Jian did not suffer any serious injuries. However, his face became even more gloomy. Originally, he was confident that Jiang Jian could win the 2-mark Void Spirit Pill and become the number 1 genius of the Jiang family. However, he did not expect Jiang Yihe to be so powerful. It completely disrupted his plan. Alright, it's just a competition. There's no need to be so angry. The Jiang family patriarch came out to mediate. Iha, your strength is not bad. But don't be arrogant. This great clan meeting is not simple. I believe there will be a lot of strong opponents. This 2-mark void spirit pill is for you. You must break through to late harmonious spirit realm. I understand. Jiang Iha received the white pill bottle. Jiang Jian, your sword technique is not bad. It's just that your cultivation is a bit weak. If you can break through to mid-harmonious spirit realm, your strength will increase again. The Jiang family patriarch gave him the 1-mark void spirit pill. Thank you, patriarch. I will definitely achieve good results for the family in the great clan meeting. Jiang Jian held the pill bottle and said while gritting his teeth. Alright, there's still half a month left. All of you must work hard. The patriarch reminded. 3 days later, Jiang Iha successfully broke through to the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, increasing his strength once again. The entire Jiang manor was filled with excitement. Jiang Jian was also outstanding. With the help of the 1-mark void spirit pill, he also successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the harmonious spirit realm. Haha, young hero Lin Xian, it's all thanks to you this time. Third elder laughed as he entered Lin Xian's room. I've already informed the patriarch. I'll bring you to meet the third peak elder now. Many thanks. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. After passing through layers of halls and pavilions, he followed the third elder to a heavily guarded place. It was a 3-story pavilion with a grand aura, revealing its extraordinariness. As they approached the martial skill pavilion, Lin Xian felt countless gazes constantly sweeping over him. He knew that these were the warriors hiding in the dark, guarding the martial skill pavilion. Third elder, how come you have the time to come here? You even brought a child with you? An elder appeared nearby. I'm here on the patriarch's orders to meet Elder Jiang Sanfeng. Oh? Meet the third peak elder? The elder was slightly surprised. Wait here, I'll go inform him. Lin Xian was surprised. The two of them spoke with incomparable reverence for Elder Jiang Sanfeng. It seemed like Elder Jiang Sanfeng's status was higher than he had imagined. No need, I already know. An old voice sounded. In the next moment, a gray-white figure appeared beside them. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His soul force couldn't sense how the elder arrived. Lin Xian looked over with astonishment. He saw the third peak elder wearing a Taoist robe. His face was skinny, but his eyes were incomparably deep, as if countless stars were flickering within them. What a powerful old man. Lin Xian was shocked. This elder's strength was too terrifying. Peak of the spirit transformation realm, 1 step away from the spirit detecting realm. Lord Alcohol transmitted. Peak of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian was stunned. Such a powerful old man was not a spirit detecting realm expert? Then just how strong would a spirit detecting realm expert be? That day, a spirit detecting realm expert had descended upon the Xia country and caused the entire Xia country to surrender. He needed to have the power to surpass the spirit detecting realm before he could return to the Xia country. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Don't worry. When you find the great dragon sword, everything will no longer be a fantasy. Lord Alcohol consoled. Greetings, third peak elder. The third peak elder and the old man said respectfully at the same time. Lin Xian also bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Kid, why are you looking for me? Jiang Sanfeng asked. I wonder if senior has ever been to the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Yes, I did go there when I was young. Elder Jiang Sanfeng said slowly. Then does senior know a person called Han Shua? Han Shua was the old man's name. Elder Jiang Sanfeng recalled for a moment before shaking his head slightly. Lin Xian was extremely disappointed. He took out the token that old man DK had given him and quickly asked, Senior, do you recognize this token? The third peak elder shook his head. Back then, I only stayed in the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom for a few days before leaving. I didn't interact with anyone. Is that not the case? Lin Xian put away the token and frowned. From the looks of it, he had gone in the wrong direction. On account of your great contributions to the Jiang matter, I specially came to meet you today. Alright, now that you have met, you may leave, Elder Jiang Sanfeng said. Sorry for disturbing you. Lin Xian left the martial arts pavilion with the third elder in disappointment. How could this be? It's actually not an elder of the martial arts pavilion? Then who could it be? Lin Xian muttered. Young hero Lin, this is actually very normal. There's no need for you to be depressed. The Jiang family is one of the 4 major family clans in the Dragon Rising Strong country. The entire Jiang family has 3 major branch clans and countless smaller branches. And our Qingshan city's Jiang manor is just one of the smaller branches. In the entire Jiang family, there are many people named Jiang Sanfeng. Maybe the person you are looking for is in another branch. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as hope rose in his heart. Indeed, old man DK had said that if he found Jiang Sanfeng, he would be able to join the Green Dragon Association. A person with such power was definitely not an ordinary person. A branch elder of the Qingshan city's Jiang family wouldn't have such power. Could it be in the main Jiang family clan? Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Jiang family was one of the 4 major family clans. Their strength was second only to the Dragon Elephant sect. If he wanted to go in and find someone, it wouldn't be easy. Young hero Lin, this time we are going to the Qingshan Lake Jiang family's clan meeting. Why don't you come with us? The third elder said. The Qingshan Lake Jiang family's clan branch clan is one of the 3 major branches of the Jiang family. The person you are looking for might be there. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Since his target was the Jiang family, he could start from the branch clan. With an idea in mind, Lin Xian waited for the Jiang family's clan meeting to begin. In the following days, Lin Xian concentrated on cultivating. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, he had a new understanding of sword intent. He had completely grasped the Wind Emperor's sword technique and was only a step away from comprehending the concept of wind. Taking a deep breath, he took out the sword intent treasure box again. As his cultivation increased, he was confident that he could completely open the sword intent treasure box this time. After leaving the Qingshan city, Lin Xian came to the wilderness. He set up a defensive formation. He held the sword intent treasure box in his hand. He used the silver lightning mark and combined it with the surrounding spiritual energy to form an even stronger defense. Ka, the sword intent treasure box was slowly opened. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent appeared in the surroundings. Buzz buzz. Buzz, a sword intent rushed out of Lin Xian's body, crazily resisting the sword intent in the sword intent treasure box. Open for me. Lin Xian roared and pulled with his palms, opening the sword intent treasure box completely. The sharp sword intent formed a blood-red longsword in the air and slashed at him mercilessly. Clang, Lin Xian controlled the sword intent in his body and formed an azure dragon. It circled above his head and blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. At the same time, he used his eye technique and looked into the treasure box. The result gave him a huge shock. Inside the treasure box was a palm-sized branch with 3 sword marks on it. The terrifying sword intent was emitted from the 3 sword marks. Lin Xian was shocked. How powerful must a swordsman be to leave such a terrifying sword intent on the branch? It's at least a swordsman with great success in sword intent. From the sword marks on the branch, it seems to have a trace of indestructible aura, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian sighed. He yearned for such power. Holding the branch with sword marks, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword intent on it. 10 days later, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. 2 sharp sword beams tore through the void and pierced through the mountain rocks in front of him. At that moment, he was like a peerless sword, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. As for the branch with the sword mark in his hand, it had turned into powder. 70% sword intent. I never expected a branch to allow me to comprehend 70% sword intent. It's a pity that the branch is broken. Otherwise, I could still comprehend it. Be content. 70% sword intent in the harmonious spirit realm is already very terrifying. I'm afraid that other warriors can't even reach this level. Jiu Yi said. Indeed, Lin Xian felt this powerful force. He felt that he could even fight against a late harmonious spirit warrior. Not only that, he felt that his understanding of Wind Emperor's sword had become more thorough. It was as if he could comprehend the concept of wind at any time. It's about time. The Jiang clan's convention will begin soon. Lin Xian's figure flashed and left the forest. The Jiang mansion was very lively these days. Disciples cultivating could be seen everywhere. It could be said that the entire Jiang mansion was in a frenzy of cultivation. When Lin Xian returned, he saw the third elder who was looking for him. "Young hero Lin, you're finally back." The third elder was happy. "Is the convention about to begin?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, we'll depart tomorrow to Xianxia Lake." "Young hero Lin, please don't leave again," the third elder reminded. Lin Xian nodded and agreed with a smile. After the third elder left, he went back to his room and had a good sleep. On the second day, many people gathered in the square of the Jiang mansion. There were also 2 huge flying beasts in the distance. Most of the people in the crowd were disciples of the Jiang family. The rest were some white-haired elders. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe stood in the front row of the Jiang family disciples. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lin Xian walked over and greeted them. He then stood aside. The patriarch of the Jiang family nodded and said in a clear voice, "It's about time. All the disciples of Xianxia Lake will be gathered in this convention. It's a very grand convention. You must listen to the third elder and the fourth elder's orders. Don't act on your own." "Yes." The disciples below shouted excitedly. "You must show your best strength in the convention and strive for the best ranking. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return in the Jiang mansion," the patriarch shouted. Hearing this, the disciples' eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Showing off in the convention wasn't only for the family but also for themselves. If he performed well, he might be able to stay in Xianxia Lake and even have the chance to enter the powerful Jiang family. This was the dream of all the Jiang family's disciples. "Well, I'll leave these disciples to you too," Jiang family patriarch said to Jiang Sihai and the third elder. The two nodded, then turned around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Everyone leaped onto the 2 flying beasts in the middle of the square. Lin Xian and the third elder also got on. The group quickly set off. 5 days later, they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. There was a rectangular lake below that was as clear as jade. On one side of the lake was an endless mountain range, and on the other side was a majestic town. It stood there like an ancient ferocious beast. Before he even got close, he could already sense an ancient and weathered aura. "Eh? It's an ancient city." Lord Alcohol was astonished. Although Lin Xian didn't know what an ancient city meant, something that could surprise Lord Alcohol was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, he also carefully looked down a few more times. However, with his vision and strength, he didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, he stopped paying attention. The 2 flying beasts landed on the grass near the green lake. Everyone jumped off and stretched their bodies. Blackfeather City didn't allow flying beasts to enter, so the 2 flying beasts could only stay there. After some reorganization, the third elder and Jiang Sihai led the group of disciples to Blackfeather City. The pitch-black city walls were painted with black feathers, giving off a unique aura. The little white monkey jumped out of the storage ring and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder, curiously looking at the ancient city. Its eyes were filled with excitement, as if there was something inside that was very attractive to it. "Don't run around," Lin Xian warned. He didn't want the little white monkey to cause trouble for him at this time. The little white monkey nodded with an "I understand" look. "Stop." Entering Blackfeather City, 30 mid-grade spirit stones per person. 2 guards blocked the group with their spears. 30 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't cheap. Lin Xian was surprised. He curiously looked at the guards on both sides. Half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivation, and one of them is at the harmonious spirit realm. He found that the head guard was at the harmonious spirit realm, and the other guards in black armor were all at the half-step harmonious spirit realm. None of them were weak. This kind of cultivation would be an elite in a country like the Xia country. But now, these people were just gatekeepers. A strong country was indeed a strong country. Everywhere was extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. We are a branch of the Jiang family. We are here to participate in the clan meeting. The third elder took out an invitation from his storage ring. Oh, a branch of the Jiang family. Let's go in. The head guard glanced at the invitation and revealed a gentle smile. The Jiang family was a powerful force in Blackfeather City. They weren't someone they could easily provoke. Jiang Jian and Jiang Yihe saw the change in the guard's expression and immediately became envious of the Jiang family of Green Water Tiger. If they could become a disciple of the Jiang family of Green Water Tiger, their status would be raised a lot. The group walked into Blackfeather City and quickly headed towards the Jiang family. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that the third elder and Xianxia came here. They were very familiar with the terrain. Therefore, Lin Xian and the rest didn't delay and went straight to the Jiang family's territory. A building that was even more magnificent than the Green Mountain City was in front of them. It was emitting a terrifying qi that made people's heart palpitate. How is this a palace? This is a mountain. The crowd exclaimed. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. A few arrogant young men sneered. What did you say? Someone shouted. Jiang Jian and the rest frowned. I said you country bumpkins. Why are you still not convinced? The young men sneered. You are just a bunch of country bumpkins. How can you be a match for us Green Water Tiger? I don't think you need to participate in the clan meeting. Just get lost. You're courting death. Jiang Jian snorted. His body emitted a silver sword qi. Jiang Yihe also frowned. His eyes emitted a chilling intent. Yihe, Jiang Jian, the third elder said in a low voice. Time is running out. Go in quickly. But. The two of them wanted to say something but were stopped by Xianxia. Count yourself lucky. Jiang Jian glared fiercely at the few disciples, then strode in. Not convinced? I'm Jiang Qianluan. You better not let me see you at the clan meeting. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl back. The young man shouted. Jiang Qianluan, I'll remember this. You'll regret what you said today. Jiang Jian said coldly. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. From the attitude of Xianxia and the third elder, he realized that the Jiang family of Green Mountain City didn't have a high status among the branch families. Otherwise, with their strength and status, they would definitely fly into a rage if something like this happened. Now, they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. I don't know if the person I'm looking for is here. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Entering the Jiang clan was like entering an exquisite garden. There were rocks and waterfalls everywhere. It was beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to admire it. They were still angry about what happened at the entrance. Don't think about what happened just now. If you're not convinced, you can get back your face at the clan meeting, Jiang Sihai said. Elder Sihai is right. You only have one goal now, and that is to show off your skills at the clan meeting. Pretend that you didn't hear anything else. Everyone gritted their teeth. They knew that their status was definitely not as high as these clan disciples. The only chance to vent their anger was at the clan meeting. Many branch families had come to the clan meeting held by the Jiang clan of Green Water Lake. The Jiang clan of Green Mountain City was just an ordinary branch. Their strength was below average among these branches. Therefore, not only did the Green Water Lake disciples look down on them, but even some branch disciples looked down on them. Yo, aren't these people from Green Mountain City? A mocking voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a group of people standing not far away. The person in the lead was an old man. Behind him stood more than 10 young disciples, all of whom had arrogant expressions. Cold Wind City's Jiang clan branch. Third elder frowned. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Why are you only here now? Are you planning to be a coward this year? The old man sneered. Jiang Tianya, what do you mean by that? Jiang Sihai snorted. He didn't dare to resist against the Green Water Lake disciples, but he wouldn't go easy on the Cold Wind City branch. What do I mean? Do you want to bet again this year? Jiang Tianya asked. Bet? Lin Xian looked puzzled. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid that you won't dare to agree. Jiang Sihai sneered. Okay, same old rules. If we win, we'll use Green Mountain City's Green Mountain Cave for 3 days. If we lose, we'll let you use Cold Wind City's Cold Wind Array for 3 days. How about that? Jiang Jian and the others' expressions changed. They knew about the Green Mountain Cave and Cold Wind City that the old man mentioned. Those were the sacred grounds of the clan. Even the patriarch could only use it 3 times a year. Others couldn't use it at all. After Lin Xian understood the situation, he was slightly speechless. The stakes were a little too high. Xianxia, you will definitely lose this time. The third elder gritted his teeth and said. You guys sure talk big. You guys used to say that too, but when have you ever won? Xianxia said disdainfully. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he rubbed his nose. It seemed that the Jiang clan's situation wasn't very good. This time, we will definitely win. Jiang Yihe walked out and said in a deep voice. Xianxia sneered, late harmonious spirit realm? Are you the kid who used pills to increase his realm? His voice was full of disdain, but Lin Xian could hear the thick jealousy in his voice. The faces of the third elder and the others changed. Even Jiang Yihe was trembling. They couldn't figure out why the people of Cold Wind City would know about this. You're just a piece of trash who can only use some dirty tricks. I'll let you know the true strength of a late harmonious spirit warrior. On Cold Wind City's side, a young man with long and narrow eyes walked out. This young man had a powerful aura, and he carried a purple saber on his back. His eyes were filled with endless sharpness. Humph, I'll fight you. Jiang Jian took a step forward, and a silver sword aura soared into the sky. The young man with the saber squinted his eyes. Get out of my way, mid-harmonious spirit warrior. Die. Jiang Jian's silver sword aura gathered and was about to slash down. Enough. Everyone stop. Jiang Sihai shouted coldly, if you want to fight, there are plenty of opportunities in the arena. Kid, you better not meet me, or else you'll be dead. The young man with a saber sneered. You'll be the one to die. Jiang Jian didn't back down. On the side, Jiang Yihe also said in a deep voice, I'll let you know my true strength. The other disciples' hearts sank. It seemed that they had a lot of enemies this time. Not only the Jiang clan of Green Water Lake, but also the Cold Wind City's branch. Third elder, so you're here. The people of the other branches saw the third elder and the others and greeted them warmly. I heard that you have pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. Is this true? Everyone was excited. Yes, what kind of alchemist can concoct this kind of pill? You should introduce it to us. Jiang Sihai and the third elder frowned slightly. The news had actually spread out and everyone knew about it. It was really beyond their expectations. How did you know? The third elder asked. Know the enemy and know yourself, so that you won't be defeated. Those people laughed. Who is this young man? Why isn't he wearing the uniform of the Green Mountain City? Many people looked at Lin Xian. In this clan meeting, different branches would wear different clothes. For example, the disciples of Green Mountain City wore green clothes, while the disciples of Cold Wind City wore blue clothes. Lin Xian wore black clothes, which made him stand out from the rest. This is young hero Lin. He came with us this time for other matters. The third elder explained. Humph, how can we allow others to enter the clan meeting? Third elder, this is not appropriate. Xianxia snorted. What's wrong with this? Every clan meeting will invite some guests. Why can't I bring someone? The third elder retorted. The clan meeting will only invite people with noble status. Who is this kid? How can he be compared to those people? A few disciples of Green Mountain City walked over and shouted coldly. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the conflict to involve him. This Lin Xian can't be related to the alchemist who concocted that miraculous pill, right? Someone asked doubtfully. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. It's very possible. Otherwise, the third elder and the others wouldn't bring this kid. What a strong soul power. A few elders in the crowd looked at Lin Xian with doubtful eyes. Are you an alchemist? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't release his soul power. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. But these elders could sense it. It seemed like this green mountain city was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, the third elder quickly explained, "This young hero Lin is indeed an alchemist. Moreover, he's an honored guest of our green mountain city." Alchemist? Could he be the one who concocted that pill? How is that possible? He's so young. He must be his master. Young hero Lin, I wonder if your master can concoct some for us. If you have any requests, please tell us. The group was very enthusiastic. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for young hero Lin. The third elder helped them out. Third elder, this is your fault. Good things should be shared among everyone. Someone said unhappily. Humph, kid, tell your master to come over and concoct 10 pills for each of our Green Mountain City disciples. A domineering voice sounded. Everyone was stunned. 10 pills for each person? Were you a cabbage? But when they saw the person who spoke, they all shut up. A youth in a white robe appeared in the crowd. Beside him were several white-clothed disciples. The young man's white sleeves were embroidered with golden clouds. This was the symbol of a core disciple of the Green Water Lake. This kind of disciple's status was even higher than that of a branch elder. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man in white frowned. Sure, but you have to provide your own materials and 3 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Xian said lightly. He didn't want to refine medicine for these people, so he offered such a ridiculous price. What? 3 million mid-grade spirit stones? Everyone was shocked. He's too daring. Is this kid so poor that he's crazy? Who knew that he would be so rude to a core disciple of the Green Water Lake? This kid is going to be unlucky. A group of people whispered. They knew that the Green Water Lake disciples wouldn't let this matter go. As expected, the young man in white's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's words. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I think you're tired of living, the white-robed youth, Jiang Hong, said coldly. I think you're tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. You dare to offend an alchemy inscription master? Are you tired of living? Humph, alchemy inscription masters differ from person to person. If it was your master, maybe I would be more polite. But I don't need to be polite to you. Jiang Hong sneered. Green Water Lake disciples, are your eyes on your head? So rude. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He was tired of these people. Each and every one of them was so arrogant. You're courting death. The young man in white was furious. Jiang Lu, take him down. Yes. A disciple beside him stepped forward. Brother Jiang Hong, there's no need for you to take action. I'll take care of him. The young man with the saber from Cold Wind City said. Everyone, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? The third elder cupped his hands. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Jiang Hong sneered. This is the Green Water Lake. You're nothing here. You. The third elder was furious. He could only snort coldly. The disciples of Green Mountain City also felt aggrieved. Haha, kid, no one can save you. The young man with the saber laughed. The reason he took the initiative to make the first move was naturally to curry favor with Jiang Hong. If he could please a core disciple, then their status in Cold Wind City would rise by a lot. Everyone was silent. Many people sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior. He would definitely die if he faced a late harmonious spirit realm warrior. Sigh, what a pity. He's too young and doesn't know how to endure. That's right. He has offended the Green Water Lake. Even if he has a powerful master, I'm afraid that his future days will not be easy. Humph. You're really courting death. Cold Wind City's disciple sneered. You ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, this isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. The young man with the saber walked over step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. So powerful. Jiang Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as a silver sword light appeared on his body. He is indeed very strong. Jiang Yi's expression was incomparably solemn. He felt a wave of pressure. This person was 3 times stronger than him. How could Lin Xian have the chance to escape? The third elder's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The spirit energy on his body was also fluctuating. If you dare to make a move, I will remove all the disciples of Green Mountain City. The white-robed young man, Jiang Hong, said coldly. The third elder's body trembled, and the spirit energy on his body was quickly extinguished. Haha, let's see who can save you now. The young man with the saber laughed. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the third elder and the others. He saw that they were silent and had no intention to make a move. With a sigh, Lin Xian ignored them. He knew that his fate with these people had come to an end. From now on, they would have nothing to do with each other. Obediently accept your death. The young man with the saber took a step forward, and a sharp saber light gushed out from his body. This aura caused some of the weaker disciples to turn pale and almost faint. What a lackey taking credit. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong person. Lin Xian's eyes gradually became sharp. An invisible sword intent was emitted from his body. Eh? He's fine? The crowd exclaimed. Even some early harmonious spirit warriors couldn't withstand it, but Lin Xian was fine. Not only was he fine, he even mocked the young man with the saber as a lackey. This was too crazy. You're courting death. The young man with the saber's face was gloomy. His 5 fingers formed into a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. He didn't use his saber because Lin Xian wasn't worth it. This claw was aimed at Lin Xian's head. If Lin Xian was caught, he would definitely die on the spot. The crowd sneered and shook their heads. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. In a flash, the young man with the saber arrived in front of Lin Xian. His steel-like hand mercilessly fell. Lin Xian's finger was like a sword, quickly stabbing out. The green sword light swallowed and spat out like a cold wind. The finger landed on the young man's palm. Puff, blood splattered. The young man with the saber screamed and retreated. Drip, drip, a row of blood droplets was left on the green stone floor. The young man with the saber retreated 10 steps, holding his right hand. His face was full of fear. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you hurt me? He crazily shouted. The young man with the saber was injured. This was too unbelievable. One should know that he was a late harmonious spirit warrior. At this moment, everyone's face changed. The third elder and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. The young man in the white robe stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. Jiang Jian, Jiang Yihe, and the others were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Jiang Jian. He thought that his sword art was superior and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he couldn't even see the trajectory of Lin Xian's sword. Impossible, this is impossible. That brat is only a half-step harmonious spirit warrior. How can his sword art be so good? I told you, if you want to be my lackey, you found the wrong person. Lin Xian's voice was very cold. Brat, I want you dead. The young man with the saber had a ferocious expression. His left hand reached behind his back and pulled out a long purple saber. I've already been merciful with that sword. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian warned. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This brat must be hiding his cultivation. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such excellent sword art. At this moment, if they couldn't see Lin Xian's strength, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Lin Xian didn't plan to continue hiding. Sometimes, showing his strength was a way to solve problems. The spirit energy in his body circulated. The aura of a harmonious spirit warrior spread out. The whole sky was filled with sharp sword intent as if it would fall down at any moment. Everyone exclaimed, he really hit his cultivation. This was in line with their understanding. Otherwise, a half-step harmonious spirit warrior killing a late harmonious spirit warrior was too terrifying. I guess he must be a late harmonious spirit warrior. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to injure a late harmonious spirit warrior with one sword. You don't need to say that. Everyone was discussing. But soon, they were stunned again. This is clearly an early harmonious spirit realm. Is he still hiding his strength? No, it doesn't seem like it. Why do I feel that he has just entered the harmonious spirit realm? Everyone's expression changed again. They realized that even though Lin Xian was not a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert, he was only an early harmonious spirit realm expert. It was impossible for an early harmonious spirit realm expert to injure a late harmonious spirit realm expert with a single slash. Just an early harmonious spirit realm expert. I was careless just now and only used 30% of my strength. Now, I will let you know what a true expert is. Jiang Bei said coldly. So that's how it is. He was careless just now. Everyone felt relieved after hearing Jiang Bei's words. I told you, that kid can't be this abnormal. Everyone felt relieved and watched again. With the long saber in his hand, Jiang Bei's entire temperament changed. At this moment, he was like a wild saber, emitting a wild and tyrannical aura. Cold wind space-splitting slash. The long saber slashed out and an endless cold air rushed out. A 10-zhang long blue saber condensed in the air. It was like a 10,000 years old ice blade, quickly slashing down. Jiang Jian and the rest's expression changed and their bodies trembled continuously. The aura of this saber made them unable to resist. Even Jiang Yihe frowned. Even he didn't have a good way to deal with this attack. In a flash, the blue saber arrived above Lin Xian's head. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't see it and slowly pulled out the autumn scar. Swoosh, the sword slashed through the air. It seemed slow, but the sword aura arrived at Jiang Bei's head in an instant. Such a fast sword. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Even though Lin Xian made his move later, the sword aura hit his opponent first. Puff, Jiang Bei's defense was like tofu, it was easily cut open. Blood spilled out again and Jiang Bei's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xian gently moved his body, leaving a string of afterimages in the air and easily dodged the blue saber. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. If Jiang Bei was injured because of his carelessness, then, what was the reason this time? Jiang Bei had already used all of his strength, but he was still defeated. Moreover, he was defeated even more miserably. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Xian's strength far surpassed Jiang Bei's, which was why he could easily defeat him twice. His strength was too terrifying. Who exactly was he? Everyone in Golden City was confused. Jiang Jian was completely dumbfounded. That sword strike just now was too stunning. He did not have any reaction at all. Only when Jiang Bei fell to the ground did he react. If he were to face Lin Xian, he would have died long ago. A sense of helplessness rose in Jiang Jian's heart. He realized that his swordsmanship was nothing compared to Lin Xian's. Brat, how dare you injure him? The people of Cold Wind City were furious. Jiang Tianya shouted coldly. His entire body was like a goshawk as he quickly pounced over. Two gigantic blue ice palms appeared in the air and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. The surroundings quickly froze, and countless icicles formed in the ice, shooting towards Lin Xian like a rain of arrows. Lin Xian focused his mind and calmed his qi as he slashed out with his sword. Streaks of fine sword light flashed past everyone's hearts, followed by a terrifying sword intent. Everyone trembled as if their souls had been pierced by the sword. When they came back to their senses, they realized that the gigantic ice blue palms and the ice spikes in the sky had all shattered and scattered on the ground. Dragon counterstep. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already on Jiang Tianya's left side. Flying rainbow. The broken sword stabbed diagonally. The materialized sword qi was like a rainbow as it collided with Jiang Tianya's protective barrier, emitting a clanging sound. Clang! 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 Jiang Tianya was indeed a veteran martial artist. His protective barrier was very thick, forcefully blocking this sword strike. However, this resistance only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart by the terrifying sword intent. Jiang Tianya was severely injured and his body flew out. Everyone was completely stunned. Another sword strike defeated the enemy. Even a veteran martial artist like Jiang Tianya was not spared. Elder. The disciples of Cold Wind City were pale as they quickly ran forward. In just a short moment, all the elders and genius disciples of their branch were severely injured. The white-robed youth, Jiang Hong, narrowed his eyes. It seems that I have indeed underestimated you. However, since you dared to injure people in the Jiang clan, you are dead meat. No one can save you. Jiang Hong planned to do it himself. He stepped out with a cold expression. Humph, no one can stop me if I want to leave, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Is that so? You can try. Jiang Hong's voice was cold. He raised his palm and an aura that was even stronger than Jiang Tianya's overflowed. This aura made most of the people present tremble. As expected of a core disciple of Green Water Lake. You are indeed extraordinary. You are even stronger than the elders of the branch. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Then, the black cloak behind him fluttered and instantly turned into 3 identical figures that ran in 3 different directions. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a secret technique. Jiang Hong was also frowning, but he reacted in an instant. He waved his fist, forming a fist shadow the size of a house, and blasted toward the clone in the center. Boom, a terrifying energy exploded and waves of air rolled in the sky. The clone in the center was blasted into pieces and turned into a rain of light that scattered on the ground. No. Everyone was disappointed and looked into the distance. As expected of a core disciple. What a good move. The crowd exclaimed. They thought that Lin Xian would not be able to escape this time. It turned out that when Jiang Hong attacked the clone in the center, he had also mobilized the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a spiritual chi cage to block the other 2 clones. Let's see how you can escape. Looking at the clone struggling in the spiritual chi cage, Jiang Hong sneered. Whoosh, suddenly, a terrifying sword will came from behind Jiang Hong. It was like an angry dragon roaring. At this critical moment, Jiang Hong could no longer care about his image. He shrank his body and rolled forward, dodging the terrifying attack. The sword chi brushed past the back of his head. If he was a second later, the sword chi would have pierced his head. After dodging this dangerous attack, Jiang Hong's face was as black as an iron pot. He turned around abruptly and saw Lin Xian not far behind him. With the broken sword in his hand, Lin Xian stood proudly like a demon. I've said it before. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. His domineering voice reverberated in the air. At this moment, no one dared to question Lin Xian. Even the powerful Jiang Hong was almost killed by a single sword strike. Who else could be Lin Xian's opponent? The 3rd elder and the rest were shocked. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Such a powerful young man must have a terrifying background. If they could befriend him, it would be a great benefit to their family. However, they had given up such an opportunity. They knew that they would never be able to cross paths with Lin Xian again in this life if they did not help him at the critical moment. Sure enough, Lin Xian did not even look at them when he left. Everyone looked at Lin Xian's back in shock. Since when did Longxing Nation have such a genius? Jiang Hong looked at the departing figure with a murderous look in his eyes. He was almost killed just now. How could he be satisfied? But he was not confident that he could defeat Lin Xian now. If he went up recklessly, he might end up worse. So, he could only watch as Lin Xian left. Lin Xian left the Jiang clan and walked slowly on the streets of Blackfeather City. He was thinking about his next path. He had fallen out with the Jiang clan and could not go back in a short time. Unless something special happened. But he did not regret it. Those people were fierce and wanted to kill him. If he did not resist, he would have been killed. I can't investigate openly. I can only investigate secretly. Lin Xian decided to find a chance to get close to the Jiang clan. But he would have to wait until after the Jiang clan meeting. Forget it. Let's find a place to stay first. Lin Xian walked toward the inn. Woo woo woo, the little white monkey suddenly made a sound. Its big eyes blinked and were unusually bright. Its furry paws scratched Lin Xian's hair. The little white monkey pointed in a direction and screamed. You mean there's something good there? Lin Xian asked. The little white monkey nodded and pointed at itself with its paws. It has something to do with you? The little monkey nodded excitedly and looked very eager. Okay. I got it. Let's go have a look. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian ran in the direction the little white monkey pointed. As he ran, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. Finally, he came to a deserted area. There were not many people on the street. The surrounding houses were very old and covered with dust. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Lin Xian looked around and found a villa in front of him. So, he walked over. The red door had become very dim and was covered with cobwebs. He pushed the door open and entered. The air inside was somewhat stifling. The smell of dust was everywhere. Lin Xian was secretly alert. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the surroundings. There was no danger in the yard. He looked at the house in front and was about to move. Suddenly, he sensed two auras rapidly approaching. Frowning, Lin Xian's body flickered and he brought the little monkey to hide. Just as he hid himself, two figures quickly landed in the courtyard. Lin Xian used the black cloak's concealment ability and concealed his aura. Then, he used his eye technique to sneak a peek. He saw two figures standing in the courtyard. One of them was a beautiful figure wearing a white dress. Her face was covered by a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, based on his intuition, Lin Xian knew that this woman must be very beautiful. Beside her was a five-colored peacock. The colorful feathers were like rainbows, extremely beautiful. However, the peacock was very anxious, as if something was attracting it. Lin Xian was greatly astonished that there was something here that had actually attracted two strange beasts. The multicolored peacock and the snow-white monkey were not ordinary demonic beasts. Something that could make them so excited was definitely not ordinary. The snow-white monkey blinked its black gem-like eyes and looked at Lin Xian pitifully. "Don't worry, you'll definitely get it." Lin Xian patted its head and comforted it. The beautiful white figure and the multicolored peacock also looked around cautiously. After making sure that there was no one around, they walked into the house. Lin Xian didn't act rashly. He planned to change his position and continue to investigate. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from inside the house. Lin Xian was surprised and quickly spread out his senses. Soon, the white figure and the multicolored peacock retreated into the courtyard. The two of them looked into the house nervously, as if they were very afraid of the person inside. "Kiki!" A strange cry came. Then, a figure as red as fire appeared in the courtyard. That person wore a red robe with a three-headed bird embroidered on it. It was very strange. "Since you're already here, why leave?" The voice was faint. "Humph," pretending to be mysterious. The beautiful woman in white snorted. "This peacock is not bad. I'll leave it here." The robe on his body emitted a light, and a red head appeared in front of him. Boom! The head of the strange bird the size of a house opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball. Like a falling meteor, it burned continuously and quickly rushed towards the multicolored peacock. "Humph!" The woman in white snorted and took out a hexagonal ancient mirror. She activated her spiritual power and shone it in front of her. Suddenly, a white light shot out and rushed towards the huge fireball. The air trembled. The white light was like a sharp divine spear, and instantly shattered the red fireball. However, the shattered flames quickly changed in the air and rushed towards the multicolored peacock like a rain of fire. The multicolored peacock raised its head proudly. The feathers on its back fluttered, and a green curtain of light appeared. Sizzle, like ice melting, the flames were quickly extinguished. Seeing this, the multicolored peacock chirped in disdain. "Not bad, it's a mutant peacock. Maybe it'll like it." The man in the red robe laughed sinisterly. He waved his sleeve and swept it downwards. The surrounding spiritual energy trembled, and a strange bird with a red body appeared on the ground. The bird had 3 heads, but the eyes on the 2 sides were closed as if they were sleeping. Only the head in the middle was abnormally awake. Its eyes were like rubies. "What kind of strange bird is this?" Lin Xian was surprised. 3-headed vermilion blood bird. I didn't expect to see such a thing here. Lord Alcohol was also surprised. "Is it very powerful?" Lin Xian asked. "It's more than powerful. It's terrifying. An adult 3-headed vermilion blood bird can swallow a spirit detecting expert in one gulp. And an adult three-headed vermilion blood bird has the ability to destroy the world. Swallow a spirit-detecting expert in one gulp. Lin Xian was shocked. The most powerful warrior he had seen so far was a spirit-detecting expert. A person who could make an entire country submit to him was definitely terrifying. However, such an expert was only food for the three-headed vermilion blood bird. One could imagine how terrifying the three-headed vermilion blood bird was. So what? Lord Alcohol snorted. Legend has it that this bird is related to the netherworld. Its 3 heads represent the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and lightning. An adult 3-headed vermilion blood bird can reach the strength of a supremacy without cultivating. What a monster, Lin Xian exclaimed. However, although the 3-headed vermilion blood bird is powerful, it's not easy for it to grow. Not only does it require a large amount of wind, fire, and lightning attribute resources, but it also needs the blood of other demon beasts to temper it. It can only reach adulthood after 100 years. That's more like it. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the harsh conditions. This person has a 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Could it be that he deliberately lured people here so that he can devour their blood essence? Lin Xian became vigilant. In the courtyard, when the 3-headed vermilion blood bird appeared, the 5-colored peacock showed extreme unease. Its body emitted a green glow, forming a thick defense. Kiki, be obedient and become its food, the red-robed man said. Just as he was about to make a move, another powerful aura rapidly approached the courtyard. The white-robed woman turned her head with a cautious expression. The red-robed man was overjoyed. A man in bronze armor landed in the courtyard. A powerful aura surrounded him, forming a strong gust of wind that blew everything around him away. Beside him was a majestic lion whose entire body was suffused with a golden color. Furthermore, there was a fine line on the golden lion's forehead that looked like a closed eye. Hee, another one has come. It seems like today's food is very sumptuous. The red-robed man's voice floated, filled with joy. Humph. The azure-armored man frowned slightly and said coldly, were you the one who lured us here? Not you, but them. The red-robed man pointed at the 5-colored peacock and a golden lion. Roar. The golden lion let out a low roar as if it would pounce at any moment. The azure-armored man patted the golden lion's head, warning it not to act rashly. Suddenly, the golden lion revealed a puzzled look. The 3rd vertical line on its forehead emitted a faint light that quickly swept in all directions. Finally, it locked onto a direction and roared again. In the courtyard, the white-robed woman and the red-robed man were also surprised as they looked in that direction. Who is it? Get out here. The azure-armored man snorted and waved his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered to form a blood-colored spear. Following that, the blood-colored spear turned into an afterimage in the air as it quickly pierced forward. Boom, the stone pillar in front was instantly pierced as the terrifying energy blasted everything apart. A black figure gently landed on the ground. The white-robed woman and the red-robed man's expressions changed. They had been here for a long time, but they hadn't noticed anyone beside them. The red-robed man was even more shocked. His strength was extraordinary, and his cultivation had reached the spirit transformation realm. However, he still hadn't noticed someone else hiding beside him. Immediately, the 3 people and 3 beasts all looked at that person. It was a delicate youth of 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black and had a sharp look in his eyes. A snow-white monkey sat on his shoulder, looking exceptionally cute. This person was none other than Lin Xian, who was also extremely shocked. He had hidden himself very well, and even spirit transformation realm experts couldn't discover him. However, for some reason, he was discovered by the golden lion. That lion is also a natural mutant. Legend has it that the 3rd eye on its forehead can see through everything. Although he hasn't matured yet, his vigilance surpasses that of a spirit transformation realm cultivator, Lord Alcohol transmitted. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a mystical Yao beast. Lin Xian exclaimed. Who are you? Why are you hiding there? The green-armored man asked in a deep voice. Just like you guys, I was lured here by this person, Lin Xian shrugged and explained. Wooji, the little white monkey nodded and made a funny face at the crowd. At this moment, the three of them finally noticed the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder. However, other than being cute, there didn't seem to be anything special about the little monkey. So weak, what a useless monkey. The red-robed man snorted. He didn't sense the little white monkey's abnormality and immediately snorted disdainfully. What he needed was a mutated beast, or a beast with powerful blood essence. Only then could his three-headed vermilion blood bird evolve. When the snow-white monkey heard this, it immediately became unhappy. It bared its teeth and glared at the red-robed man, then gestured. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man revealed strange expressions. They easily understood what the little white monkey was trying to say. The little monkey seemed to be saying that it was unique and that the red-robed man was blind and couldn't tell what was good. What a clever little monkey. It seems like it's not ordinary either, the white-robed woman said softly. The little white monkey nodded in agreement. Humph, you're courting death. The red-robed man coldly shouted. No matter what, these three beasts are mine. A powerful aura suddenly rose from his body like a sea of blood. It was terrifying and monstrous. You want our companions? Dream on. The white-robed woman snorted. The green-armored man also revealed a trace of killing intent. You want our beasts? You sure talk big. Everyone, be careful. For the three-headed vermilion blood bird to grow, it needs the blood essence of other mutated beasts. That's why he lured us here, so that the strange bird can eat other beasts. Lin Xian exposed the red-robed man's trick. I didn't expect you to know the three-headed vermilion blood bird. The red-robed man was surprised. So what if I know it? He sneered. Since the three of you are here, don't even think about leaving. You think you can stop me? The light-armored man smiled disdainfully. The spirit energy on his body condensed into a long spear, as if it could see through the heaven and earth. Late harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. This aura was much stronger than Jiang Hong's. Just me. The red-robed man shouted in a low voice. His body emitted an even stronger aura. Spirit transformation realm. The white-robed woman exclaimed. The gap between the harmonious spirit realm and the spirit transformation realm was like an insurmountable gap. They were only harmonious spirit realm warriors, so they couldn't win against a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the red-robed man to hide his strength. He didn't even sense it. The green-armored man's expression also changed. He stared at the red-robed man cautiously. Facing a spirit transformation realm warrior, he could only choose to retreat. Lin Xian and the others had the same idea. The three of them quickly left in three different directions. Do you think you can escape? The red-robed man roared. His palms were constantly changing seals. Suddenly, countless blood-red waves appeared around the courtyard, forming a sea of blood that sealed everyone inside. Damn it, it's a formation. The man from the Qing family shouted angrily. He punched out with a force that could split a mountain. However, when the force hit the sea of blood, it only caused a few ripples. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Hand over the demonic beast and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will suffer endless torture. The red-robed man's voice was cold, as if it came from hell. Lord Alcohol, can you break it? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. He was also obstructed. In my current state, I'm afraid it will take me some time to find it. Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian nodded. He was prepared to stall for time. The two of you, we can only work together now. Lin Xian said. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man nodded. Both of them wanted to work together. You want to fight me with just the two of you? The red-robed man sneered. The gap between the spirit transformation realm and the harmonious spirit realm was not small. This was common knowledge that everyone knew. Today, three harmonious spirit realm warriors dared to attack him. They were undoubtedly courting death, moreover, there was an early harmonious spirit realm brat among them. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After speaking, the red-robed man turned into a blood-red shadow and rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man's expression changed. Among the three, Lin Xian's cultivation was the lowest. Now that the red-robed man took the initiative to attack Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape. In a moment of desperation, the two of them could only throw out a few attacks in an attempt to restrain the red-robed man. However, the red-robed man ignored their attacks because of his powerful cultivation. He quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. With a slap, a blood-red palm appeared in the sky with a pungent smell of blood. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The great dragon sword in his body surged, ready to attack at any moment. The other two were late harmonious spirit realm while he was only early harmonious spirit realm. Naturally, the red-robed man thought that he was the weakest. However, if someone really thought so, then they were gravely mistaken. Lin Xian could see that the red-robed man did not use his full strength in this slap. His eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the attack and stabbed out with his sword. The long sword was like a dragon. A terrifying sword intent gushed out like an angry dragon roaring, causing people's hearts to tremble. Puff, the thick sea of blood was split open and scattered to the sides. The huge blood-red palm in the sky was also pierced with a terrifying sword mark. The great dragon sword intent was crazily destroying everything. Clang, the broken autumn scar sword hit the red-robed man's palm, creating countless sparks. Waves of energy quickly spread out in all directions. Lin Xian felt a strong impact. He quickly used the silver lightning body to resist this force. Chi-chi, his body slid a dozen meters away before stopping. The red-robed man was also surprised. Although that sword strike didn't injure him, it caused his palm to ache faintly. An early harmonious spirit realm brat was able to make him feel pain. This was impossible. In the distance, the white-robed woman and the middle-aged man were shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. That attack just now, even they could not do better than Lin Xian. It seemed like there was a great chance for him to escape this time. The green-armored man clenched his fist. Interesting. It seems like I have underestimated you. The red-robed man slowly turned his palm and said. Lin Xian's heart sank. The terrifying attack just now did not hurt the red-robed man. This gave him a new understanding of spirit transformation realm warriors. Of course, he didn't use his full strength in that strike. At least, he only used 50% of his 70% sword intent. What a shocking sword intent. It seems like it's around 50%. If I let you continue to grow, you'll be in danger. The red-robed man's eyes were gloomy. I love killing geniuses like you the most. Attack together. The azure-armored man shouted. A long spear appeared in his hand, and his aura erupted like a flash flood. The spear pierced out like a dragon emerging from the sea with a majestic momentum. On the other side, the white-clothed woman activated the ancient mirror in her hand with all her strength, shooting out a white light beam that was as thick as a mountain. Lin Xian activated his 50% sword intent, and sword chi swept out in all directions. Every sword strike contained a powerful killing intent. The long spear, the ancient mirror, and the sword chi quickly rushed towards the red-robed man in the center. Boundless blood sea. The red-robed man raised his hands to the sky, and a red ball of energy appeared on his body, and quickly spread out. Boom, crimson waves of blood surged, and all the attacks that hit them were quickly dissolved. Within the blood sea, arc-shaped ripples appeared, forming a powerful suction force that seemed to want to devour people. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his figure was like a ghost as he quickly dodged. However, the blood sea seemed to have no boundaries, and it chased after him without letting him go. Wind Slayer. He used his eye technique to find the weak point, and the sword chi that was like a storm tore open a crack. In the other two directions, the white-clothed woman and azure-armored man also narrowly avoided the attacks. No, he's too strong. The white-clothed woman's face was slightly pale. That attack just now was just a casual attack from the red-robed man, and the three of them had to use all their strength to dodge it. It couldn't be helped. Although the spirit transformation realm and the harmonious spirit realm only had a difference of one word, the gap between them was huge. After entering the spirit transformation realm, the harmonious spirit realm couldn't compare with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Try this move, spirit transformation blood sea. The red-robed man seemed to be toying with the three of them. He waved his hand, and red spiritual energy shot out. Suddenly, countless demonic beasts appeared in the blood sea. They had all kinds of forms, and they were ferocious and terrifying. Boom! A 300-meter-long blood python rushed toward the white-clothed woman with terrifying winds and clouds. A giant elephant as big as a mountain rushed toward the azure-armored man. A four-armed demonic bear that was more than 10 meters tall charged toward Lin Xian. The scene was terrifying, as if a real demonic beast had been reborn. This was the ability of the spirit transformation realm. They could use their own spiritual energy to transform into the form of other demonic beasts, unlike the harmonious spirit realm, who could only squander their spiritual energy. These should be the demonic beasts he killed before, Lord Alcohol said. What? Lin Xian was shocked, so many powerful demonic beasts, and they're all killed. He was on full alert, not daring to be careless. A great battle broke out, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. The four-armed demonic bear's every attack was comparable to a late harmonious spirit realm warrior. It could be said that its strength was boundless. An ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian relied on his nimble movement technique to contend with it. At this moment, the power of the art of longevity was finally displayed. This mysterious cultivation technique that he had been cultivating since the beginning was now displaying its formidable power. Under the circulation of the art of longevity, Lin Xian felt that his absorption of spiritual energy in the surroundings had increased. This speed was far from what a harmonious spirit realm warrior could achieve. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, the quality of one's cultivation technique was reflected in the absorption of spiritual energy. The faster the absorption, not only could the warrior maintain a powerful combat strength, but the power contained in each attack would also increase. This unknowingly increased the warrior's combat strength. Normally, a warrior with a higher cultivation technique would be able to crush a warrior with a lower cultivation technique. However, Lin Xian's art of longevity was something that even an earth-rank cultivation technique couldn't compare to. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the green sword Qi transformed into a ferocious dragon that coiled around the four-armed demonic bear. Transformation! The red-robed man was shocked. No, this isn't a transformation technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Perhaps it's a special martial technique. The red-robed man shook his head, but the power of his attack still shocked him. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was the lowest among the three, it seemed that his strength was the most terrifying. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man were only evenly matched with the Blood Sea demonic bear, but Lin Xian was able to suppress it. Not only did Lin Xian possess a mystical cultivation technique like the art of longevity, but he also mastered an offensive saint art like the great dragon sword seal. In the eyes of outsiders, it was simply a technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior. The green dragon coiled around the four-armed demonic bear, preventing it from moving. Lin Xian jumped up and quickly swung his azure cloud sword technique. The cloud-slashing sword Qi was incomparably ethereal. A fine sword flew out like a white cloud. Puff! Two heavenly pillar-like arms were chopped off and fell into the blood sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Sudden thunder. In the sky above, silver lightning fell, forming a six-pointed formation, and suddenly crashed down. Roar! The blood sea demonic bear was struck by the lightning, and its bloody body quickly melted. It was originally formed by blood Qi, so it was innately afraid of lightning. In a flash, the huge demonic bear turned into a pool of blood. Humph! The red-robed man snorted and withdrew the blood sea demonic bear. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They had seen Lin Xian's performance just now, and it was indeed shocking. However, although they were shocked, they didn't feel inferior. They also had their own trump cards. What are you up to now? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. It's easy to kill you, but before that, I'll let you watch a good show. The red-robed man laughed sinisterly. Then, the three-headed vermilion blood bird beside him walked out. Kiki, it's time to eat. The three-headed vermilion blood bird let out an excited cry. The head in the middle kept turning, and its body emitted a fiery red glow. He first set his eyes on the five-colored peacock. The spirit energy in the surroundings surged and quickly formed a huge fireball. This strange bird can control the spirit energy of heaven and earth. It's indeed powerful. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A red light flashed, and the fireball in the sky rushed toward the five-colored peacock with a terrifying heat wave. "How dare you!" The white-robed beauty struck out with her palm, sending the fireball flying. The three-headed vermilion blood bird let out an angry cry. Its wings flapped rapidly, forming endless flames. "If you don't want to die immediately, stay here until you die of old age." The red-robed man stomped his foot, forming a blood-red prison that pressed down on the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. "Now, enjoy it." Xian was silent. The red-robed man's action was obviously to train the three-headed vermilion blood bird. However, this gave Xian an opportunity. Lord Jiu could use this opportunity to find a flaw in the formation. As long as they found it, they would be able to escape with their strength. The three-headed vermilion blood bird spread its wings and flew in circles in the sky like a ball of burning flame. With an ear-piercing cry, it turned into a fiery red light and rushed down. Beside it were fireballs that looked like a rain of fire. Perhaps a harmonious spirit realm warrior wouldn't be able to withstand such power. The five-colored peacock emitted a green glow, forming a natural barrier in front of it, blocking all the fireballs. At the same time, the feathers on its body were like heavenly eyes, shooting out dark green light. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! Like thousands of divine spears in the sky, the attack was enough to kill an ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior 1,000 times over. Crack! The three vermilion blood birds were as fast as lightning. Their sharp claws were comparable to precious weapons as they tore through the void. Xian was surprised. These two demonic beasts were much stronger than ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors. He couldn't help but worry about the little white monkey. He never knew what the monkey's bottom line was, and he didn't know if the little white monkey could withstand the attack of the three-headed vermilion blood bird. However, the snow-white little monkey's face was filled with excitement. There was no trace of fear on its face. It seemed to have sensed Xian's emotions and patted Xian's shoulder with its furry little paw, looking as if it could do it. Xian was so angry that he laughed. He rubbed the little white monkey's head and continued to watch the battle. In the sky, the two strange beasts turned into two streaks of red and green light. They kept colliding, creating countless sparks in the sky. In the end, the three crimson blood birds spat out a palm-sized purple flame, which pierced through the five-colored peacock's green barrier. As soon as the flames appeared, the void distorted. Plop! The five-colored peacock fell beside the white-robed woman, its body trembling non-stop. Clearly, it was severely injured. "Anan!" The white-robed woman cried out in alarm. She struggled to break free and quickly held the five-colored peacock tightly. Fortunately, the five-colored peacock was only burned. Its life was not in danger. The white-robed woman sighed. She knew that it wasn't because the five-colored peacock was weak, but because it hadn't fully matured yet. A fully matured five-colored peacock could unleash five-colored divine light that could wipe out everything in the world. As for the one in her hand, it could only unleash one type of divine light. After defeating the five-colored peacock, the three crimson blood birds set their eyes on the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared. It leaped and arrived in front of the three crimson blood birds in a flash. Its sharp claws were even scarier than the sword energy and blade light. It directly grabbed the head of the beast. Swoosh! The three crimson blood birds turned into a streak of flame and nimbly dodged the attack. Boom! The ground cracked, creating a terrifying crack that spread into the distance. A fiery red light flashed. The three crimson blood birds spread their wings and dived down. Under its control, the purple flame appeared in the sky again. The void distorted. A flame that could kill a late harmonious spirit realm expert flew toward the golden lion. Xian could feel the terrifying heat from afar. He was afraid that even his silver lightning body might not be able to withstand it. As expected of a legendary demonic beast. It has such strength at such a young age. How enviable. Xian took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission, "Lord Alcohol, have you found a flaw?" "It will take some time. I can only rely on your soul force to sense it." "The efficiency is very low," Lord Alcohol explained. Xian could only wait patiently. He looked at the courtyard again. The golden lion remained motionless. The moment the purple flame fell, it quickly leaped to the side. Boom, a terrifying crater appeared in the ground. The bottom couldn't be seen. The golden lion's body emitted a golden light. The vertical lines on its forehead emitted endless light. A heart-palpitating force appeared out of thin air. An illusory door appeared behind it. It was pitch black, like the door to hell. Could this lion be? The red-robed man looked at the pitch-black door. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Impossible. How could such a demonic beast appear here? Perhaps it's just its descendant. The red-robed man denied the idea in his heart. He believed that it was just the descendant of an ancient demonic beast. Although it had the power of bloodline, it wasn't strong. Even so, its power was enough to kill any harmonious spirit realm expert. The three-headed vermilion blood bird looked cautious. Its fiery red eyes stared at the door. Its two heads trembled slightly as if they were about to wake up. The vertical lines on the golden lion's forehead emitted a dazzling light as if they were about to open at any moment. The pitch-black door behind it was also trying hard to open. The green-armored man was nervous. The golden lion hadn't matured yet. If it rashly activated its third eye, there would be terrible consequences. On the other side, the red-robed man didn't want the other two heads to wake up too early. Therefore, he quickly stopped the battle. The green-armored man let out a sigh of relief and called back the golden lion. The three-headed crimson blood bird also let out a low cry with dissatisfaction. However, it did not continue to fight with the golden lion. It turned its head and looked at the little white monkey. This time, a hint of disdain could be seen in its eyes. The other two also looked at the little white monkey with worry in their eyes. In their opinion, the snow-white monkey didn't show any signs of abnormality. It probably couldn't withstand the attack of the three-headed vermilion blood bird. The little white monkey, on the other hand, had an excited look on its face as it waved its furry little paws and performed its self-created monkey fist. With a stomp of its feet, it flew out like a snowball. The three-headed vermilion blood bird let out a dissatisfied cry and opened its mouth to spit out a red fireball. The speed of the fireball was so fast that even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to dodge it. However, Snow White Little Who made a face in the air, and then slowly dodged. Whoosh, the little monkey disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the three-headed vermilion bird. Boom, its furry paw slapped the three-headed vermilion bird's head. The head in the middle was stunned and felt dizzy for a moment. Woogie woogie, the little white monkey jumped up and kicked the three-headed vermilion bird away. The woman in white and the man in light armor were stunned. They stared at the little white monkey and couldn't calm down for a long time. The red-robed man's face darkened and there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the little white monkey to be so powerful. Puff! Puff, the three-headed vermilion bird got up from the ground and kept flapping its wings. Its red eyes were cold. The three-headed vermilion bird was covered in purple flames. It was full of dangerous aura. Even now, its head was still in a daze, which was a disgrace to it. On the other side, the little white monkey stretched out its furry paw and waved its paw provocatively. Boom, the three-headed vermilion bird exploded and unleashed purple flames that covered the sky. However, the little white monkey was very fast. It was like a bolt of white lightning and could easily dodge the purple flames every time. The azure-armored man and the woman in white were shocked. They didn't think the little white monkey would win, but its performance was amazing. Not only was it not injured, but it even suppressed the three-headed vermilion bird. Is this little monkey also a kind of ancient beast? The two of them were surprised. The five-colored peacock and the golden lion beside them looked at the little white monkey with a hint of fear in their eyes. The red-robed man's face darkened. His three-headed vermilion bird was frighteningly big. Warriors under the spirit transformation realm were no match for it. Ordinary beasts were no match for it. However, this ancient strange bird was being played by a little monkey of unknown origin. It was hard for him to accept. Damn it, what the hell is that monkey? How can it be so powerful? In the courtyard, the three-headed crimson blood bird was completely enraged. Not only did it fail to hurt the little white monkey, it was knocked out again. Its wings flapped, and the left side of its head trembled rapidly. The red eyelid of the head that had been sleeping for a long time seemed to twitch. Suddenly, in the purple sea of fire, the sound of thunder appeared out of nowhere, and purple lightning vaguely appeared. Are they about to open? The white-robed woman and the azure-armored man both felt a tremor coming from their souls. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He also felt the terror of the stimulating lightning, which was even stronger than his own silver lightning. The snow-white little Marquis seemed to have sensed danger. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have turned into two black holes, rapidly spinning. An aura that was even more terrifying than the purple lightning emanated from its body. Everyone present was stunned. The red-robed man's expression was extremely unsightly because that power was enough to threaten his life. The great dragon sword intent in Lin Xian's body surged and quickly eliminated the pressure. Where did this monkey come from? Lin Xian was very curious. In the distance, the red-robed man was alarmed. He didn't dare let the three-headed crimson blood bird continue fighting. At that moment, Lord Alcohol also found a flaw in the array formation. "Little White, come back!" Lin Xian softly shouted. The little monkey's body trembled as it revealed a look of confusion. The two black vortexes in its eyes quickly disappeared. It quickly regained its lively expression. "I found the exit of the array formation. Please follow me." Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. The white-robed woman withdrew her five-colored peacock and ran towards Lin Xian with the azure-armored man. The three of them ran towards a corner in the southwest direction. "Junior, how dare you?" The red-robed man was enraged. That was the flaw in his array formation. However, this flaw was very well hidden. Even a spirit transformation realm expert might not be able to find it. How did these three discover it? Could it be luck? The red-robed man couldn't think of any other reason, but even if it was luck, he wouldn't allow the three of them to leave. He once again unleashed a monstrous sea of blood. Countless terrifying blood sea demonic beasts charged towards Lin Xian and company. As for the red-robed man himself, he quickly rushed over. "Don't hold back anymore, or you'll really die," Lin Xian shouted as he brandished the broken sword in his hand, drawing an indescribable trajectory in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned as a huge and simple longsword quickly appeared in the sky. This aura is so terrifying. The white-robed woman and azure-armored man's pupils constricted as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. They realized that this was Lin Xian's true strength. "Open!" Seeing the red-robed man's speed, the azure-armored man no longer held back. He held a spear in his right hand and summoned a blood-colored flag out of thin air with his left hand. It fluttered in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared around him as if the entire world was being stared at. "The Great Flag Sect," the white-robed woman exclaimed. The red-robed man in the distance also revealed a look of shock. The Great Flag Sect was as famous as the Dragon Elephant Sect. It was also one of the top 6 factions in the Rising Dragon Nation. Lin Xian quickly recalled this information. He did not expect the azure-armored man to be from the Great Flag Sect. "Even if you are from the Great Flag Sect, don't even think about leaving." After the red-robed man recovered from his shock, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes again. The blood sea around them became even more real. The heavy waves made the three of them tremble. The white-robed woman did not care about hiding her strength and activated the energy in her body with all her might. Behind her, a blurry shadow appeared. It was holding a crystal jade bottle that emitted endless radiance. "This is the bloodline of the Jiang clan." The red-robed man was shocked again. Jiang clan? Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the white-robed woman to be from the Jiang clan. Moreover, the Jiang clan seemed to have a mysterious bloodline power. It seemed that these factions were not simple. After Lin Xian defeated Jiang Hong, he did not put the Jiang clan's disciples in his eyes. At this moment, it seemed that he was too rash. The Jiang clan clearly had a terrifying bloodline power. It was just that he had not encountered it yet. In the sky, the huge and simple longsword rumbled as it slashed down with an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. The blurry shadow behind the white-robed woman also shot out a silvery waterfall and rushed forward. In the sky, the azure-armored man held the blood-red flag and stirred up the heaven and earth. These three forces had almost exceeded the limit of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Even the red-robed man, who was a spirit transformation realm warrior, felt his heart tremble at this moment. If it was only one of the attacks, he was confident that he could break it open. Even if there were two, he was not afraid. However, all three of the attacks were so terrifying that they put him in an extremely dangerous situation. Break for me. He quickly put away the three crimson blood birds and merged the blood sea that filled the sky into his body. Layers of demonic red ripples surged out from his body and formed an indescribable force that protected him. Lin Xian and the other two could not care less about the red-robed man. If the energy in the courtyard exploded, they would be dead for sure. However, the snow-white little monkey disappeared with a whoosh. This is the breakthrough point. Attack with all your might. Lin Xian quickly said. The broken sword pierced out, bringing with it a shocking sword will. Wind Emperor's sword. Crack. Crack, crack. The Autumn Scar broken sword had just used the Gale Lightning sword, and now it had to endure the terrifying sword will. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and shattered. However, Lin Xian used his arm as a substitute for a sword and still unleashed a terrifying attack. The other two also unleashed powerful attacks, and finally tore apart the array defense before the energy explosion. Whoosh! The little white monkey quickly returned like a bolt of lightning and went back into the storage ring. The red-robed man's angry yell came from behind. Ah! I'm going to kill you all. Let's go. The three of them turned into rays of light and quickly left the place. Lin Xian and the other two tore apart the array defense, turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly left the place. Not long after they left, an earth-shaking roar came from the courtyard. Rows of air waves quickly spread out, and a dark mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The shockwave immediately alerted all the elites in Blackfeather City, and many of them spread out their divine senses to see what was going on. However, these people did not find anything, because the entire courtyard was blown into a deep abyss that was almost 100 meters deep, and there were no clues left. On a quiet street 1,000 meters away from the dilapidated courtyard, a mysterious red-robed man staggered as he leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the sky. Damn it, the three of you, I'll remember this. The red-robed man's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. And that damn monkey, I'll tear you into pieces. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was at the last moment that the snow-white monkey stole his 1,000-beast fruit. That fruit was extremely precious, and it was something he used to attract other monsters. Now that it was stolen by the little white monkey, how could he not be angry? However, with his current identity and condition, he could not track it, so he could only give up. For him, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. Lin Xian and the other two's terrifying attacks were powerful, causing him to suffer heavy internal injuries. If he did not have a secret technique to escape, he would have died here today. His body turned into a blood-red ray, and the red-robed man quickly left Blackfeather City. Lin Xian and the other two finally arrived at a safe place and breathed a sigh of relief. Nice to meet the two of you. I am Xianxia, the azure-armored man said. Lin Xian. Jiang Yuding. The three of them got to know each other. Brother Lin, Miss Jiang, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. The green-armored man quickly left. Lin Xian was just thinking about how to deal with this genius girl of the Jiang family. Suddenly, Jiang Yuding's face changed, revealing a very anxious expression. And then, she exclaimed and quickly summoned the multicolored peacock from the demonic beast pouch. With a flash of light, the 5-colored peacock appeared on the ground. At this moment, it was not in a good state. Its originally bright feathers had become pitch black, and its eyes were dim without a trace of light. What was even more serious was that there was an inextinguishable purple flame in his body that was currently tormenting his body. And then, how are you? Jiang Yuding asked anxiously. She could also feel the purple flames inside the peacock's body, but she didn't know what to do. The peacock had grown up with her and could be considered her good friend. Furthermore, the 5-colored peacock was an ancient mutated species that was abnormally precious. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Yuding did not wish for anything to happen to the 5-colored peacock. However, the more anxious she was, the more serious the 5-colored peacock's injuries became. In the end, Jiang Yuding burst into tears. Looking at the crying Jiang Yuding and the five-colored peacock lying on the ground in abnormally terrible pain, Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Lord Alcohol, do you have a solution? Lin Xian asked with a voice transmission. Who am I? Of course I have a solution. Lord Alcohol snorted coldly. However, this purple flame is extremely strange. Furthermore, it has an inextinguishable aura, so it's rather troublesome to deal with. It's good that you have a solution. Lin Xian felt relieved. Well, I might have a way to treat it, Lin Xian said to Jiang Yuding. Really? Do you really have a solution? Jiang Yuding looked up. Crystal clear teardrops still hung on her beautiful face, making her look very pitiful. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. She was indeed a beauty. She looked so beautiful even when she cried. Taking a deep breath, he nodded silently. That's great. Hurry up and treat it. Jiang Yuding suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. Don't be agitated. Let me examine it carefully, Lin Xian said with a smile as he felt the strange warmth coming from his hand. Oh. Jiang Yuding calmed down and realized that she was still holding Lin Xian's hand. She immediately blushed and quickly retracted her hand. Lin Xian smiled and did not expose her. Instead, he slowly squatted down and stroked the five-colored peacock's feathers. His robust soul power slowly spread out. While he was doing so, Lord Alcohol could also sense everything through his soul power. As expected of a three-headed vermilion blood bird. This flame has a trace of destructive aura. Any other demonic beast would have died long ago. Even a Class 7 demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand this power. Thankfully, this five-colored peacock is also an ancient mutated species. Its bloodline is extremely powerful, so it can withstand it. However, it's still too young. Some of its potential hasn't been stimulated. If too much time passes, it might leave behind serious injuries. When that happens, its growth potential will probably reach its limit. Hee, Lord Alcohol, don't we have you? No matter how serious the injuries are, as long as you take action, it'll be easy, Lin Xian said with a smile. This flattery feels good. Say a few more. Lord Nine snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He began asking for a way to save it. To treat this peacock, we have to first remove the purple flames in its body. Then, we have to use pills to nurse it back to health. Therefore, the most important thing is how to remove the purple flames, said Lord Alcohol. How do we remove it? Lin Xian asked. To remove the flames, we have to use items of extreme cold. However, you don't need to use such things. Your sword intent is based on the Great Dragon Sword seal, so it can extinguish the purple flames in this peacock's body. However, you have to be careful when using your sword intent. You mustn't harm it at all. After receiving the answer, Lin Xian slowly stood up. It can be treated, but we have to bring it to a safe place first. Jiang Yuding nodded. She knew that the treatment process wouldn't be easy, so she couldn't be disturbed. Follow me. My house is nearby. Jiang Yuding put away the five-colored peacock and quickly ran with Lin Xian. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Jiang family residence. Looking at the majestic and domineering door, Lin Xian revealed a strange expression. In just a day, he was here again. However, his identity was completely different this time. Miss. When the guards saw Jiang Yuding, they all bowed and greeted her. Miss? It seems like this girl's status isn't low. Lin Xian revealed a thoughtful look. He had another reason for treating the five-colored peacock. Because Jiang Yuding was a disciple of the Jiang clan, he wanted to find Jiang Sanfeng through her. Jiang Yuding nodded slightly, and then quickly pulled Lin Xian into the Jiang matter. What did I just see? The young mistress is pulling a young man in. That's impossible, I must be dreaming. The two guards panicked. Doesn't the young mistress hate those men? Why is she walking with a strange man? The guards did not know Lin Xian, so they did not know that Lin Xian had been here once. Entering the Jiang manor, Jiang Yuding led Lin Xian into the depths of the manor. Soon, the two came to an exquisite pavilion. Lin Gongzi, please come in. Jiang Yuding pushed the door open. Lin Xian chuckled and quickly walked in. However, when he entered, he was clearly stunned. Inside the room, there were pink decorations everywhere, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. This was clearly a woman's boudoir. Needless to say, this must be Jiang Yuding's room. Looks like this chick must be in a hurry to bring a stranger into her boudoir. Lin Xian looked around curiously and found that the decorations in the room were very exquisite. Although it was not luxurious, it had a simple and elegant aura. After closing the door and windows, Jiang Yuding once again summoned the five-colored peacock, and a pair of gem-like eyes stared at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, hurry up and save Anan. Lin Xian nodded and began to activate his sword will to save the five-colored peacock. While Lin Xian was saving the five-colored peacock, the entire Jiang manor was in a state of jubilation. At this time, the Jiang clan was holding a family meeting, and it was very lively. In addition to the dozens of branches, there were other forces in Blackfeather City who came to watch. The seats were full, and the Jiang clan leader, Jiang Tianyu, looked around with joy. Good swordsmanship, this competition is much better than before. A middle-aged man laughed loudly. This man was the lord of the Eagle Fortress, Eagle Mountain. The Eagle Fortress was also an overlord in Blackfeather City and had business dealings with the Jiang clan. Hee, compared to the disciples of the Eagle Fortress, these kids are still lacking a lot, Jiang Tianyu replied with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Jian was fighting in the arena. His opponent was a Greenwater Lake disciple. Jiang Jian brandished his sword, and the silver light in the sky formed dots of light that pierced into the void. In an instant, the Greenwater Lake disciple was surrounded by silver sword auras from all directions. He could only raise his defenses and was forced to resist. Boom, the silver light slashed down, piercing through the disciple's defensive barrier and sending him flying. This brat doesn't seem to be a disciple of your Greenwater Lake? Eagle Castle's castle mastering Taishan was astonished. A main clan disciple was actually defeated by a branch disciple. Jiang clan head, your disciples aren't that great. Next to him, a red-haired man sneered. This burly man was full of energy, and his voice was burning hot. As he spoke, the surrounding air trembled. This person was from the Red Leaves aristocratic family. The Red Leaves aristocratic family and the Jiang clan were both part of the four aristocratic families of the Dragon Star superpower nation. At this moment, it was normal for words to provoke each other. The main clan's branch disciples are all disciples of my Jiang clan. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Jiang Tianyu looked magnanimous. The red-haired man sneered, not believing his words at all. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he obviously knew the difference between a branch disciple and a main clan disciple. Which branch is this young man from? Jiang Tianyu asked the person next to him. Clan head, he's a disciple of the Green Mountain City branch. Jiang Tianyu nodded. His sword technique is not bad. You can pay more attention to him. The purpose of holding the clan assembly was to find genius disciples from the various branches and nurture them to serve the clan. Therefore, any disciple who performed outstandingly in the clan assembly would be heavily nurtured by the Jiang clan. Jiang Li is here. Looks like that brat is going to lose. Eagle Castle's castle master was excited. Next to him, there was an arrogant young man looking at the arena with a trace of disdain. On the arena, a young man in a white robe appeared with a green bamboo in his hand. Not bad, but you'll stop here. Jiang Li said calmly. Jiang Jian held his long sword tightly with a serious expression. He could feel the pressure coming from the young man opposite him. It was stronger than Jiang Hong's aura. Another core disciple. Jiang Jian felt bitter in his heart. There were 10 core disciples in the Jiang clan. Each of them was stronger than the others. Although Jiang Hong was strong, he was only ranked 9th among the core disciples. And the person in front of him was ranked even higher. Take my strongest attack, Silver Dragon goes to the sea. Jiang Jian raised his hands and struck out his strongest attack. The starlight and the sky intertwined and formed a silver dragon that charged forward furiously. This move caused the disciples below the arena to exclaim. But Jiang Li just looked at the sky and smiled faintly. He waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, forming bamboo shadows that filled the sky. Ripples appeared on the surface of the jade green light, forming a powerful impact force. With a swing of the staff, the green bamboo shadows that filled the sky hit the silver Jiao dragon and instantly dispersed it. Seeing his strongest attack being scattered, Jiang Jian's face turned pale and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The gap between them was too big. He was no match for Jiang Li. Your sword art is not bad, but your cultivation base is too low. Wait until you reach the late harmonious spirit realm. Jiang Li said calmly. From the beginning to the end, he was very calm. Obviously, he didn't care about this match at all. Jiang Jian laughed bitterly. For some reason, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man in a black robe. He held a broken sword in his hand and his aura was very sharp. If it's him, can he defeat Jiang Li? Jiang Jian guessed. Shaking his head, he walked down the arena with a disappointed face. Worthy of being one of the 10 core disciples of the Green Water Lake. He defeated that person with one strike. It seems like Jiang Li's cultivation base has improved a lot. The fort master of the Eagle Fort said with a smile. Lier is not bad, but he's still not as good as Xiaoxiong. Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. The young man in a black robe beside the fort master said. Although he spoke modestly, his eyes were full of pride. Uncle Jiang, why didn't you come? Xiaoxiong asked. That girl likes to run around. I don't know where she is now. Although she likes to play, she knows what's important. I think she'll be here soon. She's not young anymore. It's time for her to find a husband. The fort master said with a smile. Xiaoxiong has always liked Ting Er. It'll be great if they can be together. Hearing this, Xiaoxiong's face showed a trace of excitement. The surrounding elders also had different expressions. It seemed like the Eagle Fort wanted to form a marriage alliance. However, Jiang Tianyu just smiled faintly. I don't mind, but I need Ting Er's approval. Alright, Ting Er is still young. I don't want her to get married so early. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's watch the match. Jiang Tianyu changed the topic. Everyone looked at the arena again. There were a lot of young talents in this family meeting. Other than Jiang Jian, Jiang Yi's performance was also outstanding. He was the most eye-catching disciple outside of the top 10 core disciples. I heard that there is a genius swordsman in Cold Wind City. Why didn't I see him in the competition? An elder was puzzled. I think Jiang Hong's condition is not very good. His attacks are fiercer than before. What's wrong with him? Many elders were puzzled. I heard that before the family meeting, there was a strange teenager who caused havoc in the Jiang mansion. He even injured a few disciples and elders. Doesn't the patriarch know? The red-haired man sneered. This was too embarrassing. Hearing this, Jiang Tianyu frowned. Is there such a thing? Soon, someone came to report. Yes, there is such a thing. That teenager was brought here by the branch of Green Mountain City, but he had a conflict with the people of Cold Wind City. That teenager was injured by a swordsman genius disciple and an elder of Cold Wind City. To be able to defeat a swordsman genius and an elder, could it be another young expert? But when did Black Feather City have such a genius? Everyone was puzzled. What's his cultivation? Jiang Tianyu asked. That teenager's cultivation is only at the early harmonious spirit realm, but his swordsmanship is extraordinary. What? Early harmonious spirit realm? Everyone was shocked. To be able to challenge someone who was 2 small realms higher than him and win, this news was too shocking. Where is he now? Jiang Tianyu asked in a deep voice. Although he was also surprised by the teenager's combat strength, he couldn't ignore the fact that he had injured his disciples and elders in the Jiang mansion. That young man left, but at that time, young Master Jiang Hong tried to stop him, but in the end, he failed. Jiang Hong tried to stop him? Jiang Tianyu was slightly surprised. The elders' faces also changed. They knew Jiang Hong's ability. Being able to enter the top 10 core disciples was enough to prove his strength. Even so, he still couldn't stop the mysterious teenager. This made them shocked. Even Jiang Hong couldn't stop him. Interesting. Ying Xiaoxiong was slightly interested. Jiang Tianyu's face didn't look good. Nobody told him such important information. Moreover, it was the Red Leaves who said it in public. This made the Jiang family lose face. We can't just let this matter go like this. After the clan assembly, you guys post a notice to arrest this young man. Patriarch. The disciple who came to report wanted to say something but hesitated. Is there anything else? Speak. Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. This time, he didn't want to miss any more information. It said that the mysterious young man fought with the disciples of Cold Wind City because of medicinal pills. Medicinal pills? Everyone was puzzled. Jiang Tianyu continued to ask, what kind of medicinal pill? Tell me clearly. It said that the young man has a mysterious master who can concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. It seems that the two genius disciples of Xianxia City took this pill, and their cultivation base increased by a small realm. What? A pill that can increase the cultivation of the harmonious spirit realm. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Continue. Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. After Cold Wind City and the other branches received the news, they requested that young man to refine them. Moreover, at that time, young Master Jiang Hong also asked that young man to refine pills. However, that young man did not agree, resulting in a conflict. Jiang Hong? All the elders frowned. They knew Jiang Hong's temper very well. His words must have been very strong, otherwise, the result would not have been like this. Is the information true? Jiang Tianyu asked. It should be. The people of Xianxia City are very respectful to him. Bring the elders of Xianxia City here. Jiang Tianyu said. Soon, the third elder and Jiang Sihai were brought in front of everyone. Have you ever asked anyone to concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm? Jiang Tianyu asked. The third elder and Jiang Sihai's body trembled. They knew that they couldn't hide it anymore, so they had to tell everything. Everyone was very surprised, their eyes were full of passion. Is it really concocted by that young man himself? Jiang Tianyu asked again. The third elder and Jiang Sihai nodded to show that they were sure. Being able to concoct such a miraculous pill at such a young age, it seems that he must have a very powerful master. The Eagle Fort Lord guessed. Send someone to find that young man now. Pay attention to your attitude and be humble. You must invite him to our Jiang family. Jiang Tianyu ordered. At the same time, the Red Leaves family and the Eagle Fort Lord also quietly sent out orders. This young man who knew how to concoct miraculous pills, if they could teach him well, it would be very beneficial to their family. Moreover, the Jiang family had just offended this young man, so the Red Leaves family had a greater chance. The red-headed man sneered. Next, the disciples of Cold Wind City and Jiang Hong were called in for questioning. The more Jiang Tianyu listened, the angrier he became. What a bunch of useless people. Such an important person was actually driven away by you. His face showed a trace of anger. It seems that I have been too lax with your discipline. Originally, this young man was brought here by Xianxia City, and his attitude towards Jiang family was not bad, but because of these arrogant and despotic disciples, he was forced to leave. The family meeting is over, all of you go and reflect on your mistakes. The disciples of Cold Wind City were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Jiang Hong deeply lowered his head, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. All of you go. Jiang Tianyu waved his hand. The family meeting continued, but the people who were present didn't have the mood to watch the competition. Why hasn't Ting Er come yet? Go and call her here. Jiang Tianyu said. Immediately, a disciple respectfully replied and quickly left. No need, father, I'm back. An intimate voice called out. Hearing this voice, all the elders laughed. It must be that little lash shooting. When Ying Xiaoxiong heard this voice, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He excitedly turned his head to look. However, when he saw Jiang Yuding, his whole person became unwell. Not only him, but even Jiang Tianyu and the others were stunned. Because beside Jiang Yuding stood an unfamiliar young man, and the two of them seemed to be very close. Everyone was puzzled. When did Yuding make such a friend? Ying Xiaoxiong's face immediately became gloomy. Everyone knew that he liked Jiang Yuding. Although Yuding didn't like him, she didn't walk too close to other young men. But today, she actually walked so close to an unfamiliar young man. Xiaoxiong couldn't stand it. Who are you? How dare you stay by Yuding's side? Get lost. Xiaoxiong coldly shouted. Who stays by my side? What does it have to do with you? Jiang Yuding rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head and gently said, Lin Gongzi, ignore him. Xiaoxiong was so angry that his whole body trembled. Yuding had never spoken to him so gently. The Eagle Fort's fort master's face also darkened. He coldly shouted, Xiaoxiong, sit down. Pay attention to your status. Alright, don't blame Xiaoxiong. Jiang Tianyu waved his hand and then turned to ask, Ting who is this young master? As the clan leader, Jiang Tianyu's attitude was still considered gentle. Father, he's Lin Xian. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? Everyone was puzzled. An elder quickly said, Yuding, could it be that you've been tricked? Jiang Yuding shook her head. He's indeed my benefactor. He saved Anan. Anan was naturally the multicolored peacock. That was Jiang Yuding's treasure. Anan is injured. What happened? Tell me in detail. Jiang Tianyu walked in again. Too many things had happened in this clan assembly, and every one of them was unusual. Father, you should have heard the explosion in the south of the city, right? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The explosion from before had indeed stunned them. However, they had investigated and found no clues. You were there at that time. Jiang Tianyu's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding stuck out her tongue and said, At that time Anan was very anxious about that place, so I could only go and take a look. Child, why do you always ask so many questions? What if something happened to you? How am I going to explain it to your mother? Jiang Tianyu was anxious. Father, I'm fine. Jiang Yuding continued. There was a red-robed freak in that courtyard. She was the one who led us there. There was also a three-headed bird that wanted to eat Anan and the other demonic beasts. After that, Anan was injured in the battle. It was this Lin Gongzi who treated her. Yuding quickly explained the whole story. Many thanks to young hero Lin for saving Anan. This old man thanks you. Jiang Tianyu said. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Seeing the change in the Jiang clan's attitude towards Lin Xian, Xiaoxiong's heart burned with anger. He wanted to go up and slap him to death. Fortunately, Eagle Castle's castle master Taizhan stopped him with his eyes. But Xiaoxiong's sinister eyes showed that he would not let this matter rest. Good boy, you dare to fight with me over Yuding. No matter who you are, you're dead. Xiaoxiong roared in his heart. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword to extinguish the purple flames in the multicolored peacock's body, and then used a pill to heal its body. After the multicolored peacock was out of danger, he followed Jiang Yuding to this place. Moreover, he already knew that Jiang Yuding was actually the daughter of Jiang Tianyu, the clan leader of the Jiang clan. Her status was even higher than he had imagined, which was very beneficial for him to find Jiang Sanfeng. Young hero Lin, where did you learn from? Your skills are so superb. This old man is truly impressed. The Eagle Fortress's fort master asked. Naturally, he wanted to find out more about Lin Xian's background. I'm just a country bumpkin. There's no need to talk about it. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. Country bumpkin? I think you're just a country bumpkin. You cured the multicolored peacock with just luck. Do you think you can win Yuding's heart? Xiaoxiong snorted coldly. There were also some elders in the Jiang clan who looked at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. They originally supported Xiaoxiong, and Lin Xian's appearance made them very uncomfortable. Young hero Lin has helped us. Why don't we let him go to the treasury to get some spiritual stones? We, the Jiang family, as one of the major forces in Blackfeather City, can't afford to offend them, a thin elder said. His name was Jiang De, and he was very supportive of the marriage between the Jiang clan and the Eagle Fortress. Therefore, he was hostile to anyone who approached Jiang Yuding. Father, I invited him to watch the clan's competition. What should I do if you do this? Jiang Yuding said coquettishly. All right. Young hero Lin, please take a seat. Jiang Tianyu had no choice but to agree to his daughter's request. Sir, please don't. We invited all the famous clans here. He's just a country bumpkin. How can he sit with these people? Jiang De objected. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This old man had repeatedly jumped out to stop him, and he was very disgusted. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Eagle Fortress. Lin Xian's soul was very strong. He could sense the expressions of these people, and he knew what the Eagle Fortress and the elders were thinking. Since someone doesn't welcome me, I think we should forget about it. Yuding, I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Yuding is not for you to call her that. Ying Xiaoxiong's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Men, give young hero Lin 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Elder Jiang De shouted. No need. Lin Xian coldly refused. I thought the Jiang clan was a famous clan, but now it seems that they are so narrow-minded. What a joke. What did you say? Jiang De was anxious. Brat, don't think that you can be so presumptuous here just because you saved the 5-colored peacock. Suddenly, a huge pressure pressed down on Lin Xian. Is this how the Jiang clan treats their guests? Lin Xian smiled, not fearing the huge pressure at all. Father! Jiang Yuding anxiously shouted. All right, everyone stop. Jiang Tianyu coldly shouted, suppressing everyone. I know what you guys are thinking, but young hero Lin did save Anan. What's wrong with sitting down and watching the competition? Everyone was silent. Jiang De sinisterly said, since the sir has spoken, then young hero Lin should sit down. After saying that, he pointed to the seat at the end of the hall. It was very remote, and could not even be called a seat. Lin Xian's face darkened. This old man was obviously making things difficult for him, and he wanted him to back off. I didn't come here to be bullied. You want me to sit in that place? Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. Brat, who do you think you are? Letting you sit there is already giving you face. Ying Xiaoxiong coldly snorted. Is there no one else in the Jiang clan? Letting an outsider shout here? Lin Xian sneered. The elders' hearts tightened. They supported the Eagle Fortress, so they did not feel that Ying Xiaoxiong's actions were inappropriate. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely inappropriate. This was the Jiang residence, and it was the Jiang clan's clan assembly. It was indeed inappropriate for Ying Xiaoxiong to shout repeatedly. Hee, there is indeed no one in the Jiang clan. On the side, the red-haired man sneered. Xiaoxiong, shut up. Ying Taizhan coldly shouted. Brat, you are courting death. After you leave the Jiang clan, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Ying Xiaoxiong threatened. Jiang De also changed the topic. If you don't want to sit there, where do you want to sit? We're all big shots here, and we're all famous people. Do you think there is a place for you here? Letting you sit there is already very polite. I will not sit there. If I want to sit, I will sit here. After saying that, Lin Xian pointed to Jiang Da's seat. Brat, you dare. Elder Jiang Da was so angry that he jumped. Jiang Tianyu also frowned slightly, but he still said in a deep voice, Young hero Lin, why don't you go down to the guest seats? The Jiang clan disciples are all there. Maybe you can make some friends. Lin Gongzi, it's boring to sit here. Why don't we go down and play? Jiang Yuding tugged on Lin Xian's sleeve and said. This scene made Ying Xiaoxiong's eyes even gloomier. Alright, then let's go down and sit. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he turned to the elder and said, for the sake of clan leader Yuding, I'll go down to the guest seats. However, I think you'll invite me up very soon. I hope you can still be so insistent. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and walked down to the young disciples' seats. Looking at Lin Xian's back, many elders showed disdain. Elder Jiang De sneered, you want to come back? You're dreaming. Men. Go and find out who he is and what his motive is for approaching Mississippi immediately. 2 disciples left quickly. When Lin Xian was on the guest seats, he had already attracted everyone's attention. However, his back was facing the crowd, so they didn't recognize him at all. When he walked to the disciples' seats, many people exclaimed softly. Among them, the most surprised were the branch disciples from Green Mountain City and Cold Wind City. They looked at Lin Xian as if they had seen a ghost. It had only been a day, and Lin Xian was back. Moreover, he seemed to have hooked up with Miss Jiang. When Jiang Hong saw this, he was so shocked that he stood up. His body trembled slightly, and he didn't know what to say. "Brat, you dare to come back." Jiang Hong's tone was cold. "Why? You know each other?" Jiang Yuding was confused. "Yuding, why are you with him?" Jiang Hong's voice was filled with confusion. The other disciples also came and went. Among them, a few core disciples saw this scene and frowned. "Scram, a good dog doesn't block the way," Lin Xian said to Jiang Hong, who was in the middle. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Jiang Hong was one of the core disciples, and his strength was frightening. Now, there was actually someone who dared to reprimand him in public. This caused many people to have a surreal feeling. Those core disciples also looked over. Jiang Hong's bad temper was well known among them. Now that he was being ridiculed like this, he would definitely explode on the spot. Who is this brat? How dare he speak like that? Isn't he afraid that Jiang Hong will kill him with a single palm strike? I don't know, but given how arrogant he is, even if he were to be beaten to death, it wouldn't matter, right? Those disciples were all in the mood of watching a show. "Brat, you're courting death." Jiang Hong's face flushed red when he heard this. A layer of purple ripples appeared on his body, spinning rapidly. Every time it spun, a terrifying aura would leak out. "You dare to make a move?" Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. There was no fear on his face. The exchange earlier made him understand Jiang Hong's strength like the back of his hand. Although Jiang Hong was very powerful in the eyes of others, it was not difficult for him to deal with him. Looking at that smiling face, Jiang Hong's body trembled, but he did not make a move immediately. Firstly, he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian and did not gain any advantage. Moreover, Lin Xian could refine miraculous pills. His identity was very special. If it was exposed, the entire Jiang family would definitely treat him like a distinguished guest. If he made a move at this time, the family would definitely punish him. Thinking of the patriarch's furious look, Jiang Hong unconsciously shuddered. "I'm warning you, you better stay away from Yuding." Jiang Hong's tone was cold. However, he did not make a move in the end. "Humph." With a cold snort, Jiang Hong sat down angrily and no longer looked at Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned and then rubbed their eyes hard. This result was something they never expected. "No way, I didn't see wrongly. That brat Jiang Hong actually didn't make a move?" A short-haired core disciple opened his mouth wide. Beside him, several other core disciples were also frowning. This matter is too illogical. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Who is this brat? Not only can he walk together with Yuding, but he can also suppress Jiang Hong. Just as everyone was shocked, on the rostrum, the two disciples who investigated Lin Xian also returned with panicked expressions. Elder, it's not good." The two of them cried out. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Does that brat really have a background?" Jiang De frowned. Everyone also turned their heads to look. They were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. "That brat is the alchemist who injured the Cold Wind City's disciples." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Jiang Tianyu furrowed his brows. He never would have thought that the person who was with his daughter was the mysterious alchemist she had always wanted to find. The Eagle Fort's fort master, Yin Taishan, had a gloomy face. He originally wanted to secretly find that alchemist and establish a good relationship with him. Now it seemed that it was impossible. "Father, what should we do?" "I didn't know that brat was an alchemist," Ying Xiaoxiong said in exasperation. "Forget it, it's too late to regret now." The Eagle Fort's fort master said in a deep voice, "Now we can only try our best to rope him in." Jiang Da's face was gloomy and uncertain. Thinking back to what Lin Xian said before he left, his face became very ugly. If Lin Xian didn't have any status, what he said would be a joke. But now, Lin Xian's identity turned out to be an alchemist that everyone wanted to rope in. Now, everyone would definitely welcome him with a smile. Thinking that he would give up his seat to a brat, Xianxia had the urge to kill himself by banging his head on tofu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite young hero Lin back. Jiang Tianyu shouted coldly. Immediately, the two deacons moved quickly and rushed to the guest seats. In the guest seats, those people were still looking at Lin Xian in surprise. At this time, two middle-aged deacons walked over from afar with a trace of nervousness between their brows. It seemed that they were coming for Lin Xian. This kid didn't do anything wrong, did he? Even the deacons were alerted. The few core disciples were puzzled again. Jiang Hong's eyes flashed. He knew that the elders in the family must have known about Lin Xian's identity and were here to invite him. The two deacons came in front of Lin Xian and were very polite. Lin Gongzi, the patriarch invites you to the main guest seat. What? Everyone was stunned, as if there was something wrong with their ears. The main guest seat was a place where only the elders of the family and the leaders of Blackfeather City could sit. An unknown kid was going to such a place, and was personally invited by the patriarch. Who is this kid? These people were not fools. To be able to sit at the main guest seat, he must be of high status. No wonder Jiang Hong didn't dare to do anything. He already knew. Everyone suddenly realized. It can't be. Father is really inviting you? Jiang Yuding also had a look of surprise on her face. She stared at Lin Xian with her large, gem-like eyes. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Lin Xian walked to the main guest seat. Lin Gongzi, why didn't you say you were an alchemist earlier? It's not good to have such a big misunderstanding now. A few elders greeted him with smiles. They were all under Jiang Tianyu's orders to give Lin Xian face. Haha, young hero Lin is a young genius. I'm impressed that you can refine the legendary three-striped hollow spirit forest pill. We were reckless earlier. Lin Xian smiled and walked in front of Elder Jiangda. I said I'll be back. I wonder if you can give up your seat this time. Elder Jiangda's face was red. He originally mocked Lin Xian for having no background and being a village bumpkin. But now, Lin Xian was invited back by the clan leader. Moreover, he was standing in front of him and asking him to give up his seat. Jiangda felt stifled in his heart. He wished he could slap Lin Xian with his palm. However, Jiang Tianyu's eyes were fixed on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted him to give up his seat. Elder Jiangda gritted his teeth. But he had no choice. For the sake of the clan, he had to sacrifice his dignity. I'll bear with it today. I'll get my revenge one day. Jiangda roared in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Lin Gongzi, forget it. I'm not a vengeful person. I won't argue with you. I won't take this seat. Before Jiangda could speak, Lin Xian said quickly. Quickly thank young hero Lin. Jiang Tianyu snorted. Thank you young hero Lin. Jiangda gritted his teeth. Hearing that, Lin Xian turned and left. He found two empty seats and sat down with Jiang Yuding. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Jiang Da's face darkened. He felt suffocated and almost vomited blood. This kid is definitely doing it on purpose. Elder Jiangda roared in his heart. Originally, he was struggling in his heart. Finally, he couldn't take the pressure and wanted to give in. At this moment, Lin Xian actually took the initiative and magnanimously said that he had forgiven him. That magnanimity made him look like a villain. Forgive your sister. Elder Jiangda almost went berserk. But she had already left. Who could he throw a tantrum at? He could only sit down angrily. The hard stone chair creaked as he sat down. After Lin Xian sat down, he began to watch the match on the stage with great interest. At this moment, the two contestants were core disciples. That terrifying aura pervaded the entire arena. Every move they made actually carried a kind of special concept. This is... Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The techniques of the two people fighting on the stage were incomparably profound. One of them waved his palms, which were covered with glazed patterns. The wind from his palms carried a trace of strange heat. Although it couldn't compare to the purple eternal flames of the three-headed vermilion blood bird, it was still much stronger than ordinary flames. This is a concept, the concept of fire. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he carefully felt this mysterious power. The other person wasn't bad either. He held an emerald green bamboo cane in his hand and waved it out, filling the sky with bamboo shadows, blocking all of the strange and scorching flames outside. This is the wind shadow concept. Lin Xian was surprised again. As expected of a top family, they actually have such a powerful disciple. Lin Xian carefully felt and didn't miss a single detail. He even used his eye technique to firmly remember the moves that contained the concept of wind in his mind. Not only was Lin Xian surprised, but the others were also moved. Even the arrogant Ying Xiaoxiong withdrew his disdain. These two people's concepts are not bad. Rare, rare. Eagle Fortress Lord Ying Taishan said. Xianxia and Jiangli are indeed not bad. I plan to send them to the main family this time to compete for a spot. Yeah, counting the days, it's about time to start again. I'm afraid the entire Dragon Star Nation will be lively. Ying Taishan sighed. Although they are not bad, there is still a gap between them and true geniuses. At least in terms of cultivation, they are far behind. If they can increase their cultivation by another level, there might be some hope. Don't you still have Ting? Her bloodline power is stronger than the average intent. Perhaps she can get a spot this time, said Eagle Castle's castle master, Ying Taishan. Indeed, Ting-er's bloodline power is very strong. That's why I plan to send her to the main family this time. Even if she can't get a spot, with her talent, she should be heavily nurtured by the main family. However, the situation is different now. Jiang Tianyu then had a chance to go up against Lin Xian. Perhaps this is a chance given to me by the heavens. Lin Xian could concoct pills that could increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. This was a life-saving straw for him. If the three most talented people in the Jiang mansion were to consume this pill, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, their chances of winning the competition would be greatly increased. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about Jiang Tianyu's little plan. At this moment, he was completely immersed in that mysterious realm. Not long after, his body emitted a green light. A faintly discernible wind force rushed out from his body and rapidly grew bigger. In the end, an ancient green qi flow surrounded his body with an indescribable aura. Lin Gongzi, you. Jiang Yuding was shocked again. This scene naturally alarmed the others. When they saw the qi flow around Lin Xian's body and his demeanor, Jiang Tianyu, Ying Taishan, and a few other big shots exclaimed. Enlightenment. It's actually enlightenment. Where did this young man come from? Jiang Tianyu was shocked. This realm was something that all warriors could only hope to achieve. Damn it, what kind of luck does this guy have? How could he achieve enlightenment? Ying Xiaoxiong looked at Lin Xian with jealousy in his heart. Jiang family's disciples, listen up. No one is allowed to disturb Lin Xian. Jiang Tianyu ordered. Immediately, several martial artists with powerful auras stood around Lin Xian, protecting him well. The distant disciples and elders looked over with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This Lin Xian was too monstrous. He could actually make the elites of the Jiang family protect him. After a long time, a green light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The green qi flow around him formed a gust of wind and quickly dissipated. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He had finally comprehended the concept of wind. When he turned around and saw the many warriors protecting him, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianyu with kindness. Thank you, Jiang family head. Lin Xian bowed slightly. I have some enlightenment. Can I use the cultivation room? Lin Xian asked. Of course you can. Ting-er, take Lin Gongzi. Jiang Yuding nodded and then took Lin Xian away. In the spacious cultivation room, Lin Xian used his fingers as a sword and quickly sent out several sword qis. Every sword seemed familiar, but they were all different. Some were like a gentle breeze, some were as swift as a gale, and some were as cold as a gale. Moreover, the speed of his sword was 3 times faster than usual. If he wanted to, he could make those sword lights disappear. Moreover, after comprehending the concept of wind, the power of his Wind Emperor sword had increased by 3 times. Even his great dragon sword intent had become more skillful than before. Now that he met a spirit transformation realm warrior, even if he couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. My sword art has improved, but I lack a good sword. Lin Xian felt a little regretful. End of chapter 394. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.